A vast and boundless continent flew from the depths of the universe, and the whole world changed from that moment on. At the same time, an ancient book suddenly appeared in my mind. Following its guidance, I landed in this new world 300 years ahead of everyone else. Under the book's direction, my left hand became different in this strange new world. I dug up a night-shining pearl from the ground, and with a snap, I crushed it. However, the pearl's nightlight attribute remained in my hand. After a moment of thought, I casually passed the nightlight attribute to the bald guard standing beside me. Later, I stroked my fat cat at home, and to my surprise, I ended up stroking out its fat attribute. I soon discovered that the ancient book had many uses. As I turned its pages, sometimes it would offer me guidance, other times a new skill, and occasionally, I'd even flip to a page that unleashed a sealed big demon. A continent flew from the depths of the universe August 1st, 2030, the world was shaken. Without any sign, a vast continent suddenly flew out from the depths of the universe. This continent is far away from the solar system, like a huge black cloud covering everything. At the same time, people in both the southern and northern hemispheres can see that continent floating above their heads. This is a very strange thing, and no one can explain the reason. For a while, the talk of the end of the world was rampant. Chen Ronghuo walked on the street, his mind was a little dazed. He had just graduated from college and had been wandering around for more than a month, trying to figure out a project to start a business, but he had never found a suitable one. But what made him dazed was not the business, but Chen Ronghuo was immersed in consciousness, and he sensed a strange book in his sea of consciousness. This book is nameless. After the continent appeared this morning, it flew from nowhere and hit him on the head, and then appeared in his sea of consciousness. Now as long as his consciousness moves, he can sense this book. At first, there was nothing on the book, it was completely blank, until just now, the book seemed to have completely settled in his body, and words began to appear on it. He used his consciousness to open the first page of the book, and saw that it was written on it, "Your family is rich, and you are not worried about not having a job. At most, you can go to your father's company to help. But the appearance of the world of gods makes you a little worried. I don't know what impact it will have on yourself and the earth." After seeing this line of words, Chen Ronghuo's heart suddenly moved. World of gods? Is that continent the so-called world of gods? Is there really a god in this world? The handwriting on the book continued to appear. You began to doubt whether there are gods in this world, and at the same time you were a little excited. The legendary gods dominate all living things, are immortal, and omnipotent. You think that no one doesn't want to become a god, and you are no exception. You can go all the way north, leave Anqing, and go to the top of Blackstone Mountain 3 miles away from Anqing. After the appearance of the world of gods, a landing crystal made by the gods during the experiment was accidentally lost there. With the landing crystal, you can land in the world of gods in advance. The consciousness fell on the 4 words landing crystal, and Chen Ronghuo's heart was shaken. But he soon calmed down and asked in his heart, "You have consciousness? What are you? Why did you appear in my sea of consciousness, and what do you want to do?" The words in the ancient book slowly unfolded, as if someone was writing slowly with a pen. The ancient book is the product of the fusion of the 2 ancient artifacts in the world of gods, the Book of Omniscience and the Book of Seals. I am the spirit of the Book of Omniscience. But because the 2 ancient artifacts merged together, the spirit of the Book of Seals has disappeared, and I will disappear soon. The ancient book will no longer have consciousness, and you need to take the initiative to use it. Lucky man from another world, I hope you can continue to be lucky after you get us. As for our purpose, if you can have enough strength with the help of the ancient book we merged, we hope you can revive our annihilated consciousness. The product of the fusion of the 2 great divine books? The spirit of the Book of Omniscience? The consciousness will be annihilated soon? Seeing the newly emerged words on the ancient book, Chen Ronghuo's mind flashed. Although he knew that he might not be able to hide anything in front of such an existence, he was still full of fear and vigilance, and at the same time, he still had a doubtful attitude towards the words of the ancient book. The appearance of this book was like a demon, tempting him into the abyss. But he couldn't help his curiosity. If there is a way that I can do it one day, I will revive you. Chen Ronghuo took a deep breath and gave a reply. Then he continued to ask with consciousness, "Now can you tell me, what kind of world is the world of gods, and why is it here?" After asking this question, he felt that he was touching a huge secret, and couldn't help breathing heavily. The appearance of that strange continent made him confused, and now, the mystery seems to be about to be revealed. As Chen Ronghuo raised his question, lines of words appeared on the ancient book again. The world of gods is the world of cultivators, with many gods. The world you are in is merging with the world of gods. The 2 worlds have different time flows. One day after Earth, 300 years after the world of gods, the two worlds will merge on a large scale and synchronize time. By then, the life of the world of gods will gradually appear on Earth, and at the same time, the landing crystals made by the gods will also appear in large numbers on Earth. The life on Earth can use the landing crystals to enter the world of gods. The two worlds merge? The life of the world of gods comes to Earth? What will those lives bring to Earth, peace or disaster? Also, is what the ancient book says true or false? Chen Ronghua had questions in his mind. But this time, no new words appeared on the ancient book, as if it had fallen into silence. Chen Ronghua frowned, and then asked a few more questions, but the ancient book no longer made any movement. Seeing this, he could only reluctantly give up the idea of seeking information from the ancient book temporarily. But then he thought of the landing crystal mentioned in the ancient book, and he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. As soon as he thought about it, he drove his Mercedes-Benz and drove out of Ansheng. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Ronghua drove out of Ansheng and arrived at the foot of Blackstone Mountain, 3 miles away from Ansheng. Blackstone Mountain is a bald mountain, not very high, with black stones all over the ground and even few weeds. Usually, no one comes here. Chen Ronghua has good physical fitness. He parked the car at the foot of Blackstone Mountain. 5 or 6 minutes later, he quickly climbed to the top of the mountain. But he stood on a big rock and looked around, but he couldn't find any trace of the landing crystal for a long time. A gust of wind blew, and Chen Ronghua walked down from the big rock. His consciousness fell back on the ancient book in his mind. He saw that there was another line of short handwriting on the ancient book at some point, 20 steps forward. Seeing this line of words, Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed. He walked quickly forward and soon walked 20 steps forward. Then he searched nearby. This time, in less than 3 seconds, he found a diamond-shaped black crystal next to a stone under his feet. Is this the landing crystal? Chen Ronghua's heart was beating hard. He squatted down and carefully picked up the black crystal. Feeling the cold temperature of the landing crystal, he once again focused his consciousness on the ancient book. The ancient book once said that using the landing crystal could land on the gods' continent in advance, and he kept it in mind. But he didn't know how to use it. As Chen Ronghua's consciousness watched, several lines of handwriting appeared on the ancient book again. This landing crystal is an experiment of the gods, and it will collapse after use. You can use it to land in the world of the gods, but you must stay in the world of the gods for 300 years, until the two worlds merge to a certain extent, and the gods send the finished landing crystal, and you can return. 300 years? Chen Ronghua's expression suddenly froze. He never thought that the final result would be such a result. For 300 years, can he live in the world of the gods for 300 years? The handwriting of the ancient book continued to extend downward. If you can become the first earthling human to use the landing crystal and land in the world of the gods, you will receive the blessing of the gods and randomly awaken a talent. The sooner you enter the world of the gods, the stronger the awakened talent will be. If you want to use the landing crystal, just drop a drop of blood on it. When Chen Ronghua saw these newly emerged words, his heartbeat suddenly became even stronger. The world of the gods is a world where gods exist. Going to such a world alone, the future is unknown. Just thinking about it makes his soul tremble and panic. But, if I don't go now, what will happen when the two worlds merge after one day on Earth? What exactly do the gods want to do by making the landing crystal? Also, the sooner you enter the world of the gods, the stronger the awakened talent will be. Talent should be very important, right? One thought after another flashed in Chen Ronghua's mind, giving him a headache. At this moment, he once again felt that this ancient book was like a demon, and it had brought him into the abyss. He was worried and afraid that the ancient book in his mind wanted to frame him for some purpose. But what if what the ancient book said was true? If what the ancient book said was true, one day on Earth, 300 years after the world of gods, the two worlds merged, and the life of the world of gods came to Earth. If it brought malicious intent, how could he protect his family? So as time passed, he gradually made a decision. He decided to go. He had his own opinions since he was a child, and once he decided to do something, no one could stop him. Just like this time when he graduated from college, his father always wanted him to go back to the company to help, but he never agreed. In addition, he was already an adult, and after one day on Earth, the two worlds merged, and he didn't know what kind of changes would happen. He hoped that at that time, he could shoulder the burden of the family. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Suddenly, a phone rang from his pocket. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, looked at the phone number, pressed the answer button, and immediately heard his sister Chen Xiaoyu's voice on the phone. "Brother, I'm home. Mom and Dad asked you to come back as soon as possible. Where are you now?" Xiaoyu, Chen Ronghua looked around and said after a moment, Tell mom and dad that I plan to go on a hiking trip to visit all the cities in our country to broaden my horizons. I won't go back for the time being. Chen Xiaoyu, brother, I'm telling you the truth. Don't joke around. What I told you is also true. Chen Ronghua paused and said, I really plan to take a long hiking trip to hone myself. Otherwise, if the world really ends one day, where will I have this opportunity? In the next few years, I will turn off my phone and you don't need to contact me. You're not serious, are you? I'm telling you, don't do anything stupid. The world is changing now, Pa. Chen Ronghua pressed on the phone, hung up the call, and turned off the phone at the same time. Then he stood on the top of the mountain, looked into the sky, and took a long breath. With this breath, he had swept away all his reluctance. He said a few years, not a day, because he was worried that if he had an accident and couldn't come back, it would also allow his parents and sister to have a little thought in their hearts. I will definitely come back. Chen Ronghua clenched his fists. He was already an adult, and his parents had worked hard all their lives. He longed to use his own strength to support the family. At this time, new handwriting appeared again on the ancient book in his mind. The appearance of the world of the gods has made many people crazy. In a dozen minutes, a group of car thieves will pass by here. If you don't drive your car away before then, your car will be stolen by them. Does God want me to use the landing crystal? Seeing this line of handwriting, Chen Ronghua smiled bitterly. After a bitter smile, he waited for more than 10 minutes. After seeing that a group of car thieves really stole his car, he finally stopped hesitating and took out a knife he carried with him and gently cut his left middle finger. In such a short time, someone dared to steal a car in broad daylight. What will happen after a while? They are rich. Once the world changes drastically, they are likely to be targeted by some people. If he has no power, what can he use to protect his family? Standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the group of car thieves from afar, Chen Ronghua wanted to go to the world of the gods and became more determined to become stronger. After the blood flowed out, Chen Ronghua let it drip on the landing crystal. He and his parents were not in the same city, and he didn't know how to tell them about this, so he thought about it and didn't call them. This time, whether it was a separation of life and death or not, he had no regrets. He didn't like gambling, but this time, he wanted to be a gambler. Buzz. The blood merged, the landing crystal trembled, and suddenly turned into a black light, rushing into his body. Then he found that everything in front of him became illusory. A moment later, his figure disappeared from the black stone mountain, as if he had never existed. C2 left-hand mutation. After disappearing from the earth, Chen Ronghua's figure instantly appeared in an illusory space. He seemed to be weightless and suspended in this space. After he appeared, pictures began to emerge in front of him. In the picture, there were ancient trees and dense green forests, huge giants running and roaring on the ground, fierce eagles with wingspans of hundreds of meters soaring in the sky, and mysterious wizards dancing while presiding over sacrifices, and hideous evil spirits hiding in the corners and secretly peeping. At the end of the picture, majestic figures appeared one by one, stretched out their hands together, and sprinkled mysterious brilliance. When all the pictures ended, around Chen Ronghua, the brilliance sprinkled by those majestic figures suddenly emerged and slowly merged into his body. At the same time, the ancient book in Chen Ronghua's mind suddenly turned a page. This page was not white like the previous page, but purple gold, looking ancient and noble. At the same time, words appeared again on the ancient book: "You have come to the landing space of the world of gods. The gods have fallen into a deep sleep after creating the landing space and are unaware of your arrival. You are the first outside life to come to the landing space. You have received the blessings left by the gods in advance. You have mastered the common language and common characters of the world of gods, and you are awakening your innate abilities." The ancient book opened the second page, which is sealed with an ancient and noble power. This power is awakening. It flows from the ancient book into your body, and your innate abilities are changing. The ancient and noble power superimposed on the blessings of the gods has caused a qualitative change. Your body is still ordinary, but your left hand has begun to become extraordinary. From now on, your left hand has a certain chance of acquiring the properties of anything it touches. When everything was over, the originally purple gold page suddenly turned into the same pure white as the first page. Chen Ronghua felt the sudden increase in the amount of knowledge about words and languages in his mind, and his consciousness was immersed, falling on the lines of handwriting on the ancient book, his eyes flashing. Then he raised his left hand and found that the color of his left hand seemed to be darker than before, but the change was not too big. At this time, all the images in front of Chen Ronghua disappeared, and instead, light spots of different sizes appeared. You can choose your landing place in the world of gods by touching the light spots that appear in front of you. Each light spot represents a different landing place. The larger the light spot, the more prosperous the landing place. Please make your choice. A voice that seemed to be synthesized suddenly appeared from space. Chen Ronghua was startled. Then he stretched out his hand and touched the largest light spot in front of him. However, his hand stopped halfway. The larger the landing place, the better it is for me? He hesitated. This is the world of cultivators. The prosperous landing place will most likely make the cultivators there more powerful and relatively dangerous. However, the prosperous landing place may also have more opportunities. At this moment, words appeared on the ancient book again. If you don't want to encounter too many dangers and want to get as many opportunities as possible, maybe you can try to touch the third light spot on your left hand. Seeing the guidance of the ancient book, Chen Ronghua hesitated for a moment and stretched out his hand. Pa! He stretched out his hand and touched it, and the third light spot on his left hand was broken by his touch. Following his body shaking, he suddenly fell into a state of weightlessness, and everything in front of him became illusory again. Lucky man from another world, I wish you good luck, and I hope you don't forget your promise. In addition, after I disappear, the ancient book will be completely integrated with you, and then the ability of the ancient book will be limited by your own strength. At the same time, a line of words appeared on the ancient book again. After this line of words appeared, the light on the ancient book flashed, and it seemed to become much dimmer than before. Has the spirit of the Book of Omniscience also dissipated? Chen Ronghua's heart moved. When everything was over, he opened his eyes and saw that he had come to a large swamp. There were lush green plants and white clouds in the sky, which looked harmonious and natural. He took a breath and felt that the air was unusually fresh, far from the earth. Boy, are you looking for a claw? Suddenly, a huge crab as tall as Chen Ronghua's knees walked out of the swamp sideways. It stared at Chen Ronghua with its eyes and said coldly. The crab was more than 1 meter in diameter and its body was dark, as if cast in steel. Its 2 shiny black claws made a metallic clang when they were in front of it. It just looked a bit funny with 2 water plants hanging on its head. Chen Ronghua's eyes fell on the huge crab, his expression stiff. He was blessed by the gods and mastered the common language of the world of the gods, and could understand the words of this world. But in the world of the gods, can even crabs speak? Or has this crab become a spirit? He was half immersed in the ancient book in his mind, and half staring at the crab in front of him. New words appeared slowly on the ancient book, and there was also a vivid picture: green water bay river crab, non-toxic, delicious, a rare tonic, but few people in this world know that they can be eaten. They have simple intelligence, and a few can speak human language, but generally can only say 1 or 2 sentences. The green water bay river crab is very territorial and does not like to be disturbed by other lives. Its 2 large claws are its strongest weapon for the lives that invade its territory. The handwriting of the ancient book ends here, and there is no more extra introduction. It is like from now on, it has only instincts, and will no longer guide Chen Ronghua to do anything as before. Strong regionality? Chen Ronghua's consciousness fell on these words, and his eyes flashed. As he thought, he immediately took a step and slowly retreated, trying not to make any sound and not to do anything that would cause the crab to misunderstand. Seeing Chen Ronghua retreat, the green water bay river crab that emerged from the swamp turned its eyes, and also returned to the water with 2 swaying green water plants on its head. Ha! Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua immediately let out a long breath. As soon as he came to the world of gods, he encountered such an exciting thing. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. I don't know if there are any people in this place. Chen Ronghua thought to himself, I must find a safe place to settle down as soon as possible. As this thought came to his mind, he once again focused his consciousness on the ancient book, and thought at the same time, the power that mutated my left hand in the landing space just now should come from the Book of Seals. The introduction to the green water bay river crab should come from the Book of Omniscience. In addition, the Book of Omniscience should not only refer to being knowledgeable, but also to the ability to predict. Just now on Earth, the spirit of the Book of Omniscience could tell a car thief to appear more than 10 minutes later, which may be the predictive ability of the Book of Omniscience. But how should I use this book? Thinking so in his heart, Chen Ronghua suddenly conveyed his command to the ancient book with his consciousness: how can I get to the nearest human gathering place in this world without danger as soon as possible? When he landed in the space to accept the blessings of the gods, he mastered the language and writing of this world. When mastering the writing, there will naturally be some pictures. Through the pictures, he already knew that there are humans like him in this world. As he asked the question, the light on the ancient book flashed, and after a while, a new line of words suddenly appeared: go north, 4 miles away, Xiaha village. When Chen Ronghua saw the new words on the ancient book, his eyes suddenly lit up. The Book of Omniscience, could it really know everything? And is there really a human village 4 miles away? C3 understand the ability of the ancient book. After receiving the guidance from the ancient book, Chen Ronghua immediately walked in the direction of Xiahe village. He was cautious along the way, looking around like a thief, worried that he would encounter a terrifying creature like the big river crab in Greenwater Bay again. He regretted that he was in such a hurry and didn't prepare any weapons before entering this world. He was determined to learn from this lesson and plan everything in the future. However, when he was thinking this, a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he reached out to touch his pocket. With this touch, he realized that his mobile phone was missing. Not only his cell phone, but also the lighter, knife, and other items he carried with him were all missing. The only thing that was still there was the suit of clothes he was wearing. Isn't it true that when entering the world of gods, you are not allowed to bring anything else except the clothes on your body? Chen Ronghua's heart moved. He had these things in different pockets, so there was no way he could lose them all at once. Chen Ronghua clenched his fists. Without his mobile phone, everything else disappeared. Once again, he truly felt the distance between himself and the original world, and felt lonely and confused. 300 years. If I want to survive these 300 years, I must first find a place to live, and at the same time, I must become a cultivator as soon as possible and gain the strength to protect myself. Also, my biggest reliance in this world may be the ancient book in my mind. If I know myself and my enemy, I can win 100 battles. I must also find out the functions of this ancient book. With a thought, Chen Ronghua once again focused his attention on the ancient book. This time, he chose to let the ancient book display his information. Mysterious ancient book. It is formed by the fusion of two artifacts, the Book of Omniscience and the Book of Sealing, and has all the abilities of the two artifacts. Because the weapon spirit disappeared, the ancient book contracted a new host. The abilities of the ancient book will be gradually unlocked as the host's strength increases. Currently, the ancient book has ability 1, Appraisal. This ability can penetrate the essence and identify all things. This ability belongs to the instinct of the ancient book and does not require energy consumption. Ability 2, Deduction and Prediction. This ability requires energy consumption. There is enough energy to deduce and predict everything. Ability 3, Seal. The ancient book currently has one open seal page, and the energy is enough. You can use the seal page to seal everything. Ancient book residual energy, 2 before the host becomes a formal practitioner. The ancient book can accumulate up to 5 points of energy every day based on the host's strength. After the host becomes a formal practitioner, he can use his own energy to activate the ancient books. At that time, the energy accumulated in the ancient books every day will be absorbed by the host to increase the host's cultivation speed. After reading the self-introduction in the ancient book, Chen Ronghua frowned slightly. Before, he thought that he could deduce everything based on ancient books, such as asking what kind of existence the gods were and how he could become a cultivator. But now it seems that even if this road is feasible, I am afraid it will have to wait for the ancient books to accumulate a lot of energy. At the same time, it is a pity that when he used the deduction ability of the ancient book to deduce the gathering place of humans, he did not pay attention to how much energy the ancient book consumed. Now the ancient book only has 2 points of energy left and cannot be used indiscriminately. I have to wait until I am sure it is safe before I can use the ancient book's deduction ability. As for the sealing ability, it should not be of much use to me at the moment, so I don't need to consider it for the time being. Chen Ronghua pondered in his heart and had a plan. Then after understanding his trump card, he began to speed up and walked forward. He walked 4 miles for 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, a dilapidated village appeared in front of him. Looking around, although this village is dilapidated, there are still more than 100 households. He knew that this was probably the Xiahe village mentioned in the ancient books. In front of the village, there is a wide square. Chen Ronghua walked over and saw a tall man with bare upper body standing in the square patrolling from a distance. In front of the big man, more than 30 children aged 7 or 8 to teenagers were doing a set of boxing techniques under the scolding of the big man. This set of boxing techniques won't show much effect on those children who are too young, but those half-grown children are very energetic when they use this set of boxing techniques, as if a ferocious beast has been born, full of momentum. Even he could tell that the boxing techniques used by those children were definitely different from many of the stunts Dixing himself had seen. This is definitely a very powerful boxing technique that can break open monuments and crack rocks. It is a real killing boxing technique. As he got closer, he could even see that some older children could blow up a cloud of dust on the ground when they landed their palms. What kind of boxing are they practicing? Can I learn it? What is a cultivator? Does a cultivator just box like a martial artist? And if I learn this boxing technique, How long will it take to become an official practitioner? Thoughts emerged from Chen Ronghwa's mind one by one. He separated a trace of consciousness and landed on the ancient book in his mind. I don't know if it's because the ancient book has been completely integrated with him, but now he can do two things at once. In other words, he can read ancient books with his consciousness while doing other things. Tiger Lianqing Fist disabled an apprentice-level mass boxing technique widely circulated in the world of gods. The fastest person to practice this boxing became an official martial artist within 3 years. Most people in the world of gods practice the incomplete version of Tiger Lianqing Fist, and only a few forces master the complete version of this fist. The complete version of this fist is a top-grade apprentice-level fist. People with the same qualifications practice this fist, and the speed of practicing the complete version will be 3 times faster than the speed of practicing the incomplete version. Formal warrior? The so-called practitioner refers to a warrior alone? After using the identification ability of the ancient book to identify the fist practiced by the children in the square, Chen Ronghwa's heart moved. The world of gods is a world where gods exist. If you practice martial arts alone, will it work? Or, after practicing to the later stage, a powerful warrior can also defeat the gods? One thought after another surged from his mind, but using the ancient book to deduce these things requires energy. Now the ancient book has only 2 points of energy left. This is his trump card, and he dare not use it indiscriminately. I don't know where this young man is from. What is he doing in my Shaha village? Just when Chen Ronghwa was imagining, under a big tree beside the Shaha village square, an old man squatting on the ground looking at the children in the square suddenly stood up, walked up quickly, and asked him who came to the square. The old man's face was covered with wrinkles and he was skinny. He looked at least 70 years old. He looked at Chen Ronghwa, especially his cloudy eyes fell on the clothes on Chen Ronghwa, which seemed to have flashes of light. Although Chen Ronghwa's clothes were out of tune with everyone he knew, the fine fabrics of Chen Ronghwa's clothes showed that not everyone could afford to wear them. Hearing the voice, Chen Ronghwa turned his head, his eyes fell on the old man, and subconsciously used the identification ability of the ancient book. Huang Taisheng, village chief of Shaha village, a beginner earth warrior. He has hidden injuries and has a remaining life of 1 year. He is also the descendant of an ancient sorcerer family. But 1,000 years have passed, and he has long forgotten the glory of his ancestors. Sorcerer, what is this? Is it another way of cultivation? Chen Ronghwa's heart moved. If the situation did not allow it, he would have used the ability of the ancient book to thoroughly understand what kind of people the cultivators are. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Hello, uncle. I came from a long way and I am tired. I want to rest in the village and ask for some water. Is that possible?" This was the words he prepared early in the morning. As for how to integrate into the village after asking for water, he could only adapt to the situation. "Of course, you are a guest from afar. If you don't mind, you can rest at my house first." Hearing what Chen Ronghwa said, the old man immediately smiled and said, "I am the village chief of Shaha village. My surname is Huang. The old people in the village call me Lao Huang. You can also call me that, sir. C4 underground insect plague. My name is Chen Ronghwa. The village chief can just call me Xiao Chun." Chen Ronghwa introduced himself. "Either or not." Huang Taisheng waved his hand quickly. "I'd better call you young master." Seeing Huang Tiesheng's appearance, Chen Ronghwa immediately knew that the old man probably regarded him as a noble young master from where he came from. However, this status was somewhat convenient for him at present, so he did not say anything more. The two of them walked all the way to the village. There don't seem to be many people in the village, and I don't know if they are all busy in farming or what. The children who were boxing in the square looked at Chen Ronghwa curiously, but under the scolding of the strong man with bare upper body, they quickly continued to practice boxing. Village Chief Huang, I wonder if there are several other villages nearby. Which city is closer to here? Chen Ronghwa asked as he followed Huang Taisheng. Huang Taisheng was startled for a moment, then his expression became more respectful, and he said cautiously, "Our place is called Baiwu Island, which is an island to the south of the Jado Snake Islands. There is only one big city on the island called Baiwu City, which is hundreds of miles away. But it's too far and no one in our village has been there." Cadogan Islands? Baiwu Island? Only one city? That's it. Chen Ronghwa was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would actually land on an island. When the Book of Omniscient Artifact guided him to make a choice before, he chose this place as his destination. What he had in mind was that there would be many adventures with low danger. He looked around, wondering what adventures this island would hold for him. But it was useless to think about it now. He turned to ask, "Village Chief Huang, it looks like there aren't many people in your Shaha village. Are they all working in the fields? What kind of work are you doing? In the past few years, there has been a recession, and there has been an insect infestation underground. Most of the land has been occupied by white people. Huang Taisheng shook his head and sighed, wrinkles piled up on his face. Now the entire village relies on the village's hunting team to survive. The hunting team the day before yesterday, I went hunting in the mountains dozens of miles away. Others also followed them to the edge of the mountains to pick some game and prepare food for the winter. It might take a few days before they could come back. Chen Ronghua raised his eyebrows. He was born in Earth Star. In his era, not only did city people mention it, but most rural people paid little attention to ordinary natural disasters. I don't know if the gods don't care about these ordinary humans, or if the gods are not omnipotent. Such thoughts flashed through his mind. But this matter is not important to him at the moment. Before becoming a powerful cultivator, the most important thing for him is to find a place to settle down. And whether you want to become a cultivator or find a place to live, you obviously need to come into contact with humans. Therefore, no matter what the situation is in Xiahe village, given his current conditions, choosing to settle down in Xiahe village temporarily is the best choice. At the same time, he also wanted to find out from Xiahe village the difference between warriors and sorcerers, and to find out whether both were cultivators. Master, please, this is my home. This humble abode is dirty and shabby. Please don't laugh at me. After a while, Chen Rongxing followed Huang Taisheng to a farmhouse in the center of the village. Huang Taisheng's home is not grand. Like other houses in the village, they are ordinary farmhouses made of earth and stone. There was a fenced-in vegetable garden on one side of the farmhouse, filled with vegetables he didn't recognize. However, many of these vegetables have yellow leaves and do not grow well. Thinking of what Huang Taisheng had just said about the insect infestation underground, Chen Ronghua had a thought, and a trace of his consciousness fell on the ancient book. Yellow cabbage, Baiwu Island's specialty vegetable. The growth cycle is 3 months. It tastes tender and smooth, is rich in nutrients, is easy to grow and store. Affected by the insect plague, the roots were gnawed by pests. Without water, the pests could not be eliminated and could only survive for 15 days at most. Is the insect infestation here so serious? Chen Ronghua raised his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of a way to stay in Xiahe village. This method is to help Xiahe village solve the insect problem. Naturally, he didn't know how to solve the insect plague, but he could do it by asking the ancient books in his mind. It's just that he doesn't know how much energy it takes to get this answer. But just when Chen Ronghua was thinking this, the ancient book in his mind suddenly sent him a message. This message was not shown in handwriting, but was sent directly to his mind. At the same time, this message is not complicated, it just tells him how much energy is needed to get the answer. The news passed to him through the ancient book revealed that if he wanted to solve the problem of the insect plague in Xiahe village, he would need to consume 30 points of energy from the ancient book. With his current strength and so much energy, including the 2 points of energy left in the ancient book, it would probably take the ancient book to accumulate more than half a month. I see. It turns out that whatever I want to ask, the specific energy value required will be given in advance. Chen Ronghua's heart moved slightly. In this case, when he wanted to ask something in the future, he would have a plan in mind in advance. Master, you must have noticed the problem with these dishes. Hey, I don't know what has happened in the past 2 years. Not only our village, but also several large towns nearby are all like this. Seeing Chen Ronghua staring at the vegetables in the garden, Huang Taisheng sighed, it's just an ordinary insect infestation. At worst, it will be more difficult. All the people can just catch the insects. But this time the insect infestation actually came from the ground, and these insects have extremely high fecundity and vitality. It's so strong that it can't be eradicated. Speaking of this, Huang Taisheng shook his head and showed a worried look. It seems that there should be no insecticide in this world, or in other words, there is no insecticide in Xiahe village. Chen Ronghua showed a thoughtful look, and at the same time began to think about what he should do to stay in Xiahe village. If he directly said that he could solve the insect plague, he would probably be regarded as a liar. After all, he now needs to wait for the ancient book to accumulate energy for more than half a month before he can get the answer. And even if he gets the answer, he must consider the conditions of Xiahe village to see if he can do it. Choose the simplest way to solve the insect plague under the conditions of Xiahe village. How much energy is needed? Thinking of this, Chen Ronghua's thoughts moved again. In a moment, the ancient book fed back a new message to him. But after receiving the message from the ancient book, Chen Ronghua's face suddenly showed a strange look. This time, the message fed back to him by the ancient book actually said that the ancient book only needed to consume 5 points of energy to get this answer. 5 o'clock, 30 o'clock, Could it be? Comparing the two, Chen Ronghua suddenly understood something. He guessed that the method that Gu Shu told him before, which consumed 30 points of energy, was probably a complete set of methods to get rid of the insect plague in Shaha village. The later method only consumed 5 points of energy because the question he asked was more precise. It seems that Gu Shu still has many unspoken rules that I don't understand. When I settle down, I must be thoroughly proficient in the use of Gu Shu. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath and glanced at the yellow-leaved yellow cabbage in the vegetable garden. Suddenly, a half-mature method that could allow him to stay in Shaha village came into his mind. 2 CS are guaranteed every day before the book is put on the shelves, one at noon and one at 6 p.m. C5 Warlock Certificate. Chen Ronghua thought about his plan, but did not implement it immediately. He followed Huang Taisheng into the yard. It was an ordinary farmyard, and there was even firewood piled in the yard. It seems that the so-called Earth Warriors should not be too powerful in this world, Chen Ronghua thought to himself after taking a look at Huang Taisheng's yard. But just as he was thinking this, he was suddenly attracted by a human-shaped mahogany statue more than 20 centimeters high placed under the eaves of Huang Taisheng's house. The statue was placed on a wooden board extending from the doorframe, as if it was fixed there. It's not that he thinks this thing is a treasure, but he just thinks it's a bit weird. Seeing Chen Ronghua looking at the statue, Huang Taisheng explained with a smile, "This is our custom here. Legend has it that placing some old objects handed down from our ancestors on the doorframe can suppress evil. This statue is a bit old. It is said that it was left by a powerful practitioner of our ancestor, but it is just a rumor. In fact, this thing has no effect." "I see." Chen Ronghua nodded and looked away. But before looking away, he subconsciously used the identification ability of the ancient book to identify the human-shaped sculpture made of mahogany. Identification sculpture, a statue made of ordinary mahogany. But it is blessed with an identification array, which is stimulated by the power of the soul and can be used to identify the level of the practitioner's cultivation. Practitioners are divided into the martial arts and the art. The martial arts are widely popular in the world of gods, and everyone can practice the skills to become a warrior. But most people are warrior apprentices, and not necessarily 1 in 10 people can become a formal warrior. Warriors from weak to strong are apprentice warriors, formal warriors, earth warriors, sky warriors, true warriors. Warlocks pay attention to qualifications, and not 1 in 100 people may have warlock qualifications. However, because of the powerful and weird abilities of warlocks are usually more honorable than warriors in the world of gods. At the same time, once a warlock awakens, he will have power comparable to that of a formal warrior. Warlocks from weak to strong are the initial stage of transcendental, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The 4 small levels of warlocks correspond to formal warriors, earth warriors, sky warriors, and true warriors. Using the identification statue, the highest level can be identified as a true warrior and a peak warlock in the transcendental realm. Messages appeared from the ancient book, which made Chen Ronghua's eyes condense. He did not expect that the information about the cultivator he wanted to know most would be obtained from this mahogany statue. Seeing these messages, he finally got some understanding of the cultivator. At the same time, he just learned that when using the identification ability of ancient books, some additional knowledge may also appear. For example, the knowledge about practitioners this time should be attached to the ancient books. I just don't know if I have the qualifications of a sorcerer? Chen Ronghua thought to himself. If possible, he naturally wants to become a more honorable sorcerer in the world of gods. Come on, young master, follow me into the house. I will boil a pot of hot water for you to quench your thirst. At this time, Huang Taisheng picked up a bunch of firewood and was about to lead Chen Ronghua into the house. No need to bother. Chen Ronghua waved his hand quickly. I'm not that delicate, I'm just very thirsty. The village chief just needs to bring me a bowl of cold water. I'll leave after drinking it. How can this be possible? Huang Taisheng shook his head. It's just a matter of lighting a few fires. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Really no need. Chen Ronghua continued to refuse, and at the same time said, if the village chief doesn't mind, can you let me see the insects in the field? My family has also had an insect plague before, which is somewhat similar to yours, with underground insects flooding. The matter of cultivators can be discussed later, and his top priority now is to find a way to stay in Shaha village. So he is ready to implement his plan. But Huang Taisheng was stunned when he heard it. Then his eyes fell on Chen Ronghua again, making Chen Ronghua feel that he seemed to be less enthusiastic than at the beginning, and even a little colder and more questioning. What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Chen Ronghua frowned slightly. Huang Taisheng's face was covered with wrinkles, and it was unknown what he was thinking. He looked at Shenronhua's face, as if he didn't see anything, until he looked at Shenronhua's clothes again, and then he said, "In this case, you can dig a few worms from the ground yourself. There are a lot of these things, so don't worry about not being able to dig them. I'll go get you some water." After he finished speaking, he put down the firewood he had just picked up and turned around to go back to the house. Shenronhua's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and he didn't know where he said the wrong thing. Huang Taisheng was the village chief of Xiahe village. He planned to stay in Xiahe village temporarily. If Huang Taisheng was disgusted, it would obviously not be a good thing. "Hey! Huang Xiaoshan, the hunting warrior of Xiahe village, is here. You are so bold, why don't you show yourself to me?" Suddenly, just as Shenronghua was thinking about this, a little boy of 6 or 7 years old, holding an orange hunting bow that was bigger than himself, suddenly opened the door, rushed out of the house, rushed in front of him, and pointed the hunting bow at him. However, because the hunting bow was huge and heavy, the little boy could only hold it with difficulty. Even if he used all his strength, he could only make the bowstring swing slightly. Shenronghua was stunned. His eyes fell on the little boy. This little boy is like a mud monkey, with a naughty appearance all over his body. "Xiaoshan, don't mess around." Seeing the little boy, Huang Taisheng immediately scolded him and then said to Shenronghua, "This is my grandson. He is 6 years old this year. I plan to let him practice martial arts next year. He is used to being wild at home. I hope you don't take offense." "It doesn't matter, I quite like children." Shenronghua smiled and shook his head. "He's just a kid, so he won't mind." While shaking his head, he looked at the clay monkey in front of him and said with a smile, "Huang Xiaoshan warrior, do you plan to use this bow for hunting? This is a bow used by adults. You are too young to use this bow. If you have a chance, how about my uncle making you a bow for children? Break off a tough twig, bend it and tie a rope to both ends, and a toy bow is made. He used to play with this thing when he was a child, and he could make one easily. I don't use any toy bows, I just use my family's treasured bow. My family's treasured bow has been passed down for thousands of years. When I grow up, I will use this bow to hunt." Huang Xiaoshan dismissed Shenronghua's toy bow. Treasure bow? Inherited for thousands of years? Shenronghua's heart suddenly moved, and he thought of the information he got when he used the identification ability of ancient books to identify Huang Taisheng. According to ancient books, thousands of years ago, the Huang family was a powerful warlock family. It's just that thousands of years have passed, and the Huang family has forgotten the glory of their ancestors. Thinking of this, Shenronhua's eyes flashed and fell on the treasure bow in Huang Xiaoshan's hand. Although he didn't think this was really a treasured bow that had been passed down for thousands of years, he still wanted to check it out with a bit of luck. Yellow wood bow, a hunting bow made of ordinary yellow wood. But beneath the ordinary appearance of this hunting bow, there is something extraordinary. The ancestor of the Huang family was a skilled hunter with a bow before becoming a powerful warlock. After he became a warlock, he created a warlock certificate for his descendants. People who do not have warlock qualifications and want to become a warlock can also obtain warlock qualifications through warlock certificates. The warlock certificate made by the ancestors of the Huang family was hidden in this hunting bow. At the same time, this hunting bow was also engraved with the tenacity array and the precision array. It is precisely because of this that this hunting bow has been immortalized for thousands of years. According to the original intention of the ancestor of the Huang family, as long as someone uses all his strength to draw the bow 10,000 times, he can get the warlock certificate. But because he didn't say it clearly at the time, thousands of years later, no one from the Huang family took out the warlock certificate from the hunting bow. New books need care. If you have recommendation votes, please vote more. C6 obtained attribute, the vitality of yellow heart cabbage. When he saw the ancient book's description of the wooden bow in Huang Xiaoshan's hand, Shenronghua was completely stunned. He didn't expect that such a wooden bow that Huang Taisheng threw to children to play with was actually a treasure, and it was also a treasure that could allow people to obtain the qualifications of a warlock. Warlock qualifications? Don't know if I have warlock qualifications? An idea flashed in Shenronghua's mind, and his consciousness fell on the ancient book again. This time he used the identification ability of ancient books again. But the object of his appraisal this time is himself. Shenronghua, Earth Star, Stowaway Age, 23 Martial Arts Qualification, 2 in the True Martial Realm and below. The martial arts qualifications from low to high are 0, 1, 2, 5, a total of 6 levels. With level 0 qualifications, it is difficult to become a warrior in a lifetime and can only waste time at the apprentice level. Level 1 qualification can break through and become a formal warrior. With level 2 qualifications, there is a chance of becoming an Earth Warrior. Warlock qualification. 0 warlock qualifications are similar to warrior qualifications, with 6 levels ranging from 0 to 5. But there are far fewer people with sorcerer qualifications than there are warriors with qualifications. Also, both martial arts qualifications and warlock qualifications can change when certain conditions are met. Innate ability, left hand. If you touch anything with your left hand, you have a chance to gain attributes from it. Do you really not have the qualifications to be a warlock? After checking his information with the ancient book, Chen Ronghua's thoughts changed slightly. After receiving information from practitioners not long ago, and knowing that there were very few humans with sorcerer qualifications, he had actually expected it. If it was before, he would definitely be a little disappointed. But now, his eyes fell on the yellow wooden bow held by Huang Xiaoshan, but his heart was burning. He has never been a pedantic person, and there is no reason to abandon something that can enhance his strength, especially since this is a treasure that has been covered up for thousands of years. But apart from stealing, if he wanted to get this bow from the Huang family for a legitimate reason, he still needed some planning. Master, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. At this time, Huang Taisheng shook his head and said, "This bow is indeed some years old, and it is indeed a bit strange, but it is not practical and cannot be regarded as a treasure bow. This bow is also stronger and difficult to damage. However, this bow has limited power and can only be used before becoming a formal warrior. After becoming a formal warrior, it will be of no use. Otherwise, I would have sold it long ago to buy some food for the village." After hearing Huang Tiesheng's words, Chen Ronghua slowly exhaled. "I finally understand why such a strange bow ended up like this." He nodded and looked away from the yellow wooden bow, as if he only regarded it as an ordinary wooden bow. After briefly explaining to Chen Ronghua, Huang Taisheng glared at Huang Xiaoshan and said, "Why don't you leave quickly?" Huang Xiaoshan snorted, curled his lips, then grabbed the hunting bow, avoided Chen Ronghua and Huang Taisheng, and ran out of the yard. Chen Ronghua sighed in his heart as he watched Huang Xiaoshan grab the hunting bow and leave, disappearing. This is an opportunity. If you miss it, this store will no longer exist. It's just that he has just arrived in Xiaha village. In this world where there are cultivators and on other people's territory, he doesn't dare to take it forcibly. It seems that I have to stay in Xiaha village for a while. But according to his original plan, he was to use the ancient books to show some abilities and then stay in Xiaha village. But after he just asked to take a look at the insects in the ground, Huang Taisheng suddenly became colder to him, and he didn't know why. This is an issue that must be treated with caution. "Sir, I'll bring you some water right away." After Huang Xiaoshan left, Huang Taisheng said something to Chen Ronghua, then turned and left. Looking at Huang Tiesheng's back, Chen Ronghua's heart moved slightly, and he reflected on the ancient book why Huang Taisheng was suddenly indifferent to him. There are still 2 points of energy left in the ancient book. He feels that this question should not be too difficult. He may be able to use the ancient book to get the answer immediately. It only takes 1 point. Sure enough, for a moment, Chen Ronghua's heart moved, and he spent a little energy to find out the truth from the ancient book. Several towns in the southern part of Baiwu Island have been plagued by underground insect infestations for several consecutive years. 2 strangely dressed fake warlocks have swindled money in this town in the name of solving the insect infestation, which has made Huang Taisheng wary of you. Is that so? Has Qiyu been affected? After learning the truth, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little dumbfounded. "I'm not a liar." Shaking his head, he regained his confidence. Then he walked a few steps forward to the fence gate of the vegetable garden, opened it, and walked in. "I don't know what the vegetables from this other world taste like." He did not dig up the worms immediately, but stretched out his left hand and curiously played with the yellow cabbage closest to him. Yellow cabbage looks similar to Chinese cabbage, rolled up in layers. If it weren't for the fact that many daylilies in the garden have withered leaves and look like they lack water, the garden full of daylilies would look pretty good. When my fingers touched the daylily leaves, they felt cold to the touch. Chen Ronghua shook his head and was about to take his hand away, but at this moment, the fingers of his left hand suddenly flashed an undetectable purple-gold color. Acquired attribute, Daylily's Vigor. As this purple-gold color flashed by, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. When he saw this message, he was stunned. Is this the special property that I extracted from the yellow heart cabbage with the ability I gained after my left hand mutated? A question came to Chen Ronghua's mind. But he knew in his heart that this answer was probably the truth of the matter. However, he didn't know what effect it would have after he used this ability to absorb the properties from other things, and what changes would happen to the things whose properties he absorbed. Thinking of this, he looked at the yellow heart cabbage that he had just touched. This yellow heart cabbage seemed to show some deadness immediately after being touched by him, and it looked even more decayed than before. With a flash of his eyes, he used the ancient book identification technique on it. The daylily that has been extracted from most of its vitality has a lifespan of 2 days. Sure enough, Chen Ronghua stared at the daylily in front of him, and for a moment he even forgot to check the insect's underground. Suddenly, Chen Ronghua had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and used the ancient book identification technique again. This time, the object of the appraisal was his left hand. Detailed information of the left god hand. Touching anything with the left hand has a chance to obtain attributes from it. The acquired attributes are under the absolute control of the host and can be integrated into other things. After integration, they can also be taken back again. After seeing the detailed information of his left hand, Chen Ronghwa's heart moved, and he subconsciously stretched out his left hand again and touched other yellow cabbages nearby. Daylilies vitality +1, daylilies vitality +2, one after another, messages appeared in Chen Ronghwa's mind. He found that his left hand was very powerful. Almost every time he touched the daylily, he could obtain this attribute from it. Of course, this may also be because the daylily is too low level. After touching the 6 nearby daylilies in succession and obtaining the vitality attributes of the 6 daylilies, Chen Rong stopped his fire hands, took a deep breath, and added all the vitality attributes of the 6 daylilies to a larger daylily. C7 became a spirit. Chen Ronghua stared closely at Huang Shicai, who had been given 6 of the vitality attributes of Huang Shicai. The ability of his left hand has nothing to do with ancient books. It is his own superpower. Chen Ronghua felt that no matter how old the earthlings were, they would all have fantasies about superpowers. Of course, he is no exception. Under his gaze, in just a moment, he felt that the yellow cabbage in front of him was a little more green, and some of the originally yellow leaves began to regain their green color. Mutation of yellow cabbage, acquired 6 foreign vitality attributes, superimposed with its own attributes, vitality +7. The new variety of daylilies can quickly absorb various nutrients and shorten the growth cycle to 1 month. It tastes more delicious and is more nutritious. The size of each yellow cabbage can reach twice its original size. At the same time, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and its strong vitality also allows it to quickly recover from injuries, and its instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster is stronger. Mutated yellow cabbage? New variety? What did I create? After identifying the properties of the mutated yellow cabbage through ancient books, Chen Ronghua took a deep breath. But then, he thought, recover the injury quickly? I wonder if its roots that were bitten by insects can recover quickly. If possible, I might be able to solve the trouble in Shaha village without using ancient books. As soon as the idea came to his mind, he looked for a few more yellow cabbages and touched them, and found 3 more vitality attributes of yellow cabbage. However, when Chen Ronghua planned to integrate these 3 attributes into the new variety of yellow cabbage in front of him, he encountered obstacles. He integrated 2 of the 3 attributes. When it comes to blending in with the third one, no matter what he does, he can't blend in. Ultimate yellow cabbage that has mutated to the extreme. Vibrant +9. It absorbs nutrients faster and can even rob some weak creatures of their vitality. The growth cycle is 20 days, and the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid evil is stronger. After maturity, there is a small chance of breaking through the bottleneck, breeding simple intelligence, and transforming into a weak spirit. However, due to its rich vitality, ultimate yellow cabbage is also prone to attracting pests. When he used ancient books to identify brand new yellow cabbage, Chen Ronghua suddenly opened his mouth in astonishment. At the same time, visible to the naked eye, the yellow cabbage, which originally had many yellow leaves, completely returned to green almost instantly. Even in a daze, Chen Ronghua seemed to see the yellow cabbage in front of him seem to move. Not good. Suddenly, Chen Ronghua realized that he had been careless. This vegetable garden does not belong to his family. He really shouldn't be testing his abilities here. Of course, he didn't expect that his left hand, which was so powerful, could actually have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. In such a short period of time, this yellow cabbage would undergo such a big change. Thinking like this, he squatted down and took back the attributes integrated into this yellow cabbage. Mr. Chen, have you discovered anything? But at this moment, Huang Taixing suddenly opened the door and walked out with a bowl of water. Chen Ronghua froze in place. The yellow cabbage in front of him had become abnormal. He estimated that even if he took back all the attributes integrated into it, he might not be able to return to its original decayed appearance in a short period of time. In other words, the anomaly of this yellow cabbage was almost destined to be discovered by Huang Taisheng. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath, calmed down the ups and downs of emotions in his heart, walked out of the vegetable garden, shook his head and said, "I haven't found anything yet." Huang Taisheng was not surprised, as if he had known such a result for a long time. He walked up to Chenronghua with a bowl of water, handed the water to Chenronghua, and said unintentionally, "This insect plague came out of nowhere, and even the warlocks in several nearby towns couldn't do anything about it. A few days ago, someone pretended to be a warlock and said he could handle this matter, but the result." At this point, Huang Taisheng paused, shook his head, and did not continue. "Warlock? Are there many warlocks nearby?" Hearing Huang Tiesheng's words, Chenronghua raised his eyebrows, put the hand holding the bowl to his mouth again, and asked Huang Taisheng curiously. As for the fake warlock that Huang Taisheng deliberately mentioned, he pretended not to have heard it at all. Huang Taisheng shook his head and said, "We don't have many villages with warlocks here, but almost every town has a few warlocks, but unfortunately, there are no warlocks who are good at dealing with insect disasters." "That's it." Chenronghua nodded and picked up the water bowl in his hand again. At the same time, for the sake of caution, before drinking the water, he also used an ancient book to identify the water in the bowl. Contaminated well water. Long-term exposure to radiation from some source of distortion causes the well water to contain trace amounts of radiation energy. Long-term drinking can cause changes in body functions and deformation. Being radiated by some source of distortion for a long time? Physical changes? Chenronghua's expression suddenly froze. Using ancient books to identify the water in the bowl was just a temporary idea on his part. He never thought that such a message would be hidden in this ordinary well water. Good. He started drinking water from the bowl. Ancient books determined that drinking this water for a long time would cause the body to deform, so he was not worried if he only drank this bowl. But while drinking water, he watched Huang Taisheng, wanting to see if Huang Taisheng knew about this. Huang Taisheng didn't notice Chenronghua observing him. When he saw Chenronghua drinking water, he sighed, turned his rickety body, and came to the vegetable garden, intending to close the garden door opened by Chenronghua. Crack! Just when he closed the fence of the vegetable garden halfway, his eyes suddenly focused on the yellow heart cabbage that Chenronghua had just integrated with a lot of the vitality of the yellow heart cabbage. How is this possible? He knows the vegetables he planted himself. He remembered clearly that the yellow heart cabbage in the whole yard was definitely in the same state before this, and it looked dilapidated. But at this moment, he actually saw a green and vibrant yellow heart cabbage among a pile of dilapidated yellow heart cabbages. He was sure that before this, or before Chenronghua came here, there was definitely no such yellow heart cabbage in his vegetable garden. Could it be? Clang! And just when Huang Tiesheng's eyes fell on the yellow heart cabbage that had been motionless, as if it had become a spirit, suddenly pulled out strips of earthy yellow roots covered with mud from the ground. As its roots were pulled out, it was immediately seen that many of its roots were covered with one or even several white-fleshed worms with ferocious shapes and pure black lines. Some of those white-fleshed worms were still struggling, and even opened their big mouths with sharp teeth to bite the roots of the yellow heart cabbage, but it didn't take long before their bodies quickly shrank, as if they had been robbed of all their vitality by the roots of the yellow heart cabbage. After all the roots were pulled out from the ground, the yellow heart cabbage actually used the roots as legs and moved half a meter away before finding a new place to root the roots into the ground. The seedlings need everyone's care. Many great gods opened books at the same time, but I still hope to rush forward at. See 8 types of warlocks this thing, can't it really be a spirit? Looking at the yellow heart cabbage in the vegetable garden that showed a somewhat ferocious posture, Chenronhua's hand holding the water bowl trembled, and he almost dropped the gray ceramic water bowl on the ground. Even though he already knew that there were cultivators and gods in this world, he was still shocked when he saw that the yellow heart cabbage seemed to be alive, able to walk with roots, and even kill the insects that bit it with roots, plundering their vitality. Glancing at his left hand, he took a deep breath. The ancient book named his left hand as the left divine hand, and now it seems that this hand of his can really be called a divine hand. Thinking of this in his heart, he seemed to be very thirsty, as if he had not seen the scene in the vegetable garden. He put the water bowl on the water again and drank it again. Pa! Suddenly, Huang Taisheng lost control and grabbed the fence door with too much force. With his skinny hands, he broke a piece of wood as thick as his arm into 2 pieces. A crisp sound rang out, and Huang Taisheng suddenly woke up when he felt something strange in his hand. Then he suddenly turned around and looked at Chenronghua with surprise, hesitation, disbelief, and excitement. Fairy, spirit. But at this moment, a panicked voice suddenly sounded from outside the yard. Huang Taisheng looked up, and Chenronghua also put down the water bowl slowly and looked back, and found that Huang Shashan had stopped at the gate of the yard with the treasure bow. There were many gaps in the wooden fence of the vegetable garden. Huang Shashan had just seen the scene of the yellow heart cabbage walking with its roots and killing countless insects through those gaps. At this time, his face was pale, and he had completely lost the domineering arrogance of a bare child when he first met Chenronghua. but compared to Huang Xiaoshan's nervousness. Although Chen Ronghua acted calm, he was also very nervous. Because he had no idea what Huang Taisheng would do to him after he found out that the yellow heart cabbage was different. He really couldn't help but care about this old man who could break a piece of wood as thick as his arm into two pieces with just a little effort. Strength! Chen Ronghua sighed in his heart, and then his eyes fell on the yellow wooden bow in Huang Xiaoshan's hand. He had the qualifications of a warrior, but they were not good. So the fastest way to gain the ability to protect himself was to get the warlock certificate in the yellow wooden bow and become a warlock. Thinking of this, he suddenly used an identification spell on Huang Xiaoshan, who was holding the yellow wooden bow. Huang Xiaoshan, age, 6 years old, warrior qualifications, 3 possess the qualifications to become a sky warrior. Warlock qualifications. For note, warlocks are divided into many types. There are iron sorcerers, fire sorcerers, ice sorcerers, wood sorcerers, earth sorcerers, and ghost sorcerers, demon sorcerers, insect sorcerers, and blood sorcerers. When Chen Ronghua saw Huang Xiaoshan's information and some annotations on sorcerers in the ancient book, his expression was stunned. According to the previous explanation of the ancient book, 3 points of martial arts qualifications have the hope of becoming a sky warrior, and 4 points of sorcerer qualifications are even more qualified to become a peak sorcerer in the transcendent realm. Is the qualification of this mud monkey so high? One thought after another flashed through Chen Ronghua's mind, making him take a deep breath. If there is no assistance from the ancient book, just looking at the qualifications, his future achievements will probably not be as good as Huang Xiaoshan's child. But he was not jealous. Qualification is something innate, and it is useless for him to be jealous. Xiaoshan! Huang Taisheng scolded Huang Xiaoshan, then he turned his head, looked at Chen Ronghua, and asked carefully, "Is Master Chen a wood sorcerer? Did you use a method similar to the art of inducing labor to make this yellow heart cabbage?" Looking at Chen Ronghua, his eyes were full of hope. None of the sorcerers in the nearby towns was a wood sorcerer. Wood sorcerers are best at controlling plants. If Chen Ronghua is really a wood sorcerer, then maybe he can really solve the insect plague here. Just like the yellow heart cabbage in front of him. A single yellow heart cabbage is useless, but if Chen Ronghua makes more of this thing, let alone anything else, just using this thing as a labor force to catch underground plague insects will play an extremely huge role. Wood sorcerer? Hearing Huang Taisheng say this, Chen Ronghua's heart suddenly moved, knowing that Huang Taisheng had misunderstood something. At the same time, he also knew why Huang Taisheng became respectful to him again. However, he glanced at the yellow heart cabbage in the vegetable garden and shook his head secretly. If he produced a large number of such yellow heart cabbages, he might really be able to solve the insect plague here. But he couldn't do that. Or at least, he couldn't do that before he became a formal warlock. Because if he didn't have the ability to protect himself, once people knew that he, an ordinary human, could actually produce a large number of things like the yellow heart cabbage in the vegetable garden, he would definitely get danger and trouble in the end, not benefits. Thinking of this, he bypassed Huang Taisheng, walked into the vegetable garden, came to the yellow heart cabbage that had taken root again, bent down, and took back all the attributes that he had integrated into it. As he took back these attributes, the color of the yellow heart cabbage suddenly darkened a little. Although the leaves did not turn yellow, it was obvious that its state was completely different from before. After doing all this, he walked out of the vegetable garden and shook his head to Huang Taisheng, saying, "My method cannot be used frequently. It cannot fight such a large-scale insect plague. If the village chief wants to solve the insect plague, he has to think of other ways." Then he handed the bowl of water in his hand to Huang Taisheng, saying, "Thank you for the water, but the village chief said before that Baiwu City is hundreds of miles away from here. I wonder if you can tell me in which direction it is. Mr. Chen is leaving now?" Hearing Chen Ronghua say this, Huang Taisheng was immediately anxious. Although Chen Ronghua had already made it clear that his magic could not solve such a large-scale insect plague, he still held a glimmer of hope, hoping that Chen Ronghua could stay temporarily and help them think of other ways. He was cold to Chen Ronghua before because he regarded Chen Ronghua as a liar. But now, even if Chen Ronghua himself did not admit it, he had already regarded him as a real sorcerer. "I don't have anywhere to go now." Chen Ronghua shook his head and said, "But since Baiwu City is the only city on this island, it might be a good place to go." He began to set a trap. Compared to staying here on his own initiative, he hoped that he would be begged to stay here. Because only in this way can he enjoy better treatment and get more information. He came to this world 300 years in advance in order to become stronger, and to return to Earth after becoming stronger to protect his family. With this purpose in mind, he naturally didn't mind using some means. C9 Chen Ronhua's mind. If you want to go to White Mist City, you need to go all the way north. Huang Taisheng said, But it's almost evening now. Why don't you stay in Xiaha village first and leave tomorrow? He really wanted to keep Shenronghua, but he knew that a warlock like Shenronghua could not be persuaded by him in just a few words. So I thought about it slowly and left Shenronghua in Xiaha village for the night. Only with enough time can he come up with a solution. After hearing Huang Tiexing's words, Shenronghua looked at the sky. Judging from the sky color at this time, if replaced by the earth and stars, it would be about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would indeed be evening. It doesn't matter at night. Shenronghua smiled and rejected Huang Tiexing's proposal, and from here all the way north, you should also encounter other villages and towns, right? Then I will just find a place and rest for the night. This, hearing what Shenronghua said, Huang Tiexing didn't know what to say for a moment. Although he is the head of a village, he is not very good at hiding his emotions, nor is he very eloquent. Just like when he guessed that Shenronghua was a fake warlock before, he immediately became cold towards Shenronghua. You won't give up the idea of keeping me here so soon, will you? Or is it that my rejection just now was a little too straightforward? Seeing that Huang Taishan was silent and did not continue to persuade him, Shenronghua raised his eyebrows. He shook his head secretly and asked again, by the way, before leaving, Village Chief Huang, can you tell me who are the strong men in your area? I am new here, so if I encounter these powerful people, I might as well know it well. The reason for asking about this is because he will stay in Xiaha village and will probably come into contact with powerful people near Xiaha village in the future, so these are things that he must know sooner or later. And he can also learn more about cultivation knowledge by understanding these powerful people. For example, can warriors and warlocks practice at the same time? His warrior qualifications were indeed not good, but after seeing the ability of his left hand, he suddenly thought whether he could use other people's qualifications for himself. At the same time, he could also give Huang Taixing more time by asking these questions so that Huang Taixing could think of a way to retain him. This is a stealthy way of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. His father runs a company, and he has his own methods, which he has been influenced by since he was a child. Seeing that Shenronghua did not leave immediately, Huang Taixing breathed a sigh of relief and followed him and replied, there are not many strong men near our Xiaha village. It seems that our villages with a population of several hundred generally only have a dozen formal warriors. There are almost no earth warriors or sorcerers. Only a few nearby larger towns have a few earth warriors and warlocks. The strongest among these people is the Lord of Hongsha Town in the west, a mid-level warlock in the mortal transformation realm. In addition, there is the Lord of Lushuiwen Town, which our Xiaha village is attached to. He is not only an earth warrior, but also a junior metamorphosis realm warlock. It seems that the status of warlocks is indeed very high in the world of gods, and warlocks can also practice together with warriors. Also, I probably misunderstood before. An earth warrior can become the leader of a town while working part-time as a junior sorcerer in the mortal transformation realm. It seems that the earth warrior is by no means an ordinary thing as I first thought. After listening to Huang Tiexing's story, Shenronghua's heart moved. The initial level of sorcerers in the mortal transformation realm are only about the same as formal warriors in terms of strength, but in Huang Tiexing's words, they are put together with earth warriors. But, Shenronghua glanced at Huang Taixing. If it weren't for the appraisal of ancient books, he would not have known that the skinny old man in front of him was an earth warrior who could compete with the lords of Hongsha Town and Greenwater Bay Town in terms of strength. An earth warrior actually lives in such a dilapidated village. Shenronghua shook his head and didn't think much about it for the time being. I wonder which direction Greenwater Bay Town is. With these thoughts in mind, Shenronghua asked again calmly. Greenwater Bay Town is in the east direction. Huang Taixing pointed. That's it. Shenronghua made a look of understanding and continued. So if I go all the way north towards Baiwu City, I probably won't be able to meet these people. In this case, I will take my leave now. Village Chief Huang, thank you again for your hospitality this time. He bowed his hands to Huang Taixing, then turned around and walked straight out of the yard. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He had been waiting for Huang Taixing to open his mouth and try to persuade him to stay. After such a long time, he felt that Huang Taixing should have thought about it. Leaving now? But when Huang Taixing saw Shenronghua finish his words, he turned around and left. He suddenly felt anxious. There really weren't many twists and turns in his head. For such a long time, Shenronghua asked him questions, and he really only focused on answering them. I haven't figured out how to retain Shenronghua at all. 5 steps, 6 steps. Are all village chiefs in this world at this level? A freshly graduated college student like me doesn't have as clear a mind as me, or was it just a matter of words that this old man tried to retain him before? Shenronghua's face gradually turned dark. Fortunately, he had a backup plan in mind. Otherwise, this time, he might fall into his opponent's stupidity. Taking a deep breath, Chen Rongwo walked to the door step by step. Walking up to Huang Xiaoshan, who was still glancing at the yellow heart cabbage in the vegetable garden from time to time. When he reached Huang Xiaoshan, he reached out and touched Huang Xiaoshan's little head and said, "Little guy, don't look, the yellow heart cabbage has already, et." Halfway through his words, he suddenly uttered a light "ha." Then he turned his head abruptly, his eyes fell on Huang Taisheng, who followed him out of the yard, and he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Village Chief Huang, this little guy has good qualifications?" Hearing what Chen Rongwa said, the wrinkles on Huang Tiesheng's face suddenly piled up together, and he smiled and said, "Xiaoshan's qualifications are indeed good. I touched his bones. His martial arts qualifications are better than mine. Is there hope that he can become an earth warrior in the future? Just an earth warrior?" Chen Rongwa shook his head, then glanced at Huang Taisheng and said, "What about his sorcerer qualifications? Warlock qualifications?" Huang Taisheng opened his eyes suddenly, and asked in disbelief and expectation, "Young master, you said that Xiaoshan has the qualifications to become a sorcerer?" Chen Rongwa shook his head and said nothing. But his palm kept touching Huang Xiaoshan's little head back and forth, and he didn't take it away. Seeing Chen Rongwa's unhurried look, Huang Taisheng was anxious for a while, and he said, "A small mountain village like ours can't detect the qualifications of a sorcerer at all. I heard that only some strong people in Baiwu City have such means. If you have such ability, please show me your favor. I am an old man with no ability, but as long as you have any instructions, I will never refuse." It seems that this world can detect whether a person has the qualifications of a sorcerer. Hearing Huang Taisheng say this, Chen Rongwa took his hand away from Huang Xiaoshan's little head. If Huang Taisheng didn't say that there were other people who could detect the qualifications of a sorcerer, he would never show such means. But since other people can do it, he has nothing to worry about. After taking his hand away from the confused Huang Xiaoshan, Chen Rongwa said, "Xiaoshan does have the qualifications of a sorcerer, and it seems to be quite good. If it was before, I would have been reluctant to accept a talented person like Xiaoshan as my apprentice, but now," he suddenly showed a trace of entanglement on his face. It seemed that he was wavering between leaving here for Baiwu City, or staying to accept Huang Xiaoshan as his apprentice. Of course, this was just for Huang Taisheng to see. Huang Xiaoshan's qualifications were not bad, and he had a plan when he first sought his qualifications with the ancient book. Such a child with excellent qualifications and only 6 years old, if trained well, would definitely be a great help to him in this world. In addition, once he accepted Huang Xiaoshan, he could naturally stay in Xiaha village as Huang Xiaoshan's master. When he wanted to borrow the yellow wooden bow in Huang Xiaoshan's hand to play with for a few days, it would be a natural thing. And with the ancient book, he didn't have to worry about misleading his students. But just like before, a free melon is not sweet, and Huang Taisheng has to ask for help in this matter. "See, Tenstei Xiaoshan has quite a lot of warlock qualifications?" Hearing what Chen Rongwa said, Huang Tiesheng's cloudy eyes suddenly showed a trace of fiery color. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you very much," he thanked Chen Rongwa repeatedly. This is what he has been doing all his life, and it is difficult for him to achieve great things. But he didn't want his grandson to be like him and stay in Xiaha village all his life. Warlocks have a very high status in the world of gods because of their special abilities and rarity. Even a newly awakened elementary sorcerer of the mortal transformation realm can be comparable to an earth warrior in terms of status. It's just that not one person in 100 people has the qualifications of a warlock. At the same time, if a person with sorcerer qualifications is not detected in advance and does not receive professional guidance, he may not be able to awaken for the rest of his life, and is no different from ordinary people. Thinking that Huang Xiaoshan had considerable sorcerer qualifications, he immediately made up his mind that Huang Xiaoshan's qualifications would never be buried. Then he thought about what Chen Rongwa mentioned about wanting to take Huang Xiaoshan as his disciple, but because of the conflict with rushing to Baiwu City, his heart suddenly moved, and he said cruelly, "Mr. Chen, since Xiaoshan has good qualifications, let him follow. How about being by your side? You can take him to Baiwu City together, and when he grows up, he can also serve you." "Grandpa, I don't want to go to Baiwu City, I don't want to leave you." Huang Xiaoshan on the side suddenly turned pale when he heard what Huang Taisheng said, and he hurriedly grabbed Huang Tiesheng's clothes. "Good boy, Xiaoshan." Huang Taisheng touched Huang Xiaoshan's head. Entrusting Huang Xiaoshan to a stranger he had just met, Huang Taisheng felt like he was going crazy. But thinking that Chen Rongwa could directly see Huang Xiaoshan's qualifications, he was definitely a more powerful warlock than the lord of Hongsha town. Such warlocks are rare even in Baiwu City. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, he may never have such an opportunity again. "What? Just hearing Huang Tiexing's words, Chen Ronghua was stunned for a while. According to his calculations, this was not how the script was performed. How could a 6-year-old child be left to him with confidence? He took a deep breath, waved his hands and said, "This is inappropriate. When I accept disciples, I not only look at their qualifications, but also their character. A child who has been separated from his parents since he was a child can easily develop character defects, which is not what I want." Huang Tiexing's expression froze when he heard this, extremely disappointed. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said to Chen Ronghua, "No matter what, this time, hey." Suddenly, in the middle of Huang Tiexing's words, Chen Ronghua sighed suddenly, thinking about Huang Tiexing's words, "Forget it, such a good talent cannot be wasted. Anyway, I have nowhere to go now. Next just stay in Xiahe village for a while." To put it bluntly, there was nothing he could do. However, after the previous preparations, it was a matter of course for him to propose staying in Xiahe village. Staying like this is definitely much better than being shameless and taking the initiative to stay. Hearing what Chen Ronghua said, Huang Taisheng was suddenly shocked, as if he was hit by a huge surprise. "Thank you very much, sir, for your kindness." He suddenly bent down and bowed deeply to Chen Ronghua. Chen Ronghua stretched out his hand to stop him. But when he reached halfway, he stopped again. The scene where Huang Taisheng unconsciously broke off a piece of wood as thick as an arm with one hand was still vivid in his mind. He didn't think Huang Taisheng dared to break his own hand. But if he stopped Huang Taisheng from bowing and was unable to stop him, then all his previous performances would be revealed. After Huang Taisheng finished bowing, Chen Ronghua glanced at his side and seemed to finally understand something. Huang Xiaoshan, who looked surprised, moved in his heart and looked at Huang Taisheng and said, "Village Chief Huang, can Xiaoshan read?" Huang Taisheng suddenly showed embarrassment when he heard this. "Sir, in a small village like ours, almost no one is literate." "That's good." Hearing what Huang Taisheng said, Chen Ronghua was immediately relieved. When he landed in space, with the blessing of the gods, he mastered the common language and writing of this world, so he was really worried that everyone in this world would be able to read and write. Then he looked at Huang Taisheng and said, "I said before that when I accept a disciple, I look first at qualifications and secondly at character. Therefore, if I accept Huang Xiaoshan as my disciple, I will not teach him about warlocks in a short period of time. Instead, I will teach him how to read and write first. When he is satisfied with me, I will teach him about warlocks." He wanted to teach Huang Xiaoshan about the sorcerer's knowledge, and he could only do so by asking ancient books. But now his strength is too weak, and the ancient books are slow to accumulate energy, and he cannot be wasted, so he must first find a way to cover it up. Teaching literacy and writing and testing character are undoubtedly the best ways to delay time. No one can find fault with this kind of thing. It's natural. Huang Taisheng agreed. Xiaoshan defeated the young master as his teacher. From now on, everything will be decided by the young master. Whether he beats or scolds me, I will never say a word. Huang Xiaoshan on the side suddenly turned pale when he heard this. Chen Ronghua glanced at Huang Xiaoshan, touched his little head and said, "Don't worry, I never beat children, and if you become my disciple, you will be able to become a powerful warlock who can subdue demons." He wasn't lying. In his view, educating children by beating and scolding them is definitely the worst way. Children have pure minds. If adults are patient and willing to spend time educating them, they can definitely be educated well. "Really? Can I also create a goblin like you just did?" Huang Xiaoshan's eyes showed pure yearning. "It depends on whether you will listen to me and learn from me seriously in the future." Chen Ronghua smiled slightly. "I will definitely listen." Huang Xiaoshan nodded quickly with a face full of hope. "Then from now on, you have to call me master." "Yes, master." Huang Xiaoshan shouted excitedly. At this time, Huang Taisheng suddenly interrupted. "Sir, I don't know the apprenticeship ceremony, let's skip these time-consuming rituals." Chen Ronghua waved his hand. He didn't come to this world to waste time. And who knows the custom of holding a master-apprentice banquet here, whether the master needs to give the apprentice a gift, and if so, where can he get a suitable gift? Huang Taisheng was stunned. In this world, the apprentice's family has to prepare a master-apprentice ceremony. However, he then thought that with Chen Ronghua's strength, he probably wouldn't care about his family's wealth, so he didn't say much. "Thank you for your noble character." Huang Taisheng bowed to Chen Ronghua again, and then said, "If you don't mind, you can rest in my house first. There are spare houses in the village, I will find someone to help you clean up one." "No need to rest, I just came here, let Xiaoshan take me around the village." Chen Ronghua shook his head, and then said, "By the way, this treasure bow of your Huang family was made by a powerful warlock. The practical value is indeed not high, but it has some reference value. I wonder if you can give it to me and let me play with it for a while." To take the warlock certificate out of this bow, you need to use all your strength to draw the bow 10,000 times. If he wants to do this in a short time, it will definitely make people notice the abnormality, so it is better to say it openly. Of course, the matter about the warlock certificate cannot be said in any case. If you like it, don't forget to collect and vote for it at C11 Demon. Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Huang Tiexing's heart moved and he said, "This bow cannot be destroyed even with my strength. It is indeed a rare treasure. However, the power of this bow is too small. When it reaches the warrior level and above, it is just like a toy and has no use. Since this bow is useful to the young master, I will give it to the young master." Huang Xiaoshan on the side thought that he would soon learn the way of a warlock from Chen Ronghua, and he was not too reluctant to give up. After Huang Tiexing's words, he directly handed the wooden bow in his hand to Chen Ronghua and said, "Master, here, this is mine. It's an apprenticeship ceremony." Chen Ronghua pondered for a moment, and after taking the Huangmu bow, he touched Huang Xiaoshan's head and said, "In that case, I will accept your apprenticeship ceremony. Then tomorrow, I will start teaching you to read and write." Rice rises and rice grudges fight rice and hatred. Giving favors without asking for anything in return is not a good thing. If he wants to take Huang Xiaoshan as his disciple, the first thing he needs to teach him is how to behave as a human being. Otherwise, even if he cultivates Huang Xiaoshan to be extremely powerful, if he can't use it for himself, what's the use? Then he turned his head, looked at Huang Taisheng and said, "Village Chief Huang, since the matter has been decided, I will let Xiaoshan take me to get familiar with Hetsuan. At the same time, our masters and disciples also get to know each other. No matter what you say, Huang Taisheng is still an adult." Even if it was easier to fool him, Chen Ronghua would not be able to ask him some common sense about the world of gods. But Huang Xiaoshan is different, and a 6-year-old child already knows a lot of things. Seeing Chen Ronghua accept the yellow wooden bow, Huang Taisheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, let Xiaoshan accompany the young master for a walk. I will have someone clean up a house for the young master first." Chen Ronghua agreed to stay, so he naturally wanted to find a good place for Chen Ronghua to live. After speaking, he told Huang Xiaoshan a few words and asked Huang Xiaoshan to listen to Chen Ronghua's words, then said goodbye to Chen Ronghua and left. Huang Taisheng left, and Huang Xiaoshan began to take Chen Ronghua around in Xiahe village. "Xiaoshan, do you know how big Lushuiwen town is and how many villages it has under its command?" Xiahe village is located downstream of a large river that flows diagonally from the swamp where Chen Ronghua came from. The terrain here is flat, except for a few low hills behind the village. Chen Ronghua asked while walking around Xiahe village with Huang Xiaoshan. "Lushuiwen town is very big. Grandpa and I have been there once. It's a long way to go. There are many villages there than ours." Huang Xiaoshan looked a little excited and waved his little hand. "Except for our village of Xiahe, there are many villages on the river. There is also Shanghe village, and there is Giant Crocodile village below. I heard from my grandfather that a man-eating giant crocodile once appeared in the Giant Crocodile village, and it ate a lot of people. It was scary." "Really? How scary is it?" Chen Ronghua asked with a smile. "That was a big monster. My grandfather said that after the big guy died, his skeleton was as big as a house. It is still on display at the entrance of Giant Crocodile village." Huang Xiaoshan opened his two small hands and gestured vigorously. Chen Ronghua's eyes suddenly shrank. He originally thought this was Huang Tiexing's trick to tease the children, but now it seems that this matter may actually be possible. At the same time, he truly realized once again that he had come to a different world. Then he looked at the yellow wood bow in his hand. The warlock certificate left by the ancestors of the Huang family is hidden in this bow. Next, he must take it out quickly to become a true warlock as soon as possible and gain the power to protect himself. Huang Xiaoshan continued to talk to Chen Ronghua. "To the west of our village, in the direction of Hongsha town, is Hongyu village, and to the north is Qingyin village. As for the rest, I don't know." "That's it. Do you know how many people there are in your village? How many households are there?" Huang Xiaoshan frowned and clapped his fingers and said, "Let me count them first. In our village, there is Zhao Dachong's family, Lier's family," and, seeing Huang Xiaoshan counting his fingers seriously, Chen Ronghua suddenly touched his forehead. "Oh, master, how many did I just count?" "Counting to 6. How many fingers does 6 have? It seems that I am quite qualified as a master." Chen Ronghua took a deep breath. Then he changed the topic with a few words and continued to ask, "You just said that there are legends of monsters in Giant Crocodile village. What about other villages?" "There are other villages too." Huang Xiaoshan said, "My grandfather said that there was a ghost in Shanghe village 3 years ago, and there would be ghosts knocking on the door at night. Anyone who opens the door will be sucked away by the ghost. No matter how young a person is who has been sucked into Yangshuo, he will soon become gray-haired. But I hope that ghost comes to me, so that I can be an adult like Grandpa. Chen Ronghua's hair stood up on hearing this. He automatically filtered out the second half of Huang Xiaoshan's sentence and asked, what happened next? Later, people in Shangha village kept their doors closed at night. No matter who knocked, they would not open the door. The ghost never appeared again. Huang Xiaoshan shook his head with regret, as if he felt sorry for not seeing the ghost. Then he added, there is also Red Fish Village. There is a small lake next to Red Fish Village. I heard that there is a Red Carp King in that small lake. People in the Red Fish Village must worship the Red Carp King every year, otherwise the Red Carp King will not allow them to fish in the lake. Hearing the weird and bizarre stories coming out of Huang Xiaoshenku, Chen Ronghua's heart became more and more solemn. At this point, how could he not know the horror of this world? What about your Shaha village? There shouldn't be any demons in Shaha village, right? Chen Ronghua asked again. He thought of Huang Tiexing's cultivation. With Huang Tiexing's strength as a warrior, the probability of demons appearing in Shaha village should not be high. No, Huang Xiaoshan nodded. It's good that there are no demons. Chen Ronghua was relieved when he heard this. He had just come to this world and didn't have the strength to protect himself, so he didn't want to encounter those weird things. But that was in the past. Huang Xiaoshan shook his head again after nodding. Chen Ronghua's expression suddenly froze. Huang Xiaoshan continued, since half a month ago, the dried salted fish drying in every household in our village began to disappear in large quantities. Even though all the warriors in the village were on patrol, they did not find out who the thief was. Grandpa said that this must have been done by a demon. Fortunately, this demon seems to only eat dried salted fish and has no ill will towards the villagers. But no matter whether the demon has ill will or not, with you, master, there is no need to worry in the future. Huang Xiaoshan glanced at Chen Ronghua, as if he had found a backer, with admiration in his eyes. But he did not realize that after he finished speaking, Chen Ronghua's face had begun to turn pale. Strength. He tightly grasped the yellow wooden bow in his hand. I plan to start working hard after returning and get the Warlock certificate out as soon as possible. Are there any recommendation votes #Yuan at #Yuan? C12 experiment. Most of the people in Shaha village have gone to hunt and pick mushrooms in the mountains dozens of miles away, but there are still some old people and a few young people who stay in the village. Chen Ronghua was dressed in a strange costume and was very eye-catching when walking around the village with Huang Xiaoshan. As some people asked and the news spread from Huang Tiexing's mouth, everyone in the village gradually came to know that he was a powerful warlock and that he had accepted Huang Xiaoshan as his disciple. Chen Ronghua has no interest in being a monkey being watched. He asked Huang Xiaoshan to take him to the edge of the village. Walking on the country road, looking at the withered hay under his feet, he sighed again, plagued by insects, demons, ghosts. Compared with ordinary people in this world, the people of Earth Star, I don't know how much happier I am. But 300 years later, the two worlds merged. What will happen once the monsters in this world enter the Earth Star? He squatted down on the roadside, stretched out his hand, and stroked a completely dead grass with fluffy needle-like grass hair. July grass, formerly July grass. July grass is an annual herb with succulent and soft stems that are loved by herbivores. The dead July grass will wither after 2 months outside and cannot be stored for a long time. Touching the dead July grass, Chen Ronghua had an idea and integrated the vital properties of yellow cabbage he had taken into the grass. However, he only integrated one attribute, and was hindered when he integrated the second one. Mutated July grass, it can absorb a small amount of energy in the air and can be preserved for a long time. It seems that the ability of my left hand has its limits and cannot be used to bring the dead back to life. But maybe I chose the wrong attribute. After using ancient books to identify the July withered grass with new attributes, Chen Ronghua felt something in his heart. Thinking like this, he once again had his imagination flowing. After taking back the attributes in the July dead grass, he touched a stone on the ground with his left hand. This time, he still only integrated one attribute into the stone, and could not integrate the second one. Mutated white sandstone, it can absorb trace amounts of energy from the air every day. After tens of thousands of years, it has a chance to turn into low-quality spiritual stone. Master, is there anything special about this stone? Huang Xiaoshan on the side looked at the white stones Chen Ronghua was playing with and asked curiously. Yes. In tens of thousands of years, this thing will be a treasure. You can keep it. Chen Ronghua casually put the stone into Huang Xiaoshan's hand. Really? Huang Xiaoshan immediately grabbed the stone in his hand like a treasure. Chen Ronghua nodded, and his eyes suddenly lit up, landing on a grasshopper-like insect that jumped out of nowhere. Rather than integrating the properties of yellow cabbage into other plants or dead objects, what he wanted to experiment more with was whether it could be integrated into animals, or even himself. It's just that although he had such an idea, he didn't dare to act rashly to prevent accidents. Greenhead grasshopper. The hind limbs are powerful, good at jumping, can fly, rich in nutrients, and edible. Snap. After identifying the grasshopper, Chen Rong waved his hand and grabbed it with lightning speed. This thing is a treasure for experimentation. 1, 2, 3. After catching the greenhead grasshopper, Chen Ronghua incorporated 4 of the vital attributes of yellow cabbage into the grasshopper before he encountered obstacles. Mutated greenhead grasshopper. Yellow cabbage's vitality +4, enhanced activity, enhanced recovery power, enhanced digestive capacity, strength and size can increase over time, and the strength can reach the limit after a month, becoming a mature body. Mutated. The greenhead grasshopper has a slightly longer lifespan, is more nutritious, and is edible. Each thing has a different number of attributes that can be integrated into it. This should be a matter of matching. At the same time, if the same attribute is integrated into different things, the performance will be slightly different. After this experiment, Chen Ronghua suddenly had a judgment in his mind. The ability of his left hand, like the ancient books, is his important trump card in this world, and he must study it thoroughly. Master, what are you doing catching grasshoppers? Eat? Can this thing be eaten too? Huang Xiaoshan opened his mouth wide. Chen Ronghua said lightly, you can eat it grilled or fried. If you eat it with salt and pepper, it will be fragrant and salty, which is a rare delicacy. Although he didn't understand much, Huang Xiaoshan was still shocked by Chen Ronghua when he heard this. By this time it was getting dark. Seeing that Chen Ronghua couldn't get anything more out of Huang Xiaoshan's mouth, he thought about what Huang Xiaoshan mentioned before, that the demon that appeared in Xiahe village came out every night to steal dried salted fish to eat. He stood up and said, okay, I'm tired after such a long time, we'll go back now. Huang Xiaoshan nodded, then looked up at the mountains dozens of miles away. What, do you miss your parents? Chen Ronghua smiled. No, I'm thinking about my uncle. My parents went there 2 years ago and never came back. Chen Ronghua was startled. His eyes fell on Huang Xiaoshan's face, which was not very sad, with some pity. Don't worry, your uncle will be back soon. He shook his head slightly, and then thought of the information he got when he identified Huang Taisheng. Huang Taisheng only had 1 year left to live due to hidden injuries to his body. He is just such a young child. He reached out and touched Huang Xiaoshan's head. On the way back to the village, Chen Ronghua ran into Huang Taisheng, who came here to look for him. Mr. Chen, I have asked someone to clean up your room for you. Go and see if you are satisfied. In addition, it is time for dinner. There is not much food in the village. There are only some bacon and a few herrings just caught from the river. I can only wrong you. Huang Taisheng hunched over, with wrinkles on his face, but he was smiling. Okay. Chen Ronghua nodded and walked into the village with Huang Taisheng. In the evening, a bonfire was lit in the village. Huang Taisheng gathered all the people in the village, and a group of people gathered around the bonfire and had a barbecue feast. The children who practiced martial arts during the day were extremely excited and ran around the bonfire, which seemed very lively. However, Chen Ronghua was not used to such an atmosphere and only ate some bacon and rice. As for the newly caught black carps, he didn't touch them at all. Ever since he heard Huang Xiaoshan say that there were demons in Xiahe village recently, and that the demons were specifically targeting dried salted fish, he was a little scared of fish and kept his distance from them. However, after a barbecue feast, Chen Ronghua also got to know the people who stayed in the village, so he was no longer completely in the dark like before. When everything was over, the sky had completely darkened, and only a silver-white full moon, much larger than the earth, hung in the sky, showing some light. Accompanied by Huang Taisheng and several other villagers, Chen Ronghua walked to his home in this world, a mud house with an independent yard. Sir, Huang whose home is next to you. If you have any questions, just call him. Huang Taisheng pointed to a big man next to him and said. This big man named Huang, who was the one who taught the group of children to practice martial arts on the playground when Chen Ronghua came before. Okay, I got it. You all go back first. And Xiaoshan, don't forget to come to my place tomorrow morning to learn how to read and write. The same goes for other children in the village. If you want to learn, you can come as well. Chen Ronghua nodded. Then he glanced at the yellow wooden bow in his hand. He was afraid that he would be busy tonight. C13 meow meow. When Chen Ronghua stood at the gate of the courtyard and said goodbye to Huang Taisheng and others, with a meow, a tabby cat with fur the same color as tiger skin jumped over the wooden fence and ran straight to Chen Ronghua's house. Seeing this scene, Huang Taisheng explained to Chen Ronghua awkwardly, this house originally belonged to a family named Tian in our Xiaha village. That family moved to Hongyu village a year ago, and the house became vacant. This tabby cat belongs to their family, but these days people don't have enough to eat, let alone keep a cat. I hadn't seen this cat for a while, and I thought it was dead, but when I was cleaning the room, I discovered that it was still here.
It's okay. Chen Ronghua said nonchalantly, it's just a cat.
If it wants to live here, it can live here.
I quite like these little animals.
That's good. Huang Taisheng breathed a sigh of relief, and then he and several others said goodbye to Chen Ronghua and left.
Goodbye, master. Huang Shashan waved to Chen Ronghua.
Well, bye.
Chen Ronghua smiled gently.
After a few people left, he grabbed the yellow wooden bow, walked slowly to the yard, opened the door, and walked in.
This is an ordinary mud house.
The ground is not paved with bricks or stones, just ordinary black soil, which is not very smooth. The outer room is equipped with a stove for cooking, and connected to the outer room are 2 rooms of about the same size. There is an earthen Kong in each room, as well as 2 cupboards, wooden stools, and tables.
But other than that, there's nothing else.
After entering the house, Chen Ronghua's eyes fell on several irregular red stones placed next to the lampstand. Red flint, rubbing against each other, can ignite short-lived flames. Before finishing the meal, he came to this room to see it, so he was somewhat familiar with it. He walked to the lampstand, picked up the 2 pieces of red flint on the side, put them together and rubbed them lightly. In an instant, a wisp of flame was generated between the 2 pieces of red flint. The flame was generated extremely fast, which startled Chen Ronghua.
However, he reacted quickly, put the flint in front of the oil lamp, and lit the wick.
A larger flame formed, lighting up the entire room.
At the same time, the flames among the flints quickly extinguished. Meow.
Suddenly, a cat meowed in the silent room. Chen Ronghua turned his head and saw the big tabby cat he had seen outside before, seeming to be frightened by the fire, as it poked its head out of the quilt Huang Taisheng had prepared for him.
You will enjoy it.
Seeing the appearance of this tabby cat, Chen Ronghua was speechless for a while. The tabby cat stared at him with a pair of orange eyes, as if it was wary of him.
Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Chen Ronghua didn't care whether the cat could understand or not, and spoke again.
Then he exhaled slowly and focused his gaze on the ancient yellow wood bow in his hand, ignoring the tabby cat occupying his warm bed.
Fire the bow 10,000 times with all your strength? After pondering for a moment, he took a stance in the room.
He was wearing sportswear, not a suit or anything like that, which didn't bother him at all. Buzz! When General Chen Ronghua used nearly all his body strength to pull the yellow wood bow apart, he felt the huge force on the bowstring and could no longer bear it. He let go of his hand, and as the bowstring bounced back, the whole bow suddenly vibrated. This bow is just like a toy to a formal warrior, but for me, even if I want to draw the bow to full capacity, I still can't do it.
This shows the gap between me and a formal warrior. After pulling the bow with all his strength once, Chen Ronghua took a deep breath and pulled the bow a second time.
Buzz! 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 In the small room, bows sounded. Chen Ronghua, who was so immersed in shooting the bow, didn't notice that when he fired the first bow, the whole body of the tabby cat occupying his bed suddenly exploded, and its hair stood up, as if it had grown bigger. Somewhat ordinary, he stood up from his bed. A pair of cat eyes shot out with green color, staring at the bow and arrow in Chen Ronghua's hand. It wasn't until Chen Ronghua fired his second, third, and fourth bow that he yawned, returned to his original state, and lay back down again. After Chen Ronghua fired 20 bows, his arms began to get tired. He did not persist, but took a short rest before starting to draw the bow again. Using all your strength to fire the bow 10,000 times is definitely not something that can be accomplished in a short time.
This is a long-term matter and must be balanced between work and rest.
Time passed, and no one knew what time it was at night. Chen Ronghua, who had fired the bow 1,000 times, took a deep breath and threw the yellow wooden bow onto the fire Kong. Finally, he could no longer hold on, put out the light, and climbed onto the Kong.
Hey, little guy, make room for me.
He took off his coat, lifted the quilt, pushed aside the tabby cat occupying the middle position, and then fell down completely. He had a cat on the Earth Star and was not averse to cats. And judging from the touch, the body of this tabby cat is smooth and does not look dirty. This guy is so fat, he doesn't look like he's not eating well at all.
It's so fat. Can I test the ability of my left hand on it? No. But why not?
Also, I'm obviously used to using ancient books to identify everything I see, so why didn't I use the identification technique on this cat this time? One thought after another flashed through Chen Ronghua's mind. Halfway through, his eyes had already closed, his breathing became heavier, and he fell into a deep sleep.
It's been a long time since I shared a bed with a human. Human beds are warm. But does this guy want to be my new master?
The big cat poked its head out of the bed, glanced at Chun Ronghua, who was already sleeping soundly, and suddenly turned its head away.
What am I thinking about?
Humans are all bad guys. They will abandon me when they encounter danger. Besides, this cat is different now. I don't want a human master anymore.
Meow. I really want to eat fish. I have to start to act.
The big cat shook its body, stuck to Chun Ronghua's head, jumped, and landed lightly on the ground without making any sound. It flashed a few times and then disappeared. Chen Ronghua, who was already sleeping soundly, was unaware of all this. It was not until the long night passed and the sun was shining at the top of the pole that he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt something soft beside him, and there was a snoring sound. He lifted the quilt and saw the big cat sleeping next to him.
You are not afraid of strangers at all. Chen Ronghua rubbed the big cat's head.
The cat opened its sleepy eyes, glanced at Chen Ronghua, and closed its eyes again.
No wonder you were so fat, because you were so sleepy.
Chen Ronghua was amused, and he put his hands together and rubbed the fat body of the big cat.
Meow. Meow, give me some recommendation votes.
C14 teaching the forehead, ears, and that point on the chin, these are all sensitive spots for cats. Chen Ronghua knew the secrets of raising cats. He put his hands together and stroked these parts of the fat cat in turn. The fat cat refused at first, but after a while, he couldn't help but squint his eyes, showing a comfortable and intoxicated expression.
A little further down, stupid human being, can't you see that I'm craning my neck?
Xiaomao glanced at Chen Ronghua and felt that he was too stupid.
As a last resort, it had to raise its head again. You lazy guy.
Chen Ronghua immediately understood what the fat cat meant. He put his hand under its neck again and began to fiddle with it gently.
How's it going? Are you comfortable? Let me tell you, from today on, I am your master.
While serving this guy, Chen Ronghua chuckled.
Do you want to be the owner of this cat?
Why,
don't take your hand away. Meow. Okay, it's almost time. You can go back to sleep. I'm going to get busy.
I'll bring you something delicious when I come back. Chen Ronghua picked up the fat cat and put it where the sun could shine. He stood up and folded the quilt, then walked out of the house with the wooden bow. Seeing Chen Ronghua leaving, Xiaomao turned over, opened his eyes, and stared at the wall in front of him, wondering what he was thinking. Chen Ronghua pulled the bowstring as he walked out.
Buzz! Buzz! The bowstring vibrates. However, this time Chen Ronghua only fired a dozen or so bows before he felt a numbness in his arm. It was obvious that he was still overworked from yesterday.
I really need to experiment as soon as possible to see if the supernatural power of my left hand and the absorbed attributes can be blessed on me. If I can add the vitality attribute of yellow cabbage to myself, my recovery power should be greatly increased, right? In that case, maybe I can fire the bow 10,000 times in a day or two. Shaking his numb arms, Chen Ronghua thought to himself. However, I seem to have forgotten to use the identification ability of ancient books to identify the fat cat just now.
What's going on? Is it because my memory has declined? Shaking his head, Chen Ronghua didn't think much about it. Master, get up. My grandpa asked me to tell you that when you get up, come to my house for dinner.
As soon as Chen Ronghua walked into the yard, he saw Huang Xiaoshan standing outside the yard and looking forward to it.
Good.
Chen Ronghua walked out of the yard, touched Huang Xiaoshan's head and followed him to Huang Tiexing's home. The village is poor, so we can only make it simple.
Please forgive me, sir.
At the dinner table, Huang Taisheng spoke. Rice porridge, dry rice, a few small pickles, and a plate of fried pork with yellow cabbage.
This is the breakfast prepared by Huang Taisheng.
It doesn't look rich, but because the rice and dishes here are all Chen Ronghua has never eaten before, so it tastes delicious.
Village chief, don't you have anyone catching the big river crabs in Greenwater Bay?
After breakfast was over, Chen Ronghua asked Huang Taisheng.
Greenwater Bay big river crab?
Huang Taisheng shook his head when he heard this. Although that thing is not a demon, it is not weak.
At least it requires a formal warrior to catch it without being injured. In addition, the thing is useless. No one in my village touches them. That stuff is edible and tastes good. Chen Ronghua mentioned something.
When he lived in Xiahe village, he couldn't afford to eat for free every day, and because of the underground insect infestation, Xiahe village was extremely short of food, so he had to do something.
Sir, do you think the big river crabs from Greenwater Bay can be eaten? Huang Tiexing's eyes suddenly widened.
Yesterday, Huang Xiaoshan came back and said that Chen Ronghua told him that grasshoppers could be eaten. He thought Chen Ronghua was joking with Huang Xiaoshan, but now that Chen Ronghua said that Greenwater Bay river crabs could be eaten, he suddenly didn't think so anymore. Even if he dares to eat big bugs, Chen Ronghua said that he eats grasshoppers, so it's nothing. It tastes really good.
You can ask someone to catch two first. You'll know after eating them.
Chen Ronghua put down his bowl and chopsticks. Then he turned to look at Huang Xiaoshan, who couldn't wait for a long time, and said, "Let's go to my house.
From today on, I will teach you to read and write." "Okay, master."
With a look of excitement on his face, Huang Xiaoshan jumped up and followed Chen Ronghua's footsteps.
You don't want to eat good fish, but you actually want to eat crabs. Are all warlocks so weird?
I hope Xiaoshan can learn some real skills after following him. Seeing the two people leaving, Huang Taishang sighed. He originally thought that after Chen Ronghua stayed in the village, the demon hidden in the village would be at peace, but last night, a lot of dried salted fish was lost in the village. After Chen Ronghua returned home, he immediately saw about 20 children of various sizes gathered in front of his house. And every child is carrying a bench in his hand. "Mr. Chen, these are all children who have come to study with you."
Counting Xiaoshan, there are 20 of them in total.
Their ages range from 6 to 14 years old.
Do you think?
Seeing Chen Ronghua coming back, Huang Hu, who was shirtless and wearing a pair of burlap pants around his waist, immediately stepped forward in embarrassment and said to him, "Reading and writing is a very noble and honorable thing in a small valley like theirs." Therefore, after Chen Ronghua mentioned it last night, the children in the village were rushed over by the adults, hoping that they would all learn some skills from Chen Ronghua.
It doesn't matter. Chen Ronghua shook his head.
Teaching one is teaching, teaching two is teaching. He will stay in this world for 300 years. He still has no idea what to do in these 300 years. Now that he has settled down temporarily, he can take this opportunity to think about it carefully.
He brought 20 children, including Huang Xiaoshan, into his yard.
Because it was the first day, he did not divide the classes. Standing in front of 20 children, he slowly spoke, "You are different from Xiaoshan. You have not worshipped me as your teacher, so you don't need to call me master.
But from today on, I will teach you to read and write. You have to call me teacher, and you are my students. I will teach you 3 aspects of knowledge.
The first is ideology and morality, the second is literacy, and the third is mathematics. Among these 3 aspects, ideology and morality are the most important, that is, morality comes first. In the ideology and morality class, I will use stories to guide you to find the correct values of life.
In this class, I will tell you 2 stories first.
One is about filial piety, Shan moved the heaven, the other is about respecting teachers, Shang Men Li Shui. Filial piety comes first, so let's listen to the story of Shan moved the heaven, legend. Under his deliberate carving, one story after another came out of his mouth, with ups and downs, plus a sense of freshness, making each child hold their breath and put themselves into his story. Chen Ronghua didn't know how long he would stay in Xiahe village. If he stayed for a short time, it would be fine. If he stayed for a long time, he felt that he had to instill the correct values of life in these children first. Of course, while telling the story, he did not forget to pull the wooden bow a few times when his arm recovered. Compared to other things, gaining the ability to protect oneself as soon as possible is the most important thing. Quick, the hunting team is back. It seems that someone is injured. Let's go quickly. Suddenly, just as Chen Ronghua finished a class and was about to leave, a loud shouting sound suddenly sounded outside the yard.
C-15 Wood Spirit Butterfly, anyone hurt?
Huang Hu, who was sitting behind a group of children and had also attended a class, listened with great interest. After hearing the shouting and screaming outside, Huang Hu suddenly stood up from his stool. At the same time, all the children in the yard looked anxious, wondering who was injured.
Mr. Chen.
Huang Hu stood up and said respectfully to Chen Ronghua, "I'm going to go outside and take a look. Please take care of these children and don't let them cause trouble."
"Okay, you go ahead." Chen Ronghua nodded.
Then he watched Huang Hu quickly leave, and the expression on his face suddenly became more solemn. Someone in the hunting team was injured.
If it was just a minor injury, it would be nothing.
If the injury was serious, people in the village would probably come looking for him later.
After all, he is now the only warlock in the village.
If you tell a lie, you will have to lie with countless lies to cover it up.
Chen Ronghua took a deep breath.
Then he had a thought, I don't know if the properties I absorbed from yellow cabbage can be used on humans. If it can be used, it will not be effective in treating injuries. After such a long time, he experimented many times. But except for the properties of the yellow cabbage he ingested yesterday, he didn't absorb any properties from other items.
This made him very depressed.
He didn't know how the probability of absorbing properties with his left hand was calculated.
"Teacher, will everything be okay?" one teenager asked nervously.
His parents went to the mountains, leaving him alone with his grandmother at home. When he heard that someone was injured, he was immediately worried and wanted to run out immediately. Chen Ronghua glanced at the child, nodded and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After saying this, he slowly sat down on his stool, picked up the yellow wood bow placed aside, and pulled the bowstring again and again as before. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of bows sounded, one after another, like music. Amidst the sound of bows, the children in the yard gradually calmed down. If you want to get the Warlock certificate from the yellow wood bow, you need to draw the bow with all your strength 10,000 times. The full draw here means that the bow holder uses his current maximum strength to draw the bow. Pulling the bow again and again made Chen Ronghua's arms sore. He no longer had the same strength as at the beginning, but as long as he used all his strength, he could still draw the bow with all his strength. And when other people fire their bows, even if they fire their bows 10,000 times, they may not necessarily fire their bows at full strength 1,000 times. It is for this reason that this bow has been buried for thousands of years. Chen Ronghua fired the bow more than 20 times this time. He felt his arm was swollen and felt uncomfortable. When he no longer had any strength, he put down the yellow wooden bow. At this moment, the door behind him suddenly opened a crack, and a fat orange cat walked out with elegant steps. The fat cat glanced at him, jumped on an unused stool under the window, basked in the sun, and lay down comfortably. Demon! Suddenly, several children let out a cry of surprise. When the fat cat who just lay down heard the word demon, his eyes suddenly turned dark green and he looked at the children. When he saw that those children were not talking about him, he closed his eyes again. At the same time, after hearing this exclamation, Chen Ronghua, who had just put down the yellow wooden bow, was startled and immediately followed the gazes of the children and looked at the fence on the left side of his yard. As soon as he looked at it, he suddenly saw a large butterfly that was green with white, slightly vibrating its wings, and emitting beautiful fluorescence in the sunlight. This butterfly is the size of an adult's hand and looks extremely beautiful. It is definitely the only one Chen Ronghua has ever seen in his life. Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly Young Butterfly, a 3-day-old Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly chick is a first-level early-stage demon, and a mature Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly can reach the 3rd level. The levels of demons are divided into 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, and 4th level, which respectively correspond to formal warriors, earth warriors, sky warriors, and true martial arts warriors. The Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly has a gentle personality, is timid and not very aggressive. They are born with the Deadwood Resurrection technique, which can revive dead trees and bloom with life again. At the same time, their ability can also be used to heal injuries. Demon? Is this a monster? Chen Ronghua took a deep breath. When Huang Xiaoshan told him about monsters before, it left him with a deep psychological shadow, causing him to label all monsters as terrifying in his own mind. It wasn't until he saw this Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly that he realized that not all demons were so terrifying. For example, the Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly in front of him, Chen Ronghua felt that he already liked it at the first sight. With a gentle personality, not very aggressive, and timid, coupled with the monster's unique abilities, it is really suitable to be a pet. His heart moved slightly. But he also knew that this kind of thought could only be thought about. Keeping a monster as a pet is simply whimsical. Following the exclamations of several children, the frightened Wood Spirit Butterfly immediately flapped its wings and circled up, as if it wanted to leave here. It's the Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly. At this moment, an older child exclaimed again, "A year ago, a much larger Wood Spirit Butterfly passed by our village. The village chief said it was a Wood Spirit Butterfly, and said that some powerful warlocks could raise it in captivity. This kind of demon butterfly is used to heal wounds." After he finished speaking, many children looked at Chen Ronghua. "Teacher, someone in the hunting team is injured. Can you catch this butterfly and let it help heal the wound?" Suddenly, a child suddenly spoke up. As these children shouted, the newly born Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly suddenly flew higher. Shoo! Chen Ronghua put his finger to his mouth and blew gently, signaling everyone to be quiet. Of course, he also wanted to capture this Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly, but no matter what, this is a demon, and its level is equivalent to that of a formal warrior. It is not very aggressive, but it does not mean that it has no attack power. He doesn't think that he can capture this demon butterfly now. However, if he doesn't do this, he glanced at the children in the yard, and saw that these children were looking at him with an expectant look at this time. It can be imagined that if he can't capture this Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly that appeared here for some unknown reason this time, these children will definitely be extremely disappointed in him. The prestige he just established will also drop greatly. Exhaling slowly, Chen Ronghua set his sights on the hovering Wood Spirit Demon Butterfly again. Seal! Suddenly, he had an idea. The ancient book in his mind was a fusion of the two divine books, the Book of Knowledge and the Book of Seals, and possessed the abilities of both divine books. He had always used the abilities of the Book of Knowledge before, and had never used the abilities of the Book of Seals. I wonder if I can use the sealing abilities of the ancient book to seal this wood spirit demon butterfly. This is to make up for yesterday. In addition, I would like to thank Happy668 for his 1000 coin reward. I really appreciate following me through the 3 books, and voting for me 3 recommendation tickets every day regardless of the weather. I also thank Changjiang Pang Pang, who often discussed the plot with me, added the book to the book list as soon as possible, and voted for me with 3 different accounts every day, as well as old book friends who followed me from other books. I was really excited to see these familiar IDs. Thank you all for your support. C16 The sealing ability of the ancient book. Just when Chen Rongwo was thinking about using the sealing ability of the ancient book, a message suddenly came from the ancient book to his mind. To use the sealing ability of the ancient book, 1 point of energy is required to start. To seal the wood spirit demon butterfly, 100 points of energy are required? Depending on the things sealed by the ancient book, I will also get different benefits? The message transmitted to Chen Rongwo's mind was not specific. After a brief summary, he summarized the general meaning. After receiving this message, the idea that had just emerged in his mind suddenly died down. From yesterday when he stayed in Xiahe village to now, the ancient book has only accumulated 3 points of energy in total, plus the remaining 1 point before, a total of 4 points of energy. At this rate, he wants to get enough energy to seal the wood spirit demon butterfly. It is estimated that it will take at least a month. I don't know what benefits I can get after sealing the wood spirit demon butterfly. Thinking of the information just obtained from the ancient book, Chen Rongwo's heart moved slightly, but now he can only think about it. Just as Chen Rongwo was secretly shaking his head and thinking about his ability, the wood spirit demon butterfly that had just been startled and circling flew up, saw that Chen Rongwo and the children in the yard were motionless and just looked at him. After hesitating for a moment, it tentatively landed on the wood it had landed on before. It still won't leave. Is there something special about this wood? Seeing this scene, Chen Rongwo's eyes flashed, and he immediately used the identification technique on the wood. Colorful flower tree dead branch. Colorful flower trees can bloom colorful flowers and are loved by insects such as butterflies and bees. There is a trace of vitality in the dead branches, and special methods can be used to induce vitality and revive it. So that's it. After identifying the wood that was indistinguishable from the other wood in the fence, Chen Rongwo suddenly realized why this wood spirit demon butterfly came here and why it was unwilling to leave. I wonder if I can use this colorful dead branch to keep the wood spirit demon butterfly. Chen Rongwo had a lot of thoughts in his mind. On the other side, the fat cat, who was lazily lying on a stool basking in the sun, saw that Chen Rongwo seemed to be staring into the flesh of the wood spirit demon butterfly, and his cat eyes suddenly narrowed into a dark green color. You said in the morning that you wanted to be my master. Although I didn't agree, you can't just move on in front of me, right? The fat cat glanced at the wood spirit demon butterfly flapping its wings on the fence. He curled his lips. How can such a charming thing compare to this cat? Swish! At this time, the wood spirit demon butterfly standing on the colorful dead branch suddenly flapped its wings after seeing that Chen Rongwo and others did not make any other moves, and from the 2 beautiful wings with green and white, a series of mysterious blue-white light fell. As these bluish-white lights fell on the dead branches of the colorful flowers and trees, the dead branch more than 1 meter high immediately became more green, as if it had regained its vitality. However, Chen Rongwo did not pay attention to these. When the wood spirit demon butterfly exerted its ability, he suddenly thought, the ancient book can seal anything. Now the energy accumulated in the book is not enough to seal the wood spirit demon butterfly, so can it seal its ability alone? As this thought came out, he immediately received a new message from the ancient book in his mind. The content of this new message is that he wants to seal the ability of the wood spirit demon butterfly into the ancient book, which requires 1000 points of energy. Because the ability of the wood spirit demon butterfly alone is also involved in the process of stripping the ability of the wood spirit demon butterfly from its body. It seems that I am fanciful. Chen Rongwo shook his head. But then, he had another thought, thinking what if he didn't seal the ability of the wood spirit demon butterfly, but only sealed the effect of its ability this time? It takes 3 energy points to seal the effect of the deadwood revival produced by the wood spirit demon butterfly's ability this time. After sealing, the host can use this effect on other things by removing the seal. The ancient book sent out a message again. When this message came in, Chen Ronghua's heart was immediately lifted. He didn't expect that the sealing ability of the ancient book was so powerful and had enough energy that it could actually seal anything, even the skill effects of the wood spirit demon butterfly. Slowly exhaling, Chen Ronghua looked at the wood spirit demon butterfly with a burning gaze again. Now that someone in the village is injured, when he is not sure whether the vitality of the yellow heart cabbage he took with his left hand can be used on people, once he seals the skill effect of the wood spirit demon butterfly, it may play a role in turning the tide. With this in mind, Chen Ronghua was about to seal the skill of the wood spirit butterfly that was performing the deadwood revival technique. However, Chen Ronghua did not notice that as he stared at the wood spirit butterfly for longer and longer, the fat cat lying on the stool became more and more impatient. The fat cat moved his body, tilted his head to look at Chen Ronghua, whose eyes were still burning, and then suddenly stood up from the stool in anger. Roar! As it stood up, its body suddenly expanded by more than twice, as if it had turned into a little tiger. As its belly bulged, the power in its body surged, and suddenly a low roar like a tiger descending from the mountain came out of its throat. The roar was not too loud, but it gave people a sense of panic, as if it was hiding a strange pressure, which scared everyone in the yard, including Chen Ronghua. Hearing the roar of the fat cat, the wood spirit butterfly, which had just calmed down, suddenly tightened its body, vibrated its wings rapidly, and disappeared in a few flashes. Chen Ronghua turned around and looked at the fat cat with anger. But at this time, the fat cat had returned to its original appearance. Seeing Chen Ronghua, it turned its head away with a guilty conscience, then changed direction, and lay on the stool again, pretending to continue sleeping soundly. This lazy cat! Looking at the fat cat's fur that was like tiger skin rising and falling with breathing, Chen Ronghua let out a long breath, and then dispersed his anger. He was very angry, but he also knew that it was not worth it to be angry with a cat. And in his heart, the fat cat should have just made this cry accidentally. At the same time, it seemed that Fat Cat had some special abilities, or for other reasons, he and the 20 children in the yard did not have any doubts or curiosity about Fat Cat's loud cry just now. Mr. Chen, Xiaoshan's uncle, was seriously injured. A demon in the deep mountains opened a hole in his stomach and he was bleeding a lot. Can you go over and take a look? At this moment, Huang Hu, who had just left, ran over again in a hurry. Xiaoshan's uncle, his stomach opened a hole? Chen Ronghua's eyes condensed when he heard this. He took a deep breath and knew that he could only try his best to integrate the vitality of Huang Xingcai into Xiaoshan's uncle's body and try to see if it would work. Okay, I'll go over and take a look. There is still one C, but it will be a little late. C17 Treatment Master. Huang Xiaoshan held Chen Ronghua's hand, his face pale. Don't worry, I'll go and see first. Chen Ronghua comforted him, but didn't give any promises, and he couldn't promise. After that, he followed Huang Hu and walked out of the yard quickly. Huang Xiaoshan and other children also followed quickly. At this time, no one thought about the wood spirit demon butterfly just now. At the entrance of Xiaha village, a group of people gathered together. From a distance, Chen Ronghua heard the crowd clamoring. Village chief, don't wait, hurry up and use the folk method to apply some herbs and bandage Huang Lin's wound first. It will be too late if you wait any longer. That's right, how could a sorcerer come to our village? Don't be a liar again? Hearing these voices, Chen Ronghua frowned slightly. Huang Hu, who was following Chen Ronghua, saw this scene and his face changed. He looked at Chen Ronghua carefully, and then shouted from a distance, I have invited Master Chen here, everyone please make way. Hearing Huang Hu's shout, some people turned around and saw Chen Ronghua, and quickly made way. Is this Master Chen? The hunting team of Xiaha village has a total of more than a dozen people, all of whom are formal warriors. In addition to these dozen people, this time there are dozens of people who followed the hunting team to the edge of the mountains dozens of miles away to collect some game to prepare food for the village for the winter. These people saw Chen Ronghua for the first time, and they were curious and suspicious of the so-called sorcerer who suddenly appeared in the village, questioning how a distinguished sorcerer could stay in their village. Because time is tight, no one knows that Huang Xiaoshan has the qualifications of a sorcerer and that Chen Ronghua has accepted Huang Xiaoshan as his apprentice. After Chen Ronghua walked into the crowd, he immediately saw a black-faced man surrounded by everyone. The man was not tall, only about 1.6 meters tall, and he was thin all over, like a skinny monkey. However, the most striking thing about him was not his appearance, but the large red patch on his abdomen that soaked his clothes, and a long bloody wound. Even if you look closely, you can see his intestines from the wound with blood and flesh turned outward. Huang Taisheng squatted beside Huang Lin, pressing the wound on Huang Lin's body, tears streaming down his face. He has 2 sons in total. The eldest son and his daughter-in-law went to the mountains 2 years ago and never came back. Now there is only one little son left, Huang Lin. If Huang Lin leaves him again. Seeing Chen Ronghua coming, Huang Taisheng immediately stood up, stretched out his wrinkled old hand, grabbed Chen Ronghua's arm and said, "Mr. Chen, please save little Lindsay. I won't live long, but I still have some strength. Before I die, Mr. Chen, if you have anything to do, you can let me help you do it." Chen Ronghua took a deep breath and did not reply. Instead, he used the identification ability of the ancient book directly to Huang Lin. Huang Lin, human race, midstage warrior. Age, 27, warrior qualification, 2, with a chance to become an earth warrior. Warlock qualification, none, severely injured. Because of his strength reaching the midstage warrior, he has persisted until now with a strong will, but if he is not rescued in time, he will die in 10 minutes due to excessive bleeding. After using the ancient book to identify Huang Lin's condition, Chen Ronghua's pupils shrank immediately. It was obvious that Xiahe village had no good means of treatment. It seemed that if he did not take action, Huang Xiaoshan's uncle Huang Lin would die in just 10 minutes. Village chief, calm down first. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath and said to Huang Taixing, "I can try, but I am not good at curing diseases and saving people. It is hard to say whether it will work in the end. Just try it, don't worry, even if it doesn't work in the end, I will never blame you." Huang Taisheng spoke quickly. Huang Lin's injuries were extremely serious. Xiahe village had no way to treat such injuries. They could only rely on Chen Ronghua, the sorcerer, and hope that he could bring him back to life. However, after hearing what Chen Ronghua said, a few members of the hunting team who had just returned gathered together and whispered. He actually said that he is not good at curing diseases and saving people. The village chief said that he is a wood sorcerer. Is there any wood sorcerer who is not good at saving people? Or is he just a fake sorcerer who came to our Xiahe village to cheat for food and drink? I think so too. I don't know where this guy came from. I hope he is not the same as the 2 scammers some time ago. Wait, everyone, be alert. If he can't save Huang Lin, no matter what excuse he makes, we will drive him out of Xiahe village. A big man over 2 meters tall in the hunting team glanced at Chen Ronghua and said in a muffled voice, "I know." Everyone else agreed. In this world, let alone driving people away, even killing someone is not a big deal. Especially the few people in the hunting team, they all felt that if Chen Ronghua hadn't come too slowly, wasting time, and Huang Lin's condition was getting worse and worse, they might have been able to save Huang Lin's life with folk methods, but now, looking at Huang Lin's painful appearance, they were all annoyed, and naturally they would not have a good impression of Chen Ronghua. It's just that these people are usually careless people. Although they deliberately lowered their voices when they spoke, some of their words still reached Chen Ronghua's ears. Chen Ronghua turned his head and looked at a few people. His face was a little uncertain. He didn't hear much, but he did hear the word "drive out." Coupled with the behavior of these people, he couldn't guess what these people were talking about. Chen Ronghua could hear every word spoken, especially with Huang Tiexing's strength. "You all should stop mumbling nonsense." He looked at a few people and let out a loud roar while his body trembled. The people in the hunting team suddenly stopped talking when they saw that Chen Ronghua seemed to have heard the conversation of several people. The tall leader even argued, "Mr. Chen, don't get me wrong, we are talking about the leopard that attacked Huang Lin. That leopard dared to hurt Huang Lin, we plan to kill it afterwards." Now they just speculate that Chen Ronghua is not a warlock, but if Chen Ronghua is really a warlock, then they naturally hope that Chen Ronghua can save Huang Lin. Hearing what the man said, Chen Ronghua nodded and said nothing more. At this time, rescuing Huang Lin was the most important thing. If Huang Lin is saved, everything is easy to say, but if Huang Lin cannot be saved, Uncle, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Huang Xiaoshan suddenly came in from behind the crowd. When he saw Huang Lin's appearance, he burst into tears. Huang Lin clenched his teeth, and a trace of blood could be seen seeping out from between his teeth. His eyes fell on Huang Xiaoshan, and he smiled as if to comfort Huang Xiaoshan, but he did not dare to speak. He was worried that if he opened his mouth, he would release his breath and he would no longer be able to hold on. Seeing Huang Lin's appearance, Chen Ronghua admired him. According to the appraisal of ancient books, Huang Lin was able to persevere until now precisely because of his strong will. If it weren't for this, even if he was a formal warrior, he would have died long ago after suffering such serious injuries. "Bear it!" Chen Ronghua walked to Huang Lin, squatted down, and stretched out his hand towards Huang Lin. After touching the wound on Huang Lin's stomach with his hand, he immediately integrated the vibrant attributes of the yellow cabbage in his hand into Huang Lin's body one by one. What surprised Chen Ronghua was that he had integrated the vitality attributes of 7 yellow cabbages into Huang Lin's body before he felt the obstacle. Huang Lin, human, seriously injured, body mutating. Daylili's vitality attribute +7 increased gastric activity. It can quickly digest food, obtain vital energy, recover from fatigue, and recover from injuries. After everything was over, Chen Ronghua used the ability of the ancient book to identify Huang Lin, and immediately saw the difference.
How does it feel? Chen Ronghua asked.
The vitality of yellow cabbage did not have any bad effects after being integrated into Huang Lin's body, and it did produce the effect he needed.
But he didn't know whether Huang Lin's injury could be cured through this change.
I'm hungry. Huang Lin squeezed out 2 words through his teeth, but because his speech was unclear, it looked like he was enduring great pain, making it difficult to understand what he was saying. At the same time, after saying these 2 words, Huang Lin suddenly closed his eyes and his face twisted, as if he couldn't bear it anymore.
Huang Lin, extremely hungry. Hungry? Will it be effective so quickly? Chen Ronghua was surprised.
Because of the ancient book, after identifying Huang Lin's current state, he could guess what Huang Lin meant. But when he turned his head and was about to tell others, the members of the hunting team who had secretly discussed killing Huang Lin if he couldn't save him all looked at him with red eyes.
C-18 planned boy, what did you do to Huang Lin? Huang Lin, how are you?
Seeing Huang Lin's appearance, several warriors of the hunting team rushed up. Huang Lin looked extremely painful at this time, as if he would not live any longer, and they could not help but be impulsive and nervous. The tallest warrior rolled up his sleeves and said, "Damn it, I, Zhu Dapeng, will say this today. If something happens to Huang Lin today, you, kid." Before Chen Ronghua came here, the members of the hunting team wanted to use folk remedies to apply some herbs on Huang Lin's wounds and bandage Huang Lin's wounds first. They all thought that Huang Lin was a midterm warrior. If he was treated in time, he might have a certain chance of survival. But Huang Taisheng stopped them from doing so and insisted that Chen Ronghua come and take a look first. After a period of delay, Huang Lin's injuries became more and more serious, and his condition became worse and worse, which made them feel very bad when they saw Chen Ronghua. At the same time, they had just returned to the village and had not seen Chen Ronghua perform his tricks. They did not know that Chen Ronghua had accepted Huang Shaoshan as his apprentice, nor did they know that Chen Ronghua was teaching the children in the village to read and write. In addition, 2 scammers came from the vicinity some time ago and used magic tricks to eat and drink in several villages and defraud money, so they did not believe that Chen Ronghua was a real sorcerer.
Moreover, how could a distinguished sorcerer come to them?
And even if Chen Ronghua was a real sorcerer, they, more than a dozen formal warriors, were not afraid at all. All of this, plus Chen Ronghua's hand on Huang Lin's expression quickly became more painful, as if he was about to collapse, and immediately let them burst out.
Be quiet, he is fine. If you continue like this, he may be fine. Chen Ronghua glanced at these people. Although he was unhappy, he knew that now was not the time to be too concerned with them. The most urgent task now is to save Huang Lin first. As long as Huang Lin is saved, everything will be fine. But if Huang Lin cannot be saved, he, an ordinary person, will be like a sheep in the mouth of a tiger when facing a group of furious formal warriors. He took a deep breath and quickly picked up the linen shirt that everyone took off from Huang Lin. The clothes were stained with Huang Lin's blood, and it felt wet in his hands. Chen Ronghua took the clothes to the top of Huang Lin's head, who was lying on the ground, grabbed the clothes with both hands, twisted them hard, and drops of blood immediately flowed from the clothes. He aimed the blood at Huang Lin's mouth and felt something flowing in. Huang Lin immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the blood that flowed out of his mouth into his stomach. What else are you going to do? Seeing this scene, the warriors of the hunting team were even more furious. Let Huang Lin drink his own blood. What is this doing? Save people. Chen Ronghua's voice was a little cold. Village chief. Then he turned around and said to Huang Taisheng, "Get Huang Lin some easy-to-swallow food as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Whether he can survive depends on this time." While speaking, Chen Ronghua continued to squeeze blood into Huang Lin's mouth. When Huang Taisheng saw that Huang Lin actually opened his mouth to drink the blood, a light flashed in his eyes, and his body suddenly moved, opening a passage in the crowd. Then he rushed forward with his skinny and hunched body, more than 10 meters away, even faster than a leopard. After a few breaths, he caught a duck from someone's house, twisted off the duck's head with a bang, and handed the whole duck to Chen Ronghua and said, "Young master, let Shaolinzi drink some duck blood first, and I will find other food." Chen Ronghua took the duck, whose body was still twitching, with a confused look on his face. After a pause, he reacted and quickly handed the duck neck to Huang Lin's mouth, letting him drink the duck blood flowing out of it. Feeling the increase in blood flow, Huang Lin immediately increased the speed of swallowing. A large amount of blood was swallowed into Huang Lin's stomach, which was quickly digested and transformed into vitality, which quickly rushed to the wound on Huang Lin's stomach. At the same time, part of the vitality spread to his whole body, allowing him to gradually recover some strength. "Master, thank you for saving my life." Suddenly, Huang Lin opened his eyes and said to Chen Ronghua,
Although he was seriously injured and couldn't speak before, he knew everything about what happened around him. Moreover, as a formal warrior, he had a strong control over his body. He knew that it was still early for him to fully recover, but if he could continue like this, he would definitely be able to recover from his injuries in no time. And all this was because of Chen Ronghua. If it weren't for Chen Ronghua, he would definitely not be able to pass this level.
Huang Lin, are you okay?
Seeing this scene, several members of the hunting team surrounding Huang Lin immediately surrounded him, all excited. Huang Lin, he is recovering from serious injuries.
He has enough food supply and will be out of danger in 5 minutes. Chen Ronghua used the ancient book to identify Huang Lin's current condition, and then he relaxed. He then scanned several warriors from the hunting team and suddenly said in a cold voice, "What are you all doing here? Huang Lin needs ventilation now, so hurry up and disperse. Huang Lin needs a lot of food now. Are you all stupid? Don't you know what you should do?"
As soon as Chen Ronghua finished speaking, several members of the hunting team, including the others who were surrounding him, immediately dispersed.
"Mr. Chen, let's go prepare food for Huang Lin."
The warrior named Qin Dapeng who threatened Chen Ronghua before looked at Chen Ronghua with a cold face and was embarrassed. After saying a word, he ran to find food. My god, this kid is actually a sorcerer and saved Huang Lin. I just threatened a sorcerer. His heart was beating as he ran. The other members of the hunting team had the same idea.
In terms of strength, they might not be afraid of Chen Ronghua.
But Chen Ronghua saved Huang Lin, and he was their benefactor. Just now, they actually threatened their benefactor. For a moment, they all didn't know what to do. Seeing the crowd disperse, Chen Ronghua also breathed a sigh of relief. Before being surrounded and threatened by so many people, it was impossible for him not to be nervous.
But after this incident, he has completely established his foothold in Xiahe village.
He believes that from now on, no one in Xiahe village will dare to treat him like today. Although he has got the Yellowwood Bow now, it is better to stay in Xiahe village before he can protect himself, rather than leaving rashly. After all, this is a world where demons exist. If he encounters dangerous demons outside, he will have no choice but to die. Moreover, he has already opened up the situation in Xiahe village. If he leaves now, all the risky things he did before will be in vain. When these thoughts flashed through Chen Ronghua's mind, Huang Taisheng and others rushed back with a lot of food again. After feeding a lot of food to Huang Lin was finally out of danger. Even on the wound in his stomach, you can see a little bit of granulation moving, entangled, and initially healing together. Since the vitality of the yellow heart cabbage is harmless to people, I will bless myself with it, and I think it can also quickly recover from fatigue. In this way, I want to open the bow 10,000 times and obtain the warlock certificate, which is not far away. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua's heart moved slightly. As for those warriors who just threatened him,
Chen Ronghua glanced at them. C19 apology, what should we do?
A dozen warriors from the hunting team gathered together and looked at Chen Ronghua from a distance, all scratching their heads. Just now they misunderstood Chen Ronghua and even threatened Chen Ronghua, but now Chen Ronghua rescued Huang Lin regardless of the previous suspicion, which made them all embarrassed and didn't know what to do.
What should I do? What can I do?
Of course, I should apologize quickly. At this time, Huang Taisheng suddenly came over. He kicked the burly man who was the leader of the group and staggered him. Zhu Dapeng, do you know the reason why Master Chen stayed with us? Xiahe village, because he detected that Xia Shan has the qualifications of a warlock, he accepted Xia Shan as his apprentice? Except Huang Xiaoshan as his disciple, does Huang Xiaoshan have the qualifications of a warlock? So we are going to have a warlock in Xiahe village? Upon hearing Huang Tiesheng's words, more than a dozen people's eyes lit up. Village chief, are you telling the truth?
Zhu Dapeng asked in disbelief.
Every warlock has a unique ability. Having a warlock in charge of a village and having no warlock in charge are two completely different concepts.
Even the most ordinary warlock is more useful than several warriors. Why, do you think I'm a liar too?
Huang Taisheng was furious. Zhu Dapeng felt ashamed when he heard this. Then he thought that he and others had just thought that Chen Ronghua stayed in Xiahe village to defraud money, and he felt extremely ashamed. Moreover, Huang Taisheng continued at this time, Mr. Chen not only accepted Xia Shan as his apprentice, he also gave free classes in the village and taught all the children in the village to read and write.
Zhu Dapeng, the kid from your family, the kid from Li Heishui's family, the kid from Zhao Laoxi's family, they all had a class with Mr. Chen in the morning. Having said this, Huang Tiesheng's breathing gradually became heavier, as if he was extremely angry. After hearing his words, the dozen or so people in the hunting team were even more stunned. Free classes? Teach all the children in the village to read and write?
After being stunned, they subconsciously turned their heads and saw Chen Ronghua squatting next to Huang Lin, putting a hand on Huang Lin's forehead, as if he was sensing something, and didn't pay attention to them at all. Their hearts were tugged hard.
Got up. Huang Taisheng said nothing more.
But his eyes swept over each member of the hunting team, with an expression of hatred for steel. But he also knew that these people couldn't be entirely blamed for what happened today. If he hadn't been too worried about Huang Lin and hadn't explained clearly in advance, so many things wouldn't have happened. At the same time, this is also related to the two liars who appeared some time ago. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of well ropes for 10 years. The two swindlers deceived the two nearby villages so hard that everyone in the village became frightened. When they saw the strange warlock, they began to have doubts. Village chief, you don't need to say anything. Xu Dapeng, who had been kicked out by Huang Taisheng before, suddenly stood up. He said in a low voice, "Be brave and take responsibility. We are the ones who caused this disaster, and it is up to us to solve it." As he spoke, he immediately took big steps and walked straight towards Chen Ronghua. The other members of the hunting team also followed his footsteps. Seeing this scene, Huang Taisheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he fears most now is that after this incident, Chen Ronghua will leave Shaha village. Fortunately, Chen Ronghua has been very talkative since he came to their village.
Now Zhu Dapeng and others went to apologize to Chen Ronghua.
He felt that with Chen Ronghua's character, he would not cause too much estrangement with their village because of this matter. However, when he felt relieved, he noticed that in addition to the injured Huang Lin, the hunting team was missing one person.
The most important person is missing.
Thinking of that person, Huang Tiesheng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. However, seeing that Zhu Dapeng and others had already walked to Chen Ronghua, he took a deep breath and planned to wait until the matter was over before asking Zhu Dapeng and others why Ho San did not come back with them. Ho San is the strongest warrior in their village besides him, and his cultivation has reached the peak of warrior realm. Moreover, Ho San is only 18 years old, so it is very likely that he will become an earth warrior within a few years. Should I use the power of ancient books at this time? Because Huang Lin was out of danger, Chen Ronghua was sensing Huang Lin's physical condition on the surface, but in fact, he had been thinking about what to do later.
He has now demonstrated his ability to treat illnesses and save people.
If he stays in Shaha village, he will definitely be respected by everyone. If he only stayed in Shaha village for a period of time and left after gaining enough strength, then being respected would be enough. But if he wanted to stay in Shaha village for a longer time, he would have to gain enough prestige in the village to help him. In the word prestige, prestige comes first and hope comes last. But in a world where demons exist and where strength is the most important thing, only by showing great strength can one gain true majesty and prestige. Thoughts came to Chen Ronghua's mind one after another, but were quickly discarded by him. He has no strength, how can he show his strength? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw Zhu Dapeng and others, all breathing heavily, taking long strides and walking towards him.
What are you going to do?
With a sharp look in his eyes, he stood up suddenly.
Mr. Chen, I was too angry just now, please forgive me.
Seeing Chen Ronghua stand up, Zhu Dapeng spoke on behalf of everyone. After he finished speaking, he immediately knelt in front of Chen Ronghua with a plop. As he knelt, everyone else knelt down as well. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua, who was originally very nervous, was stunned.
Mr. Chen, there will definitely not be a second time for such a thing.
We swear that you will stay in our Shaha village in the future.
If you have any problems, just give us an order and we will never say no.
Xu Dapeng shouted loudly. Also, if you are still not satisfied, we will also accept the beating and punishment without any complaints.
Snap.
While saying this, Zhu Dapeng suddenly grabbed a stone in front of him and hit his head with it. After a crisp snap, the stone broke into several pieces, and blood flowed from his head.
Mister!
Then he lowered his head deeply and said, "Please forgive us this time."
Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua took a deep breath.
He thought these people would apologize, but he didn't expect them to apologize like this. He was still thinking about how to deal with this matter, but after being disturbed by these people, he became a little bored. As Huang Taisheng said, these people are just a bunch of rough people who can't read a single word. He was too picky with these people, and there was really no point. C20 Earth War Ape, however, these people threatened him before, and now they are begging for his forgiveness in this semi-coercive way, which still makes Chen Ronghua feel uncomfortable. He was silent for a moment, and slowly said, "I knew you were all worried about Huang Lin before, so I didn't bother with you. But I have lived for so many years, and I have never been threatened by anyone, nor am I used to being threatened by anyone. And you threatened me before, and now you use this method to force me to forgive you.
Do you really think I am made of mud?"
Chen Ronghua spoke, his eyes were a little stern.
Zhu Dapeng and others blushed. Mr. Chen, we don't. Chen Ronghua glanced at the dozen warriors of the hunting team in front of him, and his mind turned. With the help of the sealing power of the ancient book, he is not unable to show some strength now, so that these people will not dare to be too presumptuous in the future while respecting him. It's just that he just came to Shaha village yesterday, and he really has no power to protect himself. It's not a good thing to act too high profile. In addition, he doesn't want to consume the energy of the ancient book on this. In addition, although Zhu Dapeng and others apologized in this way, although it was somewhat forced, it was indeed sincere. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and interrupted Zhu Dapeng's words. You know whether there is any. After saying this slowly, he paused. Then he looked at Zhu Dapeng and more than a dozen people one by one, and then said, forget about this matter, but if there is a next time, this time. He paused again in the middle of the words, but his expression was more stern. At this time, it is not good to say too harsh or too shallow. So he chose to use expression and tone, combined with two silences, to deepen Zhu Dapeng and others' impression of this matter. Mr. Chen, don't worry, from now on, you will never have such a thing happen again in our Shaha village. Although Chen Ronghua's expression made Zhu Dapeng and others feel stern, they were happy when they heard his words, and quickly patted their chests and made a promise. Chen Ronghua nodded slightly and didn't say much. However, when he saw the joy on Zhu Dapeng and others' faces, his heart moved slightly. He had thought it through. He should not stay in Shaha village for a short time. After all, he came here under the guidance of the ancient book. The ancient book said that there are opportunities here. Could it be that this opportunity only refers to the treasure of the yellow wooden bow? So he felt that it was necessary for him to stay in Shaha village for a while longer and try to find more adventures. In this way, he must build a good relationship with the people in Shaha village. He is only one person. Even if he becomes a formal sorcerer, his level is only about the same as the dozen people in front of him. He is still a small fish. So he even thought about whether it is possible to recruit Zhu Dapeng and others for his own use. Of course, he can't be too anxious about this matter. At least not before he becomes a formal practitioner. But before that, he can lay a foundation first. Thinking of this in his heart, he slowly said, just remember it yourself. Also, starting tomorrow, you will follow the children in the village to my class every day. Class? We are all so old, do we have to go to class with the children in the village? Zhu Dapeng and others were stunned when they heard Chen Ronghua's words. Yes, sir, we know. But since Chen Ronghua had already spoken, they did not dare to refuse. Chen Ronghua did not care what these people thought in their hearts. He had made up his mind to talk to them about filial piety and respecting teachers tomorrow. Regardless of whether he could recruit these people as his subordinates in the end, he would have some benefits in the name of a teacher. Huang Taisheng, who was far away, was relieved to see that Chen Ronghua forgave Zhu Dapeng and others for their recklessness. As for what Chen Ronghua said about letting Zhu Dapeng and others go to class with the children in the village, he even agreed with both hands. When Zhu Dapeng and others were not in the mountains, they were idle in the village all day long and did not even listen to him. Instead of doing this, it would be better to let them learn more from Chen Ronghua. Uncle Huang Lin, but at this moment, a hoarse cry suddenly came from a distance. Hearing this voice, everyone looked up. At this glance, they immediately saw a shirtless, more than 2 meters tall, muscular, short-haired young man carrying a huge leopard, walking towards here from a distance. Chen Ronghua set his sights on the young man as soon as he appeared, and used identification skills on the huge leopard on the young man and the young man himself. Shadow Leopard, a first-level peak demon, can control the power of shadows, good at hiding, sneak attacks, dead, eating its flesh and blood can speed up the practice of martial arts. Hosan, human, peak warrior realm age, 18 warrior qualification, 3 warlock qualification, 15 possessing the bloodline of the earth war ape, can awaken into a bloodline warlock. Bloodline is semi-awakening. After awakening, the warlock qualification is constantly changing. Talent, strong spiritual perception status, cursed by the dead shadow leopard, entangled by the shadow leopard soul. Once the mental defense is relaxed, it will be attacked by the shadow leopard soul. After using the ancient book to identify the attributes of the shadow leopard in Hosan, Chen Ronghua's expression was stunned. The level of shadow leopard surprised him, but Hosan's attributes surprised him even more. He never thought that in the small Shaha village, besides Huang Xiaoshan, there was another person with the qualifications of a warlock. And Hosan's martial arts qualifications were also not low. His martial arts qualifications of 3 points were the same as Huang Xiaoshan's, and they were expected to become sky warriors in the future. Uncle Huang Lin, Hosan continued to cry while walking towards this side. His cry was not artificial, but really heartbreaking. He even seemed to have forgotten everything in other words in his crying,
and only knew to cry that sentence instinctively. "Ho-san, what are you shouting? Your uncle Huang Lin is not dead yet." Huang Taisheng was stunned for a while before he reacted and quickly scolded Ho-san. Then he turned his head and his eyes fell on Zhu Dapeng, wanting to ask him what was going on. Zhu Dapeng said with an embarrassed look, "It was the leopard that attacked Huang Lin halfway.
We didn't react at that time.
Only Ho-san chased after him. We couldn't catch up with him, so we brought Huang Lin back first."
Not dead? Uncle Huang Lin is not dead?
The tall Ho-san was stunned when he heard Huang Tiesheng's words, and then threw the leopard on his body to the ground with a bang, and ran here with big strides. He was like a huge spirit ape, with swift steps, rushing over in a flash. Everyone made way for Huang Lin. Although Huang Lin was out of danger at this time, his body was still very weak. Seeing Ho-san, he just smiled reluctantly and said, "Okay, Ho-san, your uncle Huang Lin is fine.
Please thank Master Chen for me.
It was Master Chen who saved me.
Master Chen is a powerful warlock.
If it weren't for him, I would have died.
In the future, you have to treat Master Chen as your own and don't offend him, understand?"
Ho-san was not originally from Xiahe village. He was abandoned at the entrance of Xiahe village when he was a child, and then picked up by Huang Lin and grew up eating the food of the Bai family. Therefore, he has a very deep affection for Huang Lin and everyone in Xiahe village. It's just that he has a very stubborn temper, so Huang Lin solemnly warned him. See 21 Evil Spirit Impact. "Okay, Uncle Huang Lin, it's whatever you say." Ho-san wiped his tears. He was aware of Huang Lin's injuries, and never thought that Huang Lin could still be alive.
However, Mr. Chen, a warlock?
The only person Ho-san didn't know was Chen Ronghua. So looking around, he set his sights on Chen Ronghua. Just this look made him frown.
Warlocks and warriors are different from ordinary people.
There is a special force field surrounding their bodies, which most people cannot sense. But he was born with a powerful spiritual sense, but he could sense Chen Ronghua, and there was absolutely no special force field.
Not a warlock? So what method did this person use to save Uncle Huang Lin?
After thinking for a while, he stood up. The burly body of more than 2 meters high is inherently powerful in giving people a strong oppressive force. Looking at Chen Ronghua, he bowed deeply to Chen Ronghua and said, "Thank you Mr. Chen for saving my uncle Huang Lin. I, Ho-sandu, will definitely remember this kindness in my heart." He said it very politely. Chen Ronghua saved Huang Lin, and he really remembered it in his heart. But he would never allow anyone to harm Xiahe village. And Chen Ronghua pretended to be a warlock, and now it seemed that he had gained a lot of popularity in Xiahe village, which made him instinctively have a bad impression of Chen Ronghua. So after bowing, when he raised his head, he suddenly released a trace of evil energy that he had saved from years of fighting, condensed it into an invisible short spear, and shot it straight between Chen Ronghua's eyebrows.
This is a strange secret technique that he acquired by accident.
It will not cause too serious injuries to people, but if the consciousness is not firm, the thinking will fall into confusion in a short period of time, and it will only make people depressed for a period of time. He planned to expose Chen Ronghua's true face in public. In this way, it is obvious that Chen Ronghua, whose true identity has been revealed, can no longer stay in Xiahe village no matter what ulterior secrets he has. As for Chen Ronghua's life-saving kindness to Huang Lin, he could think of other ways to repay him. Seeing Ho-san look at him, Chen Ronghua nodded to him. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill between his brows, and then a slight pain appeared in his head, as if his consciousness was being pricked by a needle. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and he felt the ancient book in his mind move, absorbing the cold energy that invaded his mind.
The seal page has been used to automatically seal the special skill Evil Impact. Unsealing can impact the evil in any direction. This skill can confuse the enemy but will not cause serious injury. Also, this skill has special effects when dealing with ghosts.
A message was passed to Chen Ronghua's mind, making his heart suddenly move. He turned his consciousness to the ancient book and found that after sealing the evil energy impact move, the energy of the ancient book was not consumed.
Could it be that this ability to actively impact my sea of consciousness, or to actively impact the ancient book, will be automatically sealed by the ancient book without consuming energy? Chen Ronghua's heart moved. However, he also knew that the reason why the ancient book could do this should be related to the fact that the seal page of the ancient book just now was blank and nothing else was sealed. If the sealed page of the ancient book had a sealed object before, then this time, he would probably reveal it. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt frightened, angry and frightened. At the same time, after unleashing the evil energy attack on Chen Ronghua, Ho-san saw a flash of confusion in Chen Ronghua's eyes. He immediately shook his head, turned around and said to Huang Lin, "Uncle Huang Lin, and the village chief, I don't know who this person is.
He used some means to save you, but he is not a warlock, just an ordinary person. Now he has been hit by my evil spirit, his consciousness has fallen into chaos, and he has not been able to wake up for a minute. Of course, no matter what his purpose was, he saved Uncle Huang Lin's life after all, so after he wakes up, we will ask about his purpose. If he encounters any trouble and we can help, we will do our best. If not, then give him some money and send him away. As soon as Hosan's words came out, the hearts of Huang Lin, Huang Taisheng, Zhu Dapeng, and others jumped. In an instant, they all looked at Chen Ronghua. Then they saw Chen Ronghua staring at Hosan with a gloomy expression. Evil energy attack? Is this how you treat your savior in Xiahe village? Also, I'm just an ordinary person. Do I act like this and can be bullied? Chen Ronghua's voice was cold. This time was different from before, where he could endure it. But this time, if he endures it any longer, it will not be easy to talk about. Because once he tolerates what happened this time, who else in Xiahe village will take him seriously? You? Hosan turned his head, his eyes fell on Chen Ronghua, his pupils narrowed slightly. In his perception, Chen Ronghua was obviously just an ordinary person. But if an ordinary person has some way to save Huang Lin's life from danger, does he also have a way to withstand the impact of his evil spirit? It's true that your spiritual sense is very strong, but do you think that everything you sense with your spiritual sense is true? Because he had checked Hosan's attributes beforehand, Chen Ronghua naturally understood why Hosan could tell that he was an ordinary person. By saying this, I want to add a sense of mystery to myself. He continued, or is it that your peak warrior status makes you confident? At this time, Huang Taisheng finally reacted. His old face flushed as he looked at Chen Ronghua and said, Mr. Chen, Hosan is young and not very sensible. Please, I think he is very sensible and has a methodical approach. Chen Ronghua did not give Huang Taisheng face this time. He interrupted Huang Taisheng and said, in order to prevent you from stopping him, he even thought of killing me first and asking for my approval later the moment he saw me. At the age of 18, he was able to act so decisively. How can he be called immature? Huang Taisheng was speechless, and Zhu Dapeng, who was about to speak, also stopped talking. Just now, he promised Chen Ronghua that such a thing would never happen again. Now he really didn't know how to start talking. Hosan's face was uncertain. Chen Ronghua escaped from his evil spirit impact, and after saying these words, he was not sure whether Chen Ronghua was a real sorcerer or an ordinary person with strange means. At this time, Chen Ronghua set his eyes on Hosan again. Didn't you say that I was an ordinary person? Then today, I will let you see if an ordinary person like me has the strength to not be bullied. Young master, Huang Tiesheng's face changed slightly. But before he could do anything, Chen Ronghua suddenly returned the evil spirit impact that Hosan had just used on him to Hosan. C22 Strange. The impact of the evil spirit is invisible and cannot be seen at all. Hosan's spiritual sense was powerful and he could sense it, but he was caught off guard. After he sensed it, it was already too late to avoid it. Buzz! In an instant, Hosan's mind was shaken. He had always been the only one to bear the impact of evil energy, and this time he finally knew what it was like to bear such an attack. He was powerful and his cultivation had reached the peak of the warrior realm, but it was still difficult for him to defend against the attacks he had unleashed. The pain spread between his brows, causing him to grit his teeth. Evil energy impact? How could he be attacked by evil spirits? At the same time, Hosan's mind was filled with doubts. But just as he was thinking this, the curse of the shadow leopard hidden on his body suddenly turned into a black leopard shadow like a beast that saw the weakness of its prey when his spirit was shocked. It rushed into his eyebrows and attacked his soul. Ah! Immediately, Hosan, who had suffered the double attack, could no longer bear it and let out a roar of pain. At the same time, his expression also became extremely ferocious. Hosan! Everyone was shocked when they saw Hosan's appearance. Master! After Huang Taisheng hesitated for a moment, he looked at Chen Ronghua. He had no idea what was going on with Hosan now. He had to tie the bell to untie it. At the same time, everyone else also looked at Chen Ronghua. Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed slightly. Of course he didn't want to kill Hosan. He could punish Hosan and make Hosan suffer, but he could never let Hosan die. If Hosan dies, even if he saved Huang Lin before, no matter how nice Huang Taisheng, Zhu Dapeng and others said just now, he will not be allowed to leave easily. Therefore, after using the evil spirit attack, he kept using the power of the ancient book to watch Hosan. Hosan, status, under the impact of evil spirits. Being attacked by the shadow leopard soul. The shadow leopard soul is attacking its mental defense, the shadow leopard soul has broken through its mental defense, and the shadow leopard soul is about to attack its soul. Suddenly, everyone in Xiahe village was tense, and just when the shadow leopard soul was about to attack Hosan's soul and kill him in one fell swoop, Shenronghua suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed it at the center of Hosan's eyebrows. This finger is just a virtual finger, it has no effect, it is just a showmanship. But following this instruction, he suddenly used all the remaining energy in the ancient book and used the sealing technique against the shadow leopard soul that was about to attack Hosan's soul. Buzz! In an instant, the shadow leopard soul, which had consumed too much power due to leveling up to Hosan, had no ability to resist and was sealed by the ancient book. As the shadow leopard soul was sealed, the expression on Hosan's face finally calmed down. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Shenronghua with even more awe. This time is different from before. Although Shenronghua was kind to Xiahe village before, he did not show super strength after all. But this time, his unpredictable methods made no one dare to underestimate him. Silently, the person with the second highest martial arts value in their village was allowed to suffer such pain. Such a method shocked no one. Thank you, sir, for your life-saving grace. At this moment, Hosan, who was in great pain just now, suddenly knelt on the ground in front of Shenronghua like Zhu Dapeng and others before. This time he knelt down and immediately lowered his head, unable to say a word. Others didn't know what happened in the scene just now, but he had no reason not to know. But it was precisely because he knew that he felt even more ashamed. He questioned Shenronghua and attacked Shenronghua, but Shenronghua repaid evil with kindness and used tricks to lift the curse hidden deep in his soul, which made him almost ashamed. Seeing Hosan kneeling in front of him, Shenronghua stood quietly without speaking. Hosan, what's going on? Seeing this scene, Huang Taisheng had to come out to smooth things over. Hosan hesitated for a moment and then told what happened just now. When he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. This time, they were really embarrassed in Xiahe village. Master Chen. After a while, Huang Taisheng gritted his teeth and walked to Hosan's side, as if he wanted to kneel down to him too. Okay. Shenronghua waved his hand, interrupting Huang Taisheng's movements. At this point, he had forced Hosan to kneel down for such a long time, and he felt a lot of resentment in his heart. There is no need for Huang Taisheng to kneel down too. Huang Taisheng is Huang Xiaoshan's grandfather. If he asks Huang Taisheng to kneel down to him, it will most likely affect the relationship between master and disciple in the future. That's all for today, Hosan, get up too. But remember, this happens only once. After he finished speaking, he put his hands in his pockets, stepped forward, pushed aside the crowd, and walked towards his home. This time, he finally settled in Xiahe village. Master, seeing Shenronghua leaving, Huang Taisheng quickly greeted him. Shenronghua did not look back, but just said, no need to say any more. If you still want to apologize, then go catch 2 large river crabs from Green Water Bay. I want to eat them tonight. Big river crab in Green Water Bay? To eat tonight? Shenronghua's topic change was so fast and so unbelievable that Hosan, Zhu Dapeng and others were all confused. Village head, what does Mr. Chen mean? From Shenronghua's tone, Shenronghua probably forgave them. But, can the Green Water Bay river crab be eaten? Or does Shenronghua intend to let them eat that thing as a punishment for this incident? What do you mean? Huang Taisheng glanced at the two of them, and suddenly stretched out his hand, which turned into a palm, and slapped them on the head. Will you go to the swamp to catch crabs? Huang Taisheng panted. They actually said that Master Chen stayed in Xiahe village for another purpose, to defraud money. With Master Chen's strength, would he care about the money in Xiahe village? Do you know how honored it is for Xiahe village to have a sorcerer, especially a powerful sorcerer like Master Chen, stay in our Xiahe village? This time, if Master Chen had not been magnanimous and forgave you, if he had just left, how many years would our Xiahe village have to wait for such an opportunity? Hearing Huang Taisheng's criticism, Hosan and Zhu Dapeng blushed and couldn't say a word. Don't worry, village chief, we understand. Zhu Dapeng took a deep breath and said, let's go to the swamp to catch river crabs. Although that thing is ugly, it may not be poisonous. Even if Master Chen asked us to eat that thing, we would have no complaints. Huang Taisheng waved his hand. Shenronghua told him in the morning that the river crabs in Green Water Bay were edible, but he didn't care. Just now, he mentioned this again, which finally made him feel strange. Could it be that the thing is really inedible? However, thinking so in his heart, he didn't tell Hosan and Zhu Dapeng. This time, if these two guys hadn't made trouble, how could such a thing happen? So if that kind of river crab is really edible, he doesn't mind letting these two guys feel uncomfortable for a while before that. Shenronghua didn't know what Huang Taisheng, Hosan, Zhu Dapeng and others were thinking. After pushing away the crowd, he went straight to his home. Different purposes, different things. Before, he just wanted to stay in Xiahe village for a temporary shelter. But now, He wants to subdue the people of Shaha village and let them use them for himself. More than a dozen formal warriors, plus a warrior in the late stage of the realm like Zhu Dapeng, and a warrior at the top of the realm like Ho San, are already a considerable force.
If Huang Taisheng is included, he should not be underestimated.
Huang Taisheng has a hidden injury, and may not be able to exert the full strength of the Earth Warrior.
Because of the hidden injury, he may only have 1 year to live. But he may not be unable to cure it.
Once he can get the loyalty of an Earth Warrior, plus the assistance of Ho San and others, then in this nearby area, only the power of a few towns can pose a threat to him. After obtaining such strength, it will be easier for him to search for adventures. That is why he did not severely punish Ho San and others. When using both kindness and force, you must also control the scale.
Moreover, even if he wants to punish, how can he punish? He is not an impulsive person.
Severely punishing Ho San and others is at most a way to vent his anger.
But this is not what he wants, and he will not get any benefits. Now it is just right.
Especially he has earned a lot of reputation from this. Thinking about this in his heart, Shenrong was angry for a while, and then strolled back to his house. At the same time, he did not forget to release the shadow leopard soul that he had just sealed. This thing had just attacked Ho San, and its power was seriously depleted.
It was no longer useful.
If he kept it in his hand, it would only occupy the position.
When he walked to the front of the house, Chen Rongwa looked at the fence outside the yard, his eyes flashed, and his eyes fell on the colorful flower and tree dead branch where the wood spirit demon butterfly had stopped not long ago. I don't know if I can use this dead branch to lure that little thing back. Chen Rongwa's mind moved slightly.
At the same time, when he saw the dead branch, he suddenly recalled the strangeness of the fat cat before. This guy can actually make such a loud noise. He took a deep breath. Also, I seem to have forgotten to use the ancient book's identification technique to identify its properties before. At this moment, he finally realized the weirdness.
C-23 grilled fish. Could that fat cat be the demon in the village?
Suddenly, Chen Ronghua had an idea. Thinking of the various strange things about the fat cat, and what Huang Xiaoshan said about the demon in the village not harming people and only stealing salted fish, he was more certain of this idea.
Not harming people and only stealing salted fish. What else could it be but a cat? He actually slept in the same bed with a demon for a whole night? In an instant, Chen Ronghua's cold sweat flowed down.
Although the fat cat has always behaved very docile, no matter how docile it is still a demon. Even the weakest demon is comparable to a formal warrior in terms of level. The fat cat did not hurt anyone before, but that was only before. Who knows if it will hurt people in the future?
Chen Ronghua looked at his yard and hesitated. Can he go back now? He took a deep breath and looked into the yard.
Seeing that the fat cat was no longer basking in the sun on the bench, but had gone somewhere unknown, he quietly walked into the yard. When he went to rescue Huang Lin before, he did not bring the yellow wooden bow. Although this thing is a treasure, it is just a strange thing in the eyes of others. It is not particularly precious, so he is not worried about being stolen.
After entering the yard, Chen Ronghua looked around.
After finding that the fat cat was indeed not there, he took 2 quick steps and took the yellow wooden bow that he had placed in a corner. Then he hesitated for a moment, walked to the window again, and looked into the house through the window. But to his surprise, the fat cat was not in the house either.
It's better if it's not there.
After thinking about it, Chen Ronghua turned around and walked out of the yard. After walking out of the yard, he looked around and immediately walked towards an abandoned house across the street. The houses in Shaha village are all earth houses. After arriving at the abandoned earthen house across the street, Chen Ronghua checked it out and thought it would not collapse easily, so he walked into the house. This house had been destroyed for a long time, even the windows had collapsed, and it was unknown how many years ago the building was built. Standing in the house, he could see the situation of his home from afar through the window. Chen Ronghua planned to wait here next, and when the fat cat came back, he would use the ancient book to identify it first. No matter what special abilities the fat cat had, he felt that he should have no problem performing the identification technique from such a distance. As for calling Huang Taisheng and others to come and get rid of the fat cat, he had never thought about it. He was now pretending to be a powerful sorcerer, and he couldn't even solve a small demon.
No one would believe him even if he told others.
Of course, the most important thing was that when he met the wood spirit demon butterfly before, he had a thought of capturing and subduing it in his mind.
Now that he found that his own fat cat might also be a demon, how could he not be tempted?
But he didn't just sit there and wait. After tidying up the room, he picked up the yellow wooden bowl, looked at it for a few seconds, put it down, and then integrated the vitality attribute of a yellow heart cabbage into his body. Shenronghua, the vitality attribute of yellow heart cabbage +1. The stomach mutates, the body's activity is enhanced, and food can be converted into vitality energy to recover from fatigue and injuries. It works! After re-identifying his own attributes, Shenronghua's face lit up. After confirming that it was feasible, he immediately began to add the remaining vitality attributes of the yellow heart cabbage to himself one by one. After Huang Lin was out of danger, he took back all the attributes that had been integrated into Huang Lin's body. Although integrating these attributes into Huang Lin's body could make Huang Lin recover faster, he did not intend to do so. He planned to divide the treatment of Huang Lin into several days. He would treat Huang Lin once or twice a day at most, because only in this way could he show his importance. As he thought about it, Shenronhua's eyes suddenly paused, and he found that he had integrated the vitality of 5 yellow cabbages into himself, and there was an obstacle, 2 less than Huang Lin. It seems that everyone's physique is different, and the number of attributes that can be integrated is also different. Shenronghua was thoughtful. At the same time, he also found that with the vitality of 5 yellow cabbages integrated into his body, the sequelae caused by the continuous bow shooting last night and this morning had begun to ease rapidly. He clenched his fist and felt that he was full of strength now. Buzz! Buzz! The next moment, he began a new round of bow shooting in this abandoned house. Of course, while shooting, he also divided a little energy and kept an eye on his home, prepared to identify the fat cat as soon as it appears. However, Shenronghua didn't know that when he was thinking about the fat cat was holding a salted fish and went into several families one after another. It didn't stop until it found a few sparks burning in the stove of a family. After the fat cat put the salted fish on the ground, he quickly picked up some firewood and threw it into the stove. Then he blew gently at the stove. It was not very big, but the wind it blew was quite strong. After several times, the stove blew and the flames burned completely. Seeing this scene, the fat cat immediately showed a hint of human joy on his face. Then it turned around and picked up the salted fish on the ground, stood up, held the salted fish with its 2 paws, and roasted it on the flame. Sometimes the flames burned it, and its hair flashed, and it seemed as if nothing had happened. Humans are troublesome. Raw salted fish is so delicious, but they have to roast it before eating. While roasting the fish, the fat cat thought, I scared away that stupid butterfly this morning, and I don't know if that guy will be angry with me when he comes to his senses. Alas, it's hard to be a cat. I hope this roasted fish can get rid of him. Otherwise, what if he doesn't stroke me anymore? Thinking of this, it suddenly felt itchy again. No one has stroked it for a long time. This morning, Shenronghua stroked it a few times, and it immediately recalled the comfortable days in the past. At this time, the salted fish in the stove fire was getting darker and darker. I'm so hungry. After Shenronghua had been working hard for a while, he frowned. After integrating the properties of yellow heart cabbage into his body, his recovery ability was indeed enhanced, and he could even shoot the bow continuously without interruption. But in this way, the little food he ate in the morning was quickly digested and converted into vitality energy to quickly restore his body. It seems that I have to prepare more food. Shenronghua took a deep breath. If there is enough nutritious food supply, he can shoot the bow continuously without even using it for a day, and he can shoot the bow with all his strength for 10,000 times. Fortunately, he was prepared for this matter. Eating big river crabs for dinner was not just because he was greedy. When he used ancient books to identify the big river crabs in Greenwater Bay, the words Great Tonic were displayed in the introduction. See 24 Sharing Wheel in Woha? After exhaling in one breath, Shenronghua felt his arm tingling and stopped temporarily. Even though he had the properties of the yellow heart cabbage and strong recovery ability, he couldn't do it without food in his stomach. With a thought, he took back all the properties that had been integrated into his body. These properties that were taken back seemed to exist in a separate space, and only he could feel and use them. However, even after taking back these properties, his stomach was still very hungry, and he wanted to find something to eat immediately. What should I do? Shenronghua frowned. By asking Huang Shashan yesterday, he knew that because of the bad years, every household in Xiahe village only had 2 meals a day. He had just come here, and he didn't know if Huang Taixing could think of this and make some food for him at noon. As for him to ask, in the long run, it would not be a good thing for him to make himself too special now. However, just as he was thinking about what to eat, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes looked through the collapsed window, and he saw the fat cat coming from a distance, leaping lightly, and jumped over the wooden fence and entered the yard. Tiger skin chinchilla, demon species, late stage 1. There is a chance to become a 4th level demon. An ordinary orange cat accidentally entered a strange place and mutated. Lazy by nature, weak resistance to delicious food. Because it has more contact with humans, it will not take the initiative to harm people. Special Ability 1, Transformation, can make the body huge. Special Ability 2, Release Dragon Power. Special Ability 3, Ordinary, in close contact. People whose strength is not much better than it cannot sense its specialness. And no matter how extraordinary it behaves, they will subconsciously forget it, and it is difficult to have bad thoughts about it. But once you realize its extraordinariness, you will no longer be affected by this ability. As it grows, the tiger skin chinchilla has a chance to open more abilities related to dragons and tigers.
So that's it. When Chen Ronghua used the ancient book's identification ability to identify the attributes of the fat cat, he immediately understood why he always forgot to use the ancient book's identification ability before. But there is a chance that it will grow into a 4th level demon, which is the same as Xiaoshan's 4-point warlock qualification. Chen Ronghua's eyes moved slightly. After learning from the ancient book's identification that the fat cat has such a high qualification and will not actively harm people, he couldn't suppress the idea of subduing it in his heart. Moreover, this fat cat now has the cultivation of the late 1st level, which is equivalent to Zhu Dapeng in the late warrior realm.
In the entire Xiahe village, it can also be ranked in the top 5 in terms of strength. Once it is subdued, it will definitely be of great use to him. However, it is definitely not that simple to subdue a demon. Chen Ronghua watched the fat cat jump into the yard from a distance, and his mind moved slightly. At this time, the fat cat in the distance jumped into the yard. When he saw that Chen Ronghua's yellow wooden bow disappeared, but Chen Ronghua was not there, he immediately jumped onto the stool and stretched out a paw to scratch his head, as if wondering where Chen Ronghua had gone.
What is this guy doing? Is he looking for me? Chen Ronghua looked through the abandoned window, thinking with some amusement in his heart.
But when he thought of this, he suddenly moved his eyes away. He suddenly thought that if the cat knew that he was observing it secretly, it would be difficult for him to subdue it. Thinking of this, he immediately took the yellow wooden bow and walked out of the abandoned house. As Chen Ronghua walked out, the fat cat standing on the stool in his yard and looking around immediately found him. It jumped off the stool with a salted fish in its mouth, as if it wanted to run straight to Chen Ronghua. But after running a few steps, it stopped again.
No! What am I doing? Didn't I swear that I would never look for a human master again?
Humans are bad guys, and they will abandon me when they are in danger.
I have already learned a lesson. Do I want to repeat the same mistake? But this human seems a little different. Meow.
Contradictory thoughts flashed through the fat cat's mind, until Chen Ronghua walked into the yard, walked in front of it, picked it up from the ground, hugged it in his arms and stroked it twice, and it came back to its senses with blurred eyes. At this time, it still had a grilled salted fish in its mouth. Seeing that it suddenly appeared in Chen Ronghua's arms, it turned its head and looked confused.
Did this stupid human still not come back to his senses until now? Did I do it on purpose in the morning? Or is he not angry with me? You lazy guy, where did you get this thing from?
Chen Ronghua held the fat cat, took 2 steps, sat on the stool, looked natural, and smiled. But under such appearance, he was extremely nervous. He had raised cats before, and knew that some cats are very selfish when eating, especially when eating delicious food, and will not let unfamiliar people approach. Therefore, he suddenly picked up the fat cat holding the food from the ground, which can be said to be very dangerous. Fortunately, the fat cat did not show a furious look after coming to his senses. On the contrary, because he stroked its body twice, it showed a somewhat intoxicated look. Seeing that the fat cat did not react excessively, Chen Ronghua gradually relaxed. Gurgle. At this moment, because he was too hungry, his stomach suddenly gurgled and made a light sound. The fat cat, who was enjoying Chen Ronghua's touch with his eyes closed, heard the voice, opened his eyes, looked at Chen Ronghua, and then moved his body, escaped from his arms, and landed on the edge of the stool. Then it stood up, scratched Chen Ronghua's body with its 2 front cat paws, raised its head, and handed the black roasted salted fish in its mouth to him.
Chen Ronghua was stunned and didn't understand what it meant at the first time.
Seeing Chen Ronghua's expression, the fat cat rolled his eyes at him, as if to say he was stupid. Then its orange-yellow little round head shook, and it moved the salted fish closer to him.
You mean, give this to me to eat?
Chen Ronghua suddenly opened his mouth wide.
The fat cat nodded very humanely when he heard it.
Chen Ronghua looked at the black thing in the fat cat's mouth, and smelled the bursts of fishy fragrance mixed with burnt smell emanating from it, wondering in his heart, is this thing fish? Who makes such a poor quality roasted fish? He didn't know that this thing was made by Fat Cat himself. But even so, he was touched when he saw Fat Cat handing it to him after hearing his stomach growl. It seems that it is not as difficult as imagined to subdue this guy. He hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out to take the salted fish from Fat Cat's mouth. After taking the roasted salted fish in his hand, Chen Ronghua realized that it was still warm. "Where did you get this?" He smiled and broke the salted fish into 2 halves. "Come on, half for each of you." To subdue the demon, of course, you have to start by sharing the joys and sorrows. See, 25 crabs are coming. As Chen Ronghua broke the salted fish into 2 halves, the snow-white fish meat immediately appeared inside. A smell of salted fish mixed with burnt smell instantly spread. Chen Ronghua's nose could not help but move. He was really hungry. However, he did not eat it immediately. Instead, he removed the black and burned surface of half of the salted fish, tore off a piece of white and tender fish meat, picked out the bones, and handed the fish meat to the Fat Cat's mouth first. There are barbs on the cat's tongue, and fish bones can be filtered out when eating fish to prevent being stuck. But this is not absolute. If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. The cat raised by Chen Ronghua on Earth was once stuck by a fish bone. Of course, the fat cat is a demon species, and most of them will not be afraid of small fish bones. Just to build feelings for it, Chen Ronghua still carefully helped it remove the fish bone. Seeing the white and tender fish meat handed to his mouth, the fat cat was stunned for a moment, then purred, bit the fish meat into his mouth, half closed his eyes, and ate it happily. Chen Ronghua smiled, tore off a piece of fish meat, removed the fish bones, and put it into his mouth. He didn't eat fish at the barbecue banquet last night because he was worried that he would be associated with fish and be targeted by the demon from Shaha village. Now that he knows that the so-called demon is the fat cat in his arms, and this grilled salted fish was given to him by the fat cat, he naturally won't have that idea anymore. Demon, Chen Ronghua chewed the fish meat while stroking the smooth fur of the fat cat. Just a day ago, he was still on Earth, worrying about starting a business. A day later, he had come to a new world, and he was holding a cat that could be regarded as a demon on Earth in his arms and stroking it. The fat cat's fur was extremely shiny, and it would not fall off no matter how he stroked it, and it was also spotless. After Chen Ronghua touched it twice, he tore off 2 pieces of fish meat again and shared them with Fat Cat. He was indeed hungry. Even though the fish was not grilled well and was held in Fat Cat's mouth, he still enjoyed it. And he wanted to subdue Fat Cat, so he must not show any disgust at this time. The whole fish was stuffed into his stomach by Fat Cat in a short while. After eating the fish, Chen Ronghua grabbed Fat Cat's armpits under its 2 front legs with both hands, picked it up, and looked it in the face and said, "I didn't expect you to be so human. Master, I'm hungry, and you even know to grill fish for me. Since you are so human, from now on, as long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let you go hungry." What's so surprising about this? There are still many things you don't know. Fat Cat pouted, turned his head to the side, and ignored him. It thought a little proudly, "I will show you more skills in the future, I will scare you to death." Just when it thought about it, it reacted and thought that Chen Ronghua was too shameless. When did it agree to recognize him as its master? Seeing the fat cat in this state, Chen Ronghua laughed in his heart. At the same time, he became more confident that he could completely subdue it. "Mr. Chen." Just as Chen Ronghua and the fat cat were communicating with each other, Huang Taisheng walked in from outside. Hosan and Zhu Dapeng went to the swamp to catch 2 big river crabs from Green Water Bay. "How do you eat this thing?" "Oh, so fast?" Chen Ronhua's eyes lit up. After eating half a fish, he was no longer as hungry as at the beginning, but if he wanted to shoot continuously, he needed a lot of nutritious food. He stood up from the stool and said, "Let's go, I'll go with you to see." As he spoke, he hugged the fat cat and followed Huang Taisheng out. However, the fat cat twisted its body, broke free from his arms, and fell back on the stool. It didn't like to join in the fun. "You guy." Chen Ronghua turned around and glared at the fat cat. But the fat cat lazily lay on the stool, basking in the sun, and ignored him. "Forget it, since you are not going, then stay at home and help me look after this bow. I'll go off for a walk, maybe when I come back, I'll bring you some delicious food." Chen Ronghua shook his head, and then put the yellow wooden bow in his hand next to the stool regardless of whether the fat cat was willing or not. In fact, at this time he didn't know whether the fat cat could understand human language or not, but it was good for him to communicate with the fat cat in this way. In case the fat cat could understand human language, he would give it the yellow wooden bow that he almost never left his hand to keep, which would probably make it feel valued. After arranging the fat cat, Chen Ronghua followed Huang Taisheng out of the yard. "This guy really thinks of himself as my master." Seeing Chen Ronghua leaving, the fat cat raised his neck. Then it glanced at the yellow wooden bow next to it, and a hint of complexity suddenly appeared in the cat's eyes. "It's just a broken bow, not a treasure. But that guy seems to really treasure this bow. Mr. Chen is here. Mr. Chen is here." At the entrance of Shaha village, as Chen Ronghua arrived,
the villagers greeted him enthusiastically.
Facing these greetings, Chen Ronghua smiled and nodded, without showing arrogance. After experiencing the previous events, he has completely established his prestige in Xiahe village. Passing through the crowd, Chen Ronghua soon saw two huge crabs with a diameter of more than 1 meter, black bodies, and as if cast in steel. At this time, the two crabs were tied with ropes and lying on their backs, with only their eyeballs still rolling. "Boy, are you looking for a trap?" When one of the crabs saw Chen Ronghua coming over, a word suddenly came out of its mouth. Hearing the familiar words again, Chen Ronghua looked strange. He carefully looked at the crab that spoke, and felt that its size was about the same as the one he saw yesterday. "Shut up!" Xu Dapeng, who was standing next to the crab, saw that the crab actually offended Chen Ronghua. His face changed immediately, and he slapped it with his hand. Not long ago, he had a conflict with Chen Ronghua, and now this crab was making trouble. He was really afraid that Chen Ronghua would think that he had deliberately arranged it. After slapping the crab, he immediately looked at Chen Ronghua with a sad face and said, "Young master, this is really not what I taught, I know." Chen Ronghua shook his head and said, "When I came here yesterday, I met this crab, and it said so at that time."
Xu Dapeng was relieved.
At the same time, he and other villagers heard Chen Ronghua's words and were moved again, feeling that Chen Ronghua's character was really too gentle. If it were them, they would have killed it long ago if they were threatened by a crab.
At this time, Chen Ronghua continued, "Do you have a bigger pot? This thing needs to be boiled or steamed."
Thanks to using Shuijianyu's salted fish for the 500 coin reward.
C26 Lord, do you want to put the whole thing into the pot? Huang Taishang was startled when he heard Chen Ronghua's words.
However, he did not hesitate for long and immediately sent someone to fetch the biggest pot in the village. As for others, they built a simple stove with stones at the entrance of the village. After the stove was set up, the person who took the pot just returned.
Chen Ronghua clicked his tongue when he saw the big pot that could hold two crabs together without leaving any gaps.
Huang Taisheng explained at the side, "This is the pot used to cook medicine and build foundation for children in the village. It has been around for some years. Apart from this pot, there is no other pot in our village that can cook crabs." Chen Ronghua nodded. "Although I didn't understand what boiling medicine to build a foundation meant, I didn't ask any more questions." At this time, Ho San, who was more than 2 meters tall, took a brush and started following Chen Ronghua's instructions to scrub and clean the crabs repeatedly. Then put aside the one who can only speak.
"Don't eat it this time."
Seeing that Ho San wanted to kill the talking crab first, Chen Ronghua immediately stopped him. "He can speak human words, but he really doesn't dare to speak. I don't know if he will eat such things in the future. Now that he has just come to this world, he might as well forget it. And it seems that there are a lot of these crabs in Greenwater Bay."
Ho San and Zhu Dapeng went there and caught 2 of them so quickly.
If he wants to eat it in the future, he can just let the 2 of them catch it. There is no need to wrong himself. Ho San got his order and immediately started cleaning another crab. "Boy, are you looking for a trap?" At this time, the guy who could only speak human words suddenly came out of his mouth again. Looking at this stupid guy who had no idea that he had escaped, Chen Ronghua was not only not angry, but also wanted to laugh. By the time Ho San had cleaned the crab, a blazing fire was already burning under the stove.
The water in the pot gradually boiled. To cook crabs, you need to use hot water.
Chen Ronghua still has some experience in this.
"Get off the pot."
When he saw that the heat was almost done, he asked Ho San to throw the nearly cleaned crab into the pot. Some people like to kill the crabs before adding them to the pot to prevent them from losing their legs. However, Chen Ronghua felt that with this crab's physique, this might not be necessary. And you can still eat it even if the legs fall off, it just doesn't look good. Amidst the gurgling sound of boiling water, the crab that entered the pot began to struggle, but only for a short while. Its body became stiff and its breath was completely gone.
"Boy, are you okay?
Boy, are you okay?" At this time, the remaining crab looked at the boiling cauldron not far away and suddenly uttered a second human sentence. It goes on and on, one sentence after another, and it can even make people feel that it is nervous.
Is this guy so intelligent? Chen Ronghua raised his eyebrows.
When he used ancient books to identify them before, it was shown that only a small number of the large river crabs in Greenwater Bay can speak human speech, but generally they can only speak 1 or 2 sentences, and these things only have simple intelligence. Now it seems that the crab in front of me should be considered to be quite intelligent among their species.
"Shut up." Chen Ronghua gave the crab a tentative drink.
The crab paused after hearing this, rolled its eyes, struggled a bit, and stared at Chen Ronghua. "Boy, are you looking for a trap?"
Chen Ronghua had a headache. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, throw it away."
After hearing this, Ho San immediately picked up the crab and walked away. At this time, it seemed that the crab in the pot would take a while to be cooked. Xu Dupeng glanced at Chen Ronghua, then walked to Huang Taisheng and said without hesitation, "Village chief, this time we met a group of people on the way back. According to the people who were fleeing, there was fighting in the north."
"There's a fight, what's going on?" Huang Taisheng was startled.
"I heard that Earl Baiwu, Note 1, has fallen.
Several heirs are fighting for power and want to become the new Earl. Now our Baiwu Island may be in chaos." "Earl Baiwu fell?"
Huang Taisheng was shocked when he heard this.
Earl Baiwu is the lord of the only city on Baiwu Island. When he heard about the death of Earl Baiwu, Huang Taisheng immediately sighed. In the next period of time, civil strife may really break out on Baiwu Island.
Not to mention the civil strife in the west of Shirogiri Island. Kirogiri Island, which has always been at odds with Shirogiri Island, will probably take this opportunity to launch an attack on Shirogiri Island. Chen Ronghua on the side was a little confused when he heard this. He had heard the word lord several times. When Huang Taisheng mentioned to him the lords of Green Water Bay Town and the lords of Hongsha Town, he only thought they were the names the world gave to the leaders who were in charge of a place. But now it seems that it is not that simple.
Village Chief Huang. With this thought, he suddenly asked, "I wonder what kind of cultivation that Earl Baiwu has?" Hearing Chen Ronghua's inquiry, Huang Taisheng thought for a while and said, "It is said that Earl Baiwu is a peak warlock in the mortal transformation realm and the strongest person on Baiwu Island."
The strongest person on Baiwu Island?
Chen Ronghua had a little understanding of the strength level of Baiwu Island.
He pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "Before, you told me about the Lord of Green Water Bay Town and the Lord of Hongsha Town. One is an earth warrior and the other is a metamorphosis.
A warlock in the middle stage of the mortal realm.
I wonder what the status of sky warriors and late-stage warlocks in the mortal transformation realm is on this White Mist Island." Ho San, who had put the crab far away and walked back, was suddenly shocked when he heard Chen Ronghua's question.
He suddenly wondered if Chen Ronghua was a late-stage transcendental warlock? He was a little horrified.
If Chen Ronghua was really a late-stage transcendental warlock, it would be really amazing. A late-stage transcendental warlock could fly in the air like a sky warrior, and his methods were even more incredible.
On Baiwu Island, all late-stage transcendental warlocks were respected. Huang Taisheng didn't have any extra thoughts.
He shook his head and narrated, "The lords of Green Water Bay Town and Red Sand Town are all barren lords bestowed by the gods, and they are nobles.
Above them, we have more than a dozen Viscount lords on Baiwu Island. Most of these Viscount lords are sky warriors and late-stage transcendental warlocks. Their territories are all important towns on Baiwu Island, and their power cannot be underestimated.
With the death of Baiwu Lord this time, I'm afraid they will not be safe. Lords bestowed by the gods, nobles?" Chen Ronghua was stunned when he heard this. Only then did he know that there was such an aristocratic class in this world. At this time, Huang Taisheng continued, "You know, lords can share the power of faith with the gods. The higher the lord's title, the more power of faith they share, and the faster they practice. So this time, the White Mist Earl fell, and the strength of Baiwu City dropped greatly. I'm afraid that there will be many ambitious people who will take advantage of the situation."
Chen Ronghua suddenly fell silent.
He was silent, not because he was about to take on the chaos that might happen on Baiwu Island, but because, before this, he had always thought that after he thoroughly understood this world, he could rely on ancient books and practice alone. But after Huang Taisheng said this, he realized that there were actually noble lords in this world. And the higher the title of the noble lord, the faster the cultivation speed.
The so-called lord can actually be linked to cultivation and strength.
Note 1. It is estimated that some people think that titles such as Gongho Bazan are Western. In fact, there is already such a division of titles in the Xia dynasty, and the division of titles in this book is roughly similar to this. Note 2. Since yesterday afternoon, the trial push has been launched, and the collection increase has been good, but there are too few recommended votes.
Please don't be stingy with the recommended votes. Big fat thanks you in advance. I was busy yesterday, so I updated 1C. This sis to make up for yesterday. There will be 2 more CS today.
C27 guidance lords and nobles are granted by the gods.
I don't know how to obtain the grant from the gods and become a noble lord in this world.
Chen Ronghua is still not sure what path he will take in the future. There are cultivators in this world. But he doesn't know whether becoming a powerful cultivator can allow him to protect his family in 300 years.
Moreover, is 300 years really enough for him to become a powerful cultivator?
Therefore, after hearing the word lord from Huang Taisheng and knowing that becoming a lord will help with cultivation, his mind immediately moved slightly. If he can become a powerful lord in this world, not to mention how it will add to cultivation, just training a group of subordinates may also benefit him infinitely. Thinking of this, Chen Rongwo looked at his left hand. After his left hand mutated, it can obtain attributes from other things. The attributes that he can integrate are limited. If he integrates the acquired attributes into other people, it is very likely that he will cultivate a group of people with special abilities. In addition, he can take back the attributes that have been integrated into other people's bodies at any time. Without much management, he can firmly control such a group of people in his hands. However, whether to become a noble or not, he still plans to wait until he becomes a formal practitioner and the ancient book accumulates a certain amount of energy before considering it. Also, if he eventually plans to become a noble lord in this world, how can he obtain the conferment of the gods? One thought after another flashed through Chen Ronghuo's mind. He once again looked at Huang Taisheng, pondered for a moment and asked, "Village Chief Huang, I wonder if there are any ways to become a noble lord on your Baiwu Island?" When he came to Xiahe village, Huang Taisheng guessed that he came to Baiwu Island from other places. In addition, he asked what ways to become a noble lord on Baiwu Island, not what ways to become a noble lord purely. In this way, unless there is only one way to become a noble in this world, he would not appear too ignorant if he asked this question. At the same time, even if there is only one way to become a noble lord in the world of gods, Huang Taisheng and others hiding in a small village on the edge of Baiwu Island may not know it. Huang Taisheng looked at Chen Ronghua unexpectedly and replied, "I heard that the gods have not appeared for a long time. Now if you want to become a noble lord, you can only use the noble reward scroll left by the gods in the past. However, this thing is only available in the hands of big nobles. Like the Lord of Green Water Bay Town and the Lord of Red Sand Town, they may not have it. But those big nobles will not release this thing casually. There is also good luck and get the noble reward scroll through a strange encounter, but this is even more unreliable." Noble reward scroll? Chen Ronghua nodded and did not continue to ask. However, he wrote down the noble reward scroll in his heart. He knew that if he really planned to become a noble lord in this world, he must get this thing first. Gulp gulp. After waiting for a while, the crab in the pot had been cooked for such a long time, and it had already emitted bursts of fresh and fragrant smells with the boiling steam. Sure enough, it is still a little different. Chen Ronghua's gluttony was immediately seduced by the fresh smell of the crab in the pot. Crabs cooked on earth are hard to have such fresh smells. At the same time, Huang Taisheng, Ho San, Zhu Dapeng and others were also attracted by this smell. They never thought that the ugly river crabs would emit such fresh smells after being cooked. Could it be that this thing is really edible? "It's almost done, put out the fire and take the crabs out," Chen Ronghua said. Zhu Dapeng, who was standing by, heard this and immediately stepped forward, opened the iron pot lid, and exposed the big crab inside. It turned red? At this time, Zhu Dapeng discovered that as the crab was cooked, its back turned bright red, which was extremely dazzling and very appetizing at a glance. Then he stretched out his hand, regardless of the boiling hot water, and directly reached into the water to fish out the crab. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua's mouth twitched, feeling that this was really a real rolling meat. But after becoming a formal warrior, it was convenient. Thinking of this, he took 2 steps forward, looked at the huge crab that Zhu Dapeng placed on a specially moved bluestone slab on the ground, pointed to the oval small cover on the crab's abdomen and said, "See? This crab is oval here, which means it is a female crab. If it is pointed here, it is a male crab. First, remove all the crab legs of this crab, and then open this small cover." Okay. According to the order, Zhu Dapeng removed all the large crab legs of the crab in a few strokes. At the same time, the small cover under the crab was also opened. After opening the small lid, he followed Chen Ronghua's instructions and opened the crab's shell, revealing the crab lungs and crab roe inside. Other people in the village watched this scene with interest. There are many large crabs like this in Lushui Bay. If it is true that this thing can be eaten as Chen Ronghua said, then they will have a good year. "This is crab lung, it can't be eaten." Chen Ronghua pointed at some strips and continued to instruct Zhu Dapeng. Under his guidance, Zhu Dapeng quickly removed all the crab lungs, crab hearts, crab mouths, crab stomachs and other objects. Did you see it? This yellow-orange color is crab roe, which is edible and can only be found in female crabs. If you switch to a male crab, this part will be replaced with crab paste. Crab paste is a white, sticky stuff. You should pay attention when you eat them in the future. These are the most nutritious parts of crabs. Chen Ronghua picked up the bowl brought by the villagers and put all the roe of the female crab into his bowl. It's incredible that the roe of a crab can't even fit into a bowl. On the planet Earth, almost everyone eats crabs slowly and slowly. Why? This is definitely not just a matter of being more expensive and looking more leisurely, but also because a crab only has a little bit of meat and is difficult to handle. Even if most people want to eat a big meal, they can't do it. After getting most of the crab roe into his bowl, Chen Ronghua directed Zhu Dapeng to break open all the crab legs and get out all the crab meat inside. Finally, he made a rough estimate and found that the meat from this crab weighed more than 10 kilograms, which was incredible. Crab roe of Green Water Bay River crab, great tonic, warm in nature, can be eaten in large quantities, beneficial to martial arts, and can be stored for a long time. He used an ancient book to identify the crab roe in his hand and found that it was not as cold in nature as the crabs from Earth Star, so he could not eat more of it. At the same time, the same goes for the crab meat of this crab, which can be eaten in large quantities. Okay. When everything was completed, Chen Ronghua clapped his hands, looked at Zhu Dapeng and said, "Let's figure out how to do it next time, right?" Zhu Dapeng nodded excitedly. He didn't know about crab roe, but the crab meat obtained from the crabs was white and silky. It tasted delicious at first glance and was really edible. In that case, I'll go back first. I'll take the crab meat with me as well. If you want to eat it, you can get it yourself. Seeing Zhu Dapeng's appearance, Chen Ronghua smiled, picked up several large plates of crab meat and the unique dipping sauce from another world that had just been prepared, and walked slowly to his home. Such a great tonic should be enough for me to get the warlock certificate out of the Yellowwood Bow today, right? As he walked, he thought to himself. Seeing this scene, Zhu Dapeng and others were all dumbfounded. Chen Ronghua didn't even leave any crab meat for them, and took it all away himself. But after reacting, none of them were dissatisfied. Even if Chen Ronghua can eat alone, how much can he eat? This time, Chen Ronghua really solved a big problem for their Shaha village. With those big river crabs in Green Water Bay around, their lives will definitely be much easier in the future. They even thought that Chen Ronghua might want to eat this kind of crab just to make them feel better this year. Thinking of this, their respect for Chen Ronghua suddenly deepened. Thank you all for your support. The test results are good. I don't know what will happen in the future. However, the collection that grew for most of the day yesterday can be regarded as crushing the same period, but there are fewer recommendation votes, so I continue to ask for your support. See 28 new attributes. Chen Ronghua returned home quickly with more than 10 kilograms of crab meat. It was already afternoon. The fat cat was still lying on the stool. Half of its body was basking in the sun, and the other half was covered by the shadow of the eaves. Chen Ronghua could hear it snoring from a distance. It's really lazy. He smiled, opened the gate, and walked into the yard. Wake up, it's time to eat. Hearing Chen Ronghua's voice, the fat cat moved, half raised its head curled up in its soft belly, opened its mouth and yawned. Then its nose moved slightly, and its cat eyes suddenly brightened, and its eyes fell on the crab meat in Chen Ronghua's hand. This guy. Seeing its appearance, Chen Ronghua immediately thought of the description of it in ancient books. In terms of laziness and weak resistance to delicious food, it really hit the nail on the head. Because the children have classes here in the morning, there are many free stools in the yard. Chen Ronghua put the plate of crab meat on the stool, pulled out a new plate from under the plate, picked up some crab roe and crab meat with chopsticks, and put them in the new plate. This new plate was what he prepared for Fat Cat. However, he didn't pick up much crab roe and crab meat for Fat Cat, only a few small pieces. Seeing that there was only so little, Fat Cat jumped off the stool and ran to Chen Ronghua's side. His expression suddenly froze. I grilled a fish for you, and you only gave me this much of the delicious food? At this moment, it felt extremely disappointed. Seeing Fat Cat's expression, Chen Ronghua laughed in his heart. As he handed the plate to the Fat Cat, he said, "Eat it, but don't eat too much. It's not good for you cats to eat too much. It's a pity that you are not a demon. If you were a demon, it would not be a problem." The Fat Cat was a little unhappy to see that Chen Ronghua only gave it such a small amount of crab meat. After hearing what Chen Ronghua said, he was stunned. Then he lowered his head and ate the crab meat in the plate in big mouthfuls. Demon? This cat has long been a demon, but I just won't tell you. After eating the crab meat in the plate in 3 or 5 bites, the Fat Cat happily returned to his stool and lay down to sleep again, as if he wanted to continue the beautiful dream just now. Seeing the Fat Cat like this, Chen Ronghua shook his head helplessly. He then picked up the crab meat with chopsticks, dipped it in the strange dipping sauce from another world, and ate it bite by bite. The crab roe is fresh and fragrant, and it tastes unusually delicious. The crab body is crystal white, like a white clam. The crab legs are tender and white, like silverfish. Dipping it in the sauce, he was in for a feast. The most important thing was that he could eat crab meat as a meal until he was full. Of course, when eating crab meat, he did not forget to integrate the vitality of the yellow heart cabbage back into his body.
What a powerful ability. After integrating the properties of the yellow heart cabbage, he felt that his body's fatigue was quickly restored, and he sighed again. After eating half a caddy of crab meat, he collected the remaining crab meat, then picked up the yellow wood bow and started a new round of bow shooting. In the buzzing sound of the bowstring, the fat cat raised his head and looked at Shenronghua, feeling a little helpless. This human is good in everything, but a little stupid. A broken bow that doesn't even shoot arrows, what's the fun? But Shenronghua ignored it. This time he made up his mind to get the warlock certificate in the yellow wood bow in one fell swoop. With the vitality of the yellow heart cabbage as a transfer, whenever his arms were tired, the crab roe and crab meat he had just eaten would be transformed into vitality energy to eliminate his fatigue. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, when the sun was about to set, after Shenronghua had shot the bow countless times and eaten a few times in the middle, he suddenly felt that when he pulled the bowstring with his left hand, he seemed to have taken something out of the bow. Could it be? He suddenly had an idea. Toughness +1. And at this moment, a message suddenly came to his mind. Toughness +1? After a moment of surprise, Shenronghua immediately thought of what he had shown when he used the ancient book to identify the yellow wood bow. The reason why the yellow wood bow could exist for so long was because the ancestors of the Huang family integrated a toughness array and a precision array into it when they made this bow. The 1,000-year immortality of the yellow wood bow must have nothing to do with the precision array. But it is probably related to the toughness array. Shenronghua quickly stopped the action of his hand. He never thought that after such a long time, his left hand, which had been motionless before, actually started to work again. It was a good thing that his left hand was working. But now the yellow wood bow had lost its toughness attribute. If he accidentally broke the yellow wood bow and lost the warlock certificate inside, he would really have no place to cry. Thinking of this, he moved his mind and used the identification ability of the ancient book again to identify the yellow wood bow. Yellow wood bow, toughness +9, accuracy +10, contains warlock certificate. As the identification results on the ancient book appeared, Shenronghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. The toughness attribute of the yellow wood bow is as many as 10, and he only picked out one of them. At the same time, he also found that the final result of his identification of something has a lot to do with his subjective consciousness. Instead of directly showing all its information. For example, when he first identified the yellow wood bow, he was thinking whether this bow was really related to the ancestor of the Huang family. The final identification results were mainly information about the relationship between the yellow wood bow and the ancestor of the Huang family. This time he was thinking about the properties of the yellow wood bow, and the results finally displayed in the ancient book were also the properties of the yellow wood bow. +10 toughness attribute. No wonder this bow can't even be destroyed by Huang Taisheng, a warrior of the earth. I just don't know if I can add the toughness attribute of the yellow wood bow to myself. Suddenly, Shenronhua's heart moved violently. If he could add the toughness attribute of the yellow wood bow to himself, his physique would definitely increase greatly. Especially if he could find out all the toughness attributes of the yellow wood bow and add them to himself, it would be amazing. But although this idea was tempting, Shenronghua did not dare to experiment on himself rashly. The properties of yellow heart cabbage can be used on the human body without side effects, but whether the toughness properties found on dead objects like the yellow wood bow can be used on humans still needs to be tested again. Thinking of this, he immediately thought of the noble lords that Huang Taisheng mentioned before. If he could become a noble lord, rule a place, and have many subordinates, it would be much easier to experiment with these things. Not to mention anything else, the prisoners in the territory alone would probably be enough. With these things flashing through his mind, Shenronghua took a deep breath. Then he added the toughness properties he had just obtained back to the yellow wood bow, and started pulling the bowstring again. His top priority now was to get the warlock certificate first. Buzz! 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 The sound of the bow rang again. But this time, the sound of the bowstring vibrating only rang 10 times, and Shenronghua felt the bow body warm up, and then a strange power merged into his body. Thanks everyone. On the 12th, I tried to promote and collected more than 290 people, which is more than yesterday, and the recommended votes also increased by more than 140. I hope everyone can send me up, and I hope there will be more recommended votes on the 13th. Thank you very much. C29 Which magician after the strange power in the yellow wooden bow penetrated into his body along his right hand that was pulling the bowstring this time, Shenronghua immediately felt his arm swell. Then he saw that under the skin of his right arm, a thin and twisted crimson bloodline suddenly bulged. The bloodline seemed to be alive. After it appeared, it immediately drilled up from under his skin along his arm. The bloodline soon drilled into his neck,
just like a vicious subcutaneous parasite that was going to drill all the way into his brain, which was extremely terrifying. Chen Ronghwa's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt the swelling pain in his arm and hurriedly used the identification ability of the ancient book.
Chen Ronghua, the body is being transformed, and after the transformation, the sorcerer's qualifications will be obtained.
After seeing the identification results of the ancient book, he was relieved. Before, he was still wondering what the so-called sorcerer's credentials were, but he didn't expect it to be just a special power. After calming down, he felt the crimson bloodline that had drilled into his ear, and his heart moved. I wonder what kind of sorcerer qualifications I will get?
There are many kinds of sorcerers. Huang Shashan can awaken into an earth sorcerer.
Ho San can awaken into a blood sorcerer. According to the introduction of the ancient book, there are also ice sorcerers, fire sorcerers, ghost sorcerers, demon sorcerers, insect sorcerers, etc. Just as Chen Ronghua was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a pain in his head, as if his soul was suddenly stabbed by something, and then some strange things were nailed into it. Feeling this severe pain, his body shook, and he almost fainted. After getting a little better, he quickly threw away the yellow wooden bow and sat on a stool not far away.
Meow.
The fat cat heard the movement here from Chen Ronghua, woke up from his sweet dream, looked up at him, saw that his body was shaking and his face was pale, and immediately ran over with some worry. After coming to Chen Ronghua, it stood up straight, stretched out its claws and patted his thigh.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Chen Ronghua let out a long breath and said reluctantly. After he said this, he used the identification ability of the ancient book again to identify himself.
Chen Ronghua, after using the warlock certificate, you have obtained the qualification of a demon warlock. A demon warlock has the ability to sign a contract with demons. After signing a contract with the first demon, you will become a formal warlock.
At the same time, after signing a demon contract, you will also gain some of the demon's abilities.
Your level of cultivation is also linked to the demon's cultivation. The strength of your soul determines the level of the demon you can sign.
The amount of your soul power determines the number of demons you can sign.
Currently, you can only use the demon contract to sign one demon, and the highest level is the late stage of the first stage.
In addition, unless the demon is willing, the demon will most likely resist when using the demon contract, so please be cautious when using the demon contract. Chen Ronghua had checked the information of the ancient book before and knew that the ancient book would be gradually unlocked as his ability improved. This time he obtained the qualification of a warlock, and the ancient book seemed to have changed. This change is not big, but it seems to have become more humane. However, Chen Ronghua did not pay too much attention to this change in the ancient book. He calmed down and carefully sensed it. Suddenly, he sensed a strange mark in the depths of his soul.
Demon contract? Is this the demon contract?
He thought about it and found that he seemed to be able to activate the mark. And as he sensed the mark, it also intermittently conveyed some similar messages to him that he needed to guess to understand.
Sure enough,
when Chen Ronghua got the hidden messages from the mark, his eyes lit up. Then, his eyes fell on his feet, and after he was still nervously staring at his fat cat, the light in his eyes suddenly became more obvious. If it was before meeting the fat cat, he would have been worried about getting such a warlock qualification that required a demon to be awakened. But now, he feels that the qualification of a demon magician is simply tailor-made for him.
Fat Cat is a demon of the first stage, and his cultivation is just the limit of his ability to use the demon contract.
Once he contracts Fat Cat as his pet, his strength will immediately surpass most people in Xiaha village. At that time, whether he wants to leave or stay, there will be no problem.
Master, Grandpa asked Uncle Dapeng and I to call you to dinner.
At this time, Huang Xiaoshan's childish voice sounded from outside the yard. Chen Ronghua looked up and immediately saw the tall and strong Zhu Dapeng, who came with Huang Xiaoshan. Sir, we stewed the leopard killed by Ho San tonight, and bought 2 jars of aged wine from Shenghe village. Zhu Dapeng was smiling, and when he saw Chen Ronghua, his face was wrinkled with smile. Because of the strength shown by Chen Ronghua, and Chen Ronghua even knew that ugly things like crabs could be eaten, he now worshipped Chen Ronghua.
I don't drink, so I won't join in the fun.
But before Zhu Dapeng finished speaking, Chen Ronghua shook his head and interrupted him.
Zhu Dapeng's face suddenly froze.
When he heard Chen Ronghua say that he would not join in the fun, he thought that Chen Ronghua was still angry about what happened in the morning, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed again. At the same time, he secretly cursed himself for being blind in the morning, thinking that Chen Ronghua was a liar. Seeing Zhu Dapeng's expression, Chen Ronghua pondered for a moment and said, "But the meat of the shadow leopard can be tasted.
Can you bring some to me?"
This.
Okay. Zhu Dapeng hesitated for a moment and agreed.
He was now eager for Chen Ronghua to find him more tasks to do so as to make up for his mistakes in the morning. Before turning around and leaving, he suddenly seemed to think of something and suddenly asked Chen Ronghua, "By the way, sir, can our hunting team come tomorrow morning to listen to your class?"
Of course. Chen Ronghua smiled.
He knew what Zhu Dapeng was worried about.
But he didn't say much.
After getting Chen Ronghua's answer, Zhu Dapeng left with a hint of excitement on his face and Huang Xiaoshan. In just a few minutes, he brought a large bowl of shadow leopard meat to Chen Ronghua.
Chen Ronghua took the meat of the shadow leopard and sent Zhu Dapeng away.
He looked at the fat cat who kept peeking at the leopard meat in his hand, and couldn't help but smile secretly. After using the ancient book to identify the leopard meat and finding no problem, he picked up the chopsticks and put a bite into his mouth. The meat of the shadow leopard was both chewy and pure and fragrant.
He chewed it and smacked his lips as if inadvertently. Meow.
Seeing that Chen Ronghua didn't give him the leopard meat, the fat cat finally stopped hiding his greed. After a meow, he ran to him again, stood up, and looked at the big bowl of leopard meat eagerly.
Thank you for your recommendation votes. Today's recommendation votes are expected to be more than yesterday.
In addition, I also thank Woming Xiaoza 159 for the 500 coins reward.
C30 left-hand ability revival. You don't even think about me when you eat meat, and you still want to be my master?
The alluring fragrance almost made the fat cat salivate. Its eyes were fixed on Chen Ronghua for a while, and then on the meat in the big bowl. The shadow leopard is a first-order peak demon. Its flesh and blood is not only delicious but also a great tonic after being cooked. Although Sha Mao is a latest-stage first-order demon, he has not been a demon for a long time. He has never even left Xiaha village.
Where has he smelled this kind of fragrance?
Especially through the instinct of the body, it can sense that if it can eat the meat in front of it, it will definitely be of great benefit to itself.
Ha ha. Seeing the fat cat's appearance, Chen Ronghua laughed, lowered his head and touched its head and said, "Don't be sad, I'm just joking with you. I eat meat, how can I not give it to you?"
As he spoke, he immediately poured most of the entire bowl of leopard meat into the fat cat.
Meow. The fat cat barked angrily.
Then it used its paws to pull its cat pampa to the corner, and concentrated on eating the meat on the plate, ignoring Chen Ronghua.
Chen Ronghua didn't take it seriously either.
If he wants to become a real magician, he probably has to start with Fat Cat. However, the time he spent with Fat Cat was too short. Although they seemed to be getting along well at the moment, it was still not safe for him to sign a demon contract with Fat Cat now. Once you fail the first time, it will be difficult to continue in the future. So he didn't mind waiting a few more days. Use a few days to make the fat cat more dependent on you, and then take it down in one fell swoop. With this in mind, he took another mouthful of shadow leopard meat and put it into his mouth, chewing it. This meat is not greasy at all, it tastes very chewy, and the more you chew it, the more fragrant it becomes. For Chen Ronghua, it is definitely the most fragrant meat he has ever tasted. But just after he ate a few pieces of shadow leopard's meat, he suddenly had a thought and suddenly reached his left hand into the bowl and took a piece of shadow leopard's meat in his hand. But when he held the piece of meat in his left hand didn't respond at all.
What is going on? Chen Ronghua frowned.
When he first came to this world yesterday, he touched the yellow cabbage. Almost every time he touched it, he could find out its properties. But later, for more than a day, he fired the bough thousands of times before he found out the tough attribute from the yellowwood bough. As for touching other items, not a single attribute was found, which puzzled him. Before, because he had always focused on the warlock certificate, he had no time to think about these things. Now that the warlock certificate has been obtained, as long as the time is right and the fat cat is subdued, he can become a real warlock immediately. With time, he was also ready to study his left hand. I don't know if this would be better. Suddenly, his mind suddenly moved, and while holding the piece of shadow leopard meat with his left hand, he began to think over and over in his mind about extracting the attributes from this piece of meat. Once, twice, 3 times. Suddenly, Chen Ronghua's left hand flashed a faint purple-gold color. When this purple-gold color flashed by, he suddenly felt that his left hand seemed to have touched something out of the piece of flesh.
The nutrition of shadow leopard meat is +1.
Immediately afterwards, such a message flashed through his mind.
Is that true? Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed with light. He guessed that the first time he found out the properties of the yellow cabbage, he should have done it unconsciously, just like when he found the tough property of the yellowwood bough. Unconsciously, he wanted to find out the attributes from the items, but the chance was extremely small and he could only rely on luck. But if he consciously wants to find out the attributes from some items, the chance will greatly increase. Just like after he found out the properties of yellow cabbage for the first time,
when he touched other yellow cabbages, he instinctively thought about finding out the properties of another yellow cabbage. Therefore, his success rate every time was very high. Thinking this, he immediately started kneading the piece of leopard meat with his left hand.
Strongness +1. Delicious +1.
In the state where Shenronghua consciously wanted to find out more attributes, one by one, he took out the attributes from the shadow leopard meat in his hand. As these attributes were discovered by him, visible to the naked eye, the shadow leopard meat in his hand quickly became dim, as if in a short period of time, it had turned into waste meat that had been weathered after being stored for a long time.
Generally,
the meat of the shadow leopard that has lost all its attributes, it can quench hunger after eating it, but it is tastier than soil and has no nutrients. When Shenronghua could no longer detect any attributes from the shadow leopard's meat, he used an ancient book to identify it and immediately got such a message.
Interesting.
Shenronghua put the piece of meat into the bowl, then picked up another piece of shadow leopard meat with his left hand and kneaded it. This time, just like before, within a short while, this piece of shadow leopard meat lost all its properties and became extremely dim. Seeing this scene, an idea flashed in Shenronghua's mind, and he completely lost the idea of eating the remaining shadow leopard meat. Then he kept moving, and in a short time, he took out all the remaining shadow leopard meat in the bowl, and felt out all their attributes.
This guy is crazy, right? If you don't eat meat, why are you still playing? Meow.
In the corner, the fat cat, who didn't want to pay attention to Shenronghua, peeked at this scene with the corner of his eye and couldn't help but call out. Shenronghua turned his head and glanced at the fat cat, and a smile appeared on his face. Originally, he wanted to subdue the fat cat, but he had to work harder. He was not sure how long it would take in the end. But now, after completely mastering the ability of his left hand, he has become more confident in subduing the fat cat, and he definitely won't waste too much time. This thought flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he began to integrate the attributes of the shadow leopard he had just absorbed into the piece of waste meat in the bowl one by one. The first thing he integrated into the waste meat was the delicious attribute. After integrating 3 delicious attributes, he felt resistance and began to integrate the nutritional attribute into it. After the nutrition attribute was integrated into the 4th one, there was resistance again, and he began to integrate the toughness attribute of the shadow leopard meat. As these attributes were integrated into the piece of waste meat one by one, the color of the waste meat began to gradually become richer. Enhanced shadow leopard meat, delicious +3, tempting color +3, nutrition +4, toughness +5. Finally, after Shenronghua integrated these attributes into this piece of shadow leopard meat, he found that he could not integrate any more attributes into it. At this time, the fat cat, who had been secretly watching Shenronghua's movements, had completely turned his head. It stared at the enhanced version of the shadow leopard meat that Shenronghua had integrated with many attributes, and its nose twitched, and this time saliva really flowed out of its mouth.
Meow.
Meow meow, today's collection has increased by 270.
It's the 3rd day of the trial promotion. It will be less and less, which is normal.
The daily recommendation votes have reached 197, almost 200, which is very good. I hope that friends who like it will come to help Depang and let this book rush.
Depang thanks. See 31 sequence meow.
When the fat cat smelled the tempting meat aroma of the shadow leopard, he felt that he was about to fall.
In his heart, he still didn't want to pay attention to Shenronghua.
But his body was out of his control and he walked to Shenronghua's feet step by step. His eyes, which were originally amber-like orange-yellow, seemed to be flashing with light, and became as crystal clear as jade, staring closely at the piece of meat in Shenronghua's hand. The original shadow leopard meat was fragrant enough, but the piece in Shenronghua's hand.
Is it fragrant? Shenronghua smiled. This is what I prepared for you, how about trying it?
He lowered his head and put the meat in his hand to the fat cat's mouth.
Woo!
The fat cat snatched the piece of meat in one bite, then turned around and ran back to the wall, as if he was afraid that Shenronghua would take the piece of meat back. Then, when he saw that Shenronghua had no intention of taking the piece of meat back, he immediately showed an intoxicated expression and accelerated the speed of chewing the meat. Seeing this, Shenronghua shook his head and smiled, not caring. Then he picked up a new piece of waste meat from the bowl with his left hand, and once again integrated the attributes into the waste meat one by one. This time, he changed the order of integration of each attribute.
He first chose to integrate the nutritional attribute into the waste meat.
In the end, he integrated 5 nutritional attributes into this piece of waste meat before he felt resistance.
Is it really like this?
The integration order of each attribute is different, and it can be combined into things with different attributes.
Shenronghua's heart moved. Then he integrated the delicious attribute, taste attribute, an easy digestion attribute into this piece of meat.
Enhanced version of shadow leopard meat, delicious +2, taste +2, easy digestion +3, nutrition +5. In the end, he got such a piece of shadow leopard meat with new attributes.
At the same time, the fat cat also ate all the meat just now. Such deliciousness has become the past, leaving regret and aftertaste in its eyes.
Just when it was feeling lost, its nose moved and it suddenly smelled the familiar smell again.
Its body stagnated and it quickly turned its head. Meow.
With a cry, the next moment, it couldn't help but run to Chenrongua's side again. But this time, it seemed to feel that what it had just done was a bit bad, so after running to Chenrongua's side, it rubbed its head on Chenrongua's legs, like a spoiled child.
Eat it, if it's not enough, there's more.
Chenronghua smiled and handed the shadow leopard meat in his hand to the fat cat again.
Meow.
This time, the fat cat called out before holding the piece of meat in its mouth. At the same time, it didn't run away as soon as it got the meat like before.
Is this guy a cook? It seems that ordinary cooks can't make this kind of meat, right? And he didn't use any tools.
At this time, the fat cat didn't understand that Chenronghua could continuously turn a piece of ordinary meat into this kind of extremely delicious meat.
It felt that it couldn't understand Chenronghua anymore. But no matter how he did it, it seemed good to have such a cook at home.
A brief thought flashed through his mind, and he could no longer resist the temptation of the delicious shadow leopard meat in his mouth, and immediately chewed it. Seeing the fat cat's appearance, Chenronghua shook his head. Through the fat cat's eating, he came to a conclusion again. After he integrated the attributes into the shadow leopard meat one by one, he could still feel the existence of those attributes, and he could still absorb those attributes again. But after the fat cat chewed the shadow leopard meat and ate it into his stomach, he could only sense the existence of the nutritional attributes. At the same time, he could also feel that the nutritional attributes were gradually disappearing, and he couldn't take it out through the fat cat's stomach. Thinking of this, he began to try new orders and new combinations, and integrated all the remaining attributes in his hand into the pieces of waste meat in the big bowl. The fat cat also began to enjoy the feast with him. All the enhanced shadow leopard meat eventually went into its stomach. Its stomach didn't swell much. But because the enhanced shadow leopard meat was rich in nutrition and most of it was easy to digest, it still felt that it was full. But even if it was full, it still didn't have enough of that deliciousness. Ha! When everything was over, Chenronghua saw that the sky had completely darkened, and suddenly yawned. He was really tired that day. His body was full of vitality because of the recovery of the vibrant properties of the yellow heart cabbage, but his spirit was really exhausted. Especially after he got the Warlock certificate before, the Warlock certificate turned into a strange mark, which was branded in the depths of his soul, as if there was some kind of sequelae, and his fatigue became more obvious. Okay, I'll get you something else to eat in the future. Chenronghua looked at the fat cat who was still looking at him eagerly, stood up, and put away the bowls and chopsticks.
The fat cat was a little disappointed.
But thinking that Chenronghua would live with him, he felt better.
It would be nice to have such a master. He was moved.
And then, he suddenly thought, Chenronghua could make the meat of the shadow leopard so delicious, so could he make the salted fish so delicious? Thinking so, a green light flashed in its eyes, and it suddenly turned into a shadow, and rushed out of the yard like lightning.
Where are you going?
Seeing the fat cat leave, Chenronghua called out. But when he finished speaking, the fat cat had disappeared. Chenronghua shook his head helplessly. It was so disobedient, it seemed that he had to use some tricks to subdue it. Thinking of this in his heart, he stood at the gate of the yard and looked around, and listened again, and found that only the fire flashed at the entrance of the village and the sound came out, and the whole village was now silent. Not bad. He took a breath, and then, as if he was a thief, he found a few smooth wooden sticks on the ground nearby, and then left his yard and walked towards the abandoned house across the street. He wanted to relieve himself. He didn't find anything like a toilet in the village, and even if there was a toilet, he didn't dare to go there. Because in the eyes of the villagers of Shaha village, he was a powerful warlock who was high above. Does a powerful warlock need to relieve himself? Before he knew these common sense, he would naturally go to the bathroom secretly to avoid being discovered.
5 or 6 minutes later, Chenronghua returned home refreshed.
Seeing that fat cat was not there, he did not think much, took off his coat directly, and fell asleep on the Kong. That's it for today, and everything else will wait until tomorrow. Now that the ability of the left hand has been tested, I can try to integrate the properties absorbed by the left hand into the talking big river crab tomorrow. For example, if I can find properties such as petrification from the stone, I can experiment with the river crab first. Ho-hoo. After a while, Chenrongua's snoring sounded in the room. He was really sleepy.
Thanks to the book friend Xianyuan jipping for the reward, and then ask for the recommendation votes. The current daily push is 140, I don't know if it can exceed 200. Don't be stingy if you have recommendation votes at C32. Knock on the door. The night fell. At the entrance of Xiaha village, although Chen Ronghua was not there, the villagers still followed the tradition and lit a big bonfire, cutting up the meat of the shadow leopard. The people who stayed in Xiaha village ate less, and many people just drank a few mouthfuls of soup. Most of the shadow leopard meat went to the members of the hunting team and the children who practiced martial arts in the village. The meat of the demon is of great use to the warriors, so they naturally have their own distribution plan for it. The hunting team is the backbone of Xiaha village, and the children are the future of Xiaha village, so they are allocated the most. Ha ha! After eating and drinking, the warrior apprentices and the members of the hunting team came to the open space, and with loud shouts, they played the incomplete version of the Tiger Refining Heart Fist. The Tiger Refining Heart Fist is a top-grade fist for apprentices, and the incomplete version is only of the lower grade, which is the most popular fist in the continent of gods. It was just because Xiaha village was too poor, so even when they reached the level of formal warriors, they still practiced this boxing. However, one figure after another moved freely under the light of the blazing bonfire, stirring up a strong boxing wind, and still performed a wild scene. They practiced boxing at this time, and they were digesting the huge nutrients in the shadow leopard meat through boxing, transforming it into their own blood and energy to enhance their strength. The sound of these people practicing boxing was huge, but Chen Ronghua was completely unaware of this scene. After he returned to the house, he fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The power of the warlock mainly comes from the soul. The transformation of the body by the warlock certificate is mainly aimed at the transformation of the soul. Chen Ronghua originally did not have the qualifications of a warlock. He obtained the qualifications of a warlock through the warlock certificate, and a mysterious mark was imprinted in his soul, which had sequelae. This sequelae is lack of energy and always wanting to sleep. He wanted to cure this sequelae. Unless he took a special treasure that could restore the soul, he could only recover through a long rest. Just as the warriors in Xiaha village were practicing martial arts enthusiastically, and Chen Rong was in a dream, a long black figure suddenly came to Xiaha village from the upper reaches of the big river near the village, that is, the direction of Shangha village, with stiff steps. This long black figure, under the moonlight, had a creepy white face. Especially his eyes were empty and dead, as if he had no soul at all. At the same time, if someone was around him, they would smell an unpleasant corpse odor from him. After approaching Xiaha village, he turned his stiff head and looked at the bonfire where Huang Taisheng and others were. He seemed to sense that the blood and qi fluctuations emanating from there were too strong. He hesitated for a moment, then bypassed there and slowly walked into the village from the other side. After entering the village, the black figure continued to move stiffly, walking slowly from house to house along the village road. It seemed that because there was no one at home, he did not stop. Until he walked to the door of Chen Ronghua's house. The fence gate in front of the courtyard gate could not stop his steps at all. He took a step forward, and the fence gate fell to the ground with a bang. Then the black figure continued to walk forward expressionlessly, until he came to the door of Chen Ronghua's house. He stopped. The next moment, he raised his spotted arm and knocked on Chen Ronghua's door again and again. Dong, dong dong, the strange knocking sound sounded, as if it could hit people's hearts directly and make people's hearts stagnate. Even Chen Ronghua, who was in deep sleep, frowned at this moment, as if he had some difficulty breathing. Dong, dong, the black figure kept knocking on Chen Ronghua's door, each time heavier than the last, until the door frame began to shake. The old wooden door even cracked with a click. But Chen Ronghua was too sleepy. He was in a deep sleep, unaware of all this, and had no intention of waking up. Dong! Finally, after knocking on the door countless times, the black figure paused, and a strange color seemed to flash in his empty and dead eyes. Then he slowly turned around, took stiff steps, and walked along the village road, away from Xiaha village. After the black figure left, Chen Ronghua turned over in the house, and his eyebrows were relaxed again. Meow! Shortly after the black figure left, a fat cat dragged back a sack of salted fish from somewhere. When he saw that his fence door was broken by something, he suddenly showed a trace of anger on his face. When he quickly came to the fence door and sniffed it, his face changed suddenly after smelling an astonishing stench of corpses. Then he no longer cared about the sack of salted fish in his mouth. Roar! After throwing away the sack of salted fish, his body grew slightly bigger, and from the depths of his throat he let out a roar like the one he made this morning when he threatened the wood spirit demon butterfly. Then his whole body rushed to the door of the house like a flash of lightning, jumped up, and rushed in through the crack of the window on the side of the door. Meow!
When the fat cat rushed into the house and saw Chen was still sleeping in a big letter shape, as if nothing had happened, he let out a long breath. As it exhaled, its orange fur gradually smoothed down. "You dare to be my master's cook, no matter what you are, don't let me catch you." After being angry for a while, the fat cat's body returned to its original state. Then it jumped lightly, picked up the quilt that was thrown aside by Chen with its mouth, and covered Chen with it again. Then it looked at Chen lowered its head, and got into the quilt, sleeping beside Chen. As for the sack of salted fish thrown at the gate of the yard, how could salted fish be more important than the cook who wanted to be its master? The cook was almost killed, and it was so palpitating that it had no time to think about anything else at this time. At this time, it just wanted to be quiet, just wanted to stay quietly by Chen side. The next day, Chen slept until noon. When he woke up, he found that the fat cat who had come back at some point had actually crawled into his bed. He smiled. Meow meow meow, he rubbed the fat cat with both hands. After waking up the fat cat immediately opened its mouth and called several times, as if reminding him of something. But he didn't understand cat language at all. He thought the fat cat was hungry again, so he smiled and said, "I know, it must be hungry, right? Don't worry, I'll make you something delicious later." As he said this, he put on his clothes, got off the con, opened the door and walked out of the house. When he opened the door, he suddenly felt something strange. I don't know why the door that was fine yesterday suddenly became a little shaky. P.S. Everyone is awesome. Some book friends have added the book list. The daily receipt has exceeded 300, and the daily recommendation has exceeded 200. Depang sincerely thanks everyone for their support. I will add one more tomorrow, and when the daily recommendation votes reach 400, I will add another one. In addition, I would like to thank the old book friend Happy668 for another 1000 reward, 1594 another 500 coins reward, and the book friend 201810211315426664 for the reward. C33 splash of urine. Thinking this in his mind, Chen guessed that this was probably Sha Mao's doing. They were the only two living creatures in the room. If not the fat cat, who else could it be? Especially when he saw a crack on the door, he shook his head. When he opened the door, the dazzling sunlight came through, making him squint his eyes and lower his head. Then he discovered the wooden fence that had fallen to the ground in his yard, and a large sack with unknown contents next to the wooden fence. What did this guy do last night? Chen frowned. But just when he was about to walk over and pick up the sack at the door to see what was inside, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a greenish-white color flickering slightly on the left side of the fence. In an instant, an idea flashed in Chen mind and he turned his head suddenly. As he turned his head, he immediately saw a wood spirit demon butterfly hovering on the dead branch of colorful flowers and trees stuck in the ground. Rays of blue-white light shone from its charming wings and fell on the dead branches of the colorful flowers and trees. This wood spirit demon butterfly is obviously the one from yesterday. And after being baptized by the bluish-white brilliance it shed, not only greenery appeared on the dead branches of colorful flowers and trees, but also a few green buds emerged. This dead tree has sprouted buds and has really come to life. You're actually back again? Chen Ronghua's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this wood spirit demon butterfly. Although he was confident that he could conquer the fat cat, he didn't mind having a backup. Moreover, the ability of this wood spirit monster butterfly also fits what others think of him as a wood warlock. With his current ability, although he can only conquer one demon, it does not mean that he will only be able to conquer one demon in the future. The wood spirit demon butterfly, immersed in the happiness of resurrecting dead wood, suddenly saw Chen Ronghua, was frightened, and immediately flew up to a higher place. When it saw that Chen Ronghua didn't react excessively, it hesitated for a moment and then fell down again, speeding up the speed of the blue-white light. But its pair of hexagonal green eyes were always staring at Chen Ronghua. Chen Ronghua frowned. Although this wood spirit demon butterfly wanted to revive the colorful dead branches of flowers and trees in his yard, it was too wary. And most of them are not able to understand human language like fat cats. As a result, he had no way to communicate with fat cat like he did with him. What to do? Do you want to capture it directly? Thoughts flashed through Chen Ronghua's mind. The idea of capturing it by hand was rejected by him the moment it appeared. Not to mention whether he could catch the wood spirit demon butterfly with his strength and whether he would be injured by the wood spirit demon butterfly. Even after capturing the wood spirit demon butterfly, he still couldn't figure out how to subdue it. But I can't capture it with my hands, but I can ask others to help. For example, let Huang Taisheng, Zhu Dapeng, Ho San and others take action. After they capture the wood spirit demon butterfly, I will play the good guy and save it. Suddenly, Chen Ronghua touched his chin and thought of a pretty good idea. With his current strength, if he wants to conquer the demon, he can only start by exchanging feelings. As for using force, really use force. I don't know who will use force against whom. Meow. But just after he had this idea, the fat cat suddenly shook his tiger skin-like hair and lazily walked out of the house. Not good. Seeing Sha Mao, Chen Ronghua's expression immediately changed slightly. But before he could do anything, Fat Cat, who had just walked out of the house, immediately saw the wood spirit demon butterfly dancing above his yard. Roar! The next moment, without any hesitation, it moved its throat and roared out. This voice was like a dragon's roar, carrying tremendous pressure. It is precisely because of its third special ability besides the two special abilities of body transformation and normal to release dragon power. Call out. Hearing the roar of the fat cat, the wood spirit demon butterfly trembled. The next moment, it turned into a blue-white stream of light, like a sword, went straight into Qingming, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Ronghua turned to look at Sha Mao. Sha Mao turned his head and ignored Chen Ronghua. I cared about you so much last night, but you were seduced by that charming thing as soon as you woke up in the morning. Do you still want to be my master? The more the fat cat thought about it, the angrier he became. At the same time, I am worried about what if Chen Ronghua is really attracted by the butterfly one day and no longer wants to be with him. It has been abandoned once, and I really don't want to be abandoned a second time. With this thought in its mind, it seemed as if it suddenly thought of some solution. Following it was a pair of amber cat eyes, shining extremely brightly under the sunlight. The next moment, it straightened its body and arrived in front of the withered branch of colorful flowers and trees. Looking at this withered branch of colorful flowers and trees, the fat cat rolled his eyes and walked around the dead branch twice through the gap in the fence. Then he looked at Chen Ronghua and saw that Chen Ronghua was still glaring at him. He twisted his face, turned his head, and raised his tail high. Wow! A splash of cat urine was poured under the colorful dead branches. This will be my territory from now on. This human being is my exclusive cook. No one can take it away. A unique smell came from the cat urine. After smelling it, the fat cat nodded with satisfaction. Then it turned around and dug the soil beside it with its claws to bury the urine. This guy, seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua was suddenly in tears and laughed. He really didn't know what to say. Forget it, let's take a long-term view on the matter of the wood spirit demon butterfly. I hope this colorful dead branch can attract it again. The most urgent thing now is to contract the fat cat first. Chen Ronghua shook his head, walked to the gate, picked up the sack on the ground and took a look. But when he saw that the whole sack was filled with salted fish, his face suddenly turned black. Now, even if the fat cat could speak and say that it was not him who knocked down the fence, he would not believe it. Meow. When the fat cat saw Chen Ronghua saw the salted fish in the sack, it called out and walked slowly to his side again, looking at him with a guilty and expectant look. It was guilty, obviously because of what happened just now. It was expecting Chen Ronghua to help it make salted fish as delicious as the meat of the shadow leopard last night. Seeing the fat cat like this, Chen Ronghua let out a long breath. Then his eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "You actually asked me for food. Do you know how much trouble you just caused? The purpose of my staying in Xiahe village this time is to find a demon and contract it to be my partner. The wood spirit demon butterfly just now is my target. You said you scared it away. Where can I find another demon? C1, robbery ticket. C34 confusion, find a demon and make a contract with him as your partner?" When Fat Cat heard from Chen Ronghua the purpose of staying in Xiahe village, he suddenly fell silent. It became a demon because of a chance encounter and got to where it is today. There is a part of inherited memory in its mind, and through the inherited memory, it naturally knows what the so-called contract is. It knows that once a demon contract is signed with a human, there will be no freedom. Although it feels very comfortable with Chen Ronghua, it has never thought of signing a contract with Chen Ronghua. Thinking of this, its fiery heart immediately became a little cold. Forget it. Seeing Fat Cat's appearance, Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed, and he immediately knew that the time was not yet ripe. He shook his head and said, "You are such a stupid cat that you don't even know what a demon is. What's the point of me telling you this? Although you are an ordinary little cat, we get along well. One day, if I leave Xiahe village, I will take you with me if you are willing. But remember, next time, don't bother me to catch that wood spirit butterfly, okay? Although that wood spirit butterfly is timid by nature, it is a real demon. If it really shows its power, it can beat 100 people like you. What if it hurts you?" When the fat cat heard what Chen Ronghua said, his eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. "Beat 100 of me, I can beat 100 of it." It was angry, but there were some inexplicable emotions lingering around, and it even had an impulse to tell Chen Ronghua that it was a demon, and then sign a demon contract with Chen Ronghua. But once the demon contract was signed, there was no freedom, so it finally endured it.
Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You want to eat fish, right? I'll make it for you right now.
Chen Ronghua shook his head and said to himself, I just heard that there is a demon in the village who specializes in stealing salted fish.
Could this sack of salted fish be left here by it? This guy, it's okay to leave the fish here, but he even broke the gate of the yard. He is really not a good guy. By the way, you have been in Shaha village for so long, do you know what kind of demon it is and what it looks like? Fat Cat hurriedly shook his head at Chen Ronghua's feet.
However, Chen Ronghua did not look at it, but put down the sack, stood up the fence door that fell on the ground, connected the broken rope, and tied the fence door to the pillar next to it again. While doing all this, he continued, Look at me, I'm telling you these things again.
You are an ordinary cat, you probably don't even understand what I say. What's the point of me telling you these things? Hey, it would be great if you were a demon. If you were a demon, I would just sign a contract with you. You are so lazy and like to eat so much, if you have this opportunity, you will definitely not give up, right?
After doing all this, he said nothing, took out the salted fish in the sack with his left hand, and after touching it again and again, he felt out the properties of all the salted fish, and then began to integrate new properties into the waste salted fish. The fat cat watched Chen Ronghua's actions from the side, and his heart suddenly became more entangled. Enhanced salted fish, tempting fish fragrance +6, salted fish nutrition +5, fish bone softening +5. In the end, Chen Ronghua made a total of 5 salted fish with similar properties. However, the nutrition of enhanced salted fish +5 and the nutrition of enhanced shadow leopard meat +3 are two completely different concepts. It is estimated that the nutrition of the enhanced dried salted fish is +10, which is difficult to compare with the +3 shadow leopard meat. Just like eggs are nutritious and tomatoes are also nutritious, but the nutrients of the two are completely different.
Can't wait?
When everything was over, Chen Ronghua smiled and handed a piece of enhanced dried salted fish to the fat cat.
Meow woo. The fat cat took the salted fish in its mouth.
The bones of the salted fish have all softened, and the fishy fragrance is tempting, which immediately made its eyes narrow. Although the fish is delicious, it feels a little uncomfortable when it eats it this time because of the entanglement in its heart. It seems that a strong medicine is needed. Chen Ronghua shook his head, touched the fat cat's head twice, stood up, threw all the remaining discarded salted fish on the ground, and crushed them with his feet. After these things were discarded, they were no different from soil clods in color and essence, and there was no trace of fish smell. After being stepped on by Chen Ronghua for a while, they were mixed with the soil on the ground. After doing all this, he walked into the house. Judging from the current situation, it is still a little short of the right time to completely subdue the fat cat. After returning to the room, Chen Ronghua found the crab meat left over from yesterday. This thing can be stored for a long time, and it is still crystal clear even if it is left overnight. He touched all the crab meat, and after feeling out all its properties, he blended it into a few small pieces of meat. Enhanced crab meat, delicious +3, nutritious +4, snow white and crystal +2, easy to digest +4, melts in the mouth +3. After a few small pieces of crab meat entered his stomach, Chen Ronghua felt a little hot in his body, as if he was full of strength. At the same time, the enhanced crab meat also completely captured his taste buds, leaving him with endless aftertaste. However, he chose to eat crab meat in this way not only for the deliciousness, but also to reduce the number of times he went to the bathroom. After solving the breakfast problem and walking out of the room, he saw that fat cat had finished all 5 salted fishes and was lying lazily on a stool looking up at the sky, wondering what he was thinking. At the same time, Ho San and Huang Xiaoshan also rushed over at this time.
Master, my grandfather asked you to go to my house for dinner. Seeing Chen Ronghua, Huang Xiaoshan immediately spoke.
No need today, there was some crab meat left yesterday, and I just ate it. Chen Ronghua shook his head, but he seemed to think of something again and said, Forget it, I'll go with you and check on your uncle Huang Lin's injuries by the way. As he spoke, he walked out of the yard, closed the fence door, and followed Ho San and Huang Xiaoshan to Huang Tiexing's house. Seeing Chen Ronghua leave, Fat Cat turned his head and stared at Chen Ronghua's back with his eyes, until Chen Ronghua's figure disappeared from his sight for a long time, and then he came back to his senses.
Master, do you know that someone died in Shangha village yesterday?
On the way, Huang Xiaoshan suddenly spoke.
Someone died, what happened? Chen Ronghua asked in surprise. Didn't I tell you before that a ghost that specialized in sucking people's lifespan appeared in Shangha village 3 years ago?
Huang Xiaoshan said excitedly, that ghost appeared again. And it has become even more powerful.
Before, only when someone opened the door for that ghost would it enter and harm people. Now, even if someone doesn't open the door for it, if the door is not strong, it can sometimes break in by itself. Chen Ronghua was silent for a while after hearing this, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a little throbbing in his heart. He thought for a moment and asked, Shanhe village and Xiahe village are not close, how did you know? It was the aunt of the Wu family. She had a quarrel a few days ago and took her children back to her parents' home in Shanhe village. Shanhe village was haunted last night, so she rushed back early in the morning. Huang Xiaoshan explained. She said that if there had not been a sorcerer from Lushuiwen town and several warrior guards of that lord, who would have died in Shanhe village. However, although the ghost was seriously injured by the sorcerer and escaped, the sorcerer and his several warrior guards were also seriously injured. Speaking of this, Huang Xiaoshan paused and said, also, I heard that the ghost can only be blocked by the door of the house for some reason, and other doors can't block it at all. It can knock down the doors of each household with a collision, which is strange. Thanks to the book friend Xin Yuan Jipping for another 500 coin reward. See 35 behind the scene. Then does anyone know where the ghost escaped? Chen Ronghua asked. At this time, his heart felt tense. Also last night, while I was sleeping, the fence door outside my house was knocked down by something unknown. When he woke up in the morning, he also found that the door of his house was shaking and there were even cracks on it. He thought it was Fat Cat who did it before, but now it seems like it was really Fat Cat who did it. For the Fat Cat, that is also his home. Why did he destroy the door of his own home? Ordinary cats might do this, but fat cats are monsters and extremely intelligent, so how could they do this? Without Huang Xiaoshan's narrative, Chen Ronghua would not have thought of this. But after hearing this from Huang Xiaoshan's mouth, his mind suddenly roared, and thoughts emerged one after another. Then he thought of the strange meows made by the fat cat when he had just woken him up in the morning. At that time, he thought the fat cat was hungry. But now it seems that the fat cat most likely knows something and is reminding him through that meow. Also, the fat cat who had never been caught stealing salted fish before, if it wasn't for a special reason, why would he throw a sack of salted fish at the gate this time and ignore it? A trace of cold sweat flowed silently from Chen Ronhua's spine. Was my house visited by a ghost last night? If that were the case, if I hadn't been so sleepy last night, if it hadn't been for the fact that the door at home was still strong. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath. By the way, he suddenly said, didn't you say last time that the ghost only sucked people's longevity? Why did it kill people this time? When he asked this question, he suddenly felt that his words were a bit silly. What could a child know? However, Huang Xiaoshan replied without hesitation, if it is not a special situation, it will only suck people's life and not kill people. But in the past, it sucked people's young life, and people who were sucked into it could live for a few months. But this time it sucked people's longevity in Xiahe village, and those who were sucked only lived for a few hours before dying. When Huang Xiaoshan said this, his face turned a little pale. The day before yesterday, he was still telling Chen Ronghua that he hoped that the ghost would come to him and suck his life, and then he could become an adult like Huang Taisheng. But now, after hearing that the person was dead, he obviously didn't think so anymore. Ho-san on the side did not say a word from beginning to end. Although he had apologized to Chen Ronghua yesterday, he was still a little embarrassed when facing Chen Ronghua and didn't know how to get along with Chen Ronghua. He is different from Zhu Dapeng. Zhu Dapeng didn't have any scheming, and he was very proud. But although he is taller than Zhu Dapeng and has a deeper scheming mind, he is only 18 years old after all. He is also the #1 martial artist in the village besides Huang Taisheng, and his arrogance is also higher. Chen Ronghua saved Huang Lin and saved him again. He thanked Chen Ronghua. Chen Ronghua showed super strength and he admired Chen Ronghua. But if he wanted to make him not be reserved at all and see Chen Ronghua smiling like Zhu Dapeng, he really couldn't do it, at least not now. And because he was thinking about what happened last night, Chen Ronghua also didn't talk to Ho-san. At this time, he was really worried that the ghost would come to his house again at night. When I go back, I will find time to make some special attributes and integrate them into the door of my home. Chen Ronghua made up his mind, no, we are not sure about this. That house is not strong either. I should strengthen the whole house. Chen Ronghua regards his own life as extremely important. He has to live in this world for at least 300 years. In 300 years, he will probably encounter many dangers. He felt that he had to develop a habit of always being alert and cautious. With all kinds of things in mind, he had followed Ho-san and Huang Xiaoshan to Huang Tiesheng's home. Seeing Chen Ronghua approaching, Huang Taisheng immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Sir, our village was a little lively last night, so it didn't disturb your rest, right? Fine. Chen Ronghua shook his head. He slept so deeply yesterday that he really didn't hear anything.
Sir, I made some leopard meat porridge this morning. You sit in the room first, and I will serve it to you later. After welcoming Chen Ronghua into the house, Huang Taisheng said.
There's no need for the meat porridge. Chen Ronghua waved his hand. I've already eaten it at home.
I came here mainly to help Huang Lin take another look. With that said, he walked directly towards Huang Lin. At this time, Huang Lin was lying on the Kong. Although Huang Lin is short and skinny, he is a formal warrior after all and has strong recovery power. After he was out of danger, his complexion seemed to have completely returned to normal. Young master, Huang Lin's dark face turned red when he saw Chen Ronghua walking straight towards him. He was about to sit up with his hands on the Kong. Chen Ronghua waved to him, pressed him down again and said, "Okay, don't be so polite to me. I am Xiaoshan's master now, and we can be considered a family.
Come, let me perform another technique to speed up your recovery."
Village chief, prepare more food first. While pulling him closer, he reached out and integrated Huang Xingcai's attributes into Huang Lin's body one by one.
After getting these properties, Huang Lin's body quickly responded.
Then, when Huang Lin was drinking the meat porridge prepared by Huang Taisheng, Chen Ronghua said intentionally or unintentionally, "Village chief, I heard from Xiaoshan that the ghost in Shangha village appeared again and injured a warlock.
Do you know the specific strength of that ghost? That ghost?"
Huang Taisheng frowned, thought for a while and said, "The strength of Shangha village is not strong, but the fire warlock Zhuqiong from Lushuiwen town that it injured this time, and several warrior guards of Zhuqiong, are all in the late stage of the first level.
It fought one against many and was able to injure so many people.
I'm afraid it has the strength of the peak of the first level. Fortunately, although Zhuqiong was injured, it is said that he also injured it seriously. It is estimated that it will not come out to make trouble again in the near future. Even if it makes trouble, if everyone is prepared, it may not be able to force the door open with a serious injury."
Chen Ronghua nodded.
Thinking of the situation at home, he did not comment on what Huang Taisheng said about not coming out to cause trouble.
But he did not say much.
It was not that he did not want to remind them, but once he reminded them that the ghost ran to Shaha village, he could not explain why he did not get rid of it after encountering it.
Thinking about this in his mind, he suddenly asked curiously, how could the sorcerer from Lushuiwen town appear in Shangha village? Are they going to catch the ghost?
No. Hearing Chen Ronghua's question, Huang Tiesheng's face suddenly became a little ugly. Add more to ask for recommendation votes, report on the battle situation. Today's collection increased by more than 270, and the daily recommendation was 199. In addition, the book list seems to have 10, and another will be added tomorrow. See 36 time, they went to Shangha village to collect taxes and recruit soldiers. Huang Taisheng said in a low voice, there is a big mountain to the northwest of Hongyu village. Half of that mountain is in Hongsha town and half is in our Lushuiwen town. And right in the middle of that big mountain, there is a vein of bronze. This is a huge wealth. Both the lords of Green Water Bay town and the lords of Hongsha town have coveted this bronze vein for a long time. They had fought about this before, but because the situation on the island did not allow it, no big fight broke out. In the end, one person got half of the mineral vein. This time, Earl Baiwu fell for unknown reasons, and the island was in chaos. I'm afraid it won't be long before a war breaks out between the two towns. Huang Tiesheng's answer was a bit vague, but Chen Ronghua understood what he meant. The lords of Lushuiwen town are fighting against the lords of Hongsha town, and Shangha village, as a subsidiary village of Lushuiwen town, will definitely have to contribute. Not only Shangha village, but also other villages, including Giant Crocodile village, Xingyan village, and Shaha village, will probably have to contribute in the future. It is precisely because of this that Huang Tiesheng's face looks a little ugly. After guessing the general outline of the matter, Chen Ronghua secretly shook his head. It's really not a good thing that something like this happened when he first came to this world. Fortunately, he has now established himself in Shaha village. If not, he doesn't know if he would have been caught in another place. With this in mind, he chatted with Huang Taisheng for a few more words. After getting some information from him, he pretended to touch Huang Lin's forehead with his hand, took back the properties of yellow cabbage and said, "Okay, that's it for today, it's not enough. I'll come back to help you tomorrow."
"Thank you, sir." Huang Lin quickly thanked him.
After eating a big meal, Huang Lin could clearly feel that his wounds had improved a lot. If this continues, maybe in 2 or 3 days, his injury will be completely healed.
"I told you, don't be polite to me." Chen Ronghua shook his head.
Then he turned to look at Hosan, who had not said a few words not far away, and said, "Is that crab at the entrance of the village who can only speak human language still alive?
If it's still alive, can you help me get it into my yard? I'm useful." After hearing this, Hosan immediately said, it's still alive and we didn't touch it. If the young master is of any use, I will go and help you catch him."
As he spoke, he walked out quickly. He didn't mind being asked by Chenronghua to do some work. Compared to sitting with Chenronghua, he felt that this was better. After sending Hosan away, Chenronghua turned to Huang Taisheng and said, "Village chief, how often do people in the village go hunting and picking game in the mountains?" Although Huang Taisheng is the head of the village, he is easier to fool. Talking to him, Chenronghua felt no pressure.
But Hosan can't. This kid's mind is more flexible than others.
When speaking in front of Hosan, he has to think carefully about everything before he can speak. In response to Chenronghua's inquiry, Huang Taisheng said without any hesitation, "The hunting team in the village usually goes to the mountains every half a month, and it takes several days to come back every time. However, at your suggestion, we caught another green water bay river crab to eat last night. The taste of this thing is really good, and there are a lot of these crabs in the swamps, so it is estimated that this year's hunting team will have no problem going to the mountains in a month." Chenronghua accepted Huang Xiaoshan as his apprentice, showed super strength, rescued Huang Lin, and helped the village solve the food problem.
Huang Taisheng has now completely convinced him. Chenronghua nodded. The deep mountains dozens of miles away were not safe.
There were many demons inside, and Huang Lin was injured there.
Every time I go there, the people in the village are extremely worried, so no one wants to go there if it's possible. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, "What do the villagers do in the village when they are not going to the mountains?"
"Practice martial arts." Huang Taisheng replied, "People in the hunting team, children, and some people who are expected to become official martial arts practitioners practice martial arts every day. But after all, people have their limits, and they can't practice martial arts all the time. When not practicing martial arts, both children and adults spend the day wandering around."
Chenrong nodded understandingly.
Then he asked Huang Taisheng some questions. After he learned from Huang Taisheng that there were no entertainment activities in the village on weekdays, he finally said, "In this case, the village chief can arrange it so that everyone has a fixed time to practice martial arts. During the rest of the time, if the villagers are willing, they can come to my place for 2 or 3 classes. I am a very restless person, and at the same time, this can be considered as my reward for temporarily staying in the village.
I have a lot of time now.
1 class can be calculated as the time of 2 meals. The village chief can help me arrange my time. In addition, starting from today, I can give lessons to the villagers." After thinking for a long time, he decided to try the road of Lord. He has now established himself in Xiaha village, and giving lessons to the villagers and instilling his ideas into them is his first step towards becoming a lord. Noble reward scrolls are difficult to obtain, but since he has ancient books, it may not be impossible for him to obtain them. Moreover, he has ancient books and the power of his left hand, both of which can provide him with a strong guarantee to create a powerful force in the world of gods. If this road doesn't work in the end, it's not too late for him to give up.
2 meals?
When Chenronghua was thinking about this, Huang Taisheng was stunned for a moment, then he thought for a moment and said, "I'll thank you on behalf of the village, but sir, how about we set 1 class for 1 hour?
1 hour? Chenronghua's eyelids jumped, and then he quickly reacted and said lightly, "That's fine."
He didn't find clocks and watches in this world, and he didn't know how this world calculated time. But at this time, he could only answer like this. After dealing with this matter, he chatted with Huang Taisheng for a while, then stood up, said goodbye, and walked out of Huang Tiesheng's yard. Huang Xiaoshan was also called out by him. On the way back to his home, Chenronghua rushed to Huang Xiaoshan. "Xiaoshan, master asks you, do you know what time it is now?"
"What time is it now?"
Huang Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sun, and said, "It's 8:12 in the morning, master, do you have anything to do?"
"Nothing." Chenronghua shook his head.
Then he looked up at the sun. After he stared at the sun carefully for a few times, he found that the edge of the sun in this world was like a clock, with digital markings. And there was a black light flashing slowly in those digital markings, like the hands of a watch. At the same time, through comparison, he found that the time in this world should be the same as on Earth, with 24 hours a day.
Is this something made by the gods, or is it always like this?
He shook his head slightly. C37 eliminate the barrier. Chenronghua's eyelids fell, and he wondered how people in this world would judge the time if it was night.
Would it be the moon? What about cloudy days?
Thinking about this, he decided to wait until night to see for himself. Then he spoke again, "Xiaoshan, master will test you.
Do you know what kind of people warlocks are, or, generally speaking, what abilities do warlocks have?"
Huang Xiaoshan touched his head and said excitedly, "I heard from my grandfather that wood warlocks can control plants and cultivate mutant crops.
They are logistics professions and their combat effectiveness is not strong. However, some wood warlocks can also control vines to bind and attack enemies.
Shu Qiong, the fire warlock in Lushuiwen town, can control flames and transform into fire snakes to attack enemies. If I become an earth warlock, I can control the power of the earth, summon earth puppets, or perform rockfall.
Master, am I right? Chen Ronghua nodded, almost.
Ha! Ha! Suddenly, a loud shout suddenly came from the entrance of the village. Chen Ronghua stopped and looked in that direction. He immediately saw Zhu Dapeng and other members of the hunting team, as well as the children in the village, all gathered in the playground at the entrance of the village, practicing the Tiger Heart Fist.
Huang Xiaoshan also looked in that direction.
When he saw the children who were older than him punching out one after another, he suddenly showed a trace of envy in his eyes and asked, "Master, I will be better than them when I become a warlock of the earth, right?"
Yes.
Chen Ronghua nodded, then looked at him and said, "And your martial arts aptitude is not bad, you can also practice martial arts in the future." Huang Xiaoshan's martial arts aptitude is 3 points, and he has the opportunity to practice to become a sky warrior.
Although it is not as good as the warlock aptitude, it is indeed pretty good. The Lord of Green Water Bay Town is a warlock and earth warrior in the early stage of the transcendent realm.
This shows that practicing both magic and martial arts is feasible. Of course, Huang Xiaoshan's magic aptitude is high, and he must be mainly based on magic and supplemented by martial arts. In this way, no matter how high the achievement of martial arts is, at least it can be achieved that when the enemy approaches, it will not be immediately paralyzed. In fact, not only Huang Xiaoshan is like this, but also himself. After he obtained the qualification of a demon magician and became a formal magician, he must let his pet out and hide behind in battle. But he felt that he also had to make some achievements in martial arts. It doesn't matter how powerful you are, but being strong is the minimum.
Really? Huang Xiaoju's eyes suddenly lit up.
Although magicians are more noble in this world, there are no magicians in Xiaha village, only warriors. The education he received since childhood is also to become a powerful warrior. So when he heard Chen Ronghua say that he could practice martial arts in the future, he was immediately excited.
Of course it's true. Chen Ronghua smiled.
Huang Xiaoshan tightened his black fist, his face full of expectation. But at this time, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and said quickly, "By the way, Master, don't be angry when Brother Hosan hit you yesterday. Brother Hosan was not originally from our village. He was picked up by my uncle when he was a child and grew up eating at other people's homes. We have deep feelings for my uncle and our village, so he is so, at this point, he touched his head, as if he had forgotten the words, and his little face flushed with anxiety.
Don't worry.
Chen Ronghua touched his little head and said, "Your master is not such a stingy person." He didn't need to think too much to know that these words must have been taught to Huang Xiaoshan by someone else, but he didn't know whether it was Huang Taisheng or Huang Lin. When thinking about these, the two turned a corner in the street, and Chen Ronghua looked up and saw his own courtyard. At this time, Hosan from Huang Tiesheng's family, who had left earlier than him, also came from a distance with the crab that could speak.
Young master. Seeing Chen Ronghua, Hosan nodded slightly.
He was dressed in black coarsecloth, tall and big, carrying a huge crab without feeling heavy. The crab was held in his big hands with thick joints, just like a chicken.
Well.
Chen Ronghua nodded, stepped forward to open the gate and said, "Just put this guy in the yard."
Hosan carried the crab, followed Chen Ronghua's instructions, walked into the yard, and put it down.
The fat cat lying on the stool in the yard looked at the listless black big guy, sniffed it, and felt a little strange. He didn't know why the smell of this big guy was so similar to the meat he ate last night. But it didn't think much about it. It looked at Chen Ronghua, turned its head, looked at the sky, and continued to think about its cat life.
Young master, if there is nothing else, I will go back to practice martial arts first.
After putting down the crab, Hosan said to Chen Ronghua.
Chen Ronghua nodded, "Okay, you can go first if you are busy.
Also, Xiaoshan, you should go back with your brother Hosan." Hosan didn't say anything, but Huang Xiaoshan was a little unhappy. He was going to pester Chen Ronghua and ask him to tell him some stories alone, so that he could show off to others.
Chen Ronghua ignored Huang Xiaoshan's thoughts.
He stood at the gate and watched Hosan lead Huang Xiaoshan to walk away. When they walked more than 10 steps, he seemed to suddenly remember something and suddenly said, "By the way, Hosan, you have good martial arts talent. Like Huang Xiaoshan, you have the hope of becoming a sky warrior in the future. But by comparison, your warlock aptitude is even higher, and you are already in a semi-awakened state.
This is why your spiritual perception is stronger than others.
If you want, you can also come to class with others after practicing martial arts. After a while, I will guide you and Huang Xiaoshan to awaken together."
Chen Ronghua's tone was very calm, as if he was just thinking and speaking.
But his words sounded like thunder in Hosan's ears, causing Hosan's foot, which had just been raised, to fall heavily to the ground, as if it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and it was difficult to lift it again for a while.
Young master.
After hesitating for a while, Hosan turned his head with a complicated expression on his face. But at this time, Chen Ronghua had already walked into the yard and closed the fence door again. Seeing Hosan turn his head to look, Chen Ronghua stood in the fence door, smiled and nodded at him, saying, "What happened yesterday is over. I may live in Xiaha village for a long time, and I may have to trouble you with many things in the future.
I hope you don't mind then."
Hearing Chen Ronghua's words again, Hosan's expression immediately straightened. He straightened his back, like a standing javelin, and said, "Don't worry, sir, your future affairs in Xiaha village are my affairs.
If you have anything, just tell me."
Chen Ronghua smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, I believe you, get busy." Hosan has good qualifications, and with the strength of the peak warrior realm, he can now rank second in Xiaha village in terms of strength. In addition to his sorcerer qualifications, once he awakens the bloodline of the Earth War Ape, or breaks through to become an Earth Warrior, I am afraid that the already old Huang Taisheng may not be his opponent. Chen Ronghua wants to take the path of a lord, and he must find a way to subdue such a general. That's why he has such a sudden show of favor, but not eager. As for when to help Hosan awaken, of course, he will wait until the energy accumulated in the ancient book is enough and he is sure of Hosan's loyalty. Today, there are only 6 votes short of 200 votes.
Thank you for your support.
See 38 experiment again. Watching Hosan and Huang Shashan turn around and leave, Chen Ronghua glanced at the sun in the sky, then ignored the crab lying on the ground, and ignored the fat cat that occasionally stole a glance at him, and came to the door of the house. He stretched out his hand to open the door, and with a slight movement, he found that the door had shaken even more violently. Wooden door, a wooden door made of ordinary materials, which has been in disrepair for a long time, and has been hit by a seriously injured ghost, and is on the verge of being scrapped. After using the ancient book to identify the properties of the wooden door, Chen Ronghua's pupils shrank suddenly. Before, he still held a glimmer of hope. I hope that everything is just his own fantasy.
But now, with the ancient book's identification, he no longer has any luck. Why would this ghost thing target me if it doesn't go to find someone else? Could it sense that I am too weak? If this guy hadn't been seriously injured, would I have been killed by it last night?
One thought after another emerged from his mind. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath, knowing that he had to make some preparations. But he looked up at the sky. It was still early and the sun was high.
From Huang Xiaoshan's description, the ghosts in this world are also afraid of sunlight. At least that ghost always appears at night.
That means he still has a long time to prepare.
And he glanced at the fat cat. He couldn't let the fat cat run around again this time.
With these thoughts in his mind, he slowly came to the huge crab in the corner of the yard. Although this guy is not a human, he is at least a living thing. Now while there is still time, he can use it to experiment with the ability of his left hand. Thinking of this, he immediately squatted down with a smile on his face and touched a small stone on the ground with his hand. Petrification +1, hardness of stone +2, density of stone +2, one message after another flashed through Chen Ronghua's mind, making his eyes light up.
Other attributes are fine, the key is the petrification attribute. Just by hearing the name, you know what this thing does. He was thinking, if he got a lot of petrification attributes and slapped the enemy with one palm, what would the enemy become? Would it turn directly into stone?
After thinking about it, he excitedly reached out to touch the big claws of the half-dead crab with loose eyelids. At this time, the crab was tied tightly, so he was not afraid of being pinched. When he touched the tip of the crab's claws with his hand, he chose to integrate the +1 petrification attribute he had just obtained into the crab's claws. This time, he chose to integrate only the crab's big claws, not the whole body of the crab. This is what he just thought of. Before, when he integrated attributes into something, he integrated them into its whole. This time, he tried to see if he could integrate the attributes he had obtained into only a certain part of these things. Mutated crab claws, petrification +1, while the hardness is increased, it also becomes slower than before, and the taste is not good when eaten. It really works. After the identification with the ancient book, Chen Rong immediately knew that his new attempt was successful. But this is just the first step. He took a deep breath and reached out to touch the crab's claws. At this time, the giant crab finally opened its eyes. It stared at Chen Ronghua in a daze, not knowing what Chen Ronghua had done to it, which made it feel a little strange about its claws. Chen Ronghua ignored its thoughts. When he touched its claws again, he thought and took back the petrification attribute that had just been integrated into its claws. The claws of the green water bay river crab, powerful and sharp, it is the most powerful weapon of the Green Water Bay River Crab. This time, a new attribute appeared. This attribute is exactly the same as before when he did not integrate the petrification attribute into it, without any change. However, after seeing this attribute, Shenronhua's eyes lit up. Because the appearance of this attribute is very likely to mean that no matter what attributes he integrates into other objects or lives, no matter what impact these attributes will have on these objects and lives after integrating them, when he takes these attributes back again, those objects or lives will return to their original state. Of course, if you want to verify this, just this one experiment is far from enough. He still needs to do countless experiments. Thinking of this in his heart, he had another idea and put his hand on the crab again. But this time, he chose to integrate the petrification attribute into the entire body of this crab. However, as this attribute was integrated, Shenronghua did not find that this big crab had any obvious changes. Lightly mutated Green Water Bay River Crab, body slightly petrified, slightly enhanced resistance, slightly reduced appetite, great tonic, but poor meat quality. Lightly mutated? Shenronghua raised his eyebrows. He knew that the petrification attribute he integrated into its body might be too little. After all, this petrification attribute was just touched from a small stone, so it was normal for the amount to be small. Thinking of this, Shenronghua immediately stood up excitedly. He knew that there was a limit to the attributes that could be integrated into any object, and it would be difficult for him to completely petrify this crab. But even if he could only integrate a small amount of petrification into the enemy's body, it would probably be able to play a killer role. After getting up, he walked out of the yard, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the low hills behind his house. He had already taken a general look at the general situation of Xiahe village before, and knew that there were a lot of stones stored on the low hills in the back mountain. Anyway, he was free, so he planned to get all the petrification properties, hardness properties, and density properties of those stones. In the yard, the huge crab turned its gray stone-like eyes slowly, watching Shenronghua push open the fence door and leave, and opened its mouth, but said nothing. The fat cat lying on the stool looked at it and ignored it. This guy is so ugly that Shenronghua will definitely not like him. In this way, it doesn't have to deal with this stupid big guy like it did with the wood spirit demon butterfly. After leaving the yard, Shenronghua came to the place where the stones were stored in just 2 or 3 minutes. There were at least 180 stones, and it was unknown where they were transported from and what they were used for. Each stone was not small. Before and after reaching this pile of stones, he immediately stretched out his left hand and touched them one by one. However, unlike the small stone before, Shenronghua found that he usually had to touch these big stones more than 10 times before he could find out one attribute. It took him more than 20 seconds to touch out all the attributes of a stone. In addition to the fact that some stones were stacked on top of each other, he spent more than half an hour here before he could find out all the attributes of all the stones. Waste stone, it retains the appearance of a stone, but it may turn into ashes if a stronger wind blows. After finishing, Shenronghua identified the stone in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. It was just some stones. He believed that even if he turned them all into nothing, the people in Xiahe village would not say anything. Then he turned around and returned home. Seeing Shenronghua return, the crab slowly turned its eyes and opened its mouth, as if it wanted to say something to him. But Shenronghua did not notice these. He walked in front of the crab, clapped his hands, and slapped part of the petrification attribute he had just obtained into its body. 10 book lists plus more, report on the situation. Today's collections increased by 290, and the daily recommendation votes reached more than 270, breaking the record again. Thank you for your support. C39. Can you please stop playing with me? As Shenronghua slapped it, the big river crab with its mouth half open suddenly froze there completely. Its originally inky black shell suddenly transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Layers of stone piled up and emerged, as if in a short period of time, its shell had undergone millions of years of evolution and became a fossil. When touched, it gave people a hard and rough feeling. Did it work? Shenronghua looked deep, and under his gaze, he used the identification ability of ancient books. Half-petrified river crab, mutated by integrating petrification attributes, the petrification attribute of the big stone +4, defense enhanced, attack decreased, slow movement, feed on earth and stone, and do not drink water. Its claws are basically just for show, and they are not a threat to most lives. After identifying the attributes of this river crab, Shenronghua's pupils suddenly shrank. He never thought that he would actually make such a thing. A half-petrified river crab that feeds on earth and stone is already a brand new life. In the distance, the fat cat stood up from the stool. It rolled its eyes and looked at the half-petrified river crab carefully, and its heart was in turmoil. Needless to say, this was Shenronghua's doing. It didn't expect that Chen Ronghua had this ability besides his good cooking skills.
Chen Ronghua took a closer look at the half-petrified river crab.
He felt that it looked much better now than before. However, the stone chips falling from its half-stone eyeballs as it slowly turned made him a little worried about whether this guy would still be alive after he extracted the petrification attribute from its body, and if so, whether its eyes would still work. At this time, the big river crab was also in a state of collapse.
What happened to me? Why can't I close my eyes? Why do I see everything gray? Also, I'm really hungry. But why do I suddenly want to eat dirt?
Chen Ronghua waited for a while and saw that the petrified joints of this guy could still move, but they were worn out during the movement. He thought and put his left hand on it, and took back the 4 petrification attributes that had just been integrated into its body. As these attributes were taken back, the stone on the crab quickly faded and returned to its original black as ink.
Can it be restored to its original state after such a big change just now?
Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghwa's heart moved slightly.
Boy, you are looking for a trap.
No, don't play with me, okay? At this moment, Chen Ronghua just took back these attributes, and the big crab suddenly shivered, opened its mouth quickly, and blurted out a sentence. It was really scared. Yesterday, the people of Xiahe village threw another crab into the pot and boiled it in front of it, and it was already scared. Then it was tied up and thrown at the entrance of Xiahe village, lying numbly all night, and it was already numb physically and mentally. But compared with the experience just now, these are nothing. Just now, it felt like its body wasn't its own. Hearing this big guy suddenly speak, Chen Ronghua was startled, and once again realized that this guy was indeed a little different from the ordinary Greenwater Bay river crab. Counting, "Are you looking for a claw?" and "Are you okay?" This is already the 3rd sentence of human speech from its mouth. From this, it can be seen that this guy's intelligence is really not low.
It's okay, don't be afraid, I'll experiment again.
Chen Ronghua comforted this guy, then squatted down and put his left hand on it again. However, this time he did not integrate other attributes into the body of this crab, but planned to try to see if he could extract some attributes of this crab from its body.
Once, twice.
Chen Ronghua's left hand on the crab rubbed more and more times. It was not until a long time later that a message came into his mind. The power of the crab claw +1. He calculated that he had touched it about 70 or 80 times before he touched out an attribute from its body.
Then he tried again.
Hardness of crab shell +1.
Fragrant crab +1.
After repeated experiments, Chen Ronghua suddenly found that it was much more difficult for him to feel out the attributes of this river crab than to feel out the attributes of other inanimate objects. Generally speaking, he had to touch it 70 or 80 times each time before he could succeed once. It seems that there are indeed some differences between life and non-life, or consciousness and non-consciousness. Through the comparison, his mind moved slightly. Then Chen Ronghua looked at the time and felt that the time was almost up. At the same time, he found that some villagers were walking towards him, so he returned all the attributes he had just felt out of this big guy's body to it. At the same time, he turned it over with force, so that this guy finally turned over.
Okay, I'll let you go this time.
Eat something first, don't starve to death, and we'll continue when we have time. As he said this, he reached out and integrated 4 points of the petrification attribute of the big stone into this guy's body. This guy's limit is just this, any more won't fit in. With the 4 points of petrification attribute integrated, this big guy turned back into his previous appearance, with serious petrification on his body, as if he had become a fossil. Then Chen Ronghua put his hand on the rope that bound it, touched it a few times, and found all the properties of toughness in the rope. With a slight shake, the whole rope broke and fell apart. After being released by Chen Ronghua, the river crab moved its 8 claws and subconsciously took a step to the left, but it took several seconds to complete this step. After one step, it moved a few steps sideways.
And the time it took was the same.
After moving 4 or 5 steps and completely moving to the corner, it immediately fell to the ground with a plop, looking forward with its petrified eyes, showing an expression of despair.
Sure enough, this guy is no threat to me now. Chen Ronghua was quite satisfied just seeing this scene.
However, the petrification attribute has a huge effect on this crab, but it is still unknown whether it has such a big effect on humans. After all, crabs belong to the crustaceans among arthropods, and this thing may naturally fit with the petrification attribute. And it is still unknown whether the petrification attribute can be used on humans, or whether the human body can be integrated with the petrification attribute, and how much it can be integrated. It would be great if I could become a noble lord and own my own territory as soon as possible. With his personality, if he had his own territory, he would definitely not feel any guilt if he found some unforgivable criminals to experiment with his abilities. As for experimenting with this ability on ordinary people at will, he would not do it. Even if he was in another world, this was one of his bottom lines.
At least for now.
Shaking his head, Chen Ronghua looked at the group of people coming from a distance, probably to attend class, and his mind moved slightly. He walked to his house and integrated the hardness properties of a large number of large stones he had obtained from the back mountain into his house. Earth house, hardness of large stones plus 100, then he integrated a toughness property he had taken out from the yellow wood bow into the door hinge of the wooden door. Now, his house is much more solid. If he also took out other toughness properties from the yellow wood bow and integrated them into the hinge of the wooden door, let alone the knocking ghost, it would be unknown whether Huang Taixing could destroy it in a short time. Thank you for your recommendation votes and the 700 coins reward from Yan Xiao Yuan Ming. C40 guard Chen Ronghua opened the door, returned to the house and took out the yellow wooden bow. During the process of taking it out, his left hand kept stroking it repeatedly. The yellowwood bow has a total of 10 toughness attributes and 10 precision attributes. The role of the precision attribute is hard to say, but the role of the tenacity attribute is obvious. At the same time, through experiments again and again, Chen Ronghua discovered that the abilities of various attributes also have levels.
There is just no specific way to divide them.
For example, the attributes contained in this yellow wooden bow, which was blessed by the ancestors of the Huang family with a tough array and a precise array, clearly exceed the attributes he can absorb from other items. The basis for his judgment was the difficulty of extracting various attributes from various items.
Master, we are here.
After Chen Ronghua touched it hundreds of times with his left hand and finally found 2 toughness attributes and 1 precision attribute from the yellow wooden bow, Huang Xiaoshan's excited voice rang out from outside the fence.
I saw it.
Chen Ronghua smiled, placed the yellow wooden bow at the root of the wall, then integrated the 2 toughness attributes he had just found into the door hinges, walked to the fence door, and opened the door. This time there were a lot of people coming with Huang Xiaoshan. Not only were the children who were in class with him yesterday, Huang Hu, a big man who liked to go bare-chested, but also Huang Taisheng, Ho San, Zhu Dapeng and other members of the hunting team. There was even Huang Lin, whose injuries were much better. When Chen Ronghua opened the fence door, he suddenly discovered that other people in the village were also walking over from a distance. There are more than 100 households in the village, and these more than 100 households together have 300 to 400 people. At this time, when Chen Ronghua looked at it, it seemed as if everyone in the village was surrounding him from a distance.
He had a headache. He really didn't expect there would be so many people.
He is only one person, and it is impossible for him to teach so many people together.
Sir,
Huang Taishan said with some embarrassment, most of them came here to watch the excitement. The people who will teach you later are mainly children from the village and a dozen people from the hunting team.
Chen Ronghua breathed a sigh of relief. He was really shocked to see so many people just now.
At this time, Huang Taisheng hesitated for a while and then spoke again. But master, I just heard Huang Xiaoshan say that you said that Hosan also has the qualifications of a warlock.
Is this true?
Hearing what he said, everyone else in the village suddenly pricked up their ears. The main reason why so many of them came here was because of this matter.
It's true. Seeing everyone's expressions, Chen Ronghua suddenly realized. He smiled and nodded. Hosan's warlock qualifications are also good. When the time comes, I will try to help him awaken. On average, 1 in 100 people in the world of gods has the qualification of a warlock. But not everyone with warlock qualifications can become a warlock. If you want to become a warlock, you still need to awaken. Different warlocks have different awakening methods.
Of course, some people are lucky and may wake up automatically due to emotional excitement or other reasons.
This is the case when Hosan's bloodline is half awakened.
But the success rate of awakening through this method is pitifully low. In addition, most people never know that they have the qualifications of a warlock, so warlocks have such a high status in the continent of the gods. Hosan also has the qualifications of a warlock. What a blessing! His martial arts qualifications are so high. He has already reached the peak of the warrior realm at the age of 18. If he awakens his qualifications as a warlock in the future, his achievements will be truly limitless.
The key is Mr. Chen.
If it weren't for Mr. Chen, Hosan might not know that he has the blood of a warlock for the rest of his life, and it would be difficult for him to awaken. After Chen Ronghua finished speaking, the villagers suddenly started talking. Yesterday Hosan also took action against Mr. Chen, but Mr. Chen ignored the past and promised to help Hosan in the future. Hosan has met a noble person, and we in Xiaha village have also met a noble person. Some people spoke loudly, as if they were speaking deliberately to Chen Ronghua.
Chen Ronghua smiled slightly and didn't care.
The people in Xiaha village wanted him to stay in Xiaha village, and he also wanted to stay in Xiaha village. The two were incompatible. The only difference is that the people of Xiaha village kept him in the hope that he would bring prosperity to Xiaha village. But he wanted to stay in Xiaha village, but he wanted to take Xiaha village for his own use. But overall, it's a win-win for both. Xu Dapeng in the crowd scratched his head when he heard that Hosan really had the qualifications of a warlock, and suddenly said shamelessly to Chen Ronghua, "Mr. Chen, can you see that I have the qualifications of a warlock?" Chen Ronghua glanced at him, shook his head in amusement and said, "Not just you, I've seen most of the others as well. Except for Hosan and Huang Shashan, no one else in the village should have warlock qualifications." Xu Dapeng suddenly looked disappointed when he heard this. That's a high-ranking warlock. Everyone else also sighed in their hearts. Chen Ronghua smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't become a warlock. Your martial arts qualifications are not bad, and you can hope to become an earth warrior in the future. Moreover, martial arts qualifications can be changed. As long as you work hard, you may not be unable to become a strong person." Xu Dapeng shook his head. Martial arts qualifications can indeed be changed, but if you want to change martial arts qualifications, there are generally only two ways: practicing some powerful skills and taking natural treasures. But whether it is a powerful skill or a natural treasure, it is not so easy to get. Seeing Xu Dapeng's expression, Chen Ronghua's mind moved, and suddenly said, "I don't like fighting very much, and I have a lot of trivial matters to deal with when I first come here. If you are willing, you can be a guard beside me. When the time is right, I may be able to find a way to help you improve your martial arts qualifications." In the morning, when Huang Taisheng mentioned Zhu Qiong, the fire magician in Lushuiwen town, he mentioned that he had a warrior guard, so he suddenly had such an idea in his mind. Become a guard? Improve martial arts qualifications? Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Xu Dapeng's eyes instantly shone brightly. Many magicians in this world have warrior guards. But he never thought that a powerful magician like Chen Ronghua actually planned to find a warrior guard in Xiaha village. Therefore, as soon as Chen Ronghua said this, he felt something in his heart, knowing that his chance had come. He knew that he had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity no matter what. But before he could agree, Chen Ronghua saw his expression and said again, "Of course, if you want to be my bodyguard, you have to go through some tests first. Let alone character, at least you have to have a certain strength." As he said this, he turned around and came to his house, pointing to the house that had just been strengthened by 100 big stones and said, "This earth house has just been reinforced by me. You said yesterday that you could break the blue and white rock at the entrance of the village with 3 punches, so now you can see how many punches you can take to break my house." It is good for him to take Xu Dapeng as a bodyguard. But he can't let Xu Dapeng become his bodyguard too easily. Only when it is difficult to get, will you cherish it more after getting it? Report on the battle situation, daily collection of 300, daily recommendation of more than 260, the test push is almost over today, the test push has increased by 2,000 collections in a week, almost double the second place, and the recommendation votes are also about double the second place. I sincerely thank everyone for their support. However, from 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the points will be changed. There are many great gods in this point. I hope it can continue to rise. Everyone must continue to support it. See 41 confused hit this house? Xu Dapeng, who was looking forward to it, was startled. He glanced at the Tsuchiya behind Chen Ronghua, and his thoughts moved slightly. He knew that with Chen Ronghua's strength, he would put forward such a test, which meant that this test would definitely not be that simple. But he couldn't figure out how far an ordinary house could be reinforced even if it was reinforced. Thinking like this, he took a deep breath, walked out of the crowd, walked into the small courtyard, came to Chen Ronghua and said, "Sir, if I destroy your house with 1 punch, don't blame me. No wonder, as long as you repair it for me when the time comes, I'll sleep at your house until it's repaired." Chen Ronghua made a joke. When the villagers heard his words, they all burst into laughter. Xu Dapeng also laughed honestly. However, after laughing, his eyes stared at the house in front of him, but suddenly he showed a solemn look. "Sir, I wonder where you plan to let me fight. Anywhere is fine. A window, too." "Window? That's fine too." Chen Ronghua spoke. The windows of this earthen house are wooden windows with dense grids on the top and bottom. The grids are covered with a piece of cloth. Because the windows are thick and the eaves are long, they are not afraid of getting wet in the rain. He had just integrated 100 points of hardness properties of big rocks into the earth house. 100 points was the limit of this earth house. But he was also a little curious. I wonder if the doors and windows in this house are really that hard. Another reason why he asked Xu Dapeng to attack his house was that he wanted him to help him test the strength of the house. After all, this house was used by him to ward off ghosts. If Xu Dapeng could break it, then he would have to find another way. After hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Xu Dapeng glanced at the window of the earthen house, hesitated for a moment, and did not punch the window directly. Despite Chen Ronghua's words, he still felt a little embarrassed that he punched the small wooden window. Taking a deep breath, he got into a stance, suddenly puffed up his chest, and pumped his energy and blood into his right fist. Open! There was a loud shout, and Xu Dapeng suddenly punched out his fist. The wind howled like a heavy hammer. Even Chen Ronghua, who was standing next to Xu Dapeng, could feel the amazing power of this punch. With his body, he would probably have broken bones and tendons immediately if he received this punch. Others outside the courtyard also nodded secretly. Xu Dapeng's punch had reached the limit of what his cultivation could achieve. With one punch or three punches like this, there is absolutely no problem in breaking the blue and white rock at the entrance of the village. Boom! But after Xu Dapeng punched the wall of Chen Ronghua's earthen house, the earthen house shook, but not a single crack appeared. Xu Dapeng's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retracted his hand. At this time, his fist was red and painful, as if he had not just hit the wall, but hit a cold iron block. Sir, I don't think I can break through this wall. He rubbed his right hand and said awkwardly, "Can you still let me try this window again?" Chen Ronghua nodded. "Not only the windows, you can also try this door." Good. Xu Dapeng took a deep breath and walked to the wooden door first. He felt that no matter what, this door was made of wood, so it shouldn't be as hard as it was just now. And even the wooden door is so hard and has hinges. He broke the folding page. Wouldn't the door also fall down? So with a thought, he once again gathered his maximum strength, and with a bang, he punched the wooden door of the earthen house again. Bang! There was a loud noise and the wooden door shook. But the wooden door shook not because it was overwhelmed, but because it was in a semi-active state. After punching out, Xu Dapeng quickly retracted his hand again. He knew that the warlock's methods were weird, but he never expected that they were so weird. An ordinary wooden door can actually be reinforced as strong as steel. His face was solemn, and his eagerness to become Chen Ronghua's bodyguard prevented him from giving up easily. After his punch failed to burst the wooden door, he moved a few steps aside, came to the window, used his strength again, and punched out again. This time, his punch went straight to the gray-white cloth inside the lattice window. At this moment, he could no longer care about whether he was embarrassed or not. Bang! But the fabric on the window didn't move at all even after he punched it. After a moment, Xu Dapeng withdrew his fist, showing a look of decadence on his face. With one punch, he couldn't even break a piece of window cloth made by Chen Ronghua. With such strength, how could Chen Ronghua accept him as a bodyguard? It actually blocked. When Chen Ronghua saw this scene, his eyes flashed. He was a little confused as to how the 100 points of hardness attributes he had integrated into the earthen house were distributed. Are all parts of the Tsuchiya really the same? The most important thing is, can an ordinary piece of cloth incorporate the hardness of 100 large stones? With this in mind, he once again used the ability of ancient books to identify the earthen house, but he didn't get much information. Suddenly, he had an idea and melted the hard properties of the few big stones in his hand into the clothes he was wearing. However, this time, he didn't melt any hard properties and felt resistance. Chen Ronghua looked up at the gray cloth on the window of the earth house, and then looked at his clothes, puzzled. Is this a sorcerer? It's really incredible. Village chief, you are knowledgeable, do you know what this ability is? At this time, the villagers who were watching the excitement were all talking about it. Everyone was amazed by Chen Ronghua's ability. No one thought that Xu Dapeng, who ranked third in strength in the village, couldn't even break a layer of cloth made by Chen Ronghua. It should be a blessing formation. Master Chen probably laid a blessing formation on this house. Huang Taisheng hesitated and said. He knew something about sorcerers and knew that some sorcerers could cast blessing formations to bless something and give it special abilities. He had never heard of any nearby sorcerer being able to strengthen an ordinary house to this extent. Sir, after 3 consecutive punches without any success, Xu Dapeng's face flushed, and he looked at Chen Ronghua with a face full of shame. He secretly thought that he was overestimating himself. How could Chen Ronghua value his ability? No need to be like this. Seeing Xu Dapeng's look, Chen Ronghua smiled and said, "It would be strange if you could break the house I reinforced. I just used this house to test your strength. Now it seems that your strength is not too strong, but not too bad. If you want to be my guard, you can barely do it. Let's do this, wait 2 days, and I will give you an answer." Chen Ronghua planned to let Xu Dapeng struggle for a few more days, and when he was about to despair, he would accept him as a guard, so that he could do his best in the future. The power system of this book is a little different. After the protagonist contracts with Fat Cat, his cultivation level will immediately be equal to that of Zhu Dapeng and others in the late stage of the warrior realm, instead of starting from the apprentice level, to the early stage, and then to the middle stage. So there are a lot of foreshadowings. I hope you can forgive me.
C42 class, everyone, please be quiet.
After sending Zhu Dapeng away, Chen Rongwa stretched out his hand and pressed it in front of him, then said loudly, I stayed in Xiahe village mainly because of Huang Xiaoshan. Huang Xiaoshan is too young, so I can't teach him too much now. I can't sit still, so I plan to teach in Xiahe village, teaching everyone to read and write, as well as some other knowledge. But my strength is limited, so I can only teach the children in the village and the members of the hunting team first. If others want to learn, they can listen outside, or ask others after class.
I hope you can understand. Don't worry, sir, we all know it. The villagers all expressed their understanding. Chen Ronghua's words were very polite. Before, they might have thought that this was a sign of Chen Ronghua's guilty conscience. But after what happened yesterday, everyone knew that no matter how humble Chen Ronghua was, he still had the strength of a tiger. You can't touch a tiger's butt. Even if this tiger doesn't look scary at all. Seeing everyone's response, Chen Ronghua nodded secretly.
His performance yesterday may not be that good, but no matter what, he has established a firm foothold in Xiahe village. Thinking of this in his heart, he waved his hand and said, in this case, those who want to attend the class should come in, and we will start the class now. As he finished speaking, the children in the village and more than a dozen people from the hunting team hurriedly walked in through the fence gate. The children in Xiahe village, plus the members of the hunting team, a total of 40 to 50 people. However, Chen Ronghua's farmyard is no smaller than a normal class, and it is more than enough to accommodate these people. The children sat in the front and the adults sat in the back, all showing an expression of listening attentively. Even the seriously injured Huang Lin and Huang Taisheng, who was already in his 70s or 80s, were mixed in with these people. Chen Ronghua glanced at them and said nothing. He pondered for a moment and said, because there are some new people in the class this time, I will roughly repeat what I taught in the last class. I said in the last class that I teach you 3 aspects of knowledge. The first is ideology and morality, the second is literacy, the third is what is it? He paused slightly and looked at some children who attended the class yesterday.
Mathematics.
Several children shouted loudly immediately.
Well said.
Chen Ronghua clapped his hands lightly to show encouragement and then said, but I also said before that morality comes first, that is, among the 3 aspects of knowledge, ideology and morality are the most important. For this reason, I will tell you 2 stories. One is about filial piety, the name is, Shun Moved the Sky. The children replied in unison.
Chen Ronghua smiled, yes, the other one is about respecting teachers? Chang Menli Shui.
All the children were quite excited. Chen Ronghua also had a smile on his face. It seems that everyone studied seriously in the last class.
But there are some new students joining this class. You know, but they don't know yet. Are there any of you willing to retell these 2 stories to them?
In the class of ideology and morality, filial piety must be ranked first no matter what. In addition to filial piety, he ranked respect for teachers and respect for morality second. But after arranging it like this, it's okay for him to tell the children in Xiahe village, but it would seem a little deliberate to tell the adults in the hunting team. So, he repeated what he said in the last class through the mouths of these children. This can test the children's learning effect. Secondly, it can enhance the children's interest in learning, and thirdly, it can subtly make the adults in the village accept his point of view. After the 2 children finished retelling the 2 stories, he continued, the retellings by Zhu Xiaopeng and Huang Xiaoshan were both very good. In fact, after telling these 2 stories, I should first teach you how to write the 2 words filial piety and respect for teachers. But because I haven't made a blackboard in chalk yet, the literacy work has to be put on hold for the time being. Then, I will tell you another story. The name of the story is Serve the Country with Loyalty. Chen Ronghua's storytelling naturally has to be linked to his own interests. He has already planned to follow the path of aristocratic lords, so the story of Serve the Country with Loyalty is just right. However, because these stories were originally stories about Earth, he also had to make some slight changes in the process of telling them. With great ambition, he would eat the meat of the barbarians when hungry, and drink the blood of the Xiongnu when thirsty. What a great Yufei, he is really bold. He is worthy of being the man who engraved Serve the Country with Loyalty on his back.
Chen Ronghua was only halfway through his story when Zhu Dapeng slammed the stool with excitement. But sir, I wonder which island Yufei is from. Who are the Hulu and Xiongnu? Chen Ronghua glanced at Zhu Dapeng and said, just listen to your story. Zhu Dapeng immediately looked embarrassed. Then, this class was spent with Chen Ronghua telling stories in a rhythmic tone. There are usually no entertainment programs in Xiahe village.
So even if Chenronghua's stories were not particularly attractive, everyone still listened with great interest.
An hour later, Chenronghua said, "Okay, today's class ends here.
Village Chief Huang, please stay for a moment, and the others can go first."
Hearing what Chenronghua said, everyone showed regret.
These people, especially those in the hunting team, originally thought that learning from Chenronghua would be a painful thing. But after one class, they were all conquered by Chenronghua's stories. Even Hosan, who was more scheming than others, was the same. No matter how scheming he was just an 18-year-old young man from a poor mountain valley. After the crowd dispersed, Chenronghua said to Huang Taisheng, "Village chief, please ask someone to help me get a rectangular wooden board that is as smooth as possible. I want to teach the villagers to write, and I must have a wooden board."
"Don't worry, sir, I'll do it right away." Huang Taisheng naturally agreed to this. After Huang Taisheng left, Chenronghua shook his head. In addition to the wooden board, he had to get another pen himself, but with the ability of his left hand, this should not be too difficult. At the same time, Zhu Dapeng, who left Chenronghua, suddenly asked Hosan on the road, "Hosan, did you see the crab in Mr. Chen's yard just now?"
"See it?
Is that the one we caught?"
"It should be." Hosan's tone was also a little uncertain.
"That's probably it, but how could it become like that?"
"Warlock," Hosan murmured to himself, with a hint of heat in his eyes. "Report the results again. Today's daily closing is 910, daily recommendation is 294, and after changing the recommendation after 2 p.m., it has increased by 760 collections. In addition, thanks to the 3 book friends Wuming Xiaozu 159, Shushir 120 and Gu Qingbai for their rewards. Finally, please recommend votes. C43 Don't run away if you get fat. After the villagers left, seeing the fiery look in Hosan's eyes, Zhu Dapeng curled his lips. Of course he knew what Hosan was thinking. The hope of becoming a warlock was something no one would refuse. He looked back. There was also a hint of fiery in his eyes. No matter what, he had to become Chenronghua's bodyguard. However, Chenronghua did not express his opinion on the spot, which really made him uneasy.
"Li Heishui, do you think Mr. Chen will accept me as a bodyguard?" he asked another person beside him.
This person was about the same height as him, but he was extremely thin, like a stick, and his skin was very dark, which made him look a bit weird. He was Li Heishui. There were 2 members of the late warrior stage in the hunting team, one was Zhu Dapeng, and the other was him.
Hearing Zhu Dapeng's question, Li Heishui said unhappily, "How should I know? Are you jealous?" Zhu Dapeng smiled.
Li Heishui didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart whether he should recommend himself. If he could become a warrior of the earth, or even a warrior of a higher level after following Chenronghua, it would be a blessing that could only be cultivated in several lifetimes. Not to mention strength and status, after becoming a warrior of the earth, the lifespan alone would be as long as 150 years. Compared with the lifespan of ordinary people of 70 to 80 years, this temptation is not small.
Chenronghua didn't know what Zhu Dapeng and others were thinking.
After everyone left, he came to the fat cat, grabbed it, held it in his arms, and then walked out while rubbing it.
Meow.
The fat cat struggled twice, and then let it go. Holding the fat cat in his arms, Chenronghua found that this guy was really fat. He didn't know if he weighed 20 kilograms, but he must have weighed more than 10 kilograms. Holding the fat cat, Chenronghua strolled around the village twice.
Smelly liquid grass, thick and juicy leaves.
The juice is black, and the fresh juice has a foul odor, which can prevent insects. After the juice is left for 2 hours, the odor disappears, and it can be used as ink and dye, and it is not easy to fade when applied to objects. White spring wood, the juice of this wood can be used as white dye. While strolling, he scanned one thing after another through the identification ability of ancient books. In the end, he found 2 things that were useful to him among many things. The juice of the stinky liquid grass can be used to dye wooden boards, and the white spring wood can be used as chalk. In this way, the 2 essential things for his teaching have a source. To take the juice of the stinky liquid grass, Chenronghua naturally did not need to crush it. He found a few stinky liquid grasses with thick leaves, reached out and touched their leaves, and soon, he touched out several ink-colored properties of the stinky liquid grass from them. As for the white spring wood, he did the same thing. He came to a white spring wood, reached out and touched it for a while, and also touched out a lot of white properties from it. After finishing the job, he carried the fat cat back home. It was only while carrying the fat cat that he realized again that he had to strengthen his strength as soon as possible. Apart from anything else, if he was not strong enough, his arms would ache after carrying the fat cat for a while. When he returned home, Huang Taisheng, who had left earlier, just rushed over with a huge wooden board more than 2 meters long in his hand. 100-year-old poplar wood board,
cut as a hole with a sharp tool, cut by Huang Taisheng. The wooden board was rectangular and had an extremely smooth surface.
Chen Ronghua took a look at the wooden board, and such a message immediately appeared in the ancient book.
Sir, do you think this wooden board is suitable? Huang Taisheng asked immediately after he walked in front of Chen Ronghua with the wooden board. Okay. Chen Ronghua nodded.
Sir, where should I put this board?
Do you want me to make a frame for you and fix it in the yard?
Huang Taisheng was accompanied by another person, Li Heishui, who had talked with Zhu Dapeng before and was thinking about whether to recommend himself to Chen Ronghua and try to be accepted as a guard by Chen Ronghua.
Zhu Dapeng was a bit naive. At this time, he was still at home thinking about how to make Chen Ronghua happy so that he would agree to accept him as a guard. But Li Heishui had already started to act.
Okay, then I'll trouble you.
Chen Ronghua smiled.
No trouble, no trouble, Li Heishui waved his hand quickly. His skinny and tall body like a stick made such a move, which looked a bit funny. After asking Chen Ronghua, he began to use the tools he brought with him, and together with Huang Taisheng, fixed the more than 2-meter-long blackboard in the yard. Chen Ronghua put the fat cat down and just watched from the side without intervening.
Li Heishui and Huang Taisheng were very fast.
It didn't take long for them to securely fix the wooden board in the yard. After the fixation was completed, Li Heishui hesitated and said to Chen Ronghua, Mr. Chen, my strength is about the same as Zhu Dapeng's.
I wonder if I can be your bodyguard? Chen Ronghua glanced at Li Heishui.
This tall and thin man was very perceptive. Not to mention his strength, if we talk about his ability to do things, he is definitely much better than Zhu Dapeng, the fool.
But it was precisely because of Zhu Dapeng's stupidity that he decided to take Zhu Dapeng as a bodyguard. For him at the moment, why should a bodyguard be so smart? For the time being, all he wanted was a thug. If I change to a smarter guard, who knows if he will see something from me? At the same time, this is also the reason why he did not ask Ho-san to be his guard. Looking at Li Heishui, Chen Ronghua smiled and said, I think Zhu Dapeng is good, I may take him as a guard first. We'll see about your opinion later.
After all, I'm in Xiaohe village now, and it's useless to have so many guards.
Li Heishui's expression froze when he heard this. But he didn't have any resentment.
If he had to complain, he could only blame his bad luck.
You don't have to be disappointed. Seeing Li Heishui's expression, Chen Ronghua shook his head and said, It seems that I may really have to stay in Xiaohe village for a long time. If you perform well, you will have opportunities in the future.
He first drew a pie to give Li Heishui some motivation. In fact, it is not impossible to take Li Heishui as a guard, and it is much better to have 2 guards to obey orders than 1. It's just that he doesn't have the cultivation now, so it's not suitable.
Don't worry, sir. I will never let you down.
Hearing what Chen Ronghua said, Li Heishui's eyes lit up again.
Having a chance is better than having no chance.
Okay, you go back first. Chen Ronghua waved his hand and said to Huang Taisheng at the same time, and village chief, how many salted fish are there in the village?
I wonder if you can send me more. Salted fish? Huang Taisheng's heart suddenly moved when he heard this.
Salted fish is not something that tastes very good. He clearly remembered that on the first day Chen Ronghua came to Xiaohe village, he didn't touch a single salted fish at the dinner. In this case, Chen Ronghua must have his own purpose for asking for salted fish. And in his opinion, this purpose is probably related to the demon in the village who specializes in stealing salted fish. Thinking of this, he immediately agreed, okay, after I go back, I will immediately ask the villagers to send all the salted fish from each family to you, sir. If Chen Ronghua intends to get rid of the demon in the village, he will definitely agree with both hands.
Send them all?
Chen Ronghua was stunned for a moment, but did not refuse.
Meow. The fat cat not far away also had his eyes brightened.
In this way, it will not have to steal fish in the future.
It can sleep when it is full and eat when it is full.
Chen Ronghua turned his head and glanced at the fat cat, sneering in his heart.
If you are fat, don't run away. You can't run away even if you want to. There seems to be a line in the lyrics that goes like this, right?
It doesn't matter if it's not, just assume that he changed it himself. The fat cat does not admit that he is a demon and does not want to sign a demon contract with him. He wants to gain strength as soon as possible, so he must use a little strategy. Thanks to the initial mark for the 1000 reward, and the rewards from 2 book friends Book Envoy 120 and Book Mirage. See 44. 7 days after Huang Taisheng and Li Heishui left, Chen Ronghua walked to the wooden board cut from the century-old poplar tree, pressed his left hand on the board, and began to integrate the ink-colored attributes of the stinky liquid grass into it. Black ancient poplar board, ink-colored attribute of stinky liquid grass plus 12. After a while, the attributes of the ancient poplar board changed suddenly,
and the whole board turned pitch black. Even if Huang Taisheng, who cut this board with his own hands, came back, he would not recognize that this was the previous board. When this ancient poplar board completely became a blackboard, Chen Rongwu walked in front of it, stretched out his left hand, and began to draw on the blackboard with his left index finger. As he drew, white twisted snake-shaped characters immediately appeared on the blackboard. This kind of snake-shaped characters is the common characters in the world of gods. The reason why this white font appeared is because when Chen Rongwu drew, he integrated the white attribute of Bai Chunmu into the part he drew. It was just because this was the first time that Chen Rongwu wrote the words of the world of gods, and because he wrote it with his left hand, the handwriting looked a little ugly. After finishing a line of handwriting, Chen Rongwu frowned. He would stay in the world of gods for 300 years, and he would most likely become a noble lord, so he must be proficient in the words of the world of gods. Thinking of this, he brushed his left hand over what he had just written, took it all away, and then started writing again. For the time being, he did not ask to write all the words in standard, but the words to be taught in class tomorrow must be written first. Not long after Huang Taisheng returned, he went door to door, collected all the remaining salted fish in the village, packed them in several large bags, and sent them to Chen Rongwu. When delivering the salted fish, he was surprised to see that the wooden board had turned pure black. But he did not ask, and Chen Rongwu did not explain anything. In the following time, in addition to eating at Huang Taisheng, preparing meals for Fat Cat, and continuing to cultivate feelings with Fat Cat, Chen Rongwu practiced writing the words of the world of gods in front of the blackboard in his yard. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. In this world, strength is important, but some things cannot be ignored. After half a day, he was finally able to write a few words skillfully with both hands. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. In the evening, when the sun had not completely set and the silver moon showed a sporadic corner, Chen Rongwu looked up and found that there was indeed a time display on the edge of the moon. I don't know if that thing will come tonight. The breeze blew, and Chen Rongwu shivered and felt a little cold. He walked to the root of the wall and took a look at the semi-petrified crab that had begun to eat the soil in the yard as food at some point. He grabbed the other two large claws and began to drag it into the house. It was about to be night, and he was worried that the knocking ghost would come again. His house had been strengthened by him, and with the fat cat there, he was not particularly worried, but he was a little worried that the crab would be left outside and harmed by the knocker. However, after the big guy was integrated with the petrification attribute, the weight soared straight up. Now it was probably heavier than him. He spent a long time dragging it into the house. This idiot! The fat cat on the side saw this scene and felt happy. Chen Rongwu's performance was magical, which really shocked it. It was not until he saw this scene that he finally regained his confidence and sense of superiority. The big river crab being pulled by Chen Rongwu was mentally collapsed at this time. He had been harmed by Chen Rongwu and began to eat soil. At this time, seeing Chen Rongwu pulling him into the small darkroom, he was really terrified. He didn't know how Chen Rongwu would harm him again. Ha! After dragging the semi-petrified river crab into the house, Chen Rongwu let out a long breath. As he looked at the big guy, he suddenly had an idea. He merged the black and white attributes he had obtained before into its two big claws. In a moment, a mighty river crab with a body that seemed to be carved from stone and two claws, one black and one white, appeared in front of him. It seems pretty good. After looking at the big guy, Chen Rongwu smiled. He suddenly felt that it was interesting to raise a crab that he didn't have to worry about. Especially since this guy feeds on soil, he can even save food. Night fell. Chen Rongwu lit the oil lamp. Under the light, he summed up the gains and losses of the day, and at the same time, holding the yellowwood bough in his hand, he felt out all the remaining attributes. Fat Cat got into his bed early in the morning. As for the half-petrified river crab, he stared with a pair of protruding eyes, looking at himself turned into two claws, one black and one white, and wanted to cry but had no tears. But Chen Rongwu ignored these two guys. After a long time, after he had figured out all the toughness and precision attributes of the yellowwood bough, he felt sleepy and blew out the oil lamp and began to sleep peacefully. The knocking ghost seemed to have given up after experiencing the failure last night and did not come again. Or maybe it came here before and was just passing by, and now it has forgotten this place. The next morning, the sun shone in through the window, and Chen Rongwu yawned, feeling refreshed. After getting up, he first dragged the semi-petrified river crab out of the house to prevent it from digging a hole in the house. Then he prepared a hearty salted fish breakfast for Fat Cat, and then he staggered to Huang Tieshing's house and had a breakfast. Then he wandered around the village, using the ability of ancient books to identify things and enhance his knowledge. Have you heard that someone just saw people from Giant Crocodile Village outside the village? 3 or 4 people died there last night. 3 or 4 people died. What happened? It is said that it was done by the knocking ghost. The knocking ghost in Shangha village ran to Giant Crocodile village last night. Just when it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning, when Shen Ronghua was about to go back to class, he suddenly heard several villagers talking about it. When he heard that the knocking ghost had killed someone again, he took a breath. He didn't know those people who died, so he didn't feel deeply. But the death of these people made him feel fortunate again. Fortunately, the ghost didn't rush into his room the night before, perhaps because of the injury he had just received. Shaking his head, Shen Ronghua returned to his home. With his strength, there was no way to deal with the knocking ghost. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the children in the village and the members of the hunting team gathered at his home and began to listen to his class. Today, I will formally teach you to read and write. When everyone saw the blackboard in Shen Ronghua's yard and Shen Ronghua drew a line of white words on the blackboard with his left hand, they were all surprised. Sir, what is your ability? Is it also a sorcerer's method? Zhu Dapeng's eyes lit up. Although this ability seems useless in combat, it still shocked him because of its magic. Listen to your class carefully. Shen Ronghua scolded. Zhu Dapeng straightened his back immediately after hearing this. But after straightening his back, he looked at the half-petrified river crab with 2 big claws at the base of the wall, one black and one white. In comparison, this guy was just as eye-catching. Time passed day by day. In a flash, it was the 8th day since Shen Ronghua came to the world of gods. In the previous 7 days, Shen Ronghua prepared a lot of delicious and nutritious salted fish for Fat Cat every day. After eating salted fish for a few days, Fat Cat was obviously fatter. At the same time, whether it was day or night, he kept Fat Cat by his side, making Fat Cat more and more attached to him. However, it was precisely because of this that Fat Cat, immersed in the good days, seemed to have forgotten what Shen Ronghua had said to it, that he wanted to find a demon contract. Reporting results: today's daily collection is 720, and the daily push is 264, which is a bit miserable, especially the recommendation votes. I don't know when the goal of 400 daily pushes can be achieved. Please support it. See 45 deduction for 7 days. In addition to making Xiamao more attached to him, Shen Ronghua gained nothing in other aspects. After staying in Xiahe village for 7 days, he not only became completely familiar with the people in Xiahe village, but also learned a lot of information about the world of gods that he didn't know from the mouths of each villager. At the same time, because he watched people practicing martial arts in Xiahe village every day and learned from some children, he also mastered the incomplete version of the training method of Tiger Lianqing Fist. Naturally, he would not practice this boxing technique during the day. But at night, he would type dozens of times around the house every day. Although his martial arts qualifications are not high, with only 2 points, without the support of adventure or a large number of resources, it is estimated that it will take decades to practice and become an earth warrior. But he will not give up on himself, especially when he has the help of his left-hand power and ancient books. Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui both had 2 points of martial arts qualification, the same as him. However, the 2 of them are in their 30s and are already at the late stage of the warrior realm. They are not too high, but they can almost have a certain degree of self-preservation in Green Water Bay. He doesn't care about how strong he is now, he just wants to not be in a hurry in some special situations. Because he eats a lot of nutritious food every day and started practicing Tiger Lianqing Fist, he can obviously feel that his body is much better. Of course, it's just that he's much better. At most, he is just a martial arts apprentice, still a beginner. There is still a long way to go before he can become a formal martial artist. At the same time, in 7 days, excluding the energy consumed in the first 2 days, the ancient book also accumulated 20 points of energy in the next 5 days. This speed exceeded his expectations. He guessed that it might have something to do with the fact that he used his left hand to cook a lot of nutritious food every day. However, he did not come up with energy deduction methods to solve the underground insect plague. Now that he has completely established himself in Xiahe village, there is not much benefit in coming up with this method at this time. In another world, he rarely does things that don't bring much profit. Call. In the morning, after Shen Ronghua stretched his muscles, he breathed in a special way and punched out in his own room, and began to practice the Tiger Heart Training Fist. The essence of Tiger Lianqing boxing mainly lies in using special breathing methods when punching, and always keeping the picture of the tiger in mind. The tiger that Shen Ronghua visualized was the tiger in the zoo that he had seen on Earth. This makes his punches less powerful and powerful, even inferior to some of the children in Xiahe village. In fact, the reason why the Tiger Lianqing Fist in Xiahe village is an incomplete version is because it lacks the picture of the tiger. However, due to the large amount of nutritional supplements he received every day,
his speed in practicing Tiger Heart Lianshin Fist was actually faster than that of the children in the village. After finishing the 2 punches and sweating slightly on his forehead, Chen Ronghua slowly stopped, opened the door, and dragged the half-petrified river crab out of the house. The reason why he judged that his health had improved was not because of the ancient book, but because when dragging the river crab, it was much easier than the first time. After dragging the river crab out of the house, he sat on a deck chair in the yard and basked in the morning sun leisurely. Meow! The fat cat walked out of the room, shaking his increasingly fat body, and ran to a stool next to him. He raised a furry paw and pulled his hand. Chen Ronghua was helpless. I could only follow the fat cat's wishes, put my hands on it, and start kneading it. Meow! The fat cat narrowed his eyes in intoxication, showing a comfortable expression. It tilted its head, the blue sky and the rising sun reflected in its pupils. Chen Ronghua's figure also appeared in the corner of its pupil world, seeming to have occupied a place in its heart. Time passes like this. According to the usual routine of life, between 8:30 and 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Ronghua once again hugged the fat cat and walked to the street like ordinary villagers. Under a big tree, he met some idle people in the village. The old man and the old lady who were fine started chatting. Of course, most of the time, he just listens and doesn't interrupt. Xu Qiong, the pyromancer of Green Water Bay Town, went to Giant Crocodile Village yesterday. This year, each village will have to pay a tax of 100,000 copper coins to Green Water Bay Town, which has doubled from every year. At the same time, 10 more people will be hired. Warrior, join the town's guard. Several other villages have already agreed, and Xu Qiong is expected to come to our village in the next 2 days. An old man was mumbling under a big tree, looking a little decadent. Shaha village is second to none in terms of strength among the nearby villages, but it is not wealthy. 100,000 copper coins, I'm afraid every household would have to spend all their remaining money. As for sending 10 warriors to temporarily join the town's escort team, it is even more dangerous. Once the war between Lushuiwen Town and Hongsha Town officially begins, it is not known how many of these 10 warriors will be able to come back. You must know that the total number of warriors in the entire Xiaha village is less than 20. However, their Xiaha village lives in the territory affiliated with Lushuiwen Town. Although they cannot be completely regarded as the territorial citizens of Lushuiwen Town, if they do not act according to the requirements of Lushuiwen Town, and use the methods of the Lord of Lushuiwen Town, they will at such a moment, I am afraid the troops will soon be dispatched to suppress it. Chen Ronghua's heart moved when he heard this. After 7 days of understanding, he has almost understood the situation here. The Lord of Green Water Bay Town is an Earth Warrior. In addition to himself, there are 2 Earth Warriors and 4 or 5 Warlocks in the territory. In addition to these, there are more than 100 formal warriors in the entire territory. This is a huge force, at least for Shaha village. Once it is hostile to Green Water Bay Town can easily suppress Shaha village. Many disasters. Another old man sighed. Chen Ronghua listened quietly on the side without speaking. But he knew that he had to subdue the fat cat as soon as possible and have the strength to protect himself. Especially when Xu Qiong, the fire warlock of Green Water Bay Town, was about to come to Shaha village. Before, the people of Shaha village thought he was a liar. Now a real warlock came. If they saw him, would they have the same idea? He has just established a foothold in Shaha village and doesn't want to cause trouble. As soon as he thought about it, he put his consciousness on the ancient book and issued an instruction to the ancient book. In addition to contracting Fat Cat, help me deduce a method that is not dangerous and can gain a certain strength within 1 or 2 days. He planned to leave Shaha village for a trip, which would not take too long, only about 1 or 2 days. The 20 points of energy he accumulated with the ancient book were for this moment. By leaving Shaha village, he could avoid Xu Qiong and gain a certain strength. But these 2 points were not his main purpose. His main purpose was that a short separation was better than a new love. After his careful care these days, Fat Cat was now very attached to him. If he left Shaha village for 2 days, Fat Cat could not see him, could only eat ordinary salted fish every day, and no one would scratch it every day. What would happen to Fat Cat? This was just a small trick, but such a small trick was destined to be extremely useful to the lazy and greedy Fat Cat. As his thoughts moved, a message immediately appeared on the ancient book. Thanks to you Junwan for the 500 coin reward. The current daily push has reached 240. I don't know if I can reach the goal of 400 today. Fatty will add an extra today. I hope everyone can support it. I hope I can reach 400 today. See 46 Blood Tea Tree. In a valley in a mountain dozens of miles away, there is a blood snake that has just advanced to a 2nd level demon. This blood snake is guarding a blood tea tree. The reason why it can advance to a second-level demon is the credit of the blood tea tree. You can walk all the way to the northwest, from the junction of Hongyu Village and Qingyan Village, to there. Because the blood snake has just advanced, it has shed a layer of snakeskin, and its strength has seriously declined. It is currently only the strength of the first-level middle stage, and it will take half a month to recover. You can find a way to kill it, or scare it away. Then pick the camellia of the blood tea tree that will bloom at 4 p.m. tomorrow. After taking the blood tea flower, you will be able to reach the peak of the apprentice-level warrior in a short time. After that, as long as you master a technique, you can advance to become a formal warrior.
A message emerged from the ancient book.
In addition to these words, there is also a map. After Chen Ronghua carefully read this information several times, he remembered it firmly in his mind. Apprentice-level warriors are not very strong, but with his normal talent, even if he eats nutritious food every day, it will probably take 1 or 2 years to reach the peak of the apprentice level. For someone with the same talent as him, if he only eats ordinary food, it is possible to reach the peak of the apprentice level in 5 or 6 years. And this refers to adults.
If it is a child, the time will be much longer.
Therefore, after receiving this message, he immediately made up his mind and planned to go to the valley once according to the guidance of the ancient book. Of course, with his strength, he certainly cannot deal with the blood snake, even if the blood snake has a serious decline in strength due to molting.
So he must bring 2 people with him on this trip. With a thought in his mind, he had an idea.
At this time, an old man suddenly asked tentatively, once the 2 territories fight, the people will definitely suffer.
Mr. Chen, do you think Green Water Bay Town and Red Sand Town will fight?
I just came here and don't know the situation, so it's hard to say. Chen Ronghua smiled and slowly avoided the topic. He knew what the old man meant. He obviously wanted to help Shaha village overcome this difficulty. But he is now a clay Buddha crossing the river, and he can't protect himself, so he naturally won't take the lead. Unless he can subdue the fat cat and become a formal practitioner after returning from this trip, and then find the noble reward scroll as soon as possible and become a noble lord. In this way, if he chooses to set Shaha village as his private territory, everything in Shaha village will be his, and he will naturally not let his people help others fight for life and death. But even so, he still has to make many preparations before he can officially compete with Green Water Bay Town.
With these thoughts flashing in his mind, he entered the listening mode again and said nothing.
The old man was helpless. When it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Ronghua stood up from the stone, hugged the fat cat, and walked slowly back home. When he got home, the hunting team and the children in the village were already waiting. The adults were fine, but some playful children gathered in front of the half-petrified river crab and teased it curiously. The river crab, which looked extremely powerful, did not resist, or it was no longer able to resist.
Let the class start now.
Chen Ronghua put the fat cat down, and walked behind the desk that he had built in the yard 2 days ago while it was reluctant to leave, and knocked on the table with his hand. As he finished speaking, all the children returned to their seats. Even the warriors of the hunting team straightened their backs. Now he teaches every day, not only telling stories related to ideology and morality, but also teaching these people knowledge in both writing and mathematics. At the same time, after each class, he will distribute a portion of food to everyone. Those with poor performance will not get any, and those with good performance will get an extra portion. The food he distributed was made by himself with his left hand. Not only was it unique in taste, but it was also nutritious and of great benefit to martial arts practice. Therefore, even the members of the hunting team were greedy for the food he distributed. As for the children who had never eaten such delicious food, it was even more so.
Therefore, he could mobilize everyone's enthusiasm without too much management. Everyone would concentrate and listen carefully in every class he taught.
After a few days of study, everyone has mastered the numbers within 10.
Today I will teach you the concepts of greater than and less than. Chen Ronghua talked freely, and wrote numbers on the blackboard with his left hand. Seeing Chen Ronghua's actions, everyone's eyes lit up. After so long, everyone already knew that there was nothing special about this blackboard in the yard. Many of them had scratched it with their fingers, but no matter how many times they scratched, they could not write on it like Chen Ronghua. A class passed slowly. It was time to end the get out of class, and no one of the more than 40 people noticed it. It is absolutely incredible to make more than 40 people concentrate for an hour, including children. But Chen Ronghua did it. Okay, today's class ends here.
Chen Ronghua stood behind the desk and tapped the table lightly. In addition, I have something to do this afternoon and tomorrow, so our class will be suspended.
Class suspended? What is the master going to do?
Everyone was stunned when they heard Chen Ronghua's words. Even though Chen Ronghua's lessons were a little difficult for them who had never been exposed to these things, especially for children, everyone was still very interested in his lessons because of his various methods. Hearing everyone's discussion, Chen Ronghua waved his hand and said, "Okay, you all go back first. It's just some of my personal matters, you don't have to guess." In addition, the village chief, Huang Lin, and Zhu Dapeng, wait for a moment. "Okay, young master." Zhu Dapeng's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the words. So many days have passed, and Chen Ronghua has never mentioned the matter of taking him as a guard, which made him extremely desperate and even gave up. Now when he heard Chen Ronghua calling him, he immediately felt full of strength in his body. But he was also worried that Chen Ronghua called him this time not because of the guard. Or maybe it was because of the guard, but Chen Ronghua refused him. "Young master, I wonder why you kept us." After everyone left, Huang Taishang asked curiously. Chen Ronghua replied, "It's not a big deal, I just have to leave Shaha village in the next 2 days. If possible, I want to take Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin with me, is that okay?" The blood snake currently only has the strength of a first-level demon in the middle stage because of molting, which is about the same as Huang Lin's strength. With Zhu Dapeng's strength in the late stage of the warrior realm, it should not be difficult to deal with the blood snake. The reason why he brought Huang Lin with him was just to be on the safe side. At the same time, when Zhu Dapeng took action, he would be safer if he kept Huang Lin by his side. "Of course, there is no problem." Huang Taisheng agreed immediately after being startled. Although he is still the head of Shaha village and Huang Lin's biological father, with Chen Ronghua's current prestige in the village, even if he refused, Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin might not listen to him. But he was a little confused and didn't know what Chen Ronghua was going to do after leaving Shaha village. Second update, there will be another update in the evening. Do you still have recommendation votes? I still need 50 votes to get 400. If I can get 400 votes today, I will continue to update 3 times tomorrow. And thank you to Happy 668 for another 1000 reward, Winterby for 500 coins, and Sin's Old Man for 200 coins. C47 Misty Valley Wake Up. Chen Ronghua rubbed the fat cat sleeping comfortably on the stool. Meow, the fat cat looked at him, not knowing what he was going to do. Chen Ronghua picked up the fat cat, touched it twice, and said with a flash of his eyes, "I have something to go out for, I should be back tomorrow, you will be alone at home tonight, understand?" Meow. The fat cat was startled, jumped out of Chen Ronghua's arms, jumped onto the stool beside him, and looked at him seriously with a pair of eyes. As if he wanted to see if he was joking with him. "Ah." Seeing the fat cat's look, Chen Ronghua smiled, rubbed its head and said, "You guy, can't you understand human language?" Meow. The fat cat tilted its head to avoid Chen Ronghua's hand. Meow. Then it looked at Chen Ronghua twice, turned its head and called twice, as if telling him that he must come back. "Don't worry, I should be back in 1 night," Chen Ronghua said with a smile. He lied. The blood tea tree will not bloom until 4 p.m. tomorrow. After he gets the blood tea tree, he can only come out of the mountain. It is unlikely that he can return to Shaha village on the same day. And even if he can return, he will not return. Because his purpose is to let Fat Cat feel the taste of his long absence. Although this may be a bit painful for Fat Cat, Chen Ronghua can only use a little trick to subdue it as soon as possible. Fat Cat finally agreed. Or it has no reason and no right to disagree. It just lay back on the stool, but it can't sleep anymore. It remembers clearly that the last time its owner abandoned it, the child said that he would come to find it in the future, but after so much time, it has never seen its former little master once. Thinking about it, it raised a cat paw and looked a few times. It's just 1 night, it should be easy to get through it, right? But, you must come back. Don't abandon me. I can actually eat less. After lunch, Huang Taishang brought Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin to Chen Ronghua's yard. Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin each brought a black bag and a weapon. Zhu Dapeng's weapon was a thick-backed knife, and Huang Lin's weapon was a short sword. "Are you all ready?" Chen Ronghua asked. "Don't worry, sir, we are ready." Zhu Dapeng seemed a little excited. Chen Ronghua did not mention the guard. But he was not really stupid. He knew that Chen Ronghua had something to ask him this time. If he did a good job, the guard would definitely be much easier. Chen Ronghua rubbed the fat cat in his arms, put it on the stool, stood up and said to the two of them, "Since everything is ready, let's set off now." As he spoke, he took the lead and walked out of the yard. The fat cat lay on the stool and looked at him, then curled his head into his soft and fat belly. Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin hurriedly followed. You two remember this. Huang Taisheng also followed the 3 people. After sending them to the entrance of the village, he told Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin, after leaving the village, "No matter what happens, you must listen to the master.
Uncle Huang, Dad, don't worry. Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin said almost in unison.
They are not children anymore, so they naturally know what to do. After Chen Ronghua told Huang Taisheng that he was relieved, he took Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin and walked all the way to the northwest. On the house in Chen Ronghua's courtyard, the fat cat climbed up at some point. It stood at the highest point of the roof, looking at Chen Ronghua from afar, watching his back go away little by little, disappearing, and after a while, it suddenly lay down dejectedly, with dull eyes. And its orange fur, under the sunlight, seemed to blend with the earth color of the roof, as if it had become less shiny than before. After leaving the village, Chen Ronghua suddenly said, I am practicing a special secret technique now. It is not suitable to take action before it is completed. So this time when you go out, if you encounter any danger, you can try to block it.
Do you understand?
Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin were both stunned when they heard Chen Ronghua's words. But the two of them reacted quickly. Huang Lin said solemnly, Don't worry, sir.
I will follow you this time and will never let you take action. And me too. Zhu Dapeng also patted his chest and said, If you want to do anything, just order me around.
My strength cannot be compared with yours, but I am still useful in this area nearby.
Chen Ronghua smiled when he heard it.
He said, Don't be so nervous.
I am going out this time just to find some materials.
Although you will need to take action, the danger is not great. The mountain where the blood camellia is located is dozens of miles away from Shaha village. That mountain is actually the mountain where the hunting team often hunts. Last time, Huang Lin was attacked by the shadow leopard there. Because there was enough time, and because Chen Ronghua was afraid that he would not be able to stand it if he walked too fast, he deliberately slowed down along the way. The three of them walked slowly, and even though they were not fast, they arrived at the boundary between Hongyu village and Qingyan village at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
When crossing the border of Hongyu village, Chen Ronghua glanced in the direction of Hongyu village from a distance.
At this time, there was not a single idle person in Hongyu village. However, he could see soldiers wearing helmets and armor in Red Fish village. Further west from Hongyu village is the territory of Hongsha town. Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin looked slightly solemn when they saw the scene in Hongyu village.
Let's go.
Chen Ronghua glanced at the two of them and spoke calmly. This place is very close to Red Fish village, and he doesn't want to cause trouble here.
As for detouring through Qingyan village, it is unreasonable. Qingyan village is not big, but there are many hills in it. If you take a detour, you don't know how far it will take.
Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin nodded and quickly followed Chen Ronghua's footsteps. The three of them walked like this for another hour or so, and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountain in front of us is actually not very high, it just looks high because of the high terrain. At the same time, the mountains here are connected to the mountains, stretching for hundreds of miles. In the deep mountains and ancient forests, there is a lot of poisonous miasma and haze. Unless they are very powerful people, few people will go too deep into this mountain.
Sir, is this our goal? Standing at the foot of the mountain, Zhu Dapeng asked curiously.
He has been to this mountain many times and is quite familiar with it. He doesn't know what Chen Ronghua is doing here.
Yes, it's right here.
Chen Ronghua nodded. Our target is a blood-threaded snake that became a second-level demon not long ago.
Follow me.
As he spoke, Chen Ronghua led the way around the foot of the mountain and followed the guidance of the ancient book.
What the hell? Second-level demon? But after hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin's expressions suddenly froze. The level of the second-level monsters is equivalent to that of the Earth Warriors.
If Chen Ronghua doesn't take action, given their strength, they may only die.
Of course Chen Ronghua knew what the two of them were thinking.
He shook his head and said with a smile, Don't worry, that demon shed its skin once when it broke through, and its strength was seriously damaged. Although it is at the second level, its strength is currently only at the mid-level of the first level.
Taking it down with your strength is not a problem. Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin were relieved. Zhu Dapeng can handle the mid-level first-order strength by himself.
Moreover, if such a second-level monster with reduced strength could be killed, it could be sold for tens of thousands of copper coins, which would definitely be a huge fortune. Although this wealth will definitely belong to Chen Ronghua in the end, they are still excited. They had never seen a second-level monster, let alone had the chance to kill it this time. However, as Chen Ronghua led the way, the group gradually arrived at a foggy valley at the foot of the mountain.
The expressions of Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin froze again. Misty Valley? Young master, the blood-threaded snake you mentioned is not in the Misty Valley, right?
Zhu Dapeng and other people who often enter this mountain know that this valley is absolutely forbidden.
Because almost no one who enters can come out.
Reported results: daily collection of 550, daily push of 425, daily push of over 400. According to the previous update plan, 3CS will continue tomorrow, and I hope everyone can continue to support.
C48. Wait, sir, you can't enter here.
Zhu Dapeng looked at the grey-white mist-shrouded valley in front of him, shuddered and said, "This place is called the Misty Valley, and almost no one who enters it can come out. I heard that the environment here is extremely complicated, and you can't find the way out when you go in. Moreover, there are powerful demons entrenched inside, and even earth warriors have their bones buried in it." That's it. Chen Ronghua touched his chin when he heard this. He came here because of the guidance of the ancient book. When he asked about the opportunity in the ancient book, he clearly put the words "less dangerous" in it. This means that as long as he follows the map given by the ancient book, he will probably not encounter danger. As for getting lost, it is even more nonsense when there are maps from ancient books. In that case, let's rest here for one night.
It won't be too late to go into the mountains tomorrow. He wasn't in a hurry either. Danger in the mountains. The blood tea tree will not bloom until tomorrow afternoon.
If he enters the valley at this time, he will have to stay there for almost a whole day. It is better to wait until the time is approaching tomorrow before going in. Judging from the map guided by the ancient book, the blood tea tree was located in a cave in the valley. The cave was not very far from the mouth of the valley, and he could go there later.
Come in again tomorrow? Just hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin looked at each other and laughed bitterly.
If Chen Ronghua insisted on entering the Misty Valley, the two of them would have to follow him.
Zhu Dapeng scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Huang Lin's heart moved slightly. Warlocks cultivate the power of the soul. Expose the power of your soul, and you can sense everything around you even with your eyes closed. He thought that Chen Ronghua was planning to use his soul power to explore the path, so he continued to persuade, "Sir, not only is the environment in the Misty Valley complex, but the mist inside is also extremely special. After entering, not only the eyesight will be affected, but the warlock's soul power will also be affected by the fog inside. Some warlocks have thought about coming here before, but they have never heard of anyone coming out of it." Oh? Chen Ronghua showed a hint of surprise when he heard this.
With a flash of his eyes, he suddenly used the identification ability of ancient books to face the mist lingering in the distance. Forest mist, not aggressive, but it can hinder vision, affect the soul, and make people lose their way in the fog. The fog of the forest is generated by a magic circle in the valley due to spontaneous operation. This forest mist formation was set up 300 years ago by Gaosen, the extraordinary warlock of both water and wood elements, who was the first warlock of Baiwu Island, while he was living in seclusion here. Only the lives native to the forest mist are not affected by the forest mist. After identifying the secret of the forest mist, Chen Ronghua's pupils suddenly shrank slightly. The person he is now is no longer the person he was when he first came to this world.
He naturally knows that warlocks are divided into two major realms. One is the mortal realm, and the other is the transcendent realm.
The mortal state is just a state in the process of gradually shedding the mortal body, while the extraordinary state is the truly extraordinary state after shedding the mortal body.
There is not even a single transcendent realm warlock on Baiwu Island now. Some transcendent realm warlocks are also called king-level warlocks. The corresponding warrior is a king-level warrior. The corresponding demon is the king-level demon.
Chen Ronghua never imagined that this Misty Valley would be the secluded place of the once most powerful extraordinary warlock on Baiwu Island.
After identifying the origin of the forest mist, Chen Ronghua shook his head and said to Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng, "It's getting late. Let's find a place to camp first and stay nearby for one night." Although he was curious about what the first warlock of Baiwu Island 300 years ago was doing here, he would not explore it, at least not now. After hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng felt helpless. Obviously, Chen Ronghua has made up his mind to enter the Misty Valley tomorrow. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Chen Ronghua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I haven't lived enough yet, and I won't die. I said that when I enter the Misty Valley, I naturally have a way to get out of it, so I do this. You two follow me. As long as you follow my instructions and don't wander around after entering, you will definitely be fine." Huang Lin nodded and brushed his left hand over the blade of the dagger, as if feeling its edge. Of course he knew that since Chen Ronghua dared to enter the Misty Valley, he must be certain. It's just that the legend of Misty Valley has been passed down for hundreds of years. Over the past hundreds of years, countless people have entered and never come out. Now he has to enter this terrifying place with Chen Ronghua, and he really has no choice but to worry. His dark and resolute face was reflected on the cold and smooth sword blade. He hoped that everything would go well tomorrow, but if it didn't go well, he had already planned to face death.
Ha, since the young master said so, I will accompany you for a trip tomorrow. Shu Dapeng laughed after being silent for a while. I believe you, master. If you say there is no danger, master, there is definitely no danger.
What you said sounds good to me. Chen Ronghua also made a joke.
Then the three of them walked along the edge of the misty valley, and then stopped under a large broadleaf tree in a fairly wide area.
Sir, let's go here. Huang Lin looked around and checked whether there were any strange footprints nearby.
After confirming that it was safe, he said, the view here is wide.
How about we camp here tonight? Okay, you can handle these. Chen Ronghua nodded. Professional matters should naturally be handed over to professionals.
Then he used the identification technique in ancient books to look at everything nearby. He did this to increase his knowledge and to see if there was any danger around.
Broadleaved wood, a common large tree growing in the mountains and forests. In the early morning, the leaves will roll up a lot of water droplets.
The water droplets on several leaves gathered together are equivalent to the normal amount of water an adult drinks in a day. Star grass, a rare silver herb. At this time, Huang Lin had checked the surroundings and found that there was no danger.
He walked to a distance and made a few warning traps.
Then he took out the insect repellent powder from the black package he was carrying and sprinkled it around the big tree. Exploring the way, setting up camp. Every time our hunting team goes into the mountains, Huang Lin is responsible for these. He is very familiar with these things and has never made any mistakes. If the shadow leopard was not too cunning a few days ago and was able to restrain its breath, there would be no accidents. And last time, Huang Lin actually found the shadow leopard in the end. It's just that he is much weaker than the shadow leopard, so he couldn't avoid its attack.
Shu Dapeng stood beside Chen Ronghua and explained.
Chen Ronghua looked at Huang Lin with a serious face, thinking about something. Then he smiled at Zhu Dapeng, who was standing beside him bored, and asked, "What about you? Do you stand like this every time?" Shu Dapeng's expression froze, and he hurried forward to help Huang Lin. Chen Ronghua shook his head, leaned against the big tree, and sat down on a flat stone that Huang Lin had just moved under the tree. After walking for such a long time, he was a little tired. It was getting darker and darker.
Meow.
In Xiaohe village, the fat cat lay on the roof and shook his head. It seemed to have fallen asleep and just woke up. After waking up, it called out and looked into the distance for a few times. After finding nothing, it shook its head, jumped off the house. Then it seemed to be a little hungry, walked into the house, came to another room where salted fish were stored, and took out a salted fish. Ugh! It was just that this salted fish, which was extremely delicious to it before, it vomited it all in one mouthful after eating a few bites. Pah! Then a flash of anger flashed in its eyes, and with a flick of its head, the salted fish was thrown out of the yard by it, and flew dozens of meters away. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and it walked around in the yard a little irritably. This irritable state made it release waves of powerful pressure from its body. Such pressure immediately pressed the semi-petrified river crab in the corner of the wall to move back again. Roar! The fat cat heard the noise, looked at the half-petrified river crab, and seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he walked in front of it with a cat step, growled, and slightly enlarged his body. Then, he hooked the big river crab with one of his front paws and dragged it into the house. The river crab's protruding eyes showed fear, and he didn't know what this terrifying big cat was going to do to him. Thanks to excuse me, everyone here is for the reward. See 49 flatter. You can't light a fire at night in the mountains. Some beasts are afraid of fire, but some powerful demons hate flames from the bottom of their hearts. When they see flames, they are very likely to come looking for them. In the night, Chen Ronghua and 3 people gathered together, Huang Lin said softly.
I see. Chen Ronghua nodded in understanding. Master, you can't do it easily.
Master, if you can attack with all your strength, let's light the flames and deliberately attract a few demons.
That would be great. Shu Dapeng shook his head and sighed.
In his eyes, the mysterious Chen Ronghua was at least a mid-level warlock in the mortal transformation realm.
With such strength, he couldn't do anything easily. It was a pity for him to think about it. Chen Ronghua glanced at Zhu Dapeng. Don't always think about causing trouble. Even if I can take action with all my strength, I can't do it easily when I don't know the situation. There are many people in this world who are better than me. If they are not careful, they will die without knowing how. Don't worry, sir, I understand this. Shu Dapeng chuckled and said, just like Ho San did that day. This boy relied on his strength and even ignored me when he grew up. Didn't he fall into trouble at the hands of you, young master? Huang Lin on the side suddenly interrupted when he heard this. Don't say bad things about Ho San behind his back. If you hadn't used Ho San as a wrestling handle every day when he was a child, how could he have knocked you down after he became stronger?
Don't tell the young master about this trivial matter of yours.
Chen Ronghua was immediately speechless.
Xu Dapeng's face turned red when Huang Lin said that. He was speechless and glared at Huang Lin fiercely.
Okay.
Chen Ronghua shook his head, took his package over, took out a few pieces of dried meat, handed 2 pieces each to Huang Lin and Xu Dapeng and said, "Eat something, and then take the time to rest.
We will go into the mountains tomorrow."
Okay. Xu Dapeng's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the dried meat handed over by Chen Ronghua. After he took the dried meat, he immediately put it into his mouth and started chewing it. The dried meat that Chen Ronghua took out was only the size of a piece of candy, and it didn't look particularly good-looking, just like a wrinkled piece of dried fruit.
But after he took it into his mouth, the texture and the rich meaty aroma made Xu Dapeng almost bite off his tongue.
"Young master," Xu Dapeng said while eating, "your skills are really amazing. If I had your skills, I would go to Baiwu City and open a restaurant. It is estimated that I will earn more in 1 year than everyone in Xiahe village earned in 10 years. Before Chen Ronghua could reply, Huang Lin directly insulted Xu Dapeng. "That's all you can do."
Yes.
Xu Dapeng was not ashamed, but proud. He chuckled and said, "I'm not a young master.
I don't have that much ability. A little bit of success is enough."
At this time, Chen Ronghua still couldn't tell that Xu Dapeng, a fool, was trying his best to slap his own horse. It's just that this guy's brain circuit seems to be different from ordinary people, and the sound of the horse he shoots is also different. He felt a little funny and ignored this guy. After a while, all 3 of them had eaten 2 pieces of dried meat. These 2 pieces of dried meat are not big, but they are rich in nutrients. They were all made by Chen Ronghua with his left hand. These 2 pieces of dried meat would be enough to last them until tomorrow morning.
After eating, Xu Dapeng stretched his body and said, "What a pity. After eating this delicious food, it would be better if I boxed a few times." Huang Lin on the side nodded and rarely refuted Xu Dapeng.
The dried meat that Chen Ronghua brought out was a real them. It would be a waste if you don't punch a few times after eating to convert the energy contained in it into strength. Most warriors practice by absorbing energy from food, and then converting that energy into their own qi and blood through practicing exercises.
But there is too little energy in ordinary food. Their stomachs are just that big, so how much can they eat every day?
Maybe they eat 3 to 5 meals, but they may not be able to compare with the energy contained in these 2 pieces of dried meat.
Also, the energy in dried meat is very easy to absorb.
However, it takes a long time to absorb the energy in ordinary food. "Sir, please rest first.
I'll keep watch." After eating, Huang Lin looked at the time and said to Chen Ronghua, "Yes." Chen Ronghua nodded and followed. "The secret technique I practice is a bit special, and I really need more rest now. Xu Dapeng, you and Huang Lin will take turns keeping vigil tonight." "No need."
But before Xu Dapeng could speak, Huang Lin glanced at Xu Dapeng and shook his head and said, "Don't worry, young master, I can do it alone. I don't worry about letting him keep watch at night."
Chen Ronghua was startled. Xu Dapeng seemed a little embarrassed.
It was as if something had happened when he was keeping vigil before.
He coughed and said to Chen Ronghua, "Sir, this guy Huang Lin is not strong, but his endurance is absolutely incredible.
In the past, every time he went into the mountain, he would keep watch. Even if he stayed awake for 3 or 4 days in a row and stayed awake for 3 or 4 days in a row, he would not lose his energy at all."
"Oh?" Chen Ronghua glanced at Huang Lin in surprise.
He was able to identify Huang Lin's attributes using ancient books. When he identified Huang Lin's attributes for the first time, he learned that Huang Lin's willpower was extremely strong. But he still didn't expect that Huang Lin could stay awake for 3 or 4 days in a row.
"That's fine." He nodded.
For him, it didn't matter who was on guard, as long as he could ensure safety. Then he turned around and went to the tent under the tree to rest. This tent was not brought from the village, but was built by Huang Lin with cut branches and leaves of broadleaf trees. It looked a bit simple, but also interesting. Seeing Chen Ronghua enter the tent, Huang Lin's skinny body moved, like a spirit ape, a few steps up a big tree, sitting on the branch, looking around with bright eyes. At the same time, the short sword, which was only slightly longer than the dagger, was held in his hand and hidden under his arm. In the dark night, it was like a poisonous snake in the shadow. As for Xu Dapeng, he walked to the edge of the tent next to Chen Ronghua, holding a thick-backed knife, and sat cross-legged. Roar! At night, roars sounded from the depths of the mountains. Chen Ronghua was awakened several times while sleeping in the green leaf tent. However, he did not come out in a fuss, but endured it all. It seemed that he was actually very familiar with these things and was not afraid of them. It was not until the next morning when the sun shone through the gap of the green leaf tent, shining on Chen Ronghua's face, reflecting a brilliant golden color, that he opened his eyes and walked out of the tent.
Ho hoo.
However, as soon as he came out, he saw Zhu Dapeng throwing his thick-back knife aside, leaning against the big tree behind him, sleeping soundly. When he looked at Huang Lin again, he saw that Huang Lin seemed to have sensed something and happened to look at him at this time. Huang Lin, who had not slept all night, jumped down from the tree without making a sound after seeing Chen Ronghua.
And his spirit seemed to be as full as before. Chen Ronghua was a little amazed. Although Huang Lin's cultivation was not good, he was really capable. If he is trained well, he will probably be a strong helper in the future. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhu Dapeng again and felt a little disgusted. This guy is at most a guard. And he is the kind of guard who can only fight hard. It is impossible to expect Zhu Dapeng to do some detailed things for him. However, Zhu Dapeng seems to be practicing flattery now. If he practices well, it would be a change of pace in his spare time to follow him. Thinking of this, he walked to Zhu Dapeng and kicked him with his foot. Ah, comfortable. Zhu Dapeng woke up and stretched subconsciously. But when he was halfway through stretching, he saw Chen Ronghua and Huang Lin looking at him strangely, and his expression froze. Mister. Zhu Dapeng froze for a moment, then suddenly scratched his head. Are you okay? Did I just dream? I just dreamed that you fell off a cliff, which made me so anxious. It's great that you're okay, Chen Ronghua. I'm a bit stuck today, so I'll update the 400th update yesterday tomorrow, sorry. C50 enter C49 disappeared. I made some slight modifications and integrated it into this C. I won't tell you why. You can't light a fire at night in the mountains. Some beasts are afraid of fire, but some powerful demons hate flames from the bottom of their hearts. When they see flames, they are very likely to come looking for them. In the night, Chen Ronghua and 3 people gathered together, Huang Lin said softly. I see. Chen Ronghua nodded in understanding. Master, you can't do it easily. Master, if you can attack with all your strength, let's light the flames and deliberately attract a few demons. That would be great. Zhu Dapeng shook his head and sighed. In his eyes, the mysterious Chen Ronghua was at least a mid-level warlock in the mortal transformation realm. With such strength, he couldn't do anything easily. It was a pity for him to think about it. Chen Ronghua glanced at Zhu Dapeng. Don't always think about causing trouble. Even if I can take action with all my strength, I can't do it easily when I don't know the situation. There are many people in this world who are better than me. If they are not careful, they will die without knowing how. Don't worry, sir, I understand this. Zhu Dapeng chuckled and said, just like Ho San did that day. This boy relied on his strength and even ignored me when he grew up. Didn't he fall into trouble at the hands of you, young master? Huang Lin on the side suddenly interrupted when he heard this. Don't say bad things about Ho San behind his back. If you hadn't used Ho San as a wrestling handle every day when he was a child, how could he have knocked you down after he became stronger? Don't tell the young master about this trivial matter of yours. Chen Ronghua was immediately speechless. Zhu Dapeng's face turned red when Huang Lin said that. He was speechless and glared at Huang Lin fiercely. Okay. Chen Ronghua shook his head, took his package over, took out a few pieces of meat/dried meat, handed 2 pieces each to Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng and said, eat something, and then take the time to rest. We will go into the mountains tomorrow. Okay. Zhu Dapeng's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the meat/dried meat handed over by Chen Ronghua. After he took the meat/dry, he immediately put it into his mouth and started chewing it. The meat/dried meat that Chen Ronghua took out was only the size of a piece of candy, and its appearance was not particularly good-looking, just like a piece of wrinkled dried fruit. But after he took it into his mouth, the texture and the rich aroma of the meat made Zhu Dapeng almost bite off his tongue. Young master, Zhu Dapeng said while eating, your skills are really amazing. If I had your skills, I would go to Baiwu City and open a restaurant. It is estimated that I will earn more in 1 year than everyone in Xiahe village earned in 10 years. Before Chen Ronghua could reply, Huang Lin directly insulted Zhu Dapeng. That's all you can do. Yes. Zhu Dapeng was not ashamed, but proud. He chuckled and said, I'm not a young master. I don't have that much ability. A little bit of success is enough. At this time, Chen Ronghua still couldn't tell that Zhu Dapeng, a fool, was trying his best to slap his own horse. It's just that this guy's brain circuit seems to be different from ordinary people, and the sound of the horse he shoots is also different. He felt a little funny and ignored this guy. After a while, all 3 of them had eaten 2 pieces of meat/dry. These 2 pieces of meat are not big, but they are rich in nutrients. They were all made by Chen Ronghua using his left hand. These 2 pieces of meat are enough to last them until tomorrow morning. After eating, Zhu Dapeng stretched his body and said, what a pity. After eating this delicious food, it would be better if I boxed a few times. Huang Lin on the side nodded and rarely refuted Zhu Dapeng.
The meat/dried meat that Chen Ronghua brought out was a real them. It would be a waste if you don't punch a few times after eating to convert the energy contained in it into strength. Most warriors practice by absorbing energy from food, and then converting that energy into their own chi and blood through practicing exercises.
But there is too little energy in ordinary food. Their stomachs are just that big, so how much can they eat every day?
Maybe they eat 3 to 5 meals, but it may not be comparable to the energy contained in these 2 pieces of meat/dry.
Also, the energy in the meat/dry is very easy to absorb.
However, it takes a long time to absorb the energy in ordinary food. Sir, please rest first.
I'll keep watch. After eating, Huang Lin looked at the time and said to Chen Ronghua.
Yes.
Chen Ronghua nodded and followed. The secret technique I practice is a bit special, and I really need more rest now. Zhu Dapeng, you will stay vigil with Huang Lin tonight.
No need. But before Zhu Dapeng could speak, Huang Lin glanced at Zhu Dapeng and shook his head and said, "Don't worry, young master, I can do it alone. I don't worry about letting him keep watch at night."
Chen Ronghua was startled. Zhu Dapeng seemed a little embarrassed.
It was as if something had happened when he was keeping vigil before.
He coughed and said to Chen Ronghua, "Sir, this guy Huang Lin is not strong, but his endurance is absolutely incredible.
In the past, every time he went into the mountain, he would keep watch. Even if he stayed awake for 3 or 4 days in a row and stayed awake for 3 or 4 days in a row, he would not lose his energy at all."
Oh? Chen Ronghua glanced at Huang Lin in surprise.
He was able to identify Huang Lin's attributes using ancient books. When he identified Huang Lin's attributes for the first time, he learned that Huang Lin's willpower was extremely strong. But he still didn't expect that Huang Lin could stay awake for 3 or 4 days in a row.
That's okay too. He nodded.
To him, it didn't matter who kept watch, as long as safety was ensured. Then he turned around and walked to the tent under the tree to rest. This tent was not brought from the village, but was built by Huang Lin using cut branches and leaves of broadleaf trees. It looks a bit simple, but it also has a special kind of interest. Seeing Chen Ronghua enter the tent, Huang Lin's thin body moved, like a spiritual ape. He climbed up a big tree in a few steps, sat on the branch, opened his bright eyes, and looked in all directions. At the same time, the dagger, which was only slightly longer than the dagger, was held in his hand, hidden under his arm, like a poisonous snake in the shadows in the dark night. As for Zhu Dapeng, he walked to the edge of the tent next to Chen Ronghua, held the thick-backed knife, and sat down cross-legged. Roar! At night, roars sounded from deep in the mountains. Chen Ronghua slept in a green leaf tent and was awakened several times. However, he did not come out in a fuss, but endured it all. It seems that he is actually very familiar with these things and is not generally afraid of them. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun shone through the gaps in the green leaf tent and shone on Chen Ronghua's face, reflecting a brilliant golden color, that he opened his eyes and walked out of the tent. Whoops! But as soon as he came out, he saw Zhu Dapeng throwing aside his thick-backed knife and leaning against the big tree behind him, soundly asleep. When he looked at Huang Lin again, he saw that Huang Lin seemed to be sensing something, and he happened to look at him at this moment. Huang Lin, who had not slept all night, jumped down from the tree without making a sound after seeing Chen Ronghua. And his energy seemed as full as ever.
Chen Ronghua was somewhat impressed. Although Huang Lin is not good at cultivation, he really has nothing to say in terms of ability. If he is well cultivated, he will probably become a powerful helper for him in the future. Thinking like this, when he looked at Zhu Dapeng again, he suddenly felt disgusted. This guy is just a guard at best. And he's the kind of guard who can only fight hard. It was impossible to expect Zhu Dapeng to do some detailed things for him. However, Zhu Dapeng seems to be practicing flattery now. If he practices well, following him around will be a good way to relax in his free time. With these thoughts in mind, he walked up to Zhu Dapeng and kicked him. Ah, comfortable. When Zhu Dapeng woke up, he subconsciously stretched his waist. But when he reached halfway, his expression suddenly froze when he saw Chen Ronghua and Huang Lin looking at him strangely. Mr. Gongzi, after Zhu Dapeng froze, he suddenly scratched his head. Are you okay? Did I just have a dream?
I just had a dream. I dreamed that you fell off the cliff, sir, but it made me anxious.
Sir, you are okay.
It's so great. Alright, Chen Ronghua, I dreamed that I fell off a cliff, and then I felt anxious.
What does this mean? Is it indirectly proving that he cares about me?
Chen Ronghua was speechless when he saw Zhu Dapeng with an embarrassed and exaggerated expression. At the same time, I learned again that there was something wrong with this guy's brain circuit.
Maybe his cerebral cortex is multi-layered.
This effect can only occur if each layer of the cerebral cortex is smooth and a thing is run through the mind several times.
Okay, stop being weird and get up quickly. Huang Lin looked on and said.
Xu Dapeng glared at Huang Lin, picked up the thick-backed knife on the ground and stood up. Huang Lin must have known when he fell asleep last night, but he didn't greet him, which really made him a little angry.
Huang Lin didn't care.
He was indeed able to greet Xu Dapeng in advance and let Xu Dapeng leave a good impression in Chen Ronghua's heart, but he did not do that. It was not that he was jealous that Xu Dapeng might become Chen Ronghua's bodyguard, but that Chen Ronghua was his savior, and he felt that he needed to let Chen Ronghua understand Xu Dapeng's character before making a decision on whether to accept Xu Dapeng as his bodyguard. At this time, after Xu Dapeng stood up, Chen Ronghua also glanced at Huang Lin thoughtfully. He could vaguely guess what Huang Lin was thinking. At the same time, he once again felt that the person he had brought back from the brink of death was indeed somewhat capable. The sun was still warm on this day. Chen Ronghua spent most of the day chatting with Huang Lin and Xu Dapeng. Of course, he was mostly listening to the so-called small talk.
Huang Lin and Xu Dapeng were talking, and he only occasionally interjected a few words. Soon, the time came after 3 o'clock in the afternoon and almost 4 o'clock. It's time to go. Chen Ronghua stood up from the stone. Huang Lin and Xu Dapeng were shocked and stood up with weapons in hand.
What was supposed to come finally came. However, after a day of preparation, the two of them were no longer as nervous as they were at the beginning. When a white cloud covered half of the sun, several people came to the edge of the misty valley again.
The fog here is strange.
Outside the misty valley, there was no trace of fog. But in the misty valley, which was only one step away, there was rolling fog.
Let's go.
After entering, remember not to walk around.
Everything must be under my command, Chen Ronghua said in a deep voice.
Got it, sir. Xu Dapeng and Huang Lin both agreed. Chen Ronghua had told them this many times before. At the same time, they all kept it in mind. Facing the terrifying misty valley where almost no one has ever walked out, they naturally would not joke with their lives.
After agreeing, Xu Dapeng took the thick-backed knife and walked into the misty valley first. Then came Chen Ronghua.
Huang Lin followed him with a dagger in his hand. After entering the misty valley, Chen Ronghua discovered that the fog in the valley was formed by countless dense and strange small fog droplets, which were tightly packed together. These small mist drops are hazy and dense. If you look closely, they seem to be eyes staring at you. As the wind blows, these mist drops hit the warm skin and the pores immediately become cold, with a trace of abnormal cold air seeping in. At the same time, the fog here makes it difficult to see the situation 3 or 4 meters away.
Woo!
There is also a faint sob accompanied by the sound of the wind, which sounds in the ears of several people. It seems that behind several people, or in a corner, there is an illusory woman hiding in the mist, watching them and crying. At the same time, looking far away, in the depths of the mist, there seem to be several huge shadows shaking.
Young master! Xu Dapeng felt his scalp tingling.
He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned back to greet Chen Ronghua. Chen Ronghua focused his consciousness on the ancient book, and after carefully comparing it with the map, he said, "Go forward, and when you get to the tree in front, touch the tree with your hand." He seemed extremely calm. But deep in his heart, he also had the feeling of wanting to flee. Although he had a good heart, not long ago, he was just a college student who had just graduated on Earth. How could he have seen such a weird scene? Swish! As soon as Chen Ronghua finished speaking, Huang Lin's figure flashed, holding a dagger, and appeared beside him. His sharp eyes, like an eagle, stared at Xu Dapeng's side. At the same time, Xu Dapeng's hair stood up and he turned his head quickly. Then he saw an illusory woman in white, who appeared at some point, floating 1 meter away from him, smiling weirdly at him. The reason why it is called weird is that although this woman in white is extremely beautiful, she has no hair, not even a scalp. Her head is covered in blood, as if it was forcibly peeled off by someone. Obviously, this is not a human at all, but a female ghost in white. Ha! After seeing the female ghost in white, Xu Dapeng was startled, and suddenly a murderous look appeared on his face. With a flash of knife light, the thick-backed knife came out of his hand, carrying a fierce wind, and cut through the female ghost in white. In an instant, the body of the female ghost in white was split into 2 halves. Just when a trace of blood oozed out, her face that was split into 2 halves showed a more weird smile. Even the half lips on its 2 halves seemed to be moving slightly, telling some kind of prophecy that was destined to come true. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua was shocked and reacted at this time. He thought about it and quickly used the identification ability of the ancient book on the female ghost. Misty ghost of the forest, good at confusing and intimidating, with a virtual ghost body, gathering and dispersing invisibly, it is difficult to destroy with ordinary attacks. This ghost is one of the thousands of obsessions extracted from the Black Mist Spirit Pearl by the extraordinary sorcerer Gao Senator. It has been integrated with the forest mist array and is elusive. People with weak wills will be mentally broken and collapse to death if they are frightened by this ghost for a long time. However, this thing does not have the ability to kill people directly. It turns out to be a toy to scare people. When the results of the appraisal came out, Chen Ronghwa's eyes flashed. The scene that was just frightened by the white-clothed female ghost has dissipated for the most part. However, after receiving Gao Sen's message again and seeing the 4 words Black Mist Spirit Pearl, he was moved again. Needless to say, Gao Sen was the first person in Baiwu Island 300 years ago, and his name was extremely loud. As for the 4 words Black Mist Spirit Pearl, Chen Ronghwa was also in Shaha village. He heard the villagers occasionally mention it and knew that it was a powerful treasure. It's just that this powerful treasure, which is obviously the treasure of the Black Mist Island, which is hostile to the White Mist Island, and has been passed down for thousands of years, I don't know how it appeared in Gao Sen's hands 300 years ago. This thought flashed through his mind, and he temporarily put it aside. Now is not the time for him to think about this. C1, please recommend. C2 will be available at 12 noon, and the additional will be at 6 p.m. In the future, 2 CS will be released every day in the morning, and additional CS will be released at 6 p.m. In addition, it feels that the daily push of 600 is far away, so I changed the additional conditions. In the future, the additional conditions for the next day will be released every day. As long as the daily push reaches 400 today, an additional will be added tomorrow. I hope everyone will support De Pang again. See 51 Warlock's Legacy, sir, that thing doesn't seem to be dead. At this time, Huang Lin, who was standing next to Chen Ronghua with a dagger in his hand, suddenly reminded him. I know. Chen Ronghua nodded. It's a ghost, and it's hard to kill it using ordinary methods. But we don't have to pay attention to it. This thing can only be used to confuse and scare people. It's not dangerous to us. After that, he looked at Zhu Dapeng and said, Zhu Dapeng, just continue to do what I told you just now. Woo! At this time, the white-clothed female ghost that was just cut in half by Zhu Dapeng gathered her body again. After gathering her body again, she touched her pretty face with her hand and sobbed softly. As she sobbed, in an instant, 7 or 8 ghosts, male or female, old or young, appeared, either far or near. One ghost after another circled around the 3 people, bringing gusts of cold wind, and the ghostly aura made the surrounding temperature drop by several degrees, giving the 3 people goosebumps. Seeing this scene, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng immediately tensed up. Don't worry, these things are all the same. Chen Ronghua used the power of the ancient book to identify them one by one, and waved his hand again. Although so many ghosts with missing arms or legs gathered together, it was extremely scary, but he had now seen through their essence, so he was naturally not as scared as at the beginning. Okay. Zhu Dapeng gritted his teeth and tried not to look at those things. He followed Chen Ronghua's instructions, walked quickly forward, walked to the big tree a few meters away, and reached out to touch the big tree. After this touch, it seemed that nothing changed. But Chen Ronghua didn't care. He continued, go left, touch the tree again after you meet it. Yes, that's it, you go right now. According to Chen Ronghua's instructions, Zhu Dapeng led the way in front, and soon, the 3 of them didn't know where they turned. At this time, even if Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng were asked to find the way back, they couldn't find it. However, what made the 2 feel at ease was that the dozen ghosts, although they had been following them, did not attack them as Chen Ronghua said. Swish! At this moment, after Zhu Dapeng touched a big tree again, the fog in front of him suddenly dissipated a little. Then they found that the 3 of them had come to a cliff. Near this cliff, the fog was thin, and the visible range could even reach more than 20 meters at a glance. And on the cliff within this range of more than 20 meters, there were 4 or 5 caves of different sizes. Even the smallest cave could allow a big guy like Zhu Dapeng to walk in completely. But in each of these caves, there was a faint blue light flashing. It was a bit weird, like a jumping ghost fire. After the few people came here, the forest fog ghosts that had just followed them disappeared without a sound. It's here, let's go in. After looking at these caves, Chen Ronghua pointed to the largest cave and said, let's go in from here, but be careful. These caves should be connected. The blood snake must be hiding here. Huang Lin was surprised and didn't know how Chen Ronghua knew so much about this place. It was obvious that even if he had 100 brains, he couldn't guess the truth. As for Zhu Dapeng, after Chen Ronghua finished speaking, he followed Chen Ronghua's instructions and walked into the largest cave. Entering the cave, Chen Ronghua immediately discovered that the dim light in the cave was emitted by some dim blue stones embedded in the cave. It's just that these stones were not formed naturally, but seemed to be deliberately embedded in the cave. Dark light stone, It can absorb energy from soil and stone and emit dim blue phosphorescence. It was embedded in the cave by a peak magician of the transcendent realm nicknamed Black Snake 200 years ago. Could this be the residence of the sorcerer nicknamed Black Snake? After using ancient books to identify the origin of the dim stones in these caves, Shenronhua's eyes suddenly flashed. He was a little confused, wondering what secrets there were in this misty valley that attracted so many powerful sorcerers. However, Black Snake came here 100 years later than Gaosen, perhaps to explore this place. Shaking his head, he followed Zhu Dapeng's footsteps and didn't think about it anymore. The secrets here are a bit big, and he is afraid that he can't explore them now. Suddenly, when they walked forward for more than 10 meters along the cave and turned a corner, a huge space connected to several other caves appeared in the eyes of Shenronhua and the other two. The first moment they entered here, the three of them set their eyes on a blood-red strange snake about 2 meters long lying on a smooth stone at the end of the cave. Seeing the blood snake, Huang Lin immediately held a dagger and approached Shenronhua a little. Zhu Dapeng raised his knife and tilted his head to look at Shenronhua. Shenronhua glanced at the blood snake. At this time, the blood snake obviously also discovered them. When it saw them walking into the cave, it immediately arched its body, raised its head, and flicked its bright tongue, as if it would attack the three people at any time. At the same time, next to the blood snake, there was a huge snakeskin that it shed, which was 3 or 4 meters long. Bloodline snake, second-level demon abilities, swift, powerful, and highly poisonous. Status: after the molting advancement, it is in a state of weakness, and its strength has declined seriously. It is currently only at the mid-stage of the first stage. After identifying the attributes of the blood snake, Shenronhua nodded slightly, knowing that the information in the ancient book was not wrong. After glancing at the blood snake and the snakeskin, Shenronhua's eyes flashed again and fell on a small tree that was more than 3 meters high and also blood red, 3 or 4 meters away from the blood snake. Blood tea tree. It blooms once a year, with 3 to 5 flowers blooming each time, and the blooming time is only a few minutes. Blood tea contains a large amount of blood energy that is easily absorbed, which can be used to make tea or eaten directly. Blood tea can increase people's qi in blood, and can also be used for detoxification. However, after the blood tea blooms, it must be picked within a few minutes, otherwise the blood energy in it will be lost. After the blood tea is picked, it must be kept in a golden container to prevent the loss of blood energy. After identifying that the small tree in front of him was the blood tea tree, Shenronhua's eyes immediately lit up. He could tell at a glance that there were 4 blood tea buds growing on the twisted branches of the blood tea tree. He didn't know the time in the cave, but he came on time, so after a rough calculation, he knew that it would definitely not take long for the blood tea tree to bloom. Do it! Seeing Zhu Dapeng looking at him, Shenronhua nodded. And he looked elsewhere. This was the place left by a powerful warlock, and he wanted to see if there was anything else valuable here. There will be another update at 6 p.m., and there are 220 votes. Do you have any votes, brothers? C52 Cunning, kill in the dark blue cave, phosphorescence flickered. The blood snake arched its body and stared at the 3 people closely. However, if you look closely, you can see that there is light flashing in the deep red pupils of the blood snake, as if it is thinking about something. Zhu Dapeng is in the late stage of the warrior realm, and this snake is currently only in the middle stage. Shenronhua thinks that Zhu Dapeng should be able to take down the snake alone, so he is not too worried. But after the 2 words of action fell, he reminded again, be careful not to be hurt by this snake. Although its strength has declined seriously, it is a second-level demon after all, and its snake venom cannot be underestimated. Zhu Dapeng nodded. Even if Shenronhua did not remind him, he would not be careless. This kind of strange snake species with all parts of its body bright red, it is unlikely to be non-venomous. He walked towards the blood snake step by step. As he approached, the blood snake's body became more tense, and the snake's tongue was rapidly swallowing and spitting out, and a slight scream was heard. After Shenronhua took a general look at the cave and found nothing unusual, he looked at the blood snake in the distance again. Although this snake is only at the middle stage of the first level, it is actually a second-level demon. Even if such a powerful demon looks a bit creepy, he would not refuse if he could subdue it. But his soul strength is limited, and he can only subdue the demons of the late first level at most, so he can only give up this plan with regret. Ha! Suddenly, after getting close to the blood snake to a certain extent, Zhu Dapeng moved his body, holding the knife, and pounced forward like a tiger coming down the mountain, directly approaching the blood snake lying on the smooth stone. Whoosh! The blood snake, which had been staring at Zhu Dapeng, bounced its tightly bent body after Zhu Dapeng took action, and instantly shot out like a blood arrow. But after avoiding Zhu Dapeng's knife, it did not bounce towards Zhu Dapeng, but shot towards the blood tea tree not far away. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the blood tea tree, its smelly mouth opened, bright red, as big as a bowl, and swallowed one of the blood tea flowers that was about to bloom into its mouth.
Damn it!
Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua's face suddenly became ugly. He never thought that the blood snake would attack the blood tea flower that had not yet bloomed. Blood snake, because it had just swallowed a blood tea flower that was about to bloom, its strength was slightly improved in a short period of time. And when he used the ancient book to identify the snake again, his face suddenly became worse.
Pa!
At this time, the blood snake's body fell to the ground. A small bag bulged slightly at its throat, but then it quickly disappeared.
Obviously, the blood tea flower that had not yet bloomed had been digested by it. Roar!
Xu Dapeng roared angrily, turned his body halfway, crushed the stones under his feet, and rushed towards the blood snake again with a rolling gale. The blood snake twisted its body, slid without stopping, and shuttled back and forth on the ground.
It could dodge every time Xu Dapeng slashed.
And faintly, when the blood snake was dodging the thick-back knife in Xu Dapeng's hand, the snake head was raised from time to time, as if it was still staring at the other blood camellia flowers on the blood tea tree not far away.
Huang Lin, you also make a move, and fight quickly.
Also, be careful not to let this snake swallow another blood camellia flower on the tree.
Chen Ronghua gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't go on like this.
After swallowing a blood camellia flower that had not yet bloomed, the blood snake's strength increased in a short period of time, and it was already able to deal with Xu Dapeng. If it swallowed the second most blood camellia flowers, this time it would be reversed by life and death, and it might not be impossible to turn defeat into victory.
Young master, be careful. Huang Lin hesitated for a moment, and then followed Chen Ronghua's instructions.
He moved his skinny and dark body, holding a short sword, and quickly approached the blood snake. While approaching the blood snake, he glanced at the 3 remaining blood tea flowers on the blood tea tree that had not yet bloomed. His mind moved slightly, and he knew that Chen Ronghua came here this time, probably for this thing. However, this thought flashed in his mind, and he was abandoned, concentrating on dealing with the blood snake in front of him. After approaching the blood snake, Huang Lin did not attack immediately, but held the short sword, left and right, looking for the right time to attack, like a patient assassin. However, even if Huang Lin did not attack, with his participation, the blood snake was gradually stretched to its limits while wandering because of more fear.
Puff!
Xu Dapeng danced the big knife into a gust of wind, and when the knife fell, the blood snake finally dodges in time, and half of its tail was cut off, and blood spurted out. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, Huang Lin did not hesitate at all.
He lowered his body and shot out like an arrow.
After approaching the blood snake, the short sword in his hand swept through like the wind and aimed at the half-raised snake head of the blood snake. Just when Huang Lin was determined to win this attack, the blood snake with half of its tail broken off, the blood flowing from the broken tail, suddenly returned quickly, and then underwent an inexplicable change. In a short time, the blood spread all over its body, forming a circle of strange patterns around its body.
Bang!
As this pattern was formed, when Huang Lin was about to end it with a sword, a huge force suddenly burst out of its body, and it hit the ground with the remaining tail, and the whole body flew out instantly, breaking out of the encirclement of Huang Lin and Xu Dapeng, and rushing towards Chen Ronghua in the distance.
Young master!
Seeing this scene, Xu Dapeng and Huang Lin's faces changed suddenly. Bloodline Snake performed the secret technique of burning blood, and its strength and speed increased greatly in a short period of time. Seeing the Bloodline Snake rushing towards him, looking at its bloody mouth wide open and its fangs sharp, Chen Ronghua's eyes suddenly showed a trace of horror, and his consciousness almost fell into dullness. This guy must have set his sights on me from the beginning. It eats blood camellia, but only eats one. It definitely doesn't mean that it can only eat one at that time, but it wants to use this to lure the tiger away from the mountain and move Huang Lin away from me. Or it can see that I am the weakest, or it can see that I am the leader of the 3, so it wants to shoot the horse first, and capture the thief first? In a flash, Chen Ronghua's mind also flashed one after another. He knew that demons have wisdom, but he still didn't expect that the wisdom of this bloodline snake would be so high that it would use such a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, show the enemy weakness, and capture the thief and the king. The tail was broken and injured. I'm afraid it was intentional. At the same time, when he identified this blood snake before, he only identified that it was strong, fast, and poisonous, and he didn't identify that it could perform this secret technique. This is also one of the reasons for his misjudgment. Seal. Seeing the blood snake approaching, he could only point his hand. This finger had no practical use, but with one finger, the 4 points of energy accumulated by the ancient book for a day were all exhausted, and most of the power condensed in the attack of the blood snake that had just taken off was sealed. The power of the blood snake, after unsealing, it can be added to itself. The number of times is 1/1. After sealing the power of the bloodline, Chen Ronghua did not hesitate, and directly lifted the seal and added it to himself. Then he turned his footsteps and quickly avoided the attack of the blood snake. After he dodged, the blood snake, which suddenly lost its power, wanted to twist its body in midair and continue to chase him. But in the end, under the influence of inertia, it crashed into the cliff in front of it with a confused face.
Bang! Its snake body fell to the ground. Its eyes were blank. Die!
Xu Dapeng, who followed closely behind the blood snake, burst into blood in the knife light, and in a flash, just before the cunning blood snake could dodge, he cut it in half from its 7 inches. At this time, Chen Ronghua, who stopped his body, turned his head and saw the blood snake that died with its eyes open. There were still dense sweat on its back.
That moment just now was really too dangerous.
At the moment when the blood snake opened its mouth, he almost didn't react. He once again realized that in this world, you can't be careless at any time.
There are still more than 70 votes to go. Is there any more? Add #Yuan. See 53 Success Young Master.
When Xu Dapeng cut the blood snake in two with one knife, Huang Lin also turned around immediately and came to Chen Ronghua's side like a phantom.
He lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Ronghua.
He was obviously still ashamed and uneasy for not being able to stop the blood snake just now. Chen Ronghua did not speak, but first glanced at the blood snake that was cut by Xu Dapeng. At this time, the blood snake was cut into 2 parts, and the snake body was still twisted on the ground, as if it was not dead yet.
Blood snake, status, suspected death.
Its life has come to an end, but the snake soul is still hidden, and it can slightly control the snake head to attack the approaching enemy. This snake is not dead yet, Xu Dapeng, be careful, smash its snake head.
Chen Ronghua said.
This snake is too cunning, he has to be careful. Xu Dapeng was shocked when he heard the words. Without any hesitation, he raised his arm, and the thick back knife fell from top to bottom again.
This blood snake has lived in the Misty Valley for many years and cannot understand human language. When Xu Dapeng attacked, it reacted and bounced its head on the ground, trying to avoid it.
However, after being seriously injured, its speed was obviously much slower. Xu Dapeng's thick-backed knife spun in the air, and with a bang, it chopped its snake head into pieces.
Seeing the snake head explode, Xu Dapeng was relieved.
But at this moment, a ball of black air suddenly emerged from the blood snake's exploded head, as if to bypass Xu Dapeng and rush towards Chen Ronghua.
His hatred for Chen Ronghua seemed to exceed that for Xu Dapeng. Xu Dapeng's expression tightened, and he did not have time to put away his knife.
He directly stimulated his blood and qi, and turned his left hand into a claw, like a tiger digging out his heart, and grabbed the ball of black air. At the same time, Huang Lin, who was beside Chen Ronghua, also stepped forward in the first time and blocked Chen Ronghua with a horizontal sword.
Boom!
The black gas had just rushed forward halfway when it was pierced by Xu Dapeng's tiger claws.
With a bang, it suddenly dispersed. Bloodline snake, dead, snake soul dissipated. The snake body is non-toxic and parasitic. It can be eaten after removing the venom glands and fangs.
Snake meat is very nutritious and beneficial to martial arts practice. After identifying the condition of the snake again, Chen Ronghua was completely relieved. Then he looked at Xu Dapeng, who had just grabbed the snake's soul with his hands, and Huang Lin, who stood in front of him at the first time, and nodded slightly. He was not very cunning, but from the instinctive reactions of the two just now, it can be seen that the two were indeed loyal to him. Swish! Swish! Although the snake was dead, Xu Dapeng still raised his knife and stabbed the snake a few more times, as if he was worried that it would come back to life. Then he turned around and said triumphantly, "Sir, this guy will not survive this time, right?"
"Yes, he will not survive."
Chen Ronghua shook his head, but this snake is a second-level demon, a tonic, and beneficial to martial arts practice.
You have let out so much of its blood, do you know how much nutrition has been lost? Xu Dapeng's expression froze. He quickly reacted and immediately squatted down, took out a piece of soft animal skin from the package, and wrapped the whole blood snake in the animal skin. Chen Ronghua didn't care too much about it. Although Xu Dapeng was not very smart, from his performance just now, he was brave enough and loyal to him. That was enough, because he was looking for such a guard. Suddenly, just when Chen Ronghua was thinking about this, his nose moved suddenly and he smelled a refreshing fragrance. Could it be? The thought flashed, and he turned his head and looked at the blood tea tree at the end of the cave. At this glance, he immediately saw that the 3 remaining blood tea buds on the blood tea tree were blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Huang Lin and Xu Dapeng also turned their heads. Sniff! The fragrance released when the blood tea blooms is extremely tempting. Huang Lin's performance is better, but Xu Dapeng can't help twitching his nose to smell the fragrance released when the blood tea blooms. Aren't you afraid that this thing is poisonous?
Hearing the movement, Huang Lin turned his head and looked at Zhu Dapeng unhappily, feeling that this guy was too embarrassing.
Zhu Dapeng blushed. He scratched his head, and a light flashed in his mind, and he argued, "Of course I am afraid. But I sniffed so many times, and I was poisoned first. When you and the young master see me poisoned, you will have time to respond." Huang Lin was speechless. Chen Ronghua also turned his head to look at Zhu Dapeng. What he said made him feel very good. Without paying attention to Zhu Dapeng, he looked around the blood tea tree for a few times, and used the ancient book to identify everything. After confirming that there was no danger, he walked towards the blood tea tree. Blooming blood tea flower, lifespan of 3 minutes. You take a blood tea flower and digest it for half a day, and you can become an apprentice-level peak warrior. After that, as long as you master a technique, you can advance to the warrior realm. But the blood tea flower must be picked within 3 minutes, after which its spiritual energy will quickly disappear. Within 3 minutes of picking it, it must also be stored in a golden container, otherwise the spiritual energy in it will still quickly disappear. This thing, Chen Ronghua frowned a little. Because he didn't know about this in advance, he didn't prepare a golden container at all. In other words, he could only use these 3 blood tea flowers on the spot, and couldn't keep them. He could only use one himself, and it was useless to have more. Then the remaining 2 can only be allocated to Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng. In fact, there is nothing wrong with allocating them to Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng. Judging from the performance of the 2 just now, both of them are still loyal and useful. But the key is that he is thinking about how to take the blood camellia. Will there be any abnormality after taking the blood camellia? Will this abnormality expose his strength in front of Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng? His eyes flashed for a moment, and Chen Ronghua's mind suddenly moved. He stretched out his left hand and touched one of the blood camellias. He suddenly thought that in addition to the ancient book, he also had a left hand. He might be able to use his left hand to feel out the nutrients in the blood camellia, and then integrate it back afterwards, so that he would not be afraid of the loss of its spiritual energy. When his fingers touched the blood camellia, a trace of warmth emerged. Chen Ronghua stood quietly in front of the blood tea tree, gently brushing it, as if he was lost in thought, and people looked at him as if he was thinking about something. Blood camellia's nutrition +1. Blood camellia's digestibility +1. After a while, Chen Ronghua's eyes lit up, and he touched out the attributes one by one. However, the attributes of the blood camellia were all of high level, and he had to touch them many times before he could touch out one. In addition, there were many attributes inside, and it took more than 2 minutes, when the blooming time of the blood camellia was about to end, for him to touch out all the attributes of a blood camellia. Not far away, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng looked at each other, not knowing why Chen Ronghua put his hand on a flower and slowly stopped moving. But seeing that the color of the flower touched by Chen Ronghua gradually dimmed, they also guessed that Chen Ronghua was definitely not doing this out of boredom, but doing something they didn't understand. Okay. Suddenly, after thoroughly figuring out the properties of a blood camellia, Chen Ronghua turned his head, glanced at Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng and said, "This flower is called blood camellia, which can improve the cultivation of warriors. Each of you pick one and take it." While speaking, he picked up the blood camellia that he had absorbed all the properties of, and the color became dim, as if it would dissipate if touched. This thing should be kept. It would be very troublesome to integrate the properties he found from it into other things. After all, not all things can be integrated with other properties in large quantities. And it would be much simpler to integrate those properties back into this flower. Yesterday's Super Daily Push exceeded 400, and there will be 3 updates today, still at 12 noon for the second update and 6 p.m. for the third update, and then release a new task. Daily Push 404, number 405, only 404, only 404, and continue to add updates tomorrow. See 54 Black Snake Heritage Young Master? Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng were a little hesitant. This kind of natural treasure guarded by a demon is extremely precious at first glance, not to mention that the one guarding this natural treasure is a second-level demon. They didn't expect that Chen Ronghua would give this natural treasure to the 2 of them in the end. Chen Ronghua shook his head and plucked the 2 remaining blood tea flowers on the blood tea tree with a move of his hand. If he didn't pick them, the 2 flowers would be useless when the time came. "Go on, you guys work with me, and I will naturally not treat you unfairly." He threw the 2 flowers to the 2 of them. Then he said, "Take this thing as soon as possible. The spiritual energy inside will be lost over time and it will not work. In addition, Zhu Dapeng, if you are willing, you can stay with me and be my bodyguard in the future." Zhu Dapeng's eyes lit up instantly, and he didn't react until the blood camel hit his face. He grabbed the blood camel in his hand and asked quickly, "Young master, are you serious?" Compared to a blood camel, in his opinion,
following Ronghua is the biggest gain of this trip. If he follows Ronghua, when he goes back, other people in the village, especially Li Heishui, will envy him to death.
You don't want to?
Ronghua raised his eyebrows. If you don't want to, it's okay, I can find someone else.
Young master, what are you talking about? Being able to follow you is definitely a blessing that I have cultivated for several lifetimes. How can I not want to? Zhu Dapeng smiled and swallowed the blood camellia into his stomach.
Although he was happy, he did not lose his mind. He knew that his strength was too weak, and he couldn't even break the house reinforced by Ronghua.
What could he do with Ronghua? I'm afraid he could only do some small things, right?
Therefore, facing the blood camellia, which could enhance his strength, he took it directly without hesitation.
As for gratitude, I won't say it.
He has decided to sell himself to Ronghua in the future. He is not a very smart person, but he knows that only loyalty can exchange for strength, so that he will no longer go hunting in the mountains like before, and then see his brothers buried in the mouths of monsters. When Zhu Dapeng swallowed the blood camellia in one gulp, Huang Lin hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, I wonder if I can also stay with you?" Ronghua glanced at Huang Lin, thought for a while and said, "If you are willing, stay with me first."
Compared with Zhu Dapeng, he values Huang Lin more.
When he becomes a lord in the future, he will definitely let Huang Lin take on some important tasks. But before that, it is not a bad idea to let Huang Lin follow him. The most important thing is that once Huang Lin is accepted as his guard, he will be able to order Huang Lin to do something in the future.
Thank you, sir. Huang Lin's dark face suddenly showed an expression of great joy when he heard Ronghua agreed to his request.
Then he raised his head and threw the blood camellia in his hand into his mouth.
Ronghua nodded slightly.
He first gave the blood camellia to the two people, and then mentioned the matter of recruiting guards. It was a small strategy that could show his generosity. If he first accepted the two as guards and then gave the blood camellia, it would be a little more utilitarian. As Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng swallowed the blood camellia into their stomachs, the fragrance in the stone cave gradually dissipated. However, after swallowing the blood camellia, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng stood still for a while, and their whole bodies suddenly turned red, like a cooked prawn that had just been taken out of the pot, emitting steam. Seeing the two people's appearance, Ronghua raised his eyebrows.
Huang Lin, mid-stage warrior.
Warlock qualification, non-martial arts qualification, 1 status. After swallowing the blood camellia, the huge spiritual energy in the blood camellia spreads, causing the whole body to be full of blood and chi, and the spiritual energy in the blood camellia can be refined faster by boxing. Without boxing, you can also absorb the spiritual energy in the blood camellia by your body instinct after 2 hours, but you will lose some spiritual energy. After looking at Huang Lin, Ronghua looked at Zhu Dapeng again, and found that the two were in the same situation. He was suddenly a little relieved. Fortunately, he was alert enough and did not rashly swallow the blood camellia. If he swallowed the blood camellia, although there would be no danger, he would most likely be seen by the two as a warrior. Although he has always been a sorcerer, it would definitely not be a good thing if his martial arts cultivation was exposed to be only at the apprentice level. At the same time, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng were surprised to feel the huge spiritual energy contained in the blood camellia. They all guessed that the blood camellia was a treasure, but they didn't expect that the effect of the blood camellia was so strong. Without Ronghwa's guidance, after feeling the blood and chi in their bodies, the two of them started to practice the tiger heart refining fist in the cave. The biggest difference between a warrior and a martial arts apprentice is that they can nourish the blood and chi in the lower abdomen. With the blessing of blood and chi, even the weakest formal warrior can break bones and tendons with one punch. Seeing the two start to fight, Ronghua stepped back a few steps. Then he looked for a while, turned around, and continued to check the cave. The blue light emanated from the dark light stone embedded in the cave, and the sparkling light diffused, coupled with the coldness of the cave, showing a bit of mystery. Through the identification of the ancient book, Ronghua knew that all these ghost stones were embedded in the cave by a warlock nicknamed Black Snake 200 years ago. So he wanted to see if there were any other things left here. He had never seen a real warlock, and he had to wait until he returned to Shaha village and subdued Fat Cat before he could become a real warlock. So he had a deep curiosity about the profession of warlock. Generally speaking, there should be no secrets in this cave. So this time, Ronghua chose to use the ancient book to identify every detail in this cave, the walls, corners, and even the ghost stones. Suddenly, when Ronghwa's eyes fell on a piece of ghost stone with a smooth surface like a ball on the left wall, his pupils shrank. Switch of the Black Snake Heritage Land, turn the ghost stone to the left to open the hidden Black Snake Heritage Land. After entering the Black Snake heritage land, you can take away all his legacy, but you must treat the Black Snake's body well, otherwise you will be cursed by the Black Snake before his death. A line of words appeared on the ancient book. Seeing this line of words, Chen Ronghua's heart jumped. Black Snake is a top-level magician in the transcendent realm. If he were on the current White Mist Island, he would definitely be one of the top people. The inheritance he left behind is definitely not too weak. Entranced to the recommendation ticket, I'm here to ask for votes. See 55 How to choose. Looking at Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng, Chen Ronghua thought about it and did not act immediately. From the description in the ancient book, there should be no danger in the inheritance place of the Black Snake, but he decided to wait for Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng to digest the power of the blood camellia and let them help him open the inheritance place. As for whether the two would covet the inheritance inside after opening the inheritance place, he was not too worried. First, from his observation, the two were quite loyal to him. Second, from their knowledge, they might not recognize the treasures even if they were placed in front of them, and they would not know how to use them. Third, with the mystery he showed, they would not dare to act even if they really had strange thoughts. Boom! Half an hour later, Zhu Dapeng turned to the wall on one side of the cave, suddenly clenched his fist, and knocked down a large piece of gravel from the wall. As he punched out, the whole cave was shaken. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua's eyebrows jumped and he scolded, "Stop, do you want to collapse the cave and bury us alive, or attract powerful demons to block us here?" In an instant, his strength soared, and Zhu Dapeng, who was still excited, froze. He turned his head and smiled at Chen Ronghua. "Young master, I am too excited. My cultivation has broken through. I have broken through to the peak of the warrior realm, so what?" Chen Ronghua interrupted Zhu Dapeng. Zhu Dapeng scratched his head and said with a simple face, "I know that my current strength is nothing to you, but no matter what, my cultivation has improved, and I can do more for you in the future." This guy. Chen Ronghua stopped talking immediately. Whether this is sincere or flattering, he feels comfortable listening to it anyway. No one blames good words. After Zhu Dapeng finished speaking, he was also a little proud. In addition to ability, he decided that he must develop more in this aspect in the future. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Huang Lin, who was practicing boxing in a small area, stopped his moves and slowly exhaled. The white air he exhaled rushed forward 5 or 6 meters before dissipating. "Sir, I've been waiting for a long time." After finishing his practice, Huang Lin walked in front of Chen Ronghua and said with a fist, "No problem." Chen Ronghua smiled. Then he looked at the two of them and said, "Also, congratulations to you, congratulations on your cultivation level rising by a small level." This time, Zhu Dapeng broke through to the peak of the warrior realm, and Huang Lin broke through to the late warrior realm. "It's all thanks to you, sir," Huang Lin said calmly. But from his eyes, you can still see his respect for Chen Ronghua. It's not a matter of whether it's a success or not. Chen Ronghua shook his head. Then his face suddenly turned serious and he said, "But since you have already followed me, I will tell you something today. If you have made contributions in the future, I will definitely reward you. But if you have made mistakes, I will never condone or forgive you. I hope you can all remember this." Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng were both startled when they heard this, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sir. We don't understand the big principles, but we still understand this principle." "It's good that you understand." Chen Ronghua smiled. Then he took a step and walked to the smooth ball-like dim lightstone on the left wall of the cave, and said, "I just took a look and found something strange here. Do you see this dim lightstone? Huang Lin, come here and rotate this stone to the left." Rotate the stone to the left? Huang Lin's eyes condensed. But he did not hesitate, and walked directly to the stone, stretched out his hand, and held the stone. Chen Ronghua reminded him a step later, "Although in my opinion, there is no danger in turning this stone, you should still be as careful as possible." Huang Lin nodded, without showing any dissatisfaction. Immediately, he exerted a little force on his palm and began to rotate the stone to the left according to Chen Ronghua's instructions. When Huang Lin rotated the stone, Chen Ronghua immediately turned slightly sideways. Zhu Dapeng reacted a little late, but after seeing Chen Ronghua's actions, he still remembered his duty as a guard and quickly stood in front of Chen Ronghua. Kaka. As the dark lightstone began to rotate, the cave wall in front of the few people suddenly cracked a deep crack after a noise. A decayed smell emanated from it. It was like a sealed ancient door, which opened in front of the few people. Kaka. Until Huang Lin twisted the dark lightstone to the end, a closed room appeared in front of the few people. This room was square, and after opening it, the most eye-catching thing was a man in black sitting cross-legged on the ground. The right side of the face of this man in black was slightly normal, but the left side of its face was covered with dense black snake scales, and even those snake scales extended down from its neck. You couldn't see it anywhere else, but on his bare hands, you could also see such dark snake scales.
Who is it?
Seeing such a strange man appear in the secret room, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng were immediately shocked. The two of them drew their weapons immediately. Even Chen Ronghua, who knew there was a dead body here in advance, felt his scalp tingling after seeing this obviously abnormal body. Corpse of the Black Snake, the corpse of the Black Snake after his death. Some of his power still remains in his corpse. If he can be buried, he can receive the initiation of these powers and accept his inheritance. After accepting the inheritance of the Black Snake, you need to sit in meditation for 7 days to digest the power. At the same time, the body will show the characteristics of snakes in a short period of time, which will gradually dissipate in the future.
The Black Snake is a bloodline sorcerer, and he inherited the power of the Mongatual Black Emperor Snake.
The Mongatual Black Emperor Snake ranks 7th on the list of strange snakes. It is a kind of extreme snake and a natural alien. After becoming a Mongatual Black Emperor Snake bloodline sorcerer, you can only walk the path of snakes and can no longer walk other paths.
At the same time, you will lose the ability to reproduce.
In addition, when you accept the inheritance and become strong enough to transform into a mature Mongatual Black Emperor Snake, your own strength will reach a bottleneck and it will be difficult to make any progress in your life.
At the same time, remember not to disrespect the corpse of the Black Snake. Taking anything from the corpse of the Black Snake will encounter his curse. After identifying the properties of the Black Snake's corpse, Chen Ronghua was immediately entangled. He was extremely thirsty for power. The inheritance of the Black Snake was very powerful at first glance.
What extreme snake, natural alien species, and the 7th on the alien snake list, it was extraordinary. But accepting the inheritance of the Black Snake had too many restrictions. Once he accepted the inheritance of the Black Snake, he would no longer be able to take other paths, and there was no need to think about contracting fat cats. For him, the possibility of losing might be more than gaining. After all, he had the ancient book in his hand, and it was hard to say what opportunities he would get in the future. And there was also the inability to reproduce. As for giving the inheritance of the Black Snake to Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng, he rejected it with a move in his heart. He had just given them huge benefits. If he gave them again now, what about in the future? Rewards and punishments should be clearly distinguished. If he gave away such a huge opportunity as the inheritance of the Black Snake casually, it would definitely not be a good thing. Slowly exhaling, Chen Ronghua temporarily put aside the entanglement in his heart, looking at the vigilant Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng, and said, "Put down your weapons, don't disturb him, this is a dead warlock." But after saying this, he suddenly realized that the 7th on the list of strange snakes might not be as powerful as he imagined. If it was really that powerful, how could the Black Snake die? How could it not even enter the extraordinary realm? Thinking about this, he began to look at other things in the secret room. In addition to the body of the Black Snake, the most conspicuous thing in the secret room was the few things on the table at the end. 2 scrolls, a large book, a ring, and a transparent glass bottle. The transparent glass bottle was unusually eye-catching. Or in other words, the black and red flame burning wantonly in the glass bottle was unusually eye-catching. However, after Chen Ronghua carefully identified all the things in the room and confirmed that there was no danger, a strange color flashed in his eyes, and he came to the table and picked up one of the 2 scrolls. Pyromancer's certificate. This certificate is obtained by Black Snake after killing a powerful opponent. After using it, you can obtain the qualifications of a pyromancer. Pyromancer does not conflict with most natural warlocks. After obtaining the qualifications of a pyromancer, you only need to take in a strand of strange fire to become a formal warlock. I am a little hesitant when writing here. How should I choose? The other 3 updates are completed. I continue to ask for votes. I guess it's because the first quaz not updated in the early morning today. There are so few votes. I guess they were all voted for other books. I don't know if it can reach 400. C56 Big Harvest. Chen Ronghua picked up the scroll on the table, his eyes moved slightly, and he made a decision in his heart. If he didn't have this Fire Warlock certificate, he might still hesitate whether to accept the inheritance of the Black Snake and follow the path of the Extreme Snake. After all, the Demon Warlock and the Core are contracted demons, and their shortcomings are obvious, and they are too easy to be targeted. But with this Fire Warlock certificate, he can become a dual professional and make up for his shortcomings. And the most important point is, Chen Ronghua set his eyes on the transparent glass bottle on the table, or the black and red flame burning wantonly in the bottle. Natural Disaster magic flame containing the breath of disaster, the 13th on the strange fire list. The Fire Warlock can transfer to the Natural Disaster magic flame warlock. In comparison, this is the real treasure.
Shenronghua didn't know what strange snake list and strange fire list. But since there are two such lists, then the things ranked at the top of these two lists must be extraordinary. The Calamity Flame is ranked 13th on the list of strange fires, not as high as the Mangadu Black Emperor Snake, which ranks 7th on the list of strange snakes. But in comparison, there are not so many restrictions for changing jobs to a Calamity Flame Warlock. This is what Shenronghua really values. That is why he made a quick decision. So, it seems that I can become a Calamity Flame Warlock before becoming a Demon Warlock? Shenronghua's heart moved slightly. But he turned his head and looked at Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng, who had come to their senses, and shook his head again. The name of the Calamity Flame is so famous, if he changes jobs to a Calamity Flame Warlock, I don't know if it will cause any trouble. In addition, this place is not a good place, it is easy to attract strange things, it is really not suitable to change jobs here. Thinking of this, Shenronghua turned his head and looked at Huang Lin and said, Huang Lin, take his body and we will leave here. But remember not to be careless and do not touch anything on him. This man left a curse on himself before he died. Once you disrespect him, you may be cursed by him, and then even I can't save you. Huang Lin's heart immediately shuddered when he heard this. He nodded and said, Don't worry, sir, I know what to do. Shenronghua nodded. If he doesn't use the inheritance of the Mangadu Black Emperor Snake himself, he certainly can't waste it. With this inheritance, he can completely train a powerful subordinate. He actually prefers Huang Lin. But whether it will be given to Huang Lin in the end depends on whether Huang Lin can make enough contributions. After Huang Lin finished speaking, he walked to the front of the black snake, looked at it, hesitated for a while, and suddenly walked behind the black snake and picked him up from behind. The body of the black snake was extremely stiff, sitting cross-legged, and Huang Lin picked him up from behind, which looked a little weird. After picking up the black snake, Huang Lin asked Shenronghua, Young master, do you think this is okay? Let's do it. Shenronghua nodded. The black snake had a strange appearance and was covered with snake scales. Once someone saw it, it would probably cause exclamations. But he was worried that if he covered the body of the black snake, the curse left by the black snake would be regarded as disrespectful, causing the curse to erupt, which would be more than worth the loss. It's not that he didn't want to use his left hand to touch out the curse and blood in the black snake's body. But his left and right abilities were random, and once he touched out other things, it might also cause the curse to erupt. In other words, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the black snake, you must not mess around. You must honestly follow the guidance of the ancient book and bury him. After Huang Lin picked up the body of the black snake, Shenronghua also turned around and picked up the other things on the table. Dark Star Meditation, extraordinary meditation, can be used to purify the soul, restore soul power, speed up cultivation, and can also be used to speed up the refining of faith power. A Brief History of the World of Gods. This is an ordinary book that records some general information about the world of gods. But there are also notes left by Black Snake in the snake language. By understanding his notes, you can find the secret of how Black Snake obtained the inheritance of the Mangadu Black Emperor Snake and why the Calamity Flame fell into his hands. Storage Ring, the ring left by Black Snake, but this ring still contains a seal of Black Snake. You need to become a formal warlock and use soul power to attack the seal for a long time before you can open the ring. In addition to the Fire Warlock certificate and the Calamity Flame, this is the remaining scroll, the book, and the information of the ring. There is no doubt that any of them will be of great use to Shenronghua now, and they are all things he will be able to use soon. After doing this, Shenronghua took a closer look at the secret room again. After finding that there was nothing left, he exited the secret room and returned to the previous stone cave. He put the few things in his hand into the package. The corpse of the blood snake had been collected by Zhu Dapeng before, and there was nothing too precious here now. Shenronghua thought about it, and finally walked to the blood tea tree. Blood tea tree, a second-level spiritual tree, blooming once a year, only growing in a dark environment. The roots will soon lose their spiritual energy and die if they leave their original position, and it is difficult to transplant. After changing his subjective consciousness and rechecking the properties of the blood tea tree, Shenronhua's heart moved and he reached out with his left hand. Blood tea tree vitality +1. Spirit gathering +1. Nutrition +1. After more than 10 minutes, the entire blood tea tree became gray and lifeless. The methods of warlocks are usually incredible. Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng were not surprised to see this scene. After extracting all the attributes of the blood tea tree, Shenronghua had an idea and integrated several toughness attributes he had stored into the blood tea tree. He immediately said, "Come and pull this tree down." "Okay." Zhu Dapeng agreed and stepped forward as Shenronghua instructed, grabbed the trunk of the blood tea tree with both hands, and pulled it out of the ground with force.
Because the tree was integrated with the toughness attribute by Shenronghua, after pulling it out of the ground, many of the roots were tall and tough, and not many were broken.
Okay, let's go back.
After doing all this, Shenronghua spoke. This time, he can really be regarded as plucking feathers from a passing goose. When Shenronghua left the Misty Valley according to the guidance of the ancient book, those forest mist ghosts followed again. But this time, the three of them just looked at these things for a few times and didn't care about them at all, which was very different from the feeling when they came. After leaving the Misty Valley, Shenronghua looked up at the time and saw that it was already around 5:30 in the afternoon. At this time, it was not dark yet, but the sun was already setting in the west, and a pale white crescent moon also showed a corner.
Sir, are we going to stay here for one night and go back to the village tomorrow, or go back now? Huang Lin asked. Go back now, Shenronghua said.
According to his original plan, he was going to wait until he left the Misty Valley and go back the next day, because this would allow Fat Cat to be lost for a while longer. But now he has too many treasures on him, so in order to avoid more trouble at night, it is better to go back immediately. Entrance to the recommendation ticket, set up a bowl to ask for votes, see 57 Green Water Bay Town's actions. Shenronghua and the other two rushed all the way to Xiahe village.
Pa! As they walked, a drop of bright red blood suddenly dripped from Zhu Dapeng's package.
It was the blood of the blood snake. Shenronghua, who was walking behind, frowned. The body of the blood snake is non-toxic and can be eaten after removing the venom glands and fangs.
It is a tonic. It is unknown how much nutrition will be lost if Zhu Dapeng takes it back all the way.
Before, when they were in the Misty Valley, although the snake was dead, the snake body could still twist, and he was a little afraid to go forward. But now, with the snake completely dead, he naturally didn't have to be afraid of anything. Thinking about it, he said, Zhu Dapeng, take out the body of the blood snake, I will deal with it. Zhu Dapeng, who was walking in front, was startled, and then immediately put the package on the ground. After opening the package, he took out the body of the blood snake from the soft animal skin.
Shenronghua stepped forward, stretched out his left hand, and placed it on the snake. Bloodline snake's blood +1. Toxic +1. Nutrient +1. Soon, one attribute after another entered his attribute space.
After seeing the poisonous attribute of the bloodline snake, Shenronghua thought about what would happen if he integrated the poisonous attribute of the bloodline snake into other lives.
Will it be poisoned to death? Or will it become a poisonous life similar to a semi-petrified river crab?
Thinking so in his mind, he pulled a grass from the ground, then stood up and said, Okay, now you wrap him up.
Okay, sir. Zhu Dapeng agreed.
When Zhu Dapeng used soft animal skin to wrap up the almost useless bloodline snake again, Shenronghua had an idea and integrated the poisonous attribute he had just obtained into the green grass in his hand. In an instant, the originally green grass turned into a dark green color. Mutated toxic green bud grass, bloodline snake's toxicity +15, it kills instantly upon contact with blood, and after being eaten by mistake, the venom can quickly spread to the whole body. Below the earth level warrior, it will die in one breath. Earth warriors at the early stage can use chi and blood to control it, but can only exert 10% of their full strength. After identifying the brand new green bud grass, Shenronghua's eyes narrowed immediately. This thing, if used well, is definitely a killer. But it is estimated that no one will eat this grass unless they are fools. He thought that he might be able to extract the toxicity of the bloodline snake and integrate it into a certain weapon. But in this way, it is unknown whether so many toxic properties can be integrated. Shenronghua thought about these things while hurrying on his way. Suddenly, after walking a few hundred meters forward, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he integrated the vitality, spirit gathering, nutrition, medicinal fragrance and other properties extracted from the blood tea tree before leaving the Misty Valley into the grass in his hand. As these attributes merged, after a moment, the grass in his hand suddenly became aglow. It was even vaguely possible to see the surrounding spiritual energy gathering towards the grass in his hand. Mutated toxic green bud spiritual grass, the toxicity of the blood snake +15, the vitality of the blood tea tree +2, the gathering of spirits +3, the nutrition +7, the fragrance of medicine +8.
This is a mutant spiritual grass with hidden poison.
Under the superposition of various attributes, the toxicity is more severe. After the warriors of the early stage of the earth eat it by mistake, they can only have half of their strength in a breath. But on the surface, this is a spiritual grass, a tonic grass that can enhance the chi and blood of warriors. In addition, the integrity of this spiritual grass cannot be destroyed. Once it is destroyed, the spiritual energy will quickly dissipate. The appearance of new attributes surprised Shenronghua. He did not expect that a small grass he pulled out casually could actually integrate so many attributes. But after changing his mind, he shook his head again. He has no enemies now, so it is afraid that such a mutant poisonous spiritual herb will be useless. When Chen Ronghua and the other two rushed to Xiahe village, Fat Cat was still lying on the roof of the mud house in Xiahe village as he did yesterday. It looked in the direction where Chen Ronghua left yesterday, and its eyes dimmed with the setting sun. It raised a paw, put it down, and then raised it again. Are you not coming back yet? It has been sunset again and again. You said you would come back today. You will not lie to me like the previous owner, right? Meow. After the sun completely set, it cried hoarsely on the roof, then stood up and jumped down from it. When it came to the yard, it began to drag the semi-petrified river crab hiding in the corner and eating soil into the house as it did yesterday. The big river crab looked at Fat Cat with its protruding eyes and sighed in its heart. I don't know why this big cat is like the human before, dragging himself into the house every night to hide, and then dragging himself out again during the day. At the same time, at the entrance of Xiahe village, an old man wearing a silk robe with a red flame tattooed on the chest of the robe, under the protection of several warriors, smiled and said to Huang Taisheng, Village Chief Huang, if that's the case, then let's make a deal. I hope you can do what you say and send 100,000 copper coins and 10 warriors to Lushuiwen town as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to the side and looked at Hosan beside Huang Taisheng and said, And Hosan, it won't be long before we will serve the Lord together. When that time comes, you must not be as stern as you are now. I know you have deep feelings for Xiahe village, but this really does not affect your service to the Lord. And as soon as you go to Lushuiwen town, you will be granted a 4-star citizen. I don't know how many people will envy you. In addition, with your talent, once you advance to become a warrior of the earth, it is not impossible to become the deputy commander of the guard team. When that time comes, I am afraid that even I will rely on you. And Xiahe village can also become much more prosperous under your care than it is now. The old man in a silk robe in front of him is Zhu Qiong, the fire magician of Lushuiwen town. As Zhu Qiong spoke one sentence after another, Hosan's face suddenly became uncertain. Although Zhu Qiong was a sorcerer, he did not act arrogantly after arriving at Xiahe village. Instead, he began to analyze the pros and cons to them. He pointed out the consequences if they did not pay a tax of 100,000 copper coins as required by the Lord of Greenwater Bay Town and promised to send 10 warriors to Greenwater Bay Town. What would happen if they agreed? After analyzing it point by point, everyone in Xiahe village was speechless and could not refuse. In particular, Greenwater Bay Town also proposed that among the 10 warriors going to Greenwater Bay Town, there must be Hosan. It was both coercion and inducement. Once he joined Greenwater Bay Town, he would get a lot of benefits. But, are these benefits stronger than staying in Xiahe village, following Chen Ronghua, and awakening to become a sorcerer? Hosan knew it well. But the most important thing now is that he can't refuse. He was only 18 years old, and he had cultivated to the peak of the warrior realm, and he was expected to become a warrior of the earth within a few years. If Lushuiwen town can't get him, it is very likely that he will be destroyed. He knew deeply that this was definitely not a lie. Especially in the current situation. If Lushuiwen town can't get him, it is impossible not to worry that he will run to Hongsha town. And he still has the flaw of Xiahe village. For Xiahe village, he had to agree. Putting bowls together for recommendation votes, there is another cat 6 p.m. Don't think it's too little. I don't ask for many votes every day. Now there are almost 3 CS and nearly 7,000 words every day. There are not many new books in this period. I am afraid that if I update faster, I will not give enough recommendations and put it on the shelves. Judging from the current situation of recommendation votes, the subscription ratio of this book is estimated to be not very good. In fact, if the subscription ratio can reach 10:1, I will have no problem with 10,000 words every day from now on, and there will be no subsequent recommendations, but it seems that the possibility is too small. See 58 Earth Warrior in the Dark of Night. Chen Ronghua and the other 3 rushed to Xiahe village along the way they came. If there were only 2 people, Zhu Dupeng and Huang Lin, even if Huang Lin was holding a dead body that was half human and half snake, Zhu Dupeng would be carrying a tree much faster than now. Chen Ronghua's physical fitness is good. After coming to this world, his physical fitness has improved a bit, but this is only compared with ordinary people. Compared with Huang Lin, who is in the late stage of the warrior realm, and Zhu Dupeng, who is at the peak of the warrior realm, he is far behind. I don't know how many times. Suddenly, when a group of people arrived at the junction of Hongyu village and Qingyan village, they looked from a distance and saw brightly lit lights and flames rising in Hongyu village. Along with the fire, shouts of killing rang out from a distance. The shouts of some of them were even deafening. Even if it is several miles away, it can be heard clearly.
Wu Jia, Xia Chuntong, do you really want to kill me? Killing them all will never be enough.
As long as you join us in Hongsha Town, we can work together from now on. You are wishful thinking. Since you were so stubborn, after today, the 3 Earth Warriors in Greenwater Bay Town will no longer have your name as Suan.
You really think you've got me? Explode. Boom.
Suddenly, a large ball of fire erupted from a distance, and there was a roaring sound.
I don't know what happened.
Then the shouts of killing gradually disappeared, leaving only the still dazzling firelight swaying around, as if someone was holding a torch and looking for someone.
Master?
Seeing this scene, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng's expressions changed.
Huang Lin quickly explained, Suan is one of the 3 Earth Warriors in Lushuiwen Town.
Wu Jia and Xie Chuntong are both Earth Warriors in Hongsha Town.
Don't worry about them, let's get out of here quickly. Chen Ronghua spoke in a deep voice.
The changes that happened here may be related to the changes in the situation in the nearby area in the future, but it has nothing to do with him now. His top priority now is to return to Xiahe village as soon as possible to gain strength. As they spoke, the 3 of them sped up slightly. Of course, when it comes to speeding up, it is mainly because Chen Ronghua speeds up. Time passed, and after more than half an hour, the 3 of them were far away from the Red Fish village. At this time, they were only a dozen miles away from Xiahe village and could arrive in about an hour. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the silver-white crescent moon hung high, casting a ray of light, making the night a little cold. Plop! Suddenly, as the 3 of them were speeding up the road in the night, a sound like something falling suddenly sounded from behind the 3 of them. The expressions of the 3 of them were startled, and then they all turned around with slightly changed expressions. As they turned around, the 3 of them immediately saw a dark figure and stood up unsteadily from the ground. Who? Zhu Dapeng put down the blood tea tree in his hand, pulled out the thick-backed knife in his hand, and stood in front of Chen Ronghua. Huang Lin also slowly put down the half-human, half-snake corpse in his arms, took out his dagger, and moved to Chen Ronghua's side.
He and Zhu Dapeng were both experienced, but they didn't notice any sound when someone approached them.
It was obvious that this black shadow was extremely unusual. If this person didn't know what was wrong with him in the end, they might not even notice it until he gets close to them.
I am Suan from Lushuiwen Town. Which village are you from? Why are you traveling at night? After Suan stabilized his figure, he asked in a deep voice.
Then he approached the 3 of them step by step. He seemed to be seriously injured, but even so, when he spoke with great pressure, as if he was not afraid of Chen Ronghua and the others at all.
Warriors are not like warlocks. Even Earth-level warriors cannot directly tell a person's strength. But Suan has rich experience.
From the reaction speed of Chen Ronghua and the others just now, it can be seen that the cultivation level of the 3 people is absolutely impossible to reach the Earth level. And as long as he does not reach the Earth level, even if he is seriously injured now, he is not afraid at all. Huang Lin glanced at Chen Ronghua, and when he saw that Chen Ronghua had no intention of speaking, he said, I have met Mr. Su. We are from Xiahe village.
We have just returned from the mountains. I wonder what happened to Mr. Su.
At this time, Suan had already approached the 3 of them. He glanced at the 3 of them, and finally narrowed his eyes falling on the half-human, half-snake corpse that Huang Lin had placed on the ground. When he saw the corpse in Chen Ronghua and the other 2 people wrapped up in small bags, his heart suddenly moved. A smile appeared on his old face and he said, Since you are from Xiahe village, it's easy to talk about. I just fought with the people in Hongsha Town and was slightly injured. Please escort me to Greenwater Bay Town. I remember that each of your villages has to pay a tax of 100,000 copper coins this year. As long as you send me to the local area, I will make the decision this time and I can reduce the tax of 50,000 copper coins in your village this year. As he spoke, he seemed to approach a few people unprepared. Seeing Suan approaching, Chen Ronghua and the other 2 people all frowned.
Following Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng, they all glanced at Chen Ronghua.
Suan was a little surprised when he saw this scene. When he first appeared, Chen Ronghua's reaction speed was the slowest, but now it seems that Chen Ronghua is the main one among the 3.
When Suan noticed Chen Ronghua also identified Suan's attributes.
Suan, Warrior of the Earth. Warrior qualification, 2 status, seriously injured, abdominal concussion, can only exert 50% of one's strength, occasionally make mistakes. But 50% of the strength of the Earth Warrior can also crush 3 or 4 warriors at the peak of the warrior realm. After identifying Suan's attributes, Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed, and he said respectfully, Master Su, this place is too far from Lushuiwen Town, you are seriously injured, how about going back to Xiahe village with us first? It just so happens that we explored a cave in the mountains this time, dug some things, and also want to send them back to the village. After you go back to the village with us, our village can also send more people to escort you, which is safer."
Chen Ronghua can see that Suan's expression after seeing the corpse of the black snake just now is obviously wrong.
Obviously, with Suan's experience, he may have seen that they may have gained a huge benefit this time.
Chen Ronghua never mind thinking the worst of people.
The corpse of the black snake was too important, and with the fire magician's certificate and the natural disaster flame on him, there must be no mistakes. Suan noticed it at this time, so he planned to lead Suan to Shaha village, and then see the situation, with the help of Shaha village, to get rid of Suan.
He had never killed anyone.
But this time, he planned to get rid of an Earth Warrior. And he was one of the 3 Earth Warriors in Greenwater Bay Town, which made people feel crazy. But think about it, once Suan knew the preciousness of these things in his hands, seizing the treasure was secondary. The first thing Suan had to do was probably to kill a few people to silence them.
Suan didn't have this idea.
Once this matter was accidentally leaked from his mouth, unless he escaped from Baiwu Island, he would probably have a hard time in the future. There was a cold light in his eyes. For his own interests, he had no choice this time. No need to go to Shaha village.
"I have something important to report to the Lord. I don't have that much time to waste."
Suan seemed to have seen through Chen Ronhua's thoughts, and his voice suddenly became a little cold.
"These things don't look heavy. You can take them to Lushuiwen town. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the body of a sorcerer."
"What you got are all the things left by this sorcerer before his death."
"I know what you are thinking. You are afraid that I will embezzle these things. But these things are useless to you. When you arrive at Lushuiwen town, I will present them to the Lord. Of course, if these things are useful, the Lord will definitely not treat you unfairly as a person."
As soon as Suan said this, Chen Ronghua sighed in his heart. Thanks to the 3 book friends Dong, Ishu, and Shumbi for their rewards. In addition, I also know that you are anxious for the protagonist to improve his strength. I am also anxious, but I find that I am not good at writing pretentious face slapping, so I have to lay more groundwork and raise the sense of expectation.
Only when there is more expectation can it be fun. But this time it's really fast.
In one more C, I should be able to return to the village and gain strength. C59 retire after success. You should know that warlocks things are of little use to ordinary warriors.
It's not even useful to me.
If these things of yours are valuable, you can even exchange them from the Lord for treasures that enhance the warrior's cultivation.
This is the most correct choice. Suan was good at tempting him to speak.
But Chen Ronghua didn't listen at all to what he said next.
What effect does a treasure that enhances a warrior's cultivation have on him? What kind of treasure has a pyromancer certificate, a black snake's body, and a natural disaster demon flame that is so important and precious?
At this moment, the murderous intention in his heart had burst out. Therefore, after Suan finished speaking, he immediately said respectfully, "My lord, what you said makes sense.
In this case, we will escort you to Greenwater Bay. Just before we go to Greenwater Bay to collect it, can you help us identify our harvest this time? We want to know in advance how much we will gain from this trip."
What he said was clear and coherent, making it impossible for others to find any flaws.
Suan was too powerful.
Even if he was seriously injured and only had 50% of his strength, the 3 of them would not be able to deal with him. So he planned to further weaken Suan's strength. The only way he could do this was to give Suan the mutated green sprout poisonous weed that he had accidentally fused before, and let Suan eat it on the spot.
Of course, Suan is not a fool. He can't just randomly put a piece of spiritual grass in his mouth when he sees it.
So he still needs to make some more preparations.
Suan raised his eyebrows. Without knowing one thing or another, he naturally couldn't see Chen Ronghue's purpose.
He thought that if there was something useful to him in what Chen Ronghua and the others had gained this time, it might be a good idea to keep it in his hands.
"All right,"
he said, "but I am really in a hurry to return to Greenwater Bay Town. You should try your best to hurry up."
"Thank you, sir." Chen Ronghua quickly spoke respectfully and took out the mutated green bud poisonous spiritual grass from his pocket.
His other things were all in the package. Only this grass was put in his pocket casually. Of course, before putting the grass in his pocket, he had already put all the attributes in the grass back into the attribute space for fear of an accident. At this time, in the process of taking out the grass, he incorporated those attributes into it. But he didn't incorporate the poisonous properties into it. Mutated green bud grass, blood tea trees vitality +2, spirit gathering +3, nutrition +7, medicinal fragrance +8 contains powerful medicinal power, which can enhance the warrior's chi and blood. It can be used to make medicine or be taken directly.
In addition, the integrity of this spiritual grass cannot be destroyed.
Once destroyed, the spiritual energy will disappear quickly. After taking out the mutated green bud poisonous spiritual grass, Shenronghua said, "Sir, take a look at this grass first. This grass seems to be green bud grass, but it looks very weird.
We have seen a total of 2 plants in the mountains before, and this is one of them.
After the other one was accidentally broken by us, it began to leak spiritual energy. At first we didn't dare to move, but later we thought it was too wasteful, so Huan Lin ate the grass with most of the spiritual energy flowing out. He was in the middle stage of the warrior realm before, but soon after eating this grass, his cultivation level increased to the late stage of the warrior realm.
But we have never seen this thing before. Sir, you are well informed. Can you help us take a look? Is there anything wrong with this grass?"
Because the mutated green sprout grass is integrated with the spirit-gathering properties of the blood tea tree, after Shenronghua took it out, he could vaguely see a series of spiritual cyclones converging on it. Shenronghua estimated that the blood tea tree might be too big and the spiritual energy was distributed throughout the tree, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. The green sprout grass is too small, and the spiritual energy is concentrated in a small area, so it can be seen by the naked eye. Suan's eyebrows jumped slightly the moment he saw the mutated green grass without the poisonous properties. Not only was he seriously injured at this time, but his energy and blood were also severely depleted.
This grass is extremely extraordinary at first glance.
If he can use this grass to restore his energy and blood, his injuries can be suppressed quickly. However, with his caution, he would never dare to use something of unknown origin. At this time, after Shenronghua finished speaking, he had already presented the green sprout spirit grass in his hand to Suan with his left hand. However, during the presentation process, he inconspicuously used the nail of the thumb of the hand holding the green bud grass to lightly scratch the stem of the green bud grass. With this move, the integrity of the mutated green sprout grass was destroyed, and a large amount of spiritual energy began to escape from it. Circles of spiritual energy emitted from the green buds of the spiritual grass, like cloud-white mist. In the dark night, it was dense and misty, as if it were illusory.
It's just that you don't need to think about it. It won't take long for the spiritual energy in this grass to disappear. Not good.
Shenronghua's expression changed sharply, and he quickly took back the green buds and spiritual grass he sent out. He followed him and said quickly, "Sir, it's my fault that I accidentally broke this grass."
As soon as this grass is broken, spiritual energy will spread out. Do you see it now? At this moment, Suan's face was extremely gloomy.
Based on the mystery revealed by this spiritual grass, even if it contains highly toxic substances, it is probably worth a lot of money. But now, such a spiritual grass was actually broken by Shenronghua. His cloudy eyes stared at Shenronghua, trying to see if Shenronghua did it on purpose and what he wanted to achieve.
For example, this grass is actually poisonous.
Shenronghua broke the grass to make himself anxious, so that he would not think too much in his anxiety and take the grass directly.
However, under Suan's gloomy gaze, Shenronghua did not show any abnormality.
At this time, he showed anxiety and the panic when he made a big mistake. He looked at the green bud spirit grass in his hand, and after a moment, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, this thing has been broken.
I guess it will be worthless when it is taken to Green Water Bay Town. Look, how about letting me eat this thing first?" Suan's heart suddenly moved when he heard this. Another idea came up.
That is, whether Shenronghua was worried that this thing would not belong to him when it arrived in Green Water Bay Town, so he did it on purpose. Deliberately destroy this grass, and then want to take the opportunity to eat it. Just when he had this idea, he saw Shenronghua holding the green bud spiritual grass and putting it in his mouth. Sizzle! In an instant, Shenronghua took a small bite of the green bud spiritual grass on the leaf. After taking this bite, he showed his big white teeth and smiled at Suan. "Sir, my strength is low, I dare not eat too much of this spiritual grass at one time, can you wait for me for a while?"
"Wait until I digest this spiritual grass, and then we will leave."
When Shenronghua spoke, a trace of spiritual energy seeped out from the gap in his mouth. Seeing these seeping spiritual energy, Suan's eyes were red, and he even wanted to kill Shenronghua. At this time, he was sure that there was nothing wrong with this spiritual grass. The reason why Shenronghua did this was because he didn't want to give this spiritual grass to Lushuiwan Town, but wanted to eat it himself. He took a deep breath, looked at Shenronghua deeply, and remembered him. It was the first time that he was played by someone who was not as strong as him.
"Give me this spiritual herb.
I was seriously injured before, and it is just right for me to use this spiritual herb to recover," Suan said coldly, "but don't worry, I will definitely compensate you after using this spiritual herb." As he said this, he took a step forward and snatched the mutant green bud spiritual herb from Chen Ronghua without waiting for Chen Ronghua to react. After snatching the mutant green bud grass, he put the whole root into his mouth without any hesitation and chewed it. Chen Ronghua saw this scene, and a strange color appeared on his face. Then he took a few steps back slightly. Just like, retire after success. Continue to set the bull. C60 kills several birds with one stone. Neither Huang Lin nor Zhu Dapeng knew where the mutated spiritual grass in Chen Ronghua's hand came from. But seeing Suan actually snatching the mutant green sprout spirit grass from Chen Ronghua's hand, the two of them immediately stepped forward and blocked Chen Ronghua's body. At the same time, they looked at Suan with slightly cold eyes. I told you what you were going to do, and I will make up for you afterwards. Make up, puff. Suddenly, in the middle of speaking, Suan opened his mouth and quickly spat out the mutated green sprout spirit grass that he had just swallowed. It's just that the mutated green sprout spirit grass he spit out is no longer green, but pitch black. At the same time, the rich black color started from his mouth and spread to his whole body. Almost in the blink of an eye, his entire body became extremely dark. Suan, warrior of the earth status, seriously injured, deeply poisoned. When the two are combined, death will occur within 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, his strength is less than half of what he was at his peak, and ordinary warriors can entangle him to death. After identifying Su Wanshin's attributes, Chen Ronghua immediately shook his head. The first time he killed someone, he didn't have much fluctuation in his heart. In fact, he was mentally prepared not long after he came back to this world. You poisoned me? How did you poison me? How dare you poison me? Aren't you afraid that after I die, the Lord will find out and destroy your entire Xiaha village? Suan's body was shaky, and he stared at Chen Ronghua with crazy and dead eyes, as if he wanted to see how Chen Ronghua would answer. Kill him. Chen Ronghua didn't answer, but took another step back and waved. After discovering that Suan was actually poisoned, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng were startled. Neither of them expected that Suan had been poisoned by Chen Ronghua without knowing it. However, after Chen Ronghua spoke, both of them took a deep breath, stepped forward together, and quickly attacked Suan. Now that Chen Ronghua has taken action against Suan, he must not be left alive. As long as they kill Suan and then destroy the body and eliminate all traces, Lushuiwen town may not be able to find them. Puff, puff. There were two sounds of sharp blades digging into flesh. The next moment, Suan fell to the ground with a thud. At this time, he couldn't even do anything to an ordinary warrior, let alone Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng. Suan, the earth warrior, is dead, and there is strong poison inside his body. Sir, should we find a place to bury his body? Or should we take it back to Xiaha village and find a way to deal with it? After doing this, Huang Lin asked. No need. Chen Ronghua shook his head, walked to Suan's body, squatted down, and stretched out his left hand. When Suan was poisoned with poison just now, although his heart was beating violently, he was more excited than afraid. But when he put his left hand on Suan's body, he felt a hint of fear. But it was just a trace. This trace of fear was quickly dissipated by the attributes he took out from Suan's body. Mutated poison +1. Warrior qualification +1. Strong bones +1. For 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Ronghua kept his hand on Suan's body and did not take it away. 7 or 8 minutes later, when Chen Ronghua took his hand away from Suan's body, he waved it lightly. In an instant, Suan's body, along with his clothes and other items, were all turned into fly ash. Let's go. After doing this, Chen Ronghua stood up and clapped his hands. Then he took Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng and quickly left here. While rushing to Xiaha village, Chen Ronghua said, "What happened just now?" However, when he had just finished speaking, Huang Lin said, "Don't worry, young master, we will all rot in our stomachs about what happened just now and pretend that we didn't see anything." Chen Ronghua shook his head and smiled. "I want to ask you? Do you have any thoughts on Suan, who I just killed? Enlightenment? What insights?" Zhu Dapeng was puzzled. Huang Lin, after thinking deeply, said, "Young master, you want to tell us that we must be vigilant in our actions in the future and not be like Suan?" "Right." Chen Ronghua nodded. This time he used poison and trick to kill Suan. This was inconsistent with the enigmatic image he displayed, and he had to make up for this. "You must keep in mind that warlocks have many weird and various methods," he said calmly. "Even if I can't use many methods now, I can still poison an earth warrior to death with just a little trick. If it were someone else, it might not be possible. No. If you encounter something similar in the future, don't be careless. What the young master said is absolutely true, we must keep it in mind." As soon as Chen Ronghua's words came out, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng were shocked. At the same time, I thought that if Chen Ronghua did this, he was deliberately showing it to them to deepen their impression, right? They were still a little confused when they saw Chen Ronghua's humble look when facing Suan. But as soon as Chen Ronghua's words came out, they immediately had no doubts.
Chen Ronghua nodded slightly and continued, "Another point is, do you know what my killing of Suan means to Xiaha village this time?
Killing Suan means that he may become enemies with Lushuiwen town. This point will probably form a knot in the hearts of Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng. As their leader and superior, he must correct their thoughts. At the same time, he can also test them by asking about this matter.
Or, to test Huang Lin, see if Huang Lin can realize what consequences this matter will lead to."
But as he thought, after hearing his words, Zhu Dapeng immediately scratched his head and showed a tangled look. Huang Lin hesitated for a while and said, "Once Suan dies, judging from the current situation, Hongsha town will definitely have an advantage in this war. But please forgive my stupidity, I can't see what benefits this will bring to Xiaha village."
Chen Ronghua shook his head and said, "Do you know that your father is an earth warrior?"
"I know, but my father..." Huang Lin stopped talking halfway. Then he showed a look of surprise and said,
"Young master, you mean, you can cure my father's hidden injury? If Huang Tiesheng's hidden injury is recovered, then Huang Taisheng will become a real earth warrior. In this way, after Suan's death, Lushuiwen town lacks an earth warrior. In the case of being at a disadvantage in the battle with Hongsha town, what will it do to Xiaha village? Suppress? This is almost impossible. In addition to suppression, it will most likely take a lot of effort to win over." Seeing Huang Lin's enlightenment, Chen Ronghua nodded slightly.
He has almost solved the problem of strength now, so the next step is to find a way to become a lord.
To become a lord, naturally you need people.
Under such circumstances, he will naturally not let Lushuiwen town take away most of the warriors in Xiaha village, and this time Suan's death is his chance. This was a chance for him to survive in the gap between Greenwater Bay town and Red Sand town before and after he became a lord. In this exchange, the group quickly walked the last dozen miles and saw Xiaha village not far away.
No one is perfect, but I feel that my protagonist still has some IQ, so I'm going to put out a big bowl to ask for recommendation votes. See 61 Tactics of Self-Torture, that is to say, if we kill Suan this time, even if Lushuiwen town knows about it, they will choose to remain silent, choose to suppress the matter temporarily, and may even try to win us over?
Zhu Dapeng scratched his head. When he could see Xiaha village, after Huang Lin's repeated explanations, he finally understood the truth.
It's not possible. If my father's injury can be recovered, they will definitely win us over. Huang Lin's eyes were shining.
When Chen Ronghua poisoned Suan to death before, he was indeed a little entangled in his heart.
Once Lushuiwen town knew about this, what should they do in Xiaha village to protect themselves from the wrath of Lushuiwen town?
But as soon as Chen Ronghua said this, he instantly put down all his worries. Even with the current situation, it is possible that their Xiaha village can take advantage of the situation to rise. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned around and said to Chen Ronghua, "Master, thank you for everything you have done for our Xiaha village." In his opinion, with Chen Ronghua's strength, even if he could not use his full strength, under the circumstances at that time, as long as Chen Ronghua showed a little bit of his skills and revealed his identity as a sorcerer, he could also scare Suan away. But Chen Ronghua did not do that. Instead, he chose to use his means directly and killed Suan. This obviously did not do much good for Chen Ronghua himself, but for their Xiaha village, the benefits were self-evident.
Chen Ronghua looked at Huang Lin's respectful expression and nodded slightly.
At this time, Zhu Dapeng on the side said, "Huang Lin, we have only been out with the young master for more than a day this time, and my cultivation has broken through to the peak of the warrior realm. Your cultivation has broken through to the late warrior realm. At the same time, we also entered the Misty Valley, obtained the warlock's treasure, brought back the corpse of a second-level demon, killed Suan, and solved the top priority for our village."
With so many things, do you think other people would be scared to death or envious if they knew about it?
These things, Huang Lin's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he glanced at Chen Ronghua. Chen Ronghua slowly said, "Other things are fine, but the matter of the warlock's treasure and the matter of entering the Misty Valley, no one of you should tell them, and you have to keep it to yourself. As for Suan's matter, if you want to tell it, you can only tell your village chief and let him make relevant preparations in advance."
"Don't worry, young master, we remember it," Huang Lin said immediately. Zhu Dapeng scratched his head, feeling a little disappointed.
But then he thought that he probably broke through from the late stage of the warrior realm to the peak of the warrior realm, which was enough for others to envy, so he smiled again.
Chen Ronghua nodded, and then he said, "When we go back later, don't take the main road. Let's go directly to my residence along the small road."
"Got it, sir."
Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng nodded immediately after hearing this.
This time they also realized that Chen Ronghua's harvest this time might be really precious. However, the two of them had already gained a lot this time, and Chen Ronghua helped them solve a huge problem in Xiahe village, so they naturally had no greed in their hearts. At the same time, even if they were greedy, it would be useless. As Suan said before, the warlock's things were almost useless in their hands. At most, they could only sell them for money. But if such precious things were sold for money, I'm afraid they would be killed to silence them. It was already after 9 o'clock in the evening. Because there was nothing to do, most of the villagers in Xiahe village had turned off the lights and started to rest. In the whole village, only a few houses had lights flashing. When the three of them took a detour to the back mountain of the village and were about to walk towards Chen Ronghua's residence, Chen Ronghua suddenly said, "Dapeng, take out your bloodline snake.
I want to use it."
Okay. Shu Dapeng didn't know what Chen Ronghua was going to do, but he quickly took out the bloodline snake from the package. After Zhu Dapeng took out the bloodline snake, Chen Ronghua immediately stepped forward and integrated the sharpness and other properties of the snake teeth that he had touched from the teeth of the bloodline snake into the snake teeth of the bloodline snake. Then he held the snake teeth of the bloodline snake with his left hand, facing his right arm, and pressed it hard. This press immediately pressed out 2 bleeding sharp snake tooth marks on it. "Young master, what are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng's faces changed. Chen Ronghua shook his head, handed the blood snake to Zhu Dapeng and said, "You guys keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone."
"Yes."
Although the two were puzzled and didn't know why Chen Ronghua did this, they still nodded. Then, Chen Ronghua integrated the vitality of the yellow heart cabbage into his body. It was only a moment, and part of the undigested food in his stomach was quickly digested and transformed into vitality, which flowed to his wounds, making the injuries he had just received recover quickly. In a moment, when there were signs of scarring on his wounds, but not completely scarred, he thought about it and took back the vitality of the day lily into the attribute space.
"Let's keep going."
After doing this, Chen Ronghua spoke. After a while, several people returned to the village quietly and came to his courtyard without attracting anyone's attention.
Meow.
However, just as Chen Ronghua opened the door of the courtyard and was about to enter the yard, a not-so-big orange-yellow fat figure suddenly jumped down from the roof of his house.
This figure was incredibly fast.
In just a flash, it arrived in front of Chen Ronghua and jumped into Chen Ronghua's arms.
Meow, the fat cat kept calling.
At the same time, it rubbed Chen Ronghua's body with its head, appearing to be unusually affectionate. Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng on the side were both startled when the fat cat suddenly rushed into Chen Ronghua's arms, and almost drew their weapons directly. It was not until they saw that this guy was a fat cat that they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the scene where the fat cat showed incredible speed just now, it was just a trance and was ignored by the two.
"What's wrong with you?"
Chen Ronghua touched the fat cat's head and rubbed him comfortably, saying, "I said I would come back today, and I would definitely come back today.
I won't lie to you.
It's just that something happened in the middle, which delayed some time." He had no shame for lying to himself like this. Meow, the fat cat continued to call, as if asking him what delayed him. "I went out this time mainly to find a demon contract. Unfortunately, although I found a demon, the demon was too fierce. In the end, not only did I fail, but I also bit me. Fortunately, I found the antidote, otherwise this time," speaking of this, he suddenly showed a bit of sighing, a bit of surviving a disaster. Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng on the side heard Chen Ronghua lie to a cat, and both looked strange, but they didn't dare to say much, just waited quietly.
"You are so mean. Is it easy for me to set up bowls to gather votes every day? Someone actually wants to snatch it and smash it? In addition, I promise that there will be no accidents this time."
The name of the next is called Finally Gain Strength, thanks to the 4 book friends Huanggu Eternal, Linqin, Jusha Demon King and 102-117-3645 for their rewards, and thank you for your recommendation votes. C62 finally gained strength while speaking. Chen Ronghua seemed to unconsciously reach out and touch the teeth mark of the blood snake on his arm. The fat cat turned his furry head. When it saw the blood snake teeth mark on Chen Ronghua's arm that had not yet healed, the hair on its body suddenly stood up slightly. It could feel the breath of a demon that was more powerful than itself through this tooth mark. Thinking that Chen Ronghua actually went to find such a powerful demon and was even bitten by that demon, it trembled in its heart. Before, it thought that Chen Ronghua, like the previous master, didn't want it anymore and abandoned itself. Now it knows that this is not the case at all.
Chen Ronghua actually went to contract other demons in order to become a demon magician.
The most important thing is that this time, he almost couldn't come back.
Meow. The fat cat cried out. It kept having pictures in its mind.
It thought of Chen Ronghua's caressing these days, it thought of the delicious food Chen Ronghua prepared for it, it thought of how Chen Ronghua liked to talk to it no matter what. And then, it thought of the fact that it had disturbed Chen Ronghua several times to catch the wood spirit demon butterfly not long ago. If it weren't for this, Chen Ronghua might not have to take such a risk, and would not have to leave Shaha village to find other dangerous demons. Thinking of this, it suddenly felt that it seemed to be too selfish. It wanted to get benefits but didn't want to pay. Meowit suddenly jumped out of Chen Ronghua's arms, landed on the ground, and came to Chen Ronghua's feet. It raised a paw, pointed in the direction of the house and cried out. Chen Ronghua smiled, and turned to Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng and said, "You are tired, so go back first. In addition, I will be in seclusion for a while. Please help me pay attention and don't let others disturb me." After Chen Ronghua finished speaking, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng immediately said, "Don't worry, young master, with us here, no one will disturb you during your seclusion." Huang Lin thought for a while and said, "Then Zhu Dapeng and I will take turns to go home and visit, and always leave one person here."
"That's fine." Chen Ronghua nodded and didn't refuse. He took the two as guards and gave them a lot of benefits, so he naturally wanted to use them. Then, under the continuous urging of Fat Cat, he opened the door and walked into his own house. The blood tea tree was placed in the yard by Zhu Dapeng. The body of the black snake was carried by Huang Lin into another room in Chen Ronghua's earth room. Fat Cat looked at the corpse of the black snake curiously, and when he felt a breath of fear from it, he dared not look at it anymore. "This thing is cursed, you can't touch it, understand? Once you touch it, no matter what you eat in the future, it will have no taste." Chen Ronghua was worried that Fat Cat would get into trouble, so he warned him. Meow. Fat Cat shook his head repeatedly and agreed very obediently. After Huang Lin put the corpse of the black snake away, he said goodbye to Chen Ronghua and went home first, obviously to tell Huang Taisheng something. As for Zhu Dapeng, he was guarding the gate outside Chen Ronghua's yard. He found a stool to sit down, clenched his fists from time to time, felt the surging power in his body, and showed an excited look on his face. It seemed that he was already thinking about the shock and envy when the villagers got up tomorrow and found that he had reached the peak of the warrior realm after going out. Chen Ronghua ignored these. At this moment, he was showing a shocked expression, staring closely at the Fat Cat in front of him, whose body suddenly became 2 or 3 times larger. Of course, this shock was mostly faked by him. You, he pointed at the Fat Cat that suddenly became huge in front of him, and stuttered, "You are a demon? How could you be a demon? How could a cook like you understand the ability of this cat?" Seeing Chen Ronghua's shocked look, the beard on the Fat Cat's face suddenly stood up, revealing a bit of complacency. Then, in Chen Ronghua's shocked eyes, it shrank its body rapidly, and then its figure flashed, and it came to Chen Ronghua's arms, opened its mouth, and bit Chen Ronghua's wrist. The severe pain came, which immediately startled Chen Ronghua, and he almost shook his hand to throw the Fat Cat off. But at this moment, he suddenly saw that the blood bitten by the Fat Cat flew up under an inexplicable force and evolved rapidly. After a moment, the blood turned into a blood mark that was similar to the mark of the demon contract in his soul. Then the blood mark flashed and fell on the Fat Cat's forehead, as if it was absorbed by it. "This is," Chen Ronghua frowned. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that after the mark formed by his blood was imprinted on the Fat Cat's forehead, he and the Fat Cat seemed to have some kind of connection. With a thought, he immediately used the identification ability of the ancient book to identify the Fat Cat. Tiger Skin Chinchilla, also known as Fat Cat, has an owner. The owner is Chen Ronghua. According to the inherited memory, it can independently perform the demon contract and establish a master-servant relationship with the host. Note, some special demons have the ability to independently perform the demon contract. After identifying the new attributes of the Fat Cat, Chen Ronghua's heart moved, immersed in his mind, and felt the demon contract mark deep in his soul. "Could it be that I can now contract another demon?" His eyes lit up. Originally, he could only perform the demon contract and contract a demon with the highest cultivation level reaching the late first stage. If he wanted to contract more demons, he could only wait until his strength became stronger in the future. But now, because it was Fat Cat who took the initiative to perform the demon contract, he was very likely no longer subject to this restriction. Just as he was thinking about this in his heart, he suddenly felt that a trace of mysterious power was passing to him along the special connection between Fat Cat and himself, and fell into his soul sea. After these mysterious powers fell into his soul sea, his soul immediately began to absorb these powers and quickly solidified, as if some kind of transformation was taking place. Is this the feedback that can be obtained after officially becoming a demon magician? Chen Ronghua thought and used the identification ability of the ancient book again. But this time, he used this ability on himself. Chen Ronghua, Demon Warlock in the early stage of transformation age, 23 martial arts qualification, 2 status, soul transformation in progress,
currently in the early stage of the first stage, can reach the late stage of the first stage in 3 days. Contracted demon, tiger skin dragon cat. Current ability, available demon contract, contracted demon with a cultivation level not exceeding the late stage of the first stage. Again, innate ability 1, left god hand. Innate ability 2, ordinary, ability obtained from the fat cat, but you only got half of it. Under close contact, people who are not much stronger than you can't sense your specialness. But if you show extraordinary power, you will not be forgotten. You can choose to turn it on and off. There are always people who want to harm me and ask for recommendation votes. Thanks to the 3 book friends Dong Chin Chensi HYW197808816 for their rewards, and also thank the owners of those who cast small votes. See 63 soul power. After identifying his new attributes, Shenronghwa's eyes lit up immediately. After signing a contract with Fat Cat, he can command Fat Cat to fight in the future. This naturally makes him excited. But compared with this, the growth of his own soul power also makes him excited. Thinking of this, he began to try to use his soul power. As soon as the thought came to him, the 2 red firestones on the lampstand a few meters away flew up and touched each other under the control of the soul power he released. In an instant, in the dark night, a dazzling spark bloomed between the 2 red firestones and shot onto the wick of the oil lamp. As the fire grew stronger, the dim room, which was originally illuminated by only some moonlight, suddenly lit up. 3 meters. Through experiments, Shenronghwa found that he could now release his soul power about 3 meters away, and could use soul power to capture some small objects. If he controlled some flying needles or flying knives to fight against the enemy, most ordinary people would not be his opponents without special defense means and weapons in hand. As for formal warriors, he didn't want to think about it now. If he waits for 3 days, his soul will reach the late stage of the first stage under the nourishment of the mysterious energy fed back by the fat cat, and his strength will definitely be stronger. At that time, his own strength may be able to deal with an early warrior, but if he faces a mid-term warrior or a late-term warrior, he will probably still be stretched. But this is normal. After all, he is a demon magician. Controlling demons to fight is his correct way of fighting. If he rushes up and fights with others to death, what kind of demon magician is he? Shenronghwa feels that the profession of demon magician is really suitable for him, at least it is suitable for him in terms of safety. Moreover, he will not really be such a weak chicken all his life. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the package that he had just thrown on the earth in Kong. There is still a flame magician certificate and a wisp of natural disaster magic flame ranked 13th on the strange fire list. The natural disaster magic flame magician, just by hearing the name, is not comparable to ordinary professionals. If he works part-time as a natural disaster magic flame sorcerer and has some achievements in martial arts, he will not be slaughtered by anyone in the future. Meow. At this time, the fat cat suddenly called out in Shenronghwa's arms. Shenronghwa did not understand cat language, but with the fat cat's call, he sensed through the demon contract between him and the fat cat that it seemed to be saying, "I will follow you in the future, you are not allowed to abandon me, you are not allowed to bully me, you must touch me often, you must cook for me and make delicious food for me. Okay, I promised you all, isn't it okay? But I really didn't expect that you are actually a demon, and you took the initiative to sign a demon contract with me. Do you want to scare me to death?" Shenronghwa smiled and rubbed the fat cat's head. There is a red mark on the fat cat's forehead, which is the result of the demon contract. While touching the fat cat, Shenronghwa used an ancient book to identify the mark. Demon contract mark. After signing the demon contract, the mark appears on the demon. Through this mark, the master can vaguely sense some of the demon's thoughts. Note, after the demon contract is signed, the master dies and the servant dies, and the servant dies and the master is injured. The fat cat squinted his eyes when Shenronghwa touched him like this, and Shenronghwa's words also made him very proud. Seeing the fat cat's appearance, Shenronghwa also showed a barely perceptible smile on his face. He had deceived the fat cat before, and now he would naturally continue to deceive it. But from now on, they are partners fighting together. Whether from an emotional point of view or from the characteristics of the demon contract, he will definitely treat this little guy well. Okay, don't lie in my arms, I'll get you some food first. He put the fat cat down, took the cat bowl, and then opened his package and took out a few pieces of dried meat he had brought before. Meow. Smelling the tempting smell, the fat cat immediately cried out in a hurry. Just like an ordinary orange cat. People who don't know it can't tell that it is a demon. Shenronghwa squatted down and touched its head, then put a few pieces of dried meat in the bowl and said, "Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you." After he settled the fat cat, he stood up and looked at the things he got from the Misty Valley. The storage ring is sealed, and it takes a long time to use soul power to impact the seal to open it. With his current strength, he doesn't know how long it will take. However, his soul level is only the initial stage of the first level at this time. It is not cost-effective to impact the seal now. It is better to wait 3 days until his soul level is improved. Glancing at the storage ring, he then glanced at the Dark Star meditation scroll and the brief history of the continent of gods, and finally set his eyes on the Fire Warlock certificate and the bottle of natural disaster magic flame.
Other things can be put aside.
The most urgent thing now is to use these two things and transform them into your own strength before you can rest assured. Picking up the flame certificate and the calamity flame, Chen Ronghua glanced at the fat cat and said, "After you finish eating, go to bed.
Don't disturb me, okay?" The fat cat looked up at Chen Ronghua.
When it saw the calamity flame in Chen Ronghua's hand, it was immediately startled.
Meow.
Then it chewed the jerky and called out to Chen Ronghua worriedly. It seemed to be able to feel the horror contained in the calamity flame, so it was a little worried. "Don't worry, I'll be careful."
Chen Ronghua nodded.
Immediately, as soon as he had an idea, he injected a large amount of his soul power into the ancient book. With his caution, he would not easily touch the natural disaster flames. But the good thing is that as he became a formal cultivator, he has used his own power to activate ancient books and conduct deductions to ask some questions. This time, he urged the ancient book to ask how to change his profession to become a natural disaster flame warlock, whether there were any dangers involved, and how his strength would change after becoming a natural disaster magic flame warlock. A moment later, when he had consumed 2/3 of his soul power, a line of writing suddenly appeared on the ancient book. You can first use the Pyromancer certificate to obtain the Pyromancer qualification, and then use the flame contract to contract the natural disaster flames.
You will not encounter any danger during this process.
But the natural disaster demon flame in your hand is a wisp of natural disaster demon flame that is almost in a state of destruction. After you contract this flame, it will fall into silence. At that time, you will only have the abilities of an ordinary pyromancer. If you want to exert the true power of the natural disaster pyromancer, you must absorb a certain amount of aura from fire-attributed spiritual creatures and reactivate it. After deducing this information from ancient books, Chen Ronghua suddenly frowned. He didn't expect that things would change like this. But after thinking about it, his expression returned to normal. Even if he couldn't display the power of the natural disaster flame warlock for the time being, it didn't matter to him. Because no matter what, his purpose of going out this time has been successfully achieved, and even far exceeded his expectations. With this thought in mind, the flame certificate scroll in the opened package flew up into the air and fell into his hands under the influence of his soul power. C64 Growth Meditation Technique. Chen Ronghua took the Pyromancer scroll and the natural disaster flame. After playing with it for a while, he suddenly thought and took the extraordinary Dark Star Meditation Technique scroll into his hand. According to the introduction in the ancient book, there is no danger in him changing his profession to a natural disaster pyromancer. But he had just consumed a lot of soul power and was obviously not suitable for changing jobs now. The consumed soul power can be slowly replenished through rest, but after Chen Ronghua carefully sensed it, he found that it would take 2 or 3 hours for him to recover all the soul power he had just consumed. Dark Star Meditation Technique, Extraordinary Level Meditation Technique. It can be used to purify the soul, restore soul power, speed up cultivation, and also speed up refining the power of faith. This meditation method can be obtained by dripping blood, or integrating soul power into a scroll. Can be used twice. Under Chen Ronghua's appraisal, the new attributes of the meditation scroll appeared. It's not much different from his previous identification, but it has more methods and times of use. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ronghua integrated a trace of his soul power into the meditation scroll. A ray of cold light bloomed from the meditation scroll and connected with Chen Ronghua's eyebrows. Like an illusory bridge. Through this bridge, a mysterious artistic conception was conveyed to his heart, causing his mind to gradually get lost in it, as if he had fallen into some mysterious state. In such a state, a dark star that towered above him and seemed to be able to swallow everything suddenly appeared in his mind. After the dark star appeared, his soul power was swallowed into it in bits and pieces, and then spit out in an instant. Between swallowing and spitting, his soul power suddenly seemed to become a little purer. At the same time, new soul energy also surged out from the dark star to replenish the soul power he had just consumed. Is this it? Chen Ronghua was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could master this meditation technique so easily. But this time, although he quickly mastered this meditation technique with the help of the scroll, but he also mastered the method in the process of practicing this meditation technique. So now, even if he destroys the dark star in his soul sea, he can still condense the dark star out again with his own strength. At the same time, after mastering this secret, he also knew that it was actually a growth-oriented meditation technique. After successfully practicing this meditation technique, it will grow with him, and as his cultivation level improves, his abilities will become stronger and stronger. With these thoughts in mind, he turned to look at the fat cat that glanced at him from time to time while eating dried meat. He shook his head and smiled, put his slippers on the earthen Kong, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate with his eyes closed to accelerate the recovery of soul power. After only half an hour passed, his eyes opened and his energy blossomed, revealing a radiant look. At this time, he had surprisingly recovered all the soul power he had consumed before. At the same time, under the influence of dark star meditation, his soul power also became purer. The soul power is pure and the power will become greater. After doing this, he held the pyromancer's certificate in front of him and incorporated a trace of soul power into it. Buzz! The warlock's certificate was shocked, and suddenly turned into a fiery red mark, which rushed from the center of his eyebrows into the sea of his soul. Just like the previous demonic warlock's mark, it was imprinted on the origin of his soul. This is the transformation of the soul's origin. When he obtained the demonic warlock before, he was mentally depressed for a long time. But this time, because he was already an official warlock, his soul origin was much stronger under the nourishment of the mysterious energy fed back by Fat Cat. He only felt a little uncomfortable and returned to normal. After obtaining the pyromancer qualification, Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed and he looked at the natural disaster flames in the transparent bottle again. Secret strange fire bottle. It can be used to store most strange fires, but it cannot hinder the power of the soul. Whoosh! The next moment, after Chen Ronghua identified the strange fire bottle containing the natural disaster flame, he used his soul power to activate the fiery red mark in the origin of his soul, causing it to emit a ray of red light towards the strange fire bottle. The natural disaster flame rushed over. Next, it's time to use the flame contract and contract the natural disaster flame. Chen Ronghua was excited. However, he underestimated the difficulty of contracting the natural disaster demonic flame. Time passed quickly during the process of his contract with the natural disaster demonic flame, not 1 minute and 1 second, but several hours passed. Huang Tiexing's family. Huang Lin, why are you back? Where is Mr. Chen? Huang Lin's sudden return surprised Huang Tai, who was worried about Zhu Qian's arrival during the day. Dad, let me tell you something good. Huang Lin said with a smile on his dark face, this time I went out with the young master and broke through to the late stage of the warrior realm. Have you broken through to the late warrior realm? Huang Taishang was startled. He knew exactly what his son's qualifications were. Huang Lin is not weak in the village, but he is definitely not strong either. In particular, Huang Lin's qualifications were extremely ordinary. If nothing unexpected happened, Huang Lin would never be able to break through and become an earth warrior in his lifetime. The reason why Huang Lin was able to break through to the middle stage of the warrior realm at the age of 28 was all because his usual training time was more than twice that of others. But he knew that even if Huang Lin continued like this, he would only be able to break through to the late stage of the warrior realm when he was 35 or 36 years old at most. What happened? Tell me. Huang Taishang asked impatiently. At this time, Huang Xiaoshan, who had already fallen asleep, also raised his head and looked at Huang Lin. It was the young master. Huang Lin said with reverence on his face, it was the young master who gave me and Zhu Dapeng a huge opportunity. I can't tell you what happened specifically, but this time, not only did I break through to the late stage of the warrior realm, but Zhu Dapeng also broke through to the peak of the warrior realm. And the two of us are now officially accepted as guards by the young master. Guard? Huang Taishang was stunned. Then he quickly said, this is really a great thing. Young Master Chen's methods are mysterious. He pulled you back from the hands of the god of death before, and now he is your guard. You must take good care of young Master Chen in the future, and never let him down. There is no ungrateful person in our Huang family. Huang Lin nodded, Dad, don't worry, I know what to do. Then he looked at Huang Xiaoshan who was looking at him with wide eyes, glared at him unhappily, and stretched out his hand to pull Huang Taisheng, and said, in addition, I have another important thing to say, Dad, come out with me first. This matter is related to the fate of our Xiaha village, you must prepare in advance. I have a fairy bull, who has a vote to vote. Thanks to Xiaoxiaozig Killer for the reward. I got a lot of things this time, and I didn't consider using a lot of space to describe it when I got it. It was a failure. The rest was as abbreviated as possible, or written in the appropriate plot. Some settings are not perfect, but they will be set up later. Don't take them all out at once, otherwise it will look too boring. C65 Success, what do you want to say? Following Huang Lin outside the house, Huang Taisheng couldn't help but ask, Wondering what Huang Lin wanted to say, why he still had to carry Huang Xiaoshan on his back. Huang Lin's ears twitched, and after feeling nothing unusual, he spoke. This time we went out, not only did we get great benefits, but we also cooperated with the young master to kill Suan, one of the 3 earth warriors in Lushuiwen town.
What did you say?
Huang Tiesheng's heart skipped a beat, and his face suddenly turned pale. In his eyes, Green Water Bay town was like the sky.
If they offend Lushuiwen town, their entire Xiahe village will suffer. Dad, listen to me first.
After Huang Lin signaled Huang Taisheng to keep his voice down, he began to tell what happened and the last words Chen Ronghua said.
You mean, young master can restore my hidden wounds?
After listening to Huang Lin's story, Huang Tiesheng's eyes immediately lit up. His injuries were different from Huang Lin's previous injuries. Although Huang Lin's previous injuries were serious, they were all traumatic injuries. His injuries were internal injuries, injuries to his internal organs. Such an injury was extremely difficult to treat, and he had long been in despair, so after hearing Huang Lin's words this time, he suddenly became excited. The Earth Warrior has strong energy and blood and can live for 150 years. However, due to serious injuries to his body, he began to feel powerless in the past 2 years. Although he can still exert his strength as an Earth Warrior now, once he breaks out with all his strength, he may die within a few days. Huang Lin nodded and said, Young Master didn't say it clearly, but I think that with the young master's methods, there will probably be no problem.
Earth Warrior, Huang Taisheng took a deep breath and thought of Huang Lin's words before.
Once he recovers from his injuries and can exert his power as an Earth Warrior without any obstacles, then under the current situation, Xiahe village may really be able to rise.
Pity.
Just thinking of this, he suddenly sighed again. It's a pity that Mr. Chen is not a nobleman. Otherwise, it would be a great thing for us to join him in Xiahe village and all become his subjects. When Huang Lin heard Huang Tiesheng's words, his eyes suddenly flashed. But then, the color in his eyes dimmed again. If you want to become a noble, you must first have a noble reward scroll given by the gods. There must be idle noble reward scrolls on Baiwu Island, but most of these things are in the hands of the great lords, and they cannot easily obtain them. And he didn't know if Chen Ronghua had any intention of becoming a lord in their remote land of Xiahe village.
It's a little late now.
You go back and replace Xu Dapeng first, and let him go home and take a look. After Huang Taisheng pondered for a moment, he said, then when Mr. Chen comes out of seclusion, I will rush over as soon as possible.
That's fine. Huang Lin nodded. The next morning, after being replaced by Huang Lin, Xu Dapeng returned home and slept comfortably. He got up early and walked slowly in the village towards Chen Ronghua's courtyard. And he also deliberately took a detour. Xu Dapeng, you actually get up so early?
Li Heishui, who was used to getting up early to practice martial arts in front of his house, was slightly surprised when he saw Xu Dapeng walking slowly, but then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, But when did you come back, Chen? Where is the young master?
I came back last night.
Seeing Li Heishui, Xu Dapeng's eyes lit up, but the young master said that he will be in seclusion these days, and the lectures will have to wait for a while. I got up so early today just to replace Huang Lin and help the young master guard the gate.
Gatekeeper? Li Heishui was a little surprised.
Yes, I have been accepted as a guard by the young master. Of course, not only me, Huang Lin is also protected by the young master's guards. Xu Dapeng said with a smile on his face. This was a routine that he came up with after thinking about it all night, which would not appear to be complacent, but would also shock and envy the people in the same village. Have you been accepted as a bodyguard by Mr. Chen? Li Heishui was a little surprised, but not too surprised.
When he helped Chen Ronghua fix the blackboard before, he already knew that Chen Ronghua would probably accept Xu Dapeng as his bodyguard. But what he didn't expect was that Chen Ronghua would accept Xu Dapeng as his bodyguard so quickly. That's not all. Even though he was being serious, at this moment, Xu Dapeng couldn't help but show a bit of pride on his face. This time when I went out with the young master, my cultivation level has broken through from the late warrior realm to the late warrior realm. Reached the peak of the warrior realm. And Huang Lin's cultivation also broke through from the middle stage of the warrior realm to the late stage. As soon as these words came out, Li Heishui, who was already feeling a little stirred in his heart, suddenly froze on the spot. Xu Dapeng broke through to the peak of the warrior realm, and Huang Lin broke through to the late stage of the warrior realm. How long had it been? How is this possible? He also wants to be Chen Ronghua's bodyguard. He wanted to become Chen Ronghua's bodyguard because he wanted to see if Chen Ronghua could help him improve his warrior qualifications in the future. But he knew clearly in his heart that this was just a glimmer of hope. Even if Chen Ronghua could really help him improve his qualifications as a warrior, he would never help him improve as soon as he took refuge.
But now, Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin just went out with Chen Ronghua, and their cultivation levels improved by a small level, which shocked him. If one's cultivation level is raised by one level, it means that there will be more time for him to be promoted to the Earth Warrior in the future. Indirectly speaking, this can also be regarded as improving the qualifications of a warrior.
I won't talk to you anymore.
I have to replace Huang Lin quickly. At this time, after telling the story that he had been holding back for so long, Zhu Dapeng, who could no longer suppress the smile on his face, immediately sped up and rushed to Chen Ronghua's courtyard. This bastard! Seeing Zhu Dapeng leaving quickly, Li Heishui's face immediately turned black. At this time, he didn't know that Zhu Dapeng came here this time just to show off to him. But he had to admit that he was jealous. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the evening of the third day when Chen Ronghua returned to Xiaha village. At this time, the sun had completely set, and looking to the west, only a hint of red light could be seen. Young master has been in seclusion for 3 days. Does a sorcerer have to be in seclusion for so long every time? Zhu Dapeng and Huang Lin were sitting at the door of Chen Ronghua's courtyard. Li Heishui also came over shamelessly. The three of them looked into Chen Ronghua's earthen house from time to time, wondering what Chen Ronghua was doing in this retreat. He had spent so much time and had not come out yet. Collect! At the same time, Chen Ronghua, who had been sitting cross-legged on the earthen Kong for 3 days, and only let the fat cat feed him a few pieces of dried meat, looked at the natural disaster magic flame in the different fire bottle, and suddenly let out a low shout in his heart. Continue to set up the fairy bowl, but by the way, aren't you afraid that I will take away your little dicks if you pee in it? Thanks to Fu Empire for the reward of 2,500 coins, Bookfriend 20180718054102196 for the reward of 1,000 coins, and the 3 bookfriends Huangu Eternal, 7LX, and 20161229143109604 for the reward. C66 Great Improvement Buzz. The fire bottle shook, the cork flew up, and then the natural disaster flame flew out, drawing a thin black-red fire line in the air, and sank into Chen Ronghua's forehead. Chen Ronghua felt a pain in his forehead, and then he saw through his consciousness that there was a black-red flame above his soul sea. The flame burned fiercely, and in a flash it turned into an ocean. A sea of flame clouds that looked like a fire cloud. However, when this black-red sea of flame clouds was formed, its black color suddenly faded and shrank to the core, making the surrounding flames look like only red. At the same time, Chen Ronghua's soul also shook, as if it had received some kind of feedback, and it instantly became much stronger. The dark star above the soul sea also made his soul power much purer under the swallowing. Is it done? Chen Ronghua opened his eyes and his heart moved. Then he immediately used the power of the ancient book and cast the appraisal technique on himself again. However, this time, when he used the ancient book's identification technique, he tried to input a trace of soul power into it, and tried to issue a command to the ancient book, quantify my power level in a way that I can understand. This was just an attempt of his, and he didn't know if it would be useful. It would be best if it was useful, but even if it was useless, it would not be a loss for him. As his command was issued, lines of handwriting suddenly began to appear on the ancient book. Chen Ronghua, Occupation 1, Demon Magician, Late First Stage Soul Power, LV1, Peak, Ability, Soul Control LV1, Elementary, Note, Soul Power belongs to the power level, and each level of power is divided into 4 levels, Elementary, Medium, Advanced, and Peak. Ability levels are also divided into these 4 levels. Contracted Demon, Fat Tiger Skin Chinchilla, Late First Stage. Note, when the host becomes a Calamity Flame Warlock, the level of soul power is increased under the baptism of the power of Calamity Flame feedback. The Fat Tiger Skin Chinchilla who signs a demon contract with the host will also make rapid progress under the feedback of the host and quickly reach the peak of the first stage in a short period of time. After the Fat Tiger Skin Chinchilla reaches the peak of the first stage, the host's Demon Magician level will also be promoted to the peak of the first stage. That is, the host's Demon Magician level is related to the host's soul power level and the level of the contracted demon. The lowest of the two is the host's Demon Magician level. Profession 2, Calamity Flame Warlock, Peak First Stage Flame Power, LV1, Peak, Ability, Flame Control LV1, Elementary, Special Ability, Flame Affinity +1 due to the special effect of Calamity Flame. The host's Flame Affinity is permanently 1 level higher than the Flame Power level. The host's Flame Affinity is currently LV2, Elementary. The higher the flame affinity, the faster the host can practice flame secrets and control flames. The level of the Calamity Flame Warlock is related to the soul level and the flame power level. The lowest of the two is the Calamity Flame Warlock level. Because the Calamity Flame is silent, the host now only has the ability to control ordinary flame warlocks. First level peak?
When Chen Ronghua saw the appraisal results of the ancient book, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that after he contracted the Calamity Flame could actually give him some power back, allowing his soul level to reach the first level peak. At the same time, his flame power level was also the first level peak at the beginning. In this way, it is equivalent to that he is now a first level peak flame warlock. In terms of power level, he is already comparable to Ho San and Zhu Dapeng. In addition, after his soul power level is increased, Fat Cat can also get his feedback, and it won't be long before he will be promoted to a first level peak demon. By then, if he could improve the levels of his two abilities, soul control and fire control, through practice, he would really have considerable combat power. Meow at this time, the fat cat, who had been with him in the house for several days and nights, suddenly looked up at him. The fat cat was a little surprised. He didn't know why Chen Ronghua, who needed him to feedback his strength not long ago, began to feedback his strength. But it feels really good to improve your strength even when sleeping. It thought beautifully. You fat lazy cat. Chen Ronghua rubbed the fat cat's head. This guy is getting fatter and fatter. Then he suddenly remembered that when he just identified it, the ancient book actually changed the name of the fat cat to Tiger Skin Fat Dragon Cat. He didn't know if it was related to the fact that he often thought that this guy was too fat. After being rubbed by Chen Ronghua, the fat cat immediately narrowed his eyes, stretched his neck, and pressed his neck against the Kong, revealing a comfortable and intoxicated expression. Looking at the fat cat's appearance, Chen Ronghua shook his head. Because his two abilities are too weak, he may not be a match for Ho San and Zhu Dapeng. But if he can raise his soul control and flame control to the peak, his strength should be considerable. If he can raise these two abilities to the peak and revive the natural disaster flame, then perhaps, even if he is not yet at the second level, he may be able to fight against ordinary second-level Earth warriors. Thinking about this, he raised his hand, and under the pull of the soul power, the brief history of the world of gods not far away fell into his hands. At this time, the sun had completely set. At the gate of Chen Ronghua's courtyard, Zhu Dapeng glanced at Li Heishui, who had been here with him and Huang Lin for a long time, and laughed. I say, Li Heizi, it's already this time, why don't you go home? Li Heishui looked at the completely dark sky and sighed. He knew that the possibility of Chen Ronghua coming out of retreat at this time was almost zero. He shook his head, stood up and said, in this case, I will go back first. Hurry up. Zhu Dapeng waved his hand and smiled, but remember, if you want to come again tomorrow, it's best to bring a few dishes. In this way, maybe I can say a few good words for you in front of the young master in the future. Hearing Zhu Dapeng's words, Huang Lin shook his head. Li Heishui's face was also dark. He ignored Zhu Dapeng, who was too proud of himself, and turned to walk into the darkness. Go to hell. Just a few minutes after Li Heishui left, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng suddenly heard Li Heishui shout. Bang, bang, bang. Then, there was a fierce fighting sound. Hearing the noise, the two stood up immediately. But the two looked back at Chen Ronghua's still calm courtyard. After hesitating for a moment, even though they were anxious, they didn't rush over. Bang, bang. Soon after, all the houses in the village lit up the lights, accompanied by more fierce fighting sounds and the sound of crying. A dark cloud covered the moon, and vaguely, the whole village was shrouded in an indescribable silence. Huang Lin, Zhu Dapeng, hasn't the young master come out yet? A few minutes later, Li Heishui, who had just left, and many people in the village came over with red torches in hand. Li Heizi, what happened? Zhu Dapeng, who was joking with Li Heishui before, asked immediately when he saw Li Heishui return. At this time, one of Li Heishui's arms was drooping, and blood was seeping out of his clothes, which was obviously broken. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the two people next to Li Heishui are all white-haired and haggard. But when he looked carefully, the two people looked like Li Heishui's wife and Li Heishui's 10-year-old son. I glued the broken porcelain bowl together. Please don't be polite and throw your recommendation votes in. C67 survive is the way to go. It's the knocker from Shangha village who came to our village. Zhao Tian's family all suffered a disaster. I returned in time, but my wife and children were still harmed by that ghost and had a lot of life sucked away from them. I don't know how long they can live. Zhu Dapeng, hasn't Mr. Chen come out yet? I want you to see if my wife and children can be saved, Li Heishui said in a deep voice. As he spoke, blood dropped from his drooped arms to the ground. Beside him, his gray-haired wife and his son Li Ming both cried softly. Seeing several people like this, Zhu Dapeng's face turned extremely ugly. Although he liked to joke with Li Heishui, as the only two latest-age warriors in the entire village, he had the best relationship with Li Heishui. Especially that boy Li Ming, whom he teased a lot on weekdays, and had an excellent relationship with him.
But at this moment, when he saw such an older child with white hair, haggard appearance, and staggering gait, he suddenly became worried.
Only, Chen Ronghua made it clear during the retreat that this retreat could not be disturbed. He took a deep breath. With a guilty look on his face, he said, "It's not that I won't help you, it's just," halfway through his words, he could no longer say the rest. Huang Lin on the side also looked ugly. This matter involved human lives, and it was also related to Li Heishui's family, and he felt equally uncomfortable. But he thought more than Zhu Dapeng. At this time, Chen Ronghua is in retreat. If they disturb Chen Ronghua and cause something to happen to Chen Ronghua in retreat, will Chen Ronghua implicate the entire Xiahe village? That's right, Chen Ronghua had always been extremely kind in Xiahe village, but from the moment Chen Ronghua poisoned Suan, he knew that Chen Ronghua was definitely a decisive person. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Li Heishui stood in front of the two of them, blood seeping through his clothes and falling to the ground drop by drop. His uninjured hand was clenched into a fist. He resents it. Resenting that I have no strength. Resenting myself for not being able to do anything about what happened to me. Crunch! At this moment, the door of Chen Ronghua's room was pushed open. Chen Ronghua walked out quickly and said in a deep voice, "What happened?" In fact, he already knew what happened. In fact, when Li Heishui came home and let out that roar, he had already heard the movement and the sounds of fighting. It's just that what he wanted to do at that time was not to go out, but to listen to the noise again. Let's see if Xiahe village can solve it. If Xiahe village couldn't solve the problem, he planned to send Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng there, then turn around and run away. It's a bit despicable to do this, but he has only been in this world for more than 10 days, and his own strength is limited. He can't deal with the enemy even if there are earth warriors in Xiahe village. If he doesn't leave, he will be completely stupid. He feels that go is the kingly way. And now, he doesn't have such deep feelings for Xiahe village. So, it wasn't until Li Heishui and his party came over and said that the enemy was the knocker, and that the knocker had probably been driven away, that he opened the door and walked out on the pretext that the retreat had just ended. Master! Seeing Chen Ronghua, Li Heishui's eyes immediately lit up, and he excitedly greeted him, while telling what happened just now again. This time, neither Huang Lin nor Zhu Dapeng stopped him. Your injury, Chen Ronghua frowned and glanced at Li Heishui, then turned his attention to Li Heishui's wife and son. Su Xinlan, ordinary human beings age 32. A lot of lifespan was sucked away by ghosts, and there were 2 hours of lifespan left. Li Ming, junior warrior apprentice age 10 years old. Status, most of the lifespan has been sucked away by ghosts, and there are 2.5 hours left. After using ancient books to assess the status of the two of them, Chen Ronghua's pupils suddenly shrank. At this time, even Li Ming, who has the most life left, can only live for 2.5 hours, which is also a tricky thing for him at this time. Sir, I don't know. Seeing Chen Ronghua looking towards his wife and son, Li Heishui couldn't help but ask. Chen Ronghua shook his head and did not answer, but asked, "Where is the knocker?" Li Heishui's face turned pale, but he still replied, "Ho-san has caught up with them, but we don't know where they are now." Chen Ronghua pondered for a moment and then said, "If I can capture that knocker alive, I may have a way to get back the longevity it sucked from your wife and son. If not, young master." As Chen Ronghua was about to speak, Li Heishui gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to find that damn thing right now." Master, you don't know that I. At the same time, Zhu Dapeng also showed an inquiring look to Chen Ronghua. What just happened made him feel guilty. Now that Chen Ronghua was out of isolation, he would naturally go to help if he could. Chen Ronghua waved his hand and said to Li Heishui, "Listen to me first. If you can't capture that knocker, I have a way to save your wife and son. But this method will hurt you a lot. I need to use your longevity to make up for theirs, so if you agree, just stay here for now." Because refining the calamity flame does not require too much soul power and can be slightly distracted, Chen Ronghua not only refined the calamity flame during the 3 days of retreat, but also consumed a lot of soul power every day to inquire about some things with ancient books. Among these things, the first thing he inquired about was the ability of his left hand. Through the inquiry, he knew that if he was given enough time, he could turn a living person into ashes, but he could never kill a person at once. Because his left-hand ability can only extract one attribute from a thing at most at a time. And any attribute of any life is more than one. Nor will it die directly because of the lack of one. Knowing this, he can have a bottom line in his heart, and no longer worry about accidentally touching someone with his left hand and directly touching that person to death. At the same time, he can also use this to transfer some of Li Heishui's lifespan to his wife and son. Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Li Heishui immediately showed an extremely excited look. Then he knelt down in front of Chen Ronghua with a plop, "Master. Thank you, master." After he finished speaking, he was already sobbing.
Seeing that Li Heishui did not hesitate when he heard that he might transfer his lifespan to his wife and son, Chen Ronghua nodded slightly. Then he thought about it, and without anyone knowing, he injected 1/3 of his soul power into the ancient book.
Huang Lin, Zhu Dapeng.
Suddenly, Chen Ronghua pointed in a direction and said, "You two go in this direction and stop in front of the river near your village. Wait a while, the knocking ghost will arrive there. You cooperate with Ho-san and try to capture it alive.
It's time to ask for votes again. Can the person who sucked my iron bowl away with the 9-dragon magnet before return the bowl to me?
Thanks to Mu Xuanxian for the 500 coin reward. C68 help Huang Taisheng with treatment, sir. That ghost just ran to the southwest." After Chen Ronghua finished speaking, Li Heishui's expression changed slightly.
He knew that he should not refute Chen Ronghua. But the direction Chen Ronghua pointed was wrong. It can even be said to be the complete opposite.
Upon hearing this, Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng both looked at Chen Ronghua.
Chen Ronghua waved his hand and said, "Do as I say."
He judged the direction of the ghost's escape based on ancient books.
However, he did not use the ancient book's ability to predict. The ability to predict is too expensive and cannot be used by him now.
He only made this judgment using the ability of ancient books to figure out where the ghost was now and in which direction it was running.
"Don't worry, sir, we will definitely capture that ghost alive."
After hearing Chen Ronghua's words, the two of them immediately took the order and rushed in the direction he pointed. Seeing this scene, Li Heishui sighed secretly and could only pray in his heart that the ghost really turned around and ran in another direction after leaving the village as Chen Ronghua said. Otherwise, this time he would have to use his own longevity to make up for the longevity of his wife and son.
It's a pity. At the same time, Chen Ronghua shook his head secretly.
Such a ghost whose strength is around the peak of the first level is actually very suitable for him to exercise his actual combat ability.
It's just that the current occasion is not suitable. He must maintain an enigmatic image in front of everyone in Xiahe village. Therefore, the actual combat matters can only wait until later. Tick-tock, tick-tock. While waiting, blood was still dripping from Li Heishui's arm, which was kneeling on the ground. His wife had stopped crying, but young Li Ming was still sobbing. In the crowd, Huang Xiaoshan, who had previously said that he wanted the knocker to find him, turned pale when he saw this terrifying scene. After Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng left, Chen Ronghua turned around, glanced at Li Ming, put his hand on his head and comforted him. "Okay, it's all over. The teacher is here, you will be fine."
After Li Ming stopped crying, he then turned his eyes to Li Heishui and said, "You can't continue like this. I'll help you treat your injuries first." At the same time, he looked up at Huang Taisheng and said, "Village chief, as before, prepare more food." While he was speaking, he had already arrived in front of Li Heishui, and pressed his left hand on Li Heishui, integrating the attributes of the 5 yellow cabbages into it.
"Thank you, sir."
Li Heishui didn't know how to express his gratitude, so he just kept saying thank you and kowtow to Chen Ronghua. "Okay, you get up first."
Chen Ronghua shook his head.
If he couldn't capture the ghost, even if he could take out Li Heishui's life essence and transfer it to his wife and son, he probably wouldn't be able to transfer too much.
After all, there are limits to the various attributes that each person can incorporate.
Only by capturing the ghost and finding out the attributes that originally belonged to Li Heishui's wife and son could it be possible to perfectly integrate it into their bodies. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ronghua glanced at Huang Taisheng, who had already sent people to get food. It has now been 3 days since he returned to Xiahe village from the Misty Valley. In the past 3 days, Xiahe village did not turn over 100,000 copper coins as Zhu Qiong, the pyromancer of Lushuiwen town, said, and also sent 10 warriors, including Ho-san, to Lushuiwen town.
And after so long, Lushuiwen town may have dealt with Suan's unexpected death and will soon turn its attention to Xiahe village.
So next, he must recover from Huang Tiesheng's hidden injuries as soon as possible. Huang Taisheng, elementary earth warrior, there were hidden injuries to his internal organs, and there was a mixture of foreign poisons entangled in his abdomen. He had 1 year left to live. Using the identification technique of ancient books, more accurate identification results emerged. He had used ancient books to identify Huang Taisheng before, but that time it only showed roughly that Huang Taisheng had hidden injuries on his body, and nothing too precise was revealed.
Inner abdominal injury? Mixed poison of different species?
Chen Ronghua frowned slightly and said to Huang Taisheng, "Village chief Huang, please come here too.
This time, I can take a look at the hidden injuries on your body." Huang Taisheng was startled. After reacting quickly, he quickly walked up to Chen Ronghua and said, "Sir, can my injury really be cured?" "We'll talk about the injury later." Chen Ronghua asked, "There is a kind of poison entangled in your body, did you know?"
Huang Taisheng was startled, then his face changed slightly and he said, "My injury was caused by a sneak attack by a man in black shortly after I broke through and became an earth warrior 10 years ago. The palm technique used by the man in black is a poisonous palm. It was only after he hit me on the chest that I became like this." Chen Ronghua thought for a while and said, "What happened next? Didn't the man in black kill you? It's been so long, and you still don't know who he is?" "At that time, I also hit him with a palm and injured him. In addition, other people in the village arrived in time, and the man retreated directly." Huang Tai replied, "It's just that after so many years, I have never been. Do you know who that person is and why he attacked me?" Chen Ronghua frowned. "Forget it, don't tell me this in advance." He shook his head and said, "I'll try to remove the toxins from your body first." He has accepted Huang Lin as his bodyguard and Huang Xiaoshan as his apprentice. Therefore, it was only natural to help Huang Taisheng heal his injuries. There is no need to wait for Huang Taisheng to speak and say something like he would sell his life to him in the future before helping him. Chen Ronghua put his left hand on Huang Taisheng and began to try to feel out his attributes. It is much more difficult to feel out the attributes of a conscious life, and it takes a long time. It is naturally awkward to put your hand on an old man and touch him. In order to avoid embarrassment, Chen Ronghua closed his eyes after putting his left hand on Huang Taisheng, as if he was secretly performing some tricks. Huang Taisheng was nervous and didn't care about these. Others in the field were a little excited when they saw that Chen Ronghua was actually planning to help Huang Taisheng heal his wounds. Once Huang Taisheng's injuries recovered and he could exert the strength of a warrior of the earth, they would not be as cowardly as they are now in Xiahe village. Just like this time, if Huang Taisheng's strength was at its peak, the ghost might be noticed by Huang Taisheng as soon as he came in, and there would be no time to do evil. Thinking of this, everyone released a lot of psychological pressure caused by the death of people in the village. Li Heishui's wife and son also secretly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Chen Ronghua didn't seem to take their condition too seriously. Chen Ronghua didn't take it seriously, which meant that their injuries were probably not too serious. But they didn't know that the remaining lifespan of the two of them was only more than 2 hours at most. Heterogeneous mixed poison +1. After a while, Chen Ronghua had an idea and suddenly took out a mixed poison attribute from Huang Taisheng's body. As for the other attributes he took out from Huang Taisheng's body, he returned them immediately without attracting Huang Taisheng's attention. However, while doing this, he suddenly found a great way to control his subordinates. That is, he can take out the attributes of his subordinates one by one and return them one by one. In this way, if they betray, he only needs to use his left hand to take back all those attributes and beat them to ashes. "Master, we have accomplished our mission and captured this evil thing." 3 words for recommendation. Thanks again to Mushuinshin for the 1000 coin reward. C69. No matter how hard you try, you still can't find it. Chen Ronghua was a little tired. He thought very well before, thinking that he would find out Huang Taisheng's attributes one by one and return them one by one. If Huang Taisheng dared to be dishonest in the future, he would slap the little old man to dust. But he touched Huang Taisheng's body for more than 20 minutes, and only found 3 attributes in total. It also has an attribute of old skin, an attribute of gray hair, and the last attribute is a mixed poison +1. He estimated that the reason why he was able to find out that one of the 3 attributes was a heterogeneous mixed poison was related to the fact that this attribute itself did not belong to Huang Taisheng. Otherwise, with Huang Taisheng's strength as an earth warrior, it would definitely not be an easy task for him to extract a large number of attributes from him. Just like Suan before. Even if Suan was dead and unconscious, it still took him 7 or 8 minutes to find out all its attributes. Chen Ronghua shook his head a little, knowing that it would definitely take him a long time to find out all the heterogeneous mixed poison attributes in Huang Taisheng's body. At this moment, a shout came from the distance, causing everyone in the village to look up. Then everyone saw Hosan, Huang Lin, and Zhu Dapeng twisting soft branches into ropes, tying up a black figure, dragging it on the ground and running back quickly. That black shadow was obviously the ghost that wreaked havoc in the village just now. Really caught? Seeing this scene, the villagers were excited. When Li Heishui said before that the ghost did not escape in the direction pointed by Chen Ronghua, everyone was still unsure. It wasn't until this moment, when Zhu Dapeng and others caught the ghost thing 20 minutes after leaving, that they truly believed Chen Ronghua's words. But at the same time, they were also curious. I don't know what Chen Ronghua used to determine the direction in which the ghost escaped. Of course, when curious, Chen Ronghua's mystery became more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Young master, you are lucky to have lived up to your destiny. After a while, Zhu Dapeng and others came to Chen Ronghua. Zhu Dapeng pulled hard, and the rope made of soft branches brought the black ghost with it and fell in front of Chen Ronghua with a thud. Is this
the head of Shanha village?
Suddenly, before Chen Ronghua could use ancient books to identify the ghost, Huang Taisheng beside him, after taking a closer look at the ghost that fell in front of him, suddenly let out an exclamation, with a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face.
Chief of Shanha village? Village chief, what's going on?
Everyone was startled when they heard this, and they all asked quickly. The mayor of Shanha village is obviously still alive and well. Not their current village chief, this person is the village chief of their Shanha village 20 years ago. At this time, an old man in the village answered. The original village chief of Shanha village was named Wu Yukai. Some of you may not know that 20 years ago, their whole family died tragically, except for him, who was missing. I just don't know how he became like this and suddenly appeared a year ago, killing people everywhere.
Chen Ronghua frowned when he heard this. Wrong.
Suddenly, Huang Tiesheng's old big hand suddenly tightened, and then he quickly squatted down, reached his hand in front of the ghost on the ground, and pulled hard, and actually tore off the dark black clothes on his chest that were stained with a strong ghost aura.
Come on.
After tearing off this layer of clothing, everyone immediately saw that there was a vague palm print on the ghost's chest.
It's him again.
A look of extreme resentment suddenly appeared on Huang Tiesheng's face, and he turned to Chen Ronghua and said, Sir, the palm print on Wu Youcai's body is almost exactly the same as the palm print left on me by the man who attacked me 10 years ago.
Identical palm prints? Chen Ronghua had an idea.
At the same time, he used the identification ability of the ancient book to face the ghost in front of him. Knocker, name, Wu Yukai. 20 years ago, Wu Yukai accidentally entered a ghost cave in the water and obtained a 5th-level ghost charm and a noble reward scroll. However, the secret was not kept secret, and not long after, a man in black knocked on the door and entered the house at night, and brutally murdered the entire family. In the end, he himself had to use the ghost charm to transform himself into a ghost, which temporarily increased his strength and escaped from the hands of the man in black. The 5th-level ghost communication talisman is so powerful that when used, it will not only transform Wu Youcai's body into a ghost body, but also transform his clothes and everything else into ghost objects. Only the noble reward scrolls were not transformed into ghosts because they were given by the gods and carried divine power. But it was also sealed by a large amount of ghost energy. After identifying the information about the ghost in front of him, Chen Ronghua's expression suddenly changed. He never thought that he would actually get the information about the noble reward scroll from this ghost. He had long made up his mind to become a lord in the world of the gods. Especially after he got the book A Brief History of the World of Gods from the Misty Valley, his idea became even more unbreakable. By reading the brief history of this world, he knew that in the world of gods, in addition to the ancient gods who were born together with the world of gods, the strange gods who came to the world of gods from outside the sky, and the early gods who grew up at the beginning of the birth of the world of gods. Gods, most of the new gods that were born later, became gods through refining the power of faith. At the same time, those ancient gods, alien gods, and the first gods have been tirelessly seeking the power of faith in the past countless years. Even the gods are seeking the power of faith, so why would he not want it? For him, there is only one way to get the power of faith now, that is to become a noble lord. In fact, during the past few days of retreat, he did not think about using ancient books to calculate how to get the noble reward scroll. But after trying, he gave up temporarily. The soul power required to calculate the noble reward scroll is too much. Even if he consumed all his soul power that reached the peak of the first level, it was far from enough. After several experiments, he realized that the greater the cause and effect of the things he asked the ancient book, the more power he consumed. The noble reward scroll is obviously such a thing whose cause and effect is beyond his ability. He had such a great harvest in the Misty Valley before, not only because of the ability of the ancient book, but also because he was careful enough. Otherwise, he might have left the cave after getting the blood camellia. The reason why the ancient book only calculated the blood camellia and did not calculate the inheritance of the black snake was because the inheritance of the black snake was too complicated. He only used 20 energy points and could not calculate it at all. So before that, he had actually made plans to continue to use the ancient book to accumulate energy, and then calculate the noble reward scroll after the ancient book accumulated enough energy. But he did not expect. After searching everywhere, it was easy to find. Shu Dapeng, take this ghost thing to my room. Are you not satisfied with 3 CS a day during the new book period? MP, hurry up and I will be on the shelves before I can get a few recommendations. Thanks to MOU Sure for the 700 coins reward, and also thanks to Feng Yu Piaolu for the reward. C70 declare OK. Shu Dapeng agreed, then pulled the rope in his hand and dragged the bound knocker into Chen Ronghua's house. After this thing was captured by him and Hosan Hoanglan, its hands and feet had been broken, and its body had been severely injured, and it was unable to resist at all. Seeing Zhu Dapeng dragging the knocker into the house, Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed and he said, "Village chief, Huang Lin, Hosan, Li Heishui, follow me in and have a look. As for everyone else, please wait outside." As he spoke, he took the first step and followed Zhu Dapeng's footsteps. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what Chen Ronghua had called him and others to do. However, they did not hesitate and followed Chen Ronghua's footsteps. After everyone entered the house, Chen Ronghua closed the door, blocking the view of those outside. When other people in the village saw this scene, they were a little curious and didn't know what Chen Ronghua was going to do. But Chen Ronghua wouldn't let them into the house, and there was nothing they could do. Hiss. After entering the house, Zhu Dapeng threw the knocker on the ground and shuddered. "Sir, this ghost is a bit strange. After staying around it for a long time, I feel cold all over. It seems that as time goes by, I will become just like it." Huang Lin also said, "That's true, I feel the same way." Chen Ronghua nodded and did not speak, but looked up and down at the knocker. After a moment, his eyes flickered and fell on the right sleeve of the knocker. This guy was wearing a long black gown. After Chen Ronghua looked at it for a moment, he found that the sleeve on the right side was bulging, as if something was hidden. Thinking this, he raised his head, looked at Huang Taisheng and said, "Village chief, I think there seems to be something in the right sleeve of this thing. Please help me tear open the sleeve and take a look." Naturally, Huang Taisheng would not refuse. He was now standing on the right side of the knocker. As soon as he squatted down, he stretched out his eagle-like hands and stabbed, tearing open the knocker's sleeve. As the dark sleeves were torn apart, there was a sudden pop and something fell to the ground. This thing is a completely black scroll. There are golden threads on the edge, but the threads seem to be contaminated by black, making them look a little dark. After the scroll fell to the ground, there was a trace of black energy swirling up. At the same time, everyone in the room felt an even cooler feeling than before. "What's this?" Huang Taisheng and others were startled, not recognizing this thing. Only Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng felt that this scroll was somewhat similar to the two scrolls they had obtained in the Misty Valley before, but they were different in color and breadth. Noble Reward Scroll, a mysterious scroll passed down by the gods, which can be used to reward nobles. All noble reward scrolls can only reward the lowest baron. If you want to obtain a higher title, you can only sacrifice a large amount of faith to the gods. The baron can obtain 20% of the power of faith in the territory. All other powers of faith will belong to the gods. The viscount can obtain 30% of the power of faith, the earl can obtain 40%, and the marquis can obtain 50%. The higher the title, the more power of faith can be divided from the gods, and some other rights can also be obtained. Scroll status: it is sealed by a large number of 5th-level ghost charms. The seal must be released before it can be used. At the same time, because there is a lot of ghost energy lingering on the scroll, with the current strength of the host, the scroll can be touched at close range for up to 3 minutes a day, otherwise there is a risk of being permanently assimilated into a ghost. Note, permanent assimilation means that the ghost energy and the body are completely integrated. At that time, the host will not be able to detect the ghost attribute alone. At the same time, Chen Ronghua also looked at the dark scroll and identified its attributes. Sealed by a large amount of ghost energy. He frowned slightly. But after thinking about it, this is normal. Otherwise, after Wu Yukai used the 5th-level ghost communication talisman to transform himself into a ghost, he might not be as strong as he is now. The 5th level is equivalent to the extraordinary level. As far as Chen Ronghua knows, there are many beings of this level who are called king-level experts. 3 minutes a day, I don't know how long it will take me to masturbate to remove the ghost energy seal. He shook his head a little. But soon after, his mood calmed down. Having this thing is better than not having it at all. After all, now that he has this thing, he only needs to remove its seal, and when the time is right, he can use it immediately. Moreover, even if this thing is not sealed, he cannot use it now. Now, even if Huang Tiesheng's injuries were cured, he would still have the subordinates of an earth warrior. In this case, if he does not become the lord, Xiahe village still has a chance to survive between the two major forces of Green Water Bay Town and Honsha Town. But if he becomes the lord, I am afraid that he will immediately be crushed by the two forces that have been dominant nearby for many years with the force of thunder. He naturally understands the principle of accumulating food widely and becoming king slowly. With these thoughts passing through his mind, his eyes flashed and he said, "It is indeed this thing." "Sir, this is?" Zhu Dapeng asked. Although his brain is not as smart as others, he seems to have an instinct. An instinct to answer when you should and never to answer when you shouldn't. Chen Ronghua glanced at him and said, it's normal that you don't recognize this thing. This is a scroll of noble reward, but it cannot be used temporarily because it is sealed by a large amount of ghost energy.
Noble reward scroll?
Everyone in the field was shocked when they heard Chen Ronghwa's words. Although Baiwu Island is only an island on the edge of the Gajuo Snake Islands, it is thousands of miles long and wide, and its area is not smaller than other islands at all. But on such a large island, there are only more than 100 Baron Lords, a dozen Viscount Lords, and one Earl-level Lord. From this, we can see how precious the scroll of noble reward is.
Congratulations, young master.
At this moment, Huang Lin suddenly knelt on one knee and said to Chen Ronghua, "If you want to become a noble and develop your territory, I am willing to follow you closely." He was very smart and immediately thought of the reason why Chen Ronghua only asked a few of them to come in. But this matter should not be publicized now, so he deliberately lowered his voice when he spoke.
"So do I, Zhu Dapeng."
After hearing what Huang Lin said,
Zhu Dapeng was half a beat late and quickly knelt down and said, "And I, Li Heishui. Ho-san is also willing to follow you."
Li Heishui and Ho-san on the side also knelt down almost at the same time.
"Your Highness, I can represent our Xiahe village and follow you to work together for the great cause." Huang Taisheng also knelt down on the right side of Chen Ronghua with his trembling old body.
5 people, the 5 strongest people in Xiahe village, at this moment, when Chen Ronghua did not clearly state his wishes, all expressed their attitudes to him.
"You actually had the nerve to ask where my little broken bowl was, what do you think?"
Thanks to Moyuesher for another 500 coin reward. C71 Purity of faith, loyalty, life and death. I do intend to become a lord. Chen Ronghua was neither reserved nor evasive, saying that he did not want to become a lord. After Chen Ronghua finished speaking, Huang Taisheng and the other 5 people suddenly showed surprise on their faces. Being able to follow a noble lord is definitely a great thing for them. This world is the world of lords. But for those lords, the more people in the territory, the better. All lords have one purpose, which is to harvest the power of faith. But the power of faith has its purity. The richer, happier, and more positive emotions the people living in the territory have, the greater the purity of the power of faith they generate.
The power of high purity faith is far more precious than the power of low purity faith.
And when the power of faith is gathered, it brings the power of faith of all people together, rather than dividing them. Therefore, poor villages like Xiahe village will not be annexed by territories such as Lushuiwen town. Instead, they will be adopted as auxiliary villages, and then tax revenue will be collected regularly every year to support the residents of their own territories. Once there is a war, they can also summon the warriors from these villages to join the battle, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, talented warriors like Ho-san are still willing to take over these territories. Seeing the expressions of Huang Taisheng and the other 5, Chen Ronghwa's heart moved. As if he suddenly thought of something, he injected a trace of soul power into the ancient book, and at the same time passed an instruction to the ancient book: digitize loyalty from 0 to 100, and identify it.
5 people's loyalty to me.
This move can be described as a sudden whim. But if it succeeds, its impact on him in the future will be immeasurable.
Zhu Dapeng, loyalty 98. Huang Lin, loyalty 98. Huang Taisheng, loyalty 95. Ho-san, loyalty 94. Li Heishui, loyalty 90-98. Note, loyalty is 030.
Once faced with a threat, he will hesitate and find a way to break away from his master.
Loyalty is 30-50. If encountering a bigger threat, he will escape alone. Loyalty is 50-70.
When encountering great danger, he will still run away after hesitation, but during the escape, he will try his best to do what he can for his master without harming himself.
Loyalty 70-90, can be entrusted with some important tasks. Loyalty 90-95, will not betray easily.
Loyalty is 95,100, which can be regarded as die-hard loyalty. A large piece of information appeared on the ancient book. Chen Ronghwa's consciousness passed by, and a slight smile appeared on his face. In addition to the improvement of his own strength and the treasures he obtained, the biggest gain he gained after coming to this world was the loyalty of the 5 people in front of him. The 5 Huang Taishengs were all more than 90% loyal to him and would not betray him easily. Even Huang Taisheng, Huang Lin, and Zhu Dapeng's loyalty to him has exceeded 95, reaching the level of die-hard loyalty. Ho-san's loyalty is 94, which Chen Ronghua did not expect. It doesn't feel low, but it feels a little high. Chen Ronghua knew that in Ho-san's heart, the most important thing should be the entire Xiahe village. However, as long as he helps Ho-san awaken the warlock bloodline in the future and develop Xiahe village, he may not be able to make Ho-san's loyalty to him reach above 95. As for Li Heishui's loyalty, Chen Ronghua felt that it was probably because he had not treated his wife and son well yet, so his loyalty was erratic. Therefore, as long as he waits for his wife and son to return to their original state, his loyalty to him will probably be stabilized. When Chen Rongwo was thinking about this, the five of them looked at each other and said at the same time, "We are all willing to follow the young master forever and open up new territories for the young master. This world is not an Earth star. Being able to follow a lord in this world is an extremely honorable thing. Everyone, get up." Seeing the five people expressing their opinions, Chen Rongwa also had some ups and downs in his heart. He bent down to lift the five people up one by one and said, "If you are willing to follow me, I also promise you here that I will live up to your following in the future and I will treat Shaha village well. However, it is not appropriate to publicize this matter now. Due to some special reasons, the strength that I can display is currently limited. Before the strength that I can display reaches the level of an Earth warrior, or until a second person among you besides village chief Huang breaks through and becomes an Earth warrior, it should not be leaked." Huang Lin immediately said, "Don't worry, young master, we all know the seriousness of the matter." Everyone else nodded along. "That's good." Chen Ronghua nodded. Then he said, "We will discuss other specific matters later. Now that time is limited, I will first try to help Li Heishui's wife and son take out the shoyuan that was just taken away by this knocker." After he finished speaking, he squatted down, placed his left hand on the knocker who fell on the ground, and moved slowly. Seeing Chen Ronghua's actions, others would naturally not disturb him. Psychic Ghost Body +1, Psychic Ghost Body +1. Just a moment later, Chen Ronghua frowned slightly. This knocker was at the same level as him, at the peak of the first level. It was not as difficult for him to get attributes from it as it was from Huang Taisheng. But after touching it for a few minutes, he only found out a lot of properties like Psychic Ghost Body from its body. There are no other attributes at all. He didn't even find out the attributes of lifespan. At the same time, as a large number of Psychic Ghost attributes were found, the knocking ghost became weaker and weaker, and the whole body seemed to be about to transform from a solid body to a state of nothingness. Chen Ronghua was puzzled. He could only try to find out all the attributes of this thing and see what was going on. At the same time, seeing Chen Ronghua's expression, the others, especially Li Heishui, became nervous. Whoosh! Suddenly, just when Chen Ronghua was about to find out all the attributes of the knocking ghost, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the knocking ghost's eyebrows, drew a black line in the air, and flew straight into the distance. Pa! But before the black shadow could escape, Ho-san, who was powerful in inspiration and quick in eyes and hands, stretched out his big hand and grabbed it in his hand. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua's pupils shrank. He stood up and looked at the thing in Ho-san's hand. He suddenly found that it was a worm with mostly black body, hideous appearance, and white suckers on its abdomen. Death Life Worm, Special Alien Worm, no level, weak attack power. Has an owner. Special Ability 1, can slightly control ghosts. Special Ability 2, can absorb the lifespan of living people and turn death into life. The introduction of the ancient book only has a few lines. It turns out that all this is caused by this thing. Chen Ronghua's mind moved slightly, and at the same time, the two words "has an owner" also made him think, which reminded him of the underwater ghost cave and the information he got when he identified this knocking ghost before. Young master! Holding the death life worm in his hand, Ho-san felt its constant struggle and his face turned pale. It's okay. Chen Ronghua shook his head, touched the back of the life death worm with his left hand and said, "This thing is called the life death worm. It has almost no attack power, and can only control ghosts. The lifespan of Li Heishui's wife and son should be in this thing. Wan Lai, thanks to Lai Shur for the 1000 coin reward, Mou Shur for another 300 coin reward, and the book friend Yu Yuan Wufen for the reward." C72 end. After Chen Ronghua finished speaking, everyone looked at the life death worm in surprise. No one thought that Wu Yukai, who somehow became a knocker, was actually controlled by such a small thing behind him. This life death worm should have an owner, but it is unknown who it is. It is even possible that its owner is not a human. Chen Ronghua continued. While he was saying this, he had already found out a number of attributes from the life death worm. Pure lifespan +1 +1 +1. Not long after, Chen Ronghua found out more than a dozen lifespan attributes. He thought about it, wondering how much lifespan a lifespan attribute could add. Soul binding +1. Suddenly, just after Chen Ronghua found out more than a dozen lifespan attributes from the life death worm, he thought about it and found out a soul binding attribute from it. He didn't know what this attribute did, but just after he found out this attribute from the life death worm, the body of the life death worm suddenly twitched, and then it exploded in Ho-san's hand with a snap. The explosion was not very powerful. But as its body exploded, a ball of green light full of vitality flew out of its body, as if it was about to merge into the nearby void. Pure lifespan +1. Chen Ronghua's left hand was in this ball of green light at this time. As soon as the green light flew out, he took out a lifespan attribute from it.
Not good.
His face changed slightly.
He never thought that the dead lifeworm would suddenly explode.
And the ball of green light that flew out of its body was also obviously the lifespan it absorbed from the living.
Chen Ronghua knew that his top priority now was to take out as many attributes of these lifespans as possible. Condensation.
The soul power of the first level peak suddenly surged from his brows, like an invisible big hand, wrapping up the green light. As his soul power wrapped like this, the speed of the green light spreading suddenly slowed down a lot. Chen Ronghua breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly stretched out his left hand and put it completely into the green light, speeding up the speed of absorbing the life attribute. When this scene happened, Li Heishui and Zhu Dapeng did not dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing Chen Ronghua. Fortunately, after these lifespans flew out of the body of the life-death worm, it seemed much easier to take them out. More than a minute later, Chen Ronghua let out a long breath and took out all the life attributes.
Young master? Only then did Li Heishui look at Chen Ronghua with anticipation. Let's go out and try it first. Chen Ronghua shook his head. At this time, he was still thinking about the scene of the life-death worm exploding just now. At this time, he had already made some speculations about what happened just now. There should be something like a demon contract in the life-death worm. The binding attribute he just took out from its body should be a component of that contract. Most likely, it was because of this that the life-death worm exploded after he took out this attribute. However, he didn't know whether this self-explosion was the original mechanism of the contract or whether the owner did it after noticing something. Mr. Chen, village chief, what's going on?
When the group came outside, the villagers saw them and immediately greeted them. And unknowingly, some people began to put his name before Huang Taisheng when greeting Chen Ronghua.
Stop arguing, let the young master take a look first.
Li Heishui interrupted the villagers' questions. Chen Ronghua nodded to the villagers, then came to Li Ming, stretched out his left hand, and touched his head. With this touch, a large amount of life was immediately transferred to Li Ming's body. After a moment, Chen Ronghua's mind moved slightly, and he transferred a full 60 life attributes to Li Ming's body. When so many life attributes were transferred into Li Ming's body, Li Ming's gray hair immediately turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wrinkles on his face also fell off, and his hunchback also straightened up.
Not bad.
Seeing the good effect, Chen Ronghua breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, through the appraisal, he also knew that one life attribute represents 1 year. And just now he took out more than 200 life attributes from the dead lifeworm and the green light. It really worked. At the same time, the villagers who saw this scene whispered,
"This scene can almost be called a miracle. Thank you, sir." Li Heishui knelt down again with a plop.
With this kneeling, he finally let go of the thing he had been worried about for a long time.
Okay, get up quickly.
After Li Ming, Chen Ronghua restored the lifespan of Li Heishui's wife, and then he helped Li Heishui up and said, "If you really want to repay me, just stay with me like Zhu Dapeng in the future."
Young master?
Li Heishui's body trembled, and he immediately showed a greater surprise. Seeing Li Heishui's look, Chen Ronghua nodded slightly. There is no harm in bringing 2 guards around, but Huang Lin has a good character and some brains, so it is a bit of a waste to keep him by his side to guard the house. Zhu Dapeng is not bad, but this guy is a bit stupid, so he set his sights on Li Heishui. Zhu Dapeng plus Li Heishui, such a combination, in his opinion, should be pretty good. Of course, this is also related to the fact that after he restored the lifespan of Li Heishui's wife and son, his loyalty to him reached 98. According to the description in the ancient book, a loyalty of 98 can be regarded as a diehard. However, Chen Ronghua knew very well that being regarded as a diehard does not mean being a real diehard. People's hearts are unpredictable, and this is a truth everywhere. In other words, it is impossible for loyalty to not decrease after reaching above 95. For example, if he killed Li Heishui's wife and son in front of him at this time, then Li Heishui's loyalty of 98 points would definitely drop to a negative value instantly. Although he would definitely not do this, he had to prevent any misunderstandings in the future. Therefore, he would only regard the judgment of the ancient book as an important basis for identifying the loyalty of his subordinates. Thinking about this, Chen Ronghua said to Li Heishui, "You must be tired after going through so many things tonight.
Go back and spend time with your family. The rest of you, go back too."
Tonight, it wasn't just Li Heishui's family that was robbed.
There was also a family surnamed Zhao whose entire family was wiped out.
He knew that after the things here were done, everyone would have to be busy again after returning, but he didn't plan to participate in these things.
"Yes, sir." Li Heishui nodded and didn't refuse.
At this time, he really needed to spend time with his wife and children.
Then Chen Ronghua turned around and said, Huang Lin, Hosan, you two should go back too. You can handle the things in the village. Don't worry, sir, we will handle it as soon as possible. Huang Lin agreed immediately. Chen Ronghua nodded, then looked at Huang Taisheng and said, Village chief, I will continue to help you with your treatment. Thanks to a book friend for providing the artifact Hunyuan Jade Bowl, I will use this bowl to collect recommendation votes. Thanks to the old book friend Happy 668 for the 2000 coins reward, and also thanks to book friend 201811190000162232 for the reward. See 73 clothes in the middle of the night. There were several new graves on the northern slope of the mountain behind Xiahe village. Except for the big shots, when ordinary people in the world of gods die, they are simply dealt with and the matter is over. At most, the family members will stay in front of the grave for a few more days. Mr. Zhao, have a good journey. Mr. Chen and we have avenged your revenge for you. Huang Lin sprinkled the last handful of soil on the grave bag. Then he turned his head and said to the people who came with him, Everyone, this matter is over. Mr. Zhao's family doesn't have many relatives. Don't forget to prepare some expenses for their family during the Ghost Festival in the future. Huang Lin, you don't need to tell me about this, we know it too. An old man in the village said in a deep voice. That's what you always said. Huang Lin smiled and followed, but apart from that, this matter involves Mr. Chen, so if you don't mention the knocker in the future, please try not to mention it. At the same time, I also hope that everyone can tell their families about this when they go back. This sentence is what Huang Lin really wants to say. The knocker involved the noble reward scroll. Once this matter was known, it would definitely not do any good to their Xiahe village. Don't worry about this. We are all people who know the importance of things and know what to say and what not to say. However, when everyone else heard what Huang Lin said, they all thought that Huang Lin was worried about leaking the secret that Chen Ronghua could get back the shouyuan that was sucked away by the knocker, so they all nodded. That's good. Huang Lin smiled and followed. In this case, it's not too late, everyone should go back and rest. After everyone heard this, they immediately wanted to go back. Just a few people looked at it and said in surprise, Huang Lin, won't you go back with us? Huang Lin shook his head, I won't. Tonight, I will guard Mr. Zhao's grave. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this, but also a little admired. In the village, Huang Lin has always been very popular. Soon, the large group of people in front of these new tombs were all gone. In the end, only Huang Lin and Hosan were left where they were. You go too. Huang Lin looked at the last remaining Hosan Dao. Hosan shook his head, I'd better guard Mr. Zhao's grave. He was very good to me when I was a child. Huang Lin frowned. He was the one who picked up Hosan. Hosan rarely disobeyed what he said. At this time, Hosan took a deep breath and said again, Uncle Huang Lin, I know what you want to do, and I want to do it, but I can't do it. So, let me stay here to guard the grave. Also, good. Huang Lin was startled, then a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. Xiahe village is an affiliated village of Lushuiwen town. Lushuiwen town will not completely ignore such a village. Generally speaking, they would secretly bribe one or two people in their affiliated villages to collect some information. No one knew what Huang Lin, who had always been a good man in the village, did that night. But after that night, apart from Zhao Tian's family and an old bachelor, they never appeared again in the village. Call. At the same time, also in the middle of the night, after Chen Ronghua exhaled a long breath, he finally took out all the mixed poison from Huang Tiesheng's body. Thank you, sir. When everything was completed, Huang Taisheng suddenly showed a look of excitement. After the alien poison in his body disappeared, he immediately felt that the internal injuries in his body began to heal on their own. He always thought that his internal injuries were serious, but he did not know that such injuries could be completely healed by the Earth Warrior. The reason why he felt so serious and had difficulty recovering on his own was because of the heterogeneous poison that had been hiding in his body. At the same time, Chen Ronghua also used ancient books to identify Huang Tiesheng's current state. He looked at Huang Taisheng, smiled slightly and said, Village chief, you don't have to be like this. Speaking of which, I have only been in Xiahe village for such a short time, but I have to seize power from the village chief. I feel really sorry. Huang Taisheng was startled, then immediately said, Young master is joking. For our Xiahe village, a remote and poor place, to be valued by the master and to be able to follow the master is a blessing that we have cultivated in countless lifetimes. Chen Ronghua nodded slightly. The reason why he just said that was because he wanted to get things off his chest. In this way, Huang Tai will not be worried after his birthday. Huang Tiesheng's loyalty to him is 95%, and he would not be dissatisfied over this matter, but for Chen Ronghua, perfection is better than perfection. With this in mind, he placed his hand on Huang Taisheng again, incorporated the vibrant attributes of the remaining yellow cabbage into his body and said, "In this case, Mr. Huang, please go back and rest first." From then on, he began to call Huang Taisheng Huang Lao. In the future, Xiaohe village will become his territory, and there will be no such thing as a village.
Okay, sir.
Huang Taisheng nodded. Following Chen Ronghua, Huang Taisheng was sent outside the door. Before closing the fence door, Chen Ronghua seemed to suddenly think of something, and suddenly said, "By the way, Mr. Huang, I have one more little thing to trouble you with. When you go back, I hope you can help me prepare some clean clothes. It doesn't have to be too good, just the kind that the villagers wear. It's time for me to replace this one." He looked at his clothes and sighed silently. The clothes he is wearing now are still the sportswear he wore on Earthstar. After such a long time, even if he was extremely careful, the clothes would be extremely dirty. After changing it this time, he didn't plan to wear it again. Otherwise, if it wears out, when 300 years pass, he won't even have a souvenir. He is afraid that even he will forget where he came from. Huang Taisheng was startled, and then he immediately said respectfully, "Don't worry, sir, I will have someone send you a few items as soon as I get back." Chen Ronghua nodded and watched Huang Taisheng go away. Meow. After everyone left, Sha Mao, who had been waiting for a long time, finally jumped into Chen Ronghua's arms. These people are really annoying. He didn't even have time to enjoy Chen Ronghua's touch. Sensing Sha Mao's emotions, Chen Ronghua smiled and reached out to rub Sha Mao's smooth and supple back. Being touched like this by Chen Ronghua, Sha Mao immediately narrowed his eyes with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Then Chen Ronghua held Sha Mao and walked slowly into the house. Kaka. A slight noise came from the house. It's like something is eating the ground. Chen Ronghua knew what it was. He walked into the house, looked around the corner, and immediately saw two semi-petrified river crabs with black and white claws, competing with the ground in his house. He stayed in seclusion for a few days, and no one cared about this guy. It never got a chance to let out air, so it was really hungry. But when Chen Ronghua incorporated the hardness of big rocks into his house, he didn't even spare the ground. So after such a long time, this guy's teeth were almost worn away, and he didn't take a single bite of anything into his mouth. Book friends who are omniscient and omnipotent, can you answer my question? I just want to know how to keep my bowl. Thanks to MOU Sure for another 500 coin reward, this book has gained another disciple and fan. C74 integration. The next morning, Chen Ronghua walked out of the room in high spirits. After becoming an official warlock, his soul power reached the peak of the first level, and he could already use meditation instead of sleeping. But in the second half of the night, he only meditated for a short period of time. The rest of the time was spent practicing the Tiger Heart Refining Fist. Of course, when he was practicing the Tiger Heart Refining Fist, he did not forget to take the blood camellia that he had obtained in the Misty Valley. At this time, his body was full of energy and blood, and he had reached the peak of the warrior apprentice level. As long as he opens up his dantian and uses his dantian to contain his energy and blood, he will be promoted to a formal warrior and be more capable of protecting himself. Opening the door and walking out of the house, Chen Ronghua glanced around and saw the semi-petrified river crab that he dragged out last night. This guy was chewing dirt in the yard at this time, as if he wanted to make up for the food he had been starving for several days. In addition, the wood spirit demon butterfly that he had seen twice appeared in his yard again. The urine splashed by the fat cat before obviously had no effect. "You guy, you don't seem to be very courageous." Chen Ronghua shook his head. This time was different from before. When he saw the wood spirit demon butterfly again, he was no longer nervous. Now he is also a powerful person. A monster will not appear randomly and scare him. At the same time, although he can still use the demon contract to contract a demon, his next demon will definitely not choose the wood spirit demon butterfly. The wood spirit demon butterfly looks very beautiful and has good potential, but now, his soul power has reached the first level peak, and he can contract up to a first level peak demon. The strength of this wood spirit demon butterfly was far from what he expected. The first level peak demon may be able to help him when he fights against the second level evolvers. However, the cultivation level of this wood spirit monster butterfly is only at the early stage of the first level, so it will almost certainly not have any effect. The wood spirit demon butterfly, whose entire body was blue and white, fluttered its wings when it saw Chen Ronghua walking out of the house, but did not fly away. After meeting him several times, it seemed to already know that Chen Ronghua would not hurt it. But its eyes glanced behind Chen Ronghua from time to time, obviously looking for the fat cat. But it didn't know that Sha Mao got up extra early today. Before Chen Ronghua got up, this guy had already got out of the house and came to the roof to bask in the sun.
Sha Mao discovered this a few days ago when he was waiting for Chen Ronghua. It found that it was particularly good to lie on the roof in the morning and bask in the sun. Not only was the sun warm, but it was also able to see the smoke from the village from a high distance, which made the whole cat look very artistic. When the wood spirit demon butterfly carefully searched for its figure, it curled its lips and ignored the wood spirit demon butterfly. Now it had signed a demon contract with Chen Ronghua. In its eyes, Chen Ronghua is both heaven and earth.
It signed a demon contract with Chen Ronghua.
In its view, those demons that have not signed a contract with Chen Ronghua are not as noble as it. When it looks at other monsters, it can't help but show a sense of superiority. Chen Ronghua ignored the thoughts of these little things. After he opened the door and walked out of the hut, as soon as he had an idea, a thin stone about a finger thick flew over 10 meters away and fell into his hands. He held the stone in his right hand, stretched his finger tendons, and exerted force. The stone snapped into 2 pieces. This time, he used his pure physical strength to break up. When the broken stones fell to the ground, Chen Ronghua looked at his achievement and was particularly happy. In the corner, a big river crab that was chewing dirt glanced at Chen Ronghua with its protruding eyes. As its eyes rotated, tiny bits of stone fell out. At this time, it seemed to be wondering whether it could withstand Chen Ronghua's break with its black and white pliers, which were the same as stones. After thinking about it, it lowered its head and took a bite of dirt again. But it's still too dangerous to fight with people in close combat. Suddenly, Chen Ronghua shook his head. I am a warlock, and also a magician.
I must always keep this in mind.
Thinking this, he looked at the half-petrified river crab again. Suddenly, his eyes moved, and he thought that he could restrain the stone with the power of his soul.
I wonder if he could also restrain this half-petrified river crab, which was not much different from the stone. He has tried and learned through ancient books that most living beings have complex force fields in their bodies.
It is extremely difficult for him to control these living beings with soul power. But this mutated river crab is obviously different. With a thought, Chen Ronghua immediately mobilized a large amount of soul power, which surged out from the center of his eyebrows, turned into an invisible big hand, and wrapped it around the half-petrified river crab hiding in the corner without knowing why.
Ah, boy, what did you do again?
Ah, I flew. In an instant, the semi-petrified river crab weighing dozens or hundreds of kilograms, wrapped in the power of Chen Ronghua's soul, soared into the air and arrived in front of him. And when he was nervous, the words this guy could say seemed to have increased a lot. It seems pretty good. Chen Ronghua touched his chin, looked at the half-petrified river crab with its teeth and claws in front of him, and wondered if he could make this guy more powerful. For example, add sharp attributes to its 2 large pliers. Of course, if this guy can advance to become a demon, and then sign a contract with it, it will be even better. In this way, when he fights in the future, he can use the power of his soul to catch this guy and let him fly out, and let him wave 2 large pincers, 1 black and 1 white, to attack the enemy.
After thinking about it, Chen Ronghua waved his hand and put the big guy back to the corner.
He knew that his idea was good, but it was definitely not that simple to realize it.
Whoosh!
On the fence, the wood spirit demon butterfly saw this horrifying scene, and after its color turned slightly white, it flapped its wings and disappeared. It didn't expect that Chen Ronghua, who seemed very kind before, would have such a terrifying side. Looking at the departing wood spirit demon butterfly, Chen Ronghua shook his head, walked out of the yard, and walked around the village. During this period, he exercised his soul power from time to time, and found some things at random, found out the attributes from them, and stored them in his attribute space.
He has been storing attributes all the time.
Some attributes seem useless now, but they may be useful in the future. His attribute space seems to have no limit at present. In this way, he is naturally prepared for any eventuality and can store as many attributes as he can.
Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Huang Taixing personally brought him a few clothes. These clothes seem to be made overnight with new fabrics.
The style is similar to that of ordinary villagers, both upper and lower, but slightly more refined. After changing into a white dress, Chen Ronghua looked himself up and down, and suddenly felt that he had really integrated into this world now. Put 2 bowls, thanks to Moyuisher for another 1,000 coin reward, and Chenchang Nangwa for 500 coin reward. C75 discussion. Take out the dirty attribute from the sportswear, fold it and put it in the cabinet. Chen Ronghua sighed, closed the cabinet and walked out of the house. However, when he came to the yard and was illuminated by the warm sunshine, his mood immediately improved a lot. At the same time, he suddenly thought that he might not have to wait for 300 years to see and wear clothes like those on Earth.
What can he achieve in 300 years? Is it to become a great lord who dominates one side, or to be deified? Sometimes, dreams are always necessary.
If he can become a great lord and make his territory prosperous, then it is possible to bring the things on Earth to this world.
He doesn't know much about technology, but he is now a warlock. Warlocks can set up formations and refine secret treasures.
With the help of ancient books, it is not impossible for him to bring TV, telephone, and even the internet on Earth. The Lord needs the power of faith. The higher the purity of the power of faith, the higher its value. The richer the people live, the happier they feel, and the better their mental state, the purer the power of faith they generate. So once his territory can support all of this, it may not be impossible for him to bring the system on Earth to the world of gods. Think about it, once 300 years later, other people on Earth land in the world of gods and find that there is such a territory in this world that is not much different from Earth. It may be an interesting thing. The world of gods has existed for a very long time, much longer than Earth. But these are two worlds after all, and some things on Earth can always be used as reference for the world of gods. Such thoughts flashed through Chen Ronghua's mind one by one, and finally he dispelled some of the loneliness of coming to this world alone, and at the same time, he deepened his expectations for his future.
Young master.
Then not long after he changed his clothes, Huang Taisheng, Huang Lin, Hosan, Zhu Dapeng, and Li Heishui came one after another. They officially announced yesterday that they would follow Chen Ronghua, so today they naturally had to discuss together how Xiahe village would develop in the future.
Let's go to the back mountain, Chen Ronghua said.
This time he did not let the few people into his room. His room was too small. Including himself, a group of 6 people squeezed in to discuss things secretly, just like an underground party. But there was no rush to change the house. When he officially became the Lord in the future, he would just build a Lord's mansion. After leaving the village, the few people came to the small hillside in the back mountain.
Looking at the village from a distance, Chen Ronghua stood at the top and asked, "Everyone, do you have any opinions on how we will develop in the future?"
Opinions? Zhu Dapeng scratched his head. Even though someone died in the village last night, he still fell asleep after feeling sad for a while after returning.
Li Heishui's situation was similar to his.
After what happened at home, he spent some time with his wife and children, and just looked forward to the future, and then fell asleep exhausted. Chen Ronghua glanced at the 2 people and looked at Huang Lin and Hosan. As for Huang Taisheng, Chen Ronghua knew that it would be impossible to ask him for advice on the first day he came to the world of gods.
Huang Lin was a little silent today, and I don't know what he was thinking.
Hosan on the side said after a moment of silence, "Sir, our Xiahe village is a subordinate village of Lushuiwen town.
If we want to establish a territory, Lushuiwen town must be our biggest obstacle.
There are only so many resources in this area, and Lushuiwen town will never allow another territory to appear next to it."
Chen Ronghua nodded without interrupting, wanting to hear Hosan's opinion.
Hosan continued, "A few days ago, Zhu Qiong came to the village and issued the Green Water Bay Lord's order, saying that we should pay 100,000 copper coins in taxes this year, and at the same time let me and the other 10 warriors in the village join the Green Water Bay Guard. Later, the village chief stopped us for some reason. It is also strange that after so much time, Green Water Bay Town has not come to trouble us."
He paused slightly. Li Heishui, who didn't know the truth of the matter, also showed doubts. Chen Ronghua glanced at Huang Lin.
Huang Lin understood and said, "Young master, I and Zhu Dapeng went out before, and on the way back, we met Suan from Lushuiwen town. At that time, Suan was seriously injured in the battle with 2 earth warriors from Hongsha town, and he was disrespectful to you, so we secretly killed him. The reason why Lushuiwen town has not taken any action these days is probably because of this matter." Hosan was stunned, then nodded and said, "That's right. Lushuiwen town did not come to our Xiahe village at the first time because of Suan's death. But this matter can be delayed for a while, but it will definitely not be delayed for a lifetime. Young master is now healing the village chief's injuries so that the village chief can exert the strength of an earth warrior.
It should be to deal with the next reaction of Lushuiwen town, right?"
"That's right."
Chen Ronghua nodded.
"This is not appropriate." Hosan hesitated and said, "As far as I know, Lushuiwen town has 3 earth warriors including Lord Zhou Yuanhua, and 100 guards composed of warriors. Generally speaking, it is difficult for warriors to pose a threat to the earth warriors. Even if more than a dozen warriors attack together, the earth warriors can use their speed to play with these warriors in the palm of their hands.
But the guards of Green Water Bay Town may be a little different." Chen Ronghua narrowed his eyes. "How is it different?"
Hosan said in a deep voice, "In the past, the guards of Green Water Bay Town were the same as the guards of Red Sand Town. They practiced in a large square every day. And what they practiced were all skills and practical methods. But 3 years ago, Zhou Yuanhua suddenly transferred all these more than 100 people to a newly built underground practice place for practice, and strictly prohibited everyone from discussing this matter.
No one knows what these people do every day.
But as we all know, there are battle formations in this world. If the Green Water Bay Guards are practicing the art of battle formations, then with these more than 100 warriors, it is not impossible to fight against several Earth warriors.
Chen Ronghua's pupils shrank when he heard this.
Through the book A Brief History of the Continent of Gods, he knew that, as Hosan said, there are indeed battle formations in this world.
The battle formation is powerful.
Even the weakest battle formation, used by 5 or 6 peak warriors, can compete with the warriors of the earth. But if you want to practice the art of battle formation, you must cooperate with the precious exclusive battle formation weapons refined by the sorcerer. General forces simply do not have the financial resources to purchase these exclusive battle formation weapons. If the more than 100 warriors in Lushuiwen town are really practicing the art of battle formation, then his previous arrangement may not work. Young master told us a truth: knowing yourself and the enemy, you will never be in danger in 100 battles. At this time, Hosan continued to say, before we do anything specific, we must first understand the strength of Lushuiwen town.
Of course, the iron must be hard.
No matter how strong Lushuiwen town is, there is one thing we must do in Shaha village, that is, to improve our strength as soon as possible.
Have you said this? Hosan paused and didn't say anything more.
Shaha village is pretty good, and it is outstanding among the nearby villages, but compared with Lushuiwen town, it is far behind. At the same time, after so many years, the strength of Shaha village has not increased significantly. Now if they want to make great progress in a short period of time, it is obviously impossible for Shaha village to do it alone.
Chen Ronghua nodded.
Hosan's words can be summed up in 2 points. The first is to find out the strength of Lushuiwen town first and see how they will deal with Shaha village next. The second is to improve their own strength as soon as possible. This is a very moderate statement, but in the current situation, with the conditions of Shaha village, this is really the only way to do it, and even he can't think of a better way.
After thinking about it, he asked, do you have any good suggestions?
Several people were silent.
Chen Ronghua was a little disappointed.
But no matter what, the news that Lushuiwen town may have a battle formation that he learned from Hosan this time is also very important. Mr. At this time, Huang Lin suddenly spoke after a moment of silence. There is one thing I want to tell you.
Lushuiwen town usually secretly bribes 1 or 2 people in each village to collect information.
I knew about this before, but I didn't pay attention to it. After all, there were no secrets in our Shaha village before. Hearing Huang Lin's words, Chen Ronghua frowned suddenly.
He asked in a deep voice, so, the news that I appeared in Shaha village should have been leaked?
Shaha village is relatively closed, and he didn't have such great power in Shaha village before. Even if he wanted to hide himself, there was no way. So his existence is now likely to have been known by Lushuiwen town. Thinking of this, he immediately became a little alert in his heart. Before he came to Shaha village was honest. As soon as he came to Shaha village began to disobey the transfer order of Lushuiwen town. It is unlikely that Lushuiwen town would not think too much about this matter. Sorry, sir. Huang Lin lowered his head, and then he said after a moment of hesitation, but the news that Lushuiwen town knows about you, young master, should only know that you are a wood sorcerer who once saved my life.
They probably don't know the other news yet. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath.
In this case, there should still be room for recovery.
He thought for a while and said, then do you know who was bribed in your Shaha village?
I know. Huang Lin nodded, and then he looked at the others and said, the person in our Shaha village who was bribed by Lushuiwen town is Geng Zhong.
In addition, please forgive me.
In order to prevent Geng Zhong from leaking the young master's affairs, I sank him into the river next to the village last night without reporting to the young master.
Chen Ronghua was stunned.
As for the others, except Hosan who seemed to have known about it for a long time, even Huang Taisheng looked at him in shock after hearing Huang Lin's words. All of them seemed to have just met Huang Lin. However, after Huang Lin finished speaking, he said nothing and lowered his head, as if he didn't see the expressions of others. Seeing Huang Lin like this, Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed, revealing a bit of contemplation. After a while, he said, you did the right thing in this matter. Although letting Geng Zhong sink into the river will also arouse the vigilance of Lushuiwen town, it is better than leaving him in our village and leaking the village's secrets. Especially about the knocker yesterday, I was a little negligent.
It is indeed better to prevent Lushuiwen town from knowing about this matter. Young master is so complimentary.
Huang Lin spoke calmly, his face was dark, making it difficult to tell what he was thinking. After everyone else heard Chen Ronghua praise Huang Lin, they immediately put their minds at ease. Only Hosan, after seeing Huang Lin actually telling everyone what he did last night, his eyebrows jumped, as if he had seen some of Huang Lin's thoughts.
Gungzhong was a spy bought by Lushwiwen Town in Xiahe Village. It was good, but he was also from Xiahe Village after all. Huang Lin killed him quietly and told him in public. No matter what the reason was, no one else could. Don't think too much. In addition, at this time, Huang Lin pondered for a while and then spoke again. If Lushwiwen Town really has a battle formation as Hosan just said, then our previous plan may be difficult to implement. Got it. In this case, there should be only one way for us to avoid attracting the attention of Greenwater Bay Town before we become stronger. That is to show the enemy weakness first, pretend to hand over 100,000 copper coins, and send people to Lushwiwen Town. After hearing Huang Lin's words, Huang Taisheng couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly shouted, "It's not impossible for us to hand over 100,000 copper coins, but if we send people to Lushwiwen Town, we will go to the battlefield and fight with Hongsha Town." A battle? Who do we send? Shall we send you? I can't. Huang Lin shook his head, but father, you have recovered from your injuries now. You are an earth warrior. One person should be able to represent all of us. You. After Huang Taisheng was stunned for a moment, his eyes almost bulged out of his head. He never thought that Huang Lin, who had been extremely well behaved in front of him before, would actually say such treacherous words. However, after Huang Lin finished speaking, he thought about it carefully and felt that what Huang Lin said seemed to make some sense. As an earth warrior, he can indeed represent the entire Xiahe village when he goes to Greenwater Bay Town, and with his strength, he should not die easily on the battlefield. It was just the truth, but when he thought that it was Huang Lin who said these words, he was still very angry. After taking several deep breaths, he turned to Chen Ronghuan and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but what Huang Lin just said does make some sense. If there is no other way, I will go to Lushwiwen Town on behalf of the rest of the village, and there will be nothing wrong with it." Chen Ronghuan nodded. He had to say that Huang Lin's suggestion was indeed something he had not thought of. If there is really no other way, doing this is indeed a good way to delay time. However, this matter needs to wait a little longer. At this time, he also completely understood what Huang Lin was thinking. First, strive for credit. This is an obvious one. After everyone else went back to sleep last night, Huang Lin got rid of the spies hiding in the village. No matter how you say it, this is a credit. Second, Huang Lin told the matter in front of everyone, which obviously can also mobilize the enthusiasm of others. This is of great significance to their newly formed team. Third, no matter what, Gungzhong was a member of the village. Huang Lin quietly sank him into the river, which would probably make other people feel resentful. But this matter may also be one of Huang Lin's purposes. The team he had just formed were all original members of Xiahe village, and he was the only outsider. He guessed that Huang Lin might be worried that the relationship between them and his group was too good, and that he would become suspicious after the territory was established and stabilized. Thinking of this, Chen Ronghua shook his head. He chose this place under the guidance of the ancient book, and now it seems that the opportunities mentioned in the ancient book may not only refer to the inheritance of the Black Snake, but also the noble reward scrolls. In such a world of lords, meeting talents is obviously an opportunity. In a small and broken village like Xiahe village, it is extremely rare to meet someone like Huang Lin who has never received education but can think of so many subordinates in a short period of time. Then, he looked at Hosan again. After seeing Hosan also look thoughtful, he immediately became more satisfied. This has nearly 5,000 words. It is not divided into CS. Please vote. In addition, this book is really strong in the new book issue. Judging from the results, this book is much better than the previous one. But Sanjiang will be published next week. After Sanjiang, I guess it will be forced to be put on the shelves, because the update is too fast, and the recommended spots may be less than the previous book, thanks to MOU Sure for another 200 coin reward, and Heartsea will for another 500 coin reward. See 76 strong roots. Let's end today's discussion here. Next, Huang Lin and Hosan, you two pay attention to the news in Lushwiwen Town. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ronghua said, if the warriors in Lushwiwen Town are really secretly practicing battle formations, then the two earth warriors in Hongsha Town surrounded Suan, causing Suan's death, and Lushwiwen the town will definitely not give up. What do you mean, master? Huang Lin and Hosan's eyes lit up slightly. Chen Ronghua nodded and said, the conflict between Lushwiwen Town and us is an internal conflict. The contradiction between Lushwiwen Town and Hongsha Town is an external contradiction. If it were me, if I was strong enough, I would definitely resolve the external conflicts first and then the internal conflicts. In other words, Greenwater Bay Town has not given us any trouble for such a long time, most likely because they are looking for an opportunity to fight against Hongsha Town. What we should do next can wait until after the battle between the two territories. Everyone's eyes lit up slightly.
So, they should still have some time to prepare.
There is one last thing.
Chen Ronghua continued, I told Huang Lin and Zhu Dapeng before that if you work with me, I will definitely reward you for your merits and punish you for your mistakes. This time, Huang Lin took credit for uncovering the evildoer in the village. Having said this, Chen Ronghua paused slightly. Huang Linza quickly lowered his head and said, Sir, in this matter, I acted on my own without telling you in advance.
Although I have merit, I also have faults. Let's just balance the merits with the faults.
Chen Ronghua shook his head. In my case, merit is merit, fault is fault, and merit and fault cannot offset each other. Although there was a curse in the human snake corpse I asked you to carry back last time, it also contained the inheritance and power left by the warlock during his lifetime. Obtain its inheritance and you will immediately become a blood warlock, and you will even gain the power left in your body. Based on your achievements this time, it is logically impossible for you to receive such a reward. However, with special treatment in special times, our top priority now is to strengthen ourselves as soon as possible and gain power comparable to Green Water Bay Town. So, I can reward you with this in advance. Sir, Huang Lin's fist suddenly tightened, and he wanted to refuse, but he couldn't say anything. When Chen Ronghua said reward, he didn't care at all. But he never thought that what Chen Ronghua planned to reward him would be so precious. He did not have the qualifications to be a warlock, but Chen Ronghua was actually able to allow him to obtain the qualifications and change his profession to become a warlock. This kind of opportunity is probably something that the descendants of some of the great lords on Baiwu Island who do not have the qualifications to be a warlock would only dream of. At this time, several other people were also shocked. They didn't expect that Chen Ronghua would be so generous. At this time, Chen Ronghua looked at Huang Lin and continued, but after you change your job and become a warlock, no matter what achievements you make in the next few years, I will not give you any rewards.
This can be regarded as a punishment. 1. Are you willing to accept it?
Don't worry, young master. When I change my profession and become a warlock, I will follow the young master with all my heart, serve him in front and behind, and remove all obstacles.
Huang Lin bowed his body and answered sincerely. Okay. Chen Ronghua nodded, waved his hand and said, in that case, today's matters will end here.
Huang Lin will stay for a while, and you all can go back first. Then, under Chen Ronghua's gaze, several others left together. But when they left, several people felt extremely complicated. They had just followed Chen Ronghua. For various reasons, they were extremely loyal to Chen Ronghua. They were also full of yearning for the future because of Chen Ronghua's mystery. But they still didn't expect that in just one day, Huang Lin would get such a precious reward from Chen Ronghua. What level of strength will Huang Lin reach after becoming a warlock? Is it possible to directly reach the second level? Envy, jealousy, this is inevitable. At the same time, this time, their enthusiasm was all aroused, and they were eager to make great achievements immediately. Chen Ronghua just said that special treatment will be given in special times. Now is the early stage of establishing their power. At this time, even if their achievements are not great, they may still receive precious rewards, just like Huang Lin. In the future, it will definitely not be like this again. Huang Lin. After Huang Lin was the only one left in the field, Chen Ronghua recounted the information he had obtained from the ancient book. I didn't tell you just now. After you accept the inheritance of that bloodline warlock, your body will appear in a short time. Characteristics of snakes. Of course, this characteristic will slowly dissipate in the future. Also, that blood warlock inherited the power of the Mongadu Black Emperor snake. The Mongadu Black Emperor snake ranks 7th on the list of strange snakes and is a type of extreme snake. You will only be able to follow the path of the snake and no other path, and you will also lose the ability to reproduce. In addition, after accepting the inheritance, when your strength is strong enough to transform into the mature Mongadu Black Emperor snake, your strength will also reach a bottleneck and you will be unable to make progress throughout your life. So, think about it again. After hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Huang Lin said without any hesitation, Sir, there is no need to think about it. I choose to accept the inheritance. How could he not know at this time that the inheritance he was about to receive was by no means an ordinary inheritance? If he refuses such an inheritance because of various restrictions, he would be a fool. Chen Ronghua nodded, in that case, you should marry a wife as soon as possible and have children. Xu Dapeng and Li Heishui both have wives, but Huang Lin, 28 years old, is a bachelor. Sir, hearing what Chen Ronghua said, Huang Lin, who was extremely decisive before, immediately showed hesitation. At the same time, his dark face also turned red. Seeing Huang Lin's appearance, Chen Ronghua smiled and shook his head and said, I can see the condition of your body. You find a wife first, and when you find a wife, I will help you heal your body. Through the identification technique of ancient books, Chen Ronghua has long known that the reason why Huang Lin is still a bachelor is because he is a eunuch.
Sir, can you really cure me?
Hearing what Chen Ronghua said, Huang Lin was stunned. Even if he behaved maturely before, he was still very excited when it came to this aspect. Even the inheritance of the Mangadu Snake King that Chen Ronghua just mentioned did not make him so excited.
Chen Ronghua smiled and said, if I say yes, then it will definitely work. The inheritance of the Mangadu Snake King snake is too important.
Huang Lin is very loyal to him and it is very difficult for him to betray, but he still wants to keep one more trick.
That is to let Huang Lin leave offspring before he gets the inheritance.
In this way, no matter how powerful Huang Lin is in the future, as long as his offspring is in his territory, it is almost impossible for Huang Lin, who can no longer reproduce, to rebel. So, after sending Huang Lin away, Chen Ronghua practiced for a day, and at night, he summoned Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui. Then, in the name of checking the body, he took out a root strong plus one attribute from each of them.
I didn't set up the bowl last night, there were so few tickets, and I made a bowl with mud in my dream at night.
This time, everyone should be gentle. See 77 Progress. Trends. Huang Lin, who had been single for 28 years, went to Xinhe village to pick up an 18 or 19-year-old girl the day after Chen Ronghua said he would help him recover.
This girl is cute, like the little sister next door.
Chen Ronghua felt extremely incredible when he saw her blushing and following Huang Lin to Xinhe village. Not only Chen Ronghua, but also everyone else in the village had their eyes widened. They all sighed that Huang Lin was really capable.
Sir, her name is Su Qian.
Both her parents were killed by the monster knocking on the door. She has no relatives in Xinhe village. After Huang Lin brought Su Qian over, he briefly mentioned it to Chen Ronghua. Then he acted decisively and quickly, without any unnecessary steps, and got married to Su Qian on the same day.
Of course, Chen Ronghua did not disappoint Huang Lin.
Before Huang Lin entered the bridal chamber, he integrated the attributes obtained from Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui into his body, allowing him to get rid of the embarrassment. The following time was extremely fulfilling for him. In addition to still spending 2 hours every day, giving lessons to the villagers, most of his time was spent practicing soul control and flame control. As for the insect plague that was harming nearby areas, although he already knew the solution, he did not take action immediately. Because once he solves the insect plague, it will be too eye-catching and does not conform to his fundamental strategy of low-key development. Early morning 3 days later.
In a small call in the back mountain of Xinhe village.
Chen Ronghua wandered here early and sat cross-legged on a flat stone. A small sword as long as a palm was suspended in front of his door, glowing with a cold light in the sunlight.
Go!
With a sudden thought, the small sword pierced forward as fast as a spark of fire. When it flew 10 meters away from him, it made another sudden turn. The tip of the sword was slightly raised, as if a civet looked back without any warning. Then the small sword sank down and swam close to the ground, as nimble as a snake. Occasionally it brushed against the earth and stone, and immediately split it into 2 pieces, making it flat and smooth. He asked Huang Taixing to help find this small sword. Of course, after it fell into his hands, he blessed it with more than a dozen sharp attributes and tenacity attributes.
In this way, this thing is already rare among ordinary soldiers.
While practicing his soul control ability, Chen Ronghua moved his mind again and waved his arm forward, and suddenly a large fire appeared from his hand. Like a huge wave, it rose up to 3 or 4 meters high. The huge waves were like a thick wall of flames, pushing forward more than 10 meters with a roar. Wherever the flames passed, the earth was scorched.
He currently doesn't know any secret techniques, and only knows this ordinary way of controlling flames.
But because his flame power has reached the peak of the first level, the power it exerts has become extremely terrifying. When the flames were about to burn out, he retracted his hand, and the remaining flame returned to his hand with a whoosh. Then he slapped it, and it turned into little flames. Soul Control, LV1, Medium, Flame Control, LV1, Medium. Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed as his consciousness fell on the ancient book. This was the result of his hard work for several days. I don't know if it's because he contracted the natural disaster demon flame, but he seems to be very talented in these 2 areas. Sir! Suddenly, a tall figure ran quickly from a distance. It was Zhu Dapeng. With a thought, Chen Ronghua took back the small sword, sheathed it and put it in his pocket. This was a bit troublesome, but in order to prevent him from accidentally hurting himself, he had to do this for the time being. He had tried the storage ring he got from the Misty Valley several times, and knew that even with his peak first-order soul power, he didn't know how long it would take to break its seal.
What's going on?
When Zhu Dapeng came closer, he asked.
Zhu Dapeng and several people in the village knew about his cultivation here.
But he had already said beforehand that there was nothing special, so don't bother him.
Sir, Ho-san has just come back, Xu Dapeng said immediately. Ho-san. Chen Ronghua's heart moved.
After he told Ho-san to pay attention to the movements in Lushuiwen town, Ho-san left Xiaha village. This was the first time Ho-san came back in the past few days.
Come on, come with me and take a look.
After saying this, he quickly walked towards the village with Xu Dapeng.
Meow.
The fat cat following him saw him leaving, and immediately jumped and fell into his arms. Xu Dapeng glanced at the fat cat and wondered what was so good about this cat that it deserved to be valued so much by Chen Ronghua that he would carry it with him wherever he went. But as soon as this thought flashed in his mind, he forgot it again. Chen Ronghua touched the fat cat's smooth fur and accelerated towards the village. But before he could walk back to the village, he saw Ho-san and Huang Taisheng rushing towards him quickly. Sir! When he was still more than 10 meters away from Chen Ronghua, Ho-san said, in the past few days, I have been checking on the road leading to Hongyu village from Lushuiwen town. An hour ago, I saw Zhou Yuanhua, the lord of Lushuiwen town, and Li Jin, the guard commander of Lushuiwen town, leading more than 100 guard warriors from a distance, heading straight for Hongyu village. The warriors in the escort team are all well equipped. In the past few years, they must have really been practicing the art of battle formation secretly.
Chen Ronghua's pupils shrank when he heard this. This is definitely one of the worst news for him.
After thinking for a moment, he said, Come on, let's go to Hongyu village with me. After Suan's death, Hongyu village was occupied by Hongsha town and became a subsidiary village of Hongsha town. At this time, there are a large number of warriors from Hongsha town and Hongyu village. Now the guards of Lushuiwen town are heading to Hongsha town, obviously wanting to recapture Hongyu village and avenge Suan's death. After all, Lushuiwen town now doesn't know that Suan was actually killed by him. Huang Taisheng and others are all dignified. After Chen Ronghua's order was issued, he immediately followed Chen Ronghua and rushed straight to Hongyu village. Because the warrior's strength reached the peak of the apprentice level, Chen Ronghua's speed this time was much faster than last time. It took more than half an hour to reach the destination after walking fast for more than 10 miles.
The battle between the two towns is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is something he absolutely cannot miss.
He must find out the strength and trump cards of the two towns in this battle to see how powerful they are. Only in this way can he have a clear idea of his future development. Kill, die. When they were still some distance away from Hongyu village, they heard the sound of fierce fighting.
Hearing the noise, several people did not dare to approach further.
They hurriedly took a detour and quickly climbed a mountain beside the boundary between Hongyu village and Qingyan village.
The mountain was quite steep.
When they reached the halfway point, they could already see the whole battle in Hongyu village from afar. Recommended bowl of noodles. C78. The strength of the two towns. There is a large lake southwest of Hongyu village, with rippling water and sparkling microwaves. When the shouts of killing continued in the red fish village, the surface of the lake suddenly broke open, revealing a huge red fish head.
Then the water columns rose up.
One of the largest water columns lifted the giant underwater fish 20 or 30 meters high, and then transformed into a throne of water, causing the red scales all over its body to flash, and the majestic giant red carp floated across the water.
Lying on it,
the huge red carp lying on the water column swayed its tail, opened its ink-colored eyes as big as a bowl, and spit out bubbles from time to time while watching the battle in the red fish village with great interest. Around it, there are 30 or 40 water columns climbing up. These water columns are smaller. But on every water column, there is also a 1 or 2 meter long red carp jumping, looking towards the red fish village along with the red carp king.
At the same time,
Chen Ronghua and others were also standing on the hillside of the mountain next to Qingyan village, looking towards Hongyu village from a distance. Seeing this, they all looked shocked. The battle in red fish village seems to have just begun. But the intensity of the battle was far beyond their imagination. There are more than 100 warriors in Lushuiwen town, all wearing helmets and armor, uniformly dressed, shining brightly in the sun. All of them, all in a team of 5. A total of 23 teams were formed. These 23 teams, like 23 chariots, shuttle through the battlefield, dividing the originally neat teams in Hongsha town. But the most important thing is the fighting style of these 23 teams. The 5 men in each of their teams had green lights flashing on their breastplates. As the light flashed, whenever an attack fell on any one of them, a circle of green water-like ripples would spread out and neutralize the attack. In addition to the breastplates, their shoes and arms also had similar green flashes. With these green flashes, each of them moves much faster than they should. When attacking, the attack power is also increased a lot. In this way, the warriors of Hongsha town are no match for Green Water Bay town. Just after the fight, a large number of warriors from Hongsha town died in the field because they were not used to such a battle. Chen Ronghwa's eyes fell on the shining equipment of those warriors, and with a thought, he used the identification technique of the ancient book. First level water wave battle array equipment. A complete set of water wave battle array equipment consists of 5 breastplates, 5 wrist guards, and 5 pairs of shoes. It is used by 5 warriors of the same level. After becoming proficient, it can exert the power of a warrior of a higher level. 5 of the breastplates carry secret patterns that can condense the energy and blood of 5 people, activate the water microwave technique, and resist the attacks of high-level warriors. 5 wrist guards, carrying secret patterns, can activate the magic green water power blessing to make the attack stronger. 5 pairs of shoes, carrying secret patterns, can stimulate the magic flow of water and increase the wearer's speed. Speed, strength, defense. Chen Ronghua took a slight breath and was shocked by the generosity of Green Water Bay Town. The weapons and secret treasures used by warlocks are all divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and best. He scanned the field one by one and found that there were only 2 teams of warriors from Green Water Bay Town, wearing the best battle array equipment. The 4 teams were wearing top-grade battle array equipment. The remaining warriors wore mid to low-grade battle array equipment. However, if we look at the value of these 23 sets of battle array equipment, it would cost tens of millions of copper coins to buy them. At the same time, they are still expensive but not marketable. Huang Lao, if you encounter such a battle formation combination, can you handle it? After watching for a moment, Chen Ronghua asked. A battle formation composed of ordinary warriors is of no use to me. Huang Taisheng thought for a while and said, those 4 battle formations composed of all latest-stage warriors in the warrior realm, if they are divided into 2, they should be able to deal with me for a while. As for the 2 battle formations composed entirely of warriors at the peak of the warrior realm, one alone could probably be on par with me, or even slightly better than me. It's not impossible. If a warrior doesn't take action, it's hard to see his strength. But because those warriors were fighting, Huang Taishang was also able to judge the strength of those warriors in Green Water Bay Town. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath. Although they were standing far away at this time, they could still clearly see the huge role that the 4 battle formations, all composed of latest-stage warriors in the warrior realm, played in the field. A battle formation composed of 5 warriors at the late stage of the warrior realm can defeat 3 or 4 peak warriors at the red sand formation. And he has the upper hand with ease. These 4 teams are like rhinos wearing helmets and armor, crossing the battlefield, and no one can stop them. As for the 2 teams, which were all probably composed of warriors at the peak of the warrior realm, they were confronting 2 gorgeously robed warriors from Hongsha Town and had not yet made a move. But Chen Ronghua could guess it just by guessing. Those 2 warriors in gorgeous robes were probably the 2 earth warriors from Hongsha Town whose voices he had only heard last time, Wu Jia and Xie Chuntong. In addition to these people in Green Water Bay Town, there were 2 other people standing quietly at the entrance of Red Fish Village. These 2 people. A man in a white robe, leaning forward slightly, with a handsome face, is Zhou Yuanhua, the lord of Green Water Bay Town. Zhou Yuanhua looks young, but in fact, he is nearly 50 years old. Zhou Yuanhua, Earth Warrior, Middle Stage 2, Water Warlock, Early Stage 2, Lord of Green Water Bay Town Age, 47 Warrior Qualification, 2, originally 1, enhanced to 2 later, Warlock Qualification, 2, originally none, acquired later. After identifying Zhou Yuanhua's attributes, Chen Ronghua frowned. Before, everyone told him that Zhou Yuanhua was just an early stage warlock in the Transcendent Realm, but now it seems that Zhou Yuanhua has been promoted to a mid-level warlock in the Transcendent Realm at some point. Then, he looked at the man next to Zhou Yuanhua. Legion, Earth Warrior, Early Stage, Leader of the Green Water Bay Town Guard. Warrior Qualification, 2. At this time, Zhou Yuanhua and Legion did not take action, but stood at the entrance of the village, quietly watching the battlefield in the distance. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronhua's eyes were solemn. In addition to the battle formation warriors of the Green Water Bay Town Guard, the combat power of the entire Green Water Bay Town is equivalent to 5 or 6 Earth Warriors. And this does not count Zhou Yuanhua, a mid-term Earth Warrior. Is it okay? Just then, a strange voice suddenly spread throughout the field, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Zhou Yuanhua raised his eyebrows, but did not reply. And the Green Water Bay Town Guard, because there was no order from Zhou Yuanhua, had no intention of stopping. Ha! After a few breaths, after 2 more warriors from Hongsha Town died, the battlefield covered with blood suddenly moved. Then the ground of this battlefield turned into a red sandland with a radius of more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Begging for food, thanks to I love sheep for the reward. C-79 murder suddenly, more than 100 meters of red sand on the ground suddenly violated gravity and flew up, making the battlefield seem like it had fallen into the kingdom of sand. The red sand grains immediately rotated rapidly after flying up. Some are condensed together like ropes. Some are pieced together like blades. When the red sand in the sky was spinning, it enveloped all the warriors in Green Water Bay Town, and even the warriors in Red Sand Town. But when these grains of sand attacked, they only targeted the warriors of Green Water Bay Town. They will not invade the warriors of Hongsha Town at all.
Ah! Miserable howls sounded from the Red Sand Kingdom.
Those low-level warriors, even if they were protected by battle array equipment, had their defenses broken in an instant when they were attacked by the red sand. The ropes of sand and the blades of sand flew by, and those warriors felt as if they were being tortured, and they died on the spot one by one. Seeing this scene, Huang Taisheng, Hosan, and others all felt cold in their hearts.
The warriors in Green Water Bay Town are not just those who form battle formations.
The warriors who formed the battle formation were all core members of the Green Water Bay Town Guards. In addition to these warriors, warriors from the villages affiliated with Lushwiwen Town who came to support also filled the battlefield. After these warriors were swept away by the wild sand, except for the warriors at the lower level and above, all other warriors were instantly scraped away by the red sand, and even their bones were crushed into dregs and fell to the ground. If the people from Shaha village had followed Lushwiwen Town's instructions and came here to help out, their fate would probably not be much better. Almost instantly, there were 20 or 30 dead warriors in the field. This is the powerful cultivator crushing the low-level cultivators. Dark red sand, formed by the second-level advanced sand control technique. Chen Ronghua glanced around and learned the true appearance of these red sands from ancient books. The lord of Hongsha Town is named Han Bai, who is a sand warlock. He hasn't discovered Han Bai's figure yet, but he can know how powerful Han Bai is just by using this technique of controlling sand with his hands. Buzz! After Han Bai used the sand control technique to kill 20 or 30 warriors, he suddenly condensed a large amount of red sand into a 3 to 4 meter long sand spear. The spear buzzed and flew dozens of meters away, arriving in front of a battle formation composed of latest-stage warriors in the warrior realm. Boom! At this time, Li Jin, the guard commander of Lushwiwen Town beside Zhou Yuanhua, finally took action. He stepped forward, also crossing tens of meters. He held a big knife and used his strength to chop Huashan Mountain. He struck down with one blow and smashed the sand spear into red sand all over the sky. This group of warriors at the late stage of the warrior realm was saved from disaster. Hoo! Boom! After Li Jin took action, the remaining red sand in the sky became more and more urgent. At this time, the warriors in Hongsha Town took the opportunity to retreat outside the scope of Hongsha.
The warriors in Green Water Bay Town also received the retreat command and quickly retreated.
However, due to the obstruction of red sand, their retreat speed was much slower than that of the warriors in Red Sand Town. Even during this period, another team composed of warriors in the middle stage of the warrior realm, and several warriors in the late stage of the warrior realm, were brutally massacred by the sand control technique. And just when most of the warriors had withdrawn from the range of the red sand, after rotating to a certain extent, suddenly formed 7 or 8 salon rolls more than 10 meters high around Li Jin. Li Jin wielded his sword and charged wildly, as if he wanted to get out of the red sand. But at this time, a large amount of red sand gathered around him, as if trying to keep him inside. Especially after the 7 or 8 salon rolls were formed, they focused on him and gathered towards him, trying to wrap him up.
Zhou Yuanhua, who was in the distance, still did not take action.
He stood calmly in the distance, as if he was looking for a fighter plane, or trying to find Han Bai's true body in the red sand. Whoops! At this time, with the howling wind, 7 or 8 salon volumes approached Li Jin in an instant. Around him, Todoroki merged, locking him inside. The fine red sand on the inner wall of the salon roll roared, and each sand was as fast as lightning, wrapping tightly around Li Jin's body and scraping away. It seemed as if it was wiping away his flesh and bones. Li Jin swung his sword, and the blood around his body surged, and he danced the sword so hard that water couldn't get into it. It's just that although he has superb swordsmanship, his cultivation and strength are still far behind Han Bai. After just holding on for a few breaths, his body was already a bloody mess. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Yuanhua, who had been watching the battle, seemed to have finally found an opportunity and finally took action. As soon as his body moved, he rushed into the red sand in the sky. Then he slashed out with his sword, and the sword's blade stirred. After cutting a path in the rolling red sand, he moved his hand and took out a dozen dark green beads from nowhere, and threw them to a place in the red sand. After doing this, he turned around and made another false slash with his sword. With a groan, he split the huge tornado of sand that wrapped Li Jin from the outside inward. As the sword fell, the huge sand tornado that soared 20 to 30 meters into the sky was instantly shattered. Li Jin, who followed him inside, didn't say a word, even dropped the sword in his hand, and rushed out of the red sand. As for Zhou Yuanhua, he withdrew from the Hongsha area early. Boom! At this moment, the dark green beads that Zhou Yuanhua had just thrown into the red sand suddenly exploded one after another like underwater mines, setting off a huge wave in the red sand. At this moment, countless red sands were blown apart. Even the earth was dug up with deep pits. Green Water Elemental Thunder, a one-time second-level low-grade secret treasure, with special secret patterns, accumulating spiritual energy, and can cause a huge explosion in the gap. Shenronghua identified the properties of those dark green beads. Plop! On the battlefield, Li Jin ran a little slower and was lifted up by the aftermath of the explosion. He flew dozens of meters in the air before landing. After landing, he struggled several times before standing up. Seeing this scene, Shenronghua was awed. Ordinary warriors, using battle array weapons, can exert the strength of earth warriors. And second-level practitioners can crush ordinary warriors. Especially high-level second-level practitioners, such as Zhou Yuanhua and Han Bai. Zhou Yuanhua's sneak attack with a one-time secret treasure is better. In terms of real combat power, it is estimated that he can only fight against 3 or 4 beginner-level earth warriors. As for Han Bai, this person's own strength is probably stronger than Zhou Yuanhua. Shenronghua held his breath. Now he is not only weak in his own strength, but also in the strength of his subordinates. Let alone competing with the 2 territories of Green Water Bay Town and Red Sand Town. Even if he wants to survive between them, he is probably not qualified. I wonder what level of strength Huang Lin will reach after accepting the inheritance of the Black Snake. Shenronghua thought secretly after looking at Huang Lin next to him. This is what he is most looking forward to at the moment. In a few days, Huang Lin has almost completed the great cause of reproducing offspring. Next, it is time for Huang Lin to accept the inheritance. But now it seems that if Huang Lin can only become an ordinary second-level cultivator, or not even a second-level cultivator, he may have to wait a long time to establish a territory. But if Huang Lin accepts the inheritance of the Black Snake and obtains its residual power, his strength can be comparable to Zhou Yuanhua, then he can do a lot more next time. Battle Array Weapon, Green Water Elemental Thunder, Zhou Yuanhua, I really underestimated you. Suddenly, just as Shenronghua was thinking this, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Then Shenronghua saw that the red sand in the battlefield was whistling towards the center, and it actually gathered into 2 sand wings with one person as the center. Then the huge red sand wings, flapping, carried the man to a height of dozens of meters. Seeing this scene, many people held their breath. Han Bai appeared. And he could actually fly. Only Shenronghua, after seeing Han Bai appear, his eyes flashed. Han Bai, Red Sand Warlock in the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm, late stage of the second stage. Lord of Red Sand Town. Warlock qualification, 3 status, severely injured. Although Han Bai appeared to be extremely strong at this time, he was actually seriously injured. After identifying Han Bai, Shenronghua also identified the huge sand wings that held up Han Bai. Red Sand Phantom Wings, a second-level advanced secret technique that can carry people to fly, and can also condense the spiritual energy of sand to assist in attack, as well as raise sandstorms to attack enemies. At this time, while Han Bai was flapping the red sand wings, he looked at Zhou Yuanhua below coldly and said angrily, "But since you want to fight to the death, then today, I will fulfill your wish, so what?" As he finished speaking, a red sand spear condensed in front of him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of red sand spears were formed. The spearheads pointed directly at the Green Water Bay Town warriors below, including Zhou Yuanhua. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the Green Water Bay Town all shrank, and then quickly scattered in all directions. This also included Li Jin, who had just struggled to get up. Because those red sand spears, 7 or 8 of them were aimed at him. He was more frightened than the others. Han Bai wanted a decisive battle, and he would definitely not let him go. After sensing the crisis, he immediately took a strong breath, circulated his blood, and quickly moved away from the battlefield. At the same time, because the warriors of Hongsha Town, especially the 2 Earth warriors of Hongsha Town, also glanced at him vaguely at this time, he was frightened and even dared not turn his head, and ran out of the scope of Hongyu village. He was seriously injured before, and staying in the field could only wait for death. In addition, Lushuiwen Town was extremely short of people in this incident, so he was not worried that Zhou Yuanhua would trouble him afterwards. At this time, Shenronhua's eyes flashed after identifying the red sand spears in front of Han Bai with ancient books. "Let's go!" Suddenly, he moved, waved his hand to greet everyone and rushed down the mountain. "Master, where are we going?" Huang Taisheng and others were all puzzled. "Kill people." Chen Ronghua said in a deep voice. Li Jin is seriously injured, Zhou Yuanhua is in a stalemate with Han Bai, now is our best chance to get rid of Li Jin.
Except Zhou Yuanhua, Li Jin, the Earth Warrior, is the only one left in Lushuiwen Town. The guards of Lushuiwen Town are indeed powerful.
But it takes 10 warriors in the late stage of the warrior realm to form 2 battle formations, or 5 warriors at the peak of the warrior realm to form a battle formation to fight against an Earth Warrior.
In terms of mobility, it is definitely worse than a real Earth Warrior.
In addition, Xiaha Village is a subordinate village of Lushuiwen Town, and Chen Ronghua wants to develop Xiaha Village, so there is a natural conflict between the two. Therefore, removing Li Jin is absolutely of great significance to him.
Once he removes Li Jin, only Zhou Yuanhua, the polished commander, will be left in Lushuiwen Town.
Upon hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Huang Taisheng and others' eyes lit up.
This matter is not difficult to understand. If Chen Ronghua can think of it, they can naturally think of it too.
It's just that they were all shocked by the battle in Red Fish Village just now, so they didn't think of this. The group of people quickly rushed down the mountain. At the same time, Chen Ronghua glanced in the direction of the battlefield.
Red Sand Phantom Spear, a second-level high-level secret technique.
It has the power of a second-level secret technique, but has no power.
It can only deal with some low-level practitioners.
However, if the caster is willing to spend a certain amount of life force, this technique can be transformed into a truly powerful attack. At this time, Han Bai was obviously pretending.
It's just unclear whether Zhou Yuanhua can be frightened.
As far as Chen Ronghua's own interests are concerned, he still hopes that Han Bai can be stronger. Otherwise, once Han Bai is destroyed by Zhou Yuanhua, then the surrounding areas will be unified by Green Water Bay Town, and it will definitely not be so easy for him to take advantage of the situation to rise. However, after this battle, it can be seen that both Zhou Yuanhua and Han Bai are considered scheming people, and neither of them is easy to deal with. With this thought in mind, the group of people quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain.
It's also a coincidence.
The direction in which Li Jin escaped was also towards them. After descending the mountain, the group did not continue forward, but stood by the roadside and waited. Not long after, Li Jin's figure appeared in front of them. Kill! Seeing Li Jin, Chen Ronghua immediately waves decisively without any intention of communicating with Li Jin. Whoosh! As Chen Ronghua finished speaking, Huang Taisheng rushed out immediately. With one step, he was 20 or 30 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Jin, raised his fist and struck out. Li Jin obviously recognized Huang Taisheng. When he saw Huang Taisheng taking action against him, he immediately shouted. But after he opened his mouth, he found that the words he said had strangely disappeared. In the distance, after Chen Ronghua sealed away Li Jin's loud shout, he stood quietly and did not step forward.
Li Jin, early Earth Warrior status, deeply injured, this is Li Jin's current attribute. Boom!
Immediately afterwards, Huang Taisheng, who was at the peak of his strength, faced Li Jin, who was deeply injured and in a panic, and could not even speak. With just a few moves, he punched Li Jin in the chest and beat him.
Die on the spot.
This person's death was definitely more aggrieved than that of Suan, and he was no less willing to give in.
Master?
After beating Li Jin to death, Huang Taisheng immediately turned his head and asked Chen Ronghua what he would do next. Li Jin, dead. After re-evaluating Li Jin's attributes and knowing that Li Jin was not pretending to be dead, Chen Ronghua said, take his body and let's go. After killing Li Jin, it is obvious that he cannot stay here for long. The 4,000 words cis not divided into CS.
It is just the 2 CS in the morning. I will continue to ask for recommendation votes. This time, a book friend from QQ Bookstore gave me a Deodating. I don't know if it will be useful. See 80 arrangements meow just then, the fat cat suddenly came running from a distance.
It jumped lightly, and it was more than 10 meters away. This cat, seeing the fat cat, Huang Taisheng and others were surprised. Before, they felt that Chen Ronghua treated the fat cat too well, but because of the special ability of the fat cat, they did not realize the extraordinariness of the fat cat. Until now, when the fat cat came from afar, they realized that the fat cat was definitely not an ordinary cat. At the same time, they also found out at this time that Chen Ronghua had let the cat out without knowing when.
It's a demon.
The salted fish that you lost in Xiaha village before were eaten by it. Chen Ronghua explained lightly. The few people around him were all worthy of his trust, and there was no need to continue to hide it. Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, everyone showed incredible expressions. Before this, no one thought that the demon that had entangled them for so long would actually be a cat in the village. Then they looked at each other and all smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Chen Ronghua, they didn't know how long they would be deceived by this fat cat who was good at hiding itself.
Meow. After approaching, the fat cat jumped into Chen Ronghwa's arms.
Then it glanced at Huang Taisheng and the others, curled its lips, and showed a bit of disdain. These idiots, if their master didn't tell them, they would never know that it was a powerful demon in their lifetime.
Humph!
Chen Ronghua ignored the arrogant fat cat.
He asked in a deep voice, "You came back so soon, is the battle in Hanyu village over?"
When he took Huang Taisheng and others down the mountain to kill Li Jin, he didn't take the fat cat with him, but left the fat cat there to help monitor the battle in Hanyu village.
Meow. The fat cat kept calling. Through the demon contract, Chen Ronghua could roughly understand its voice.
After a moment, he raised his eyebrows and translated Fat Cat's words. Zhou Yuanhua and Han Bai have reached some kind of agreement and have ceased fighting.
But it is still unknown what the two will do next. Let's go back to the village first.
As he spoke, he immediately took Huang Taisheng and others and rushed to Xiahe village along the way they came. While on the road, he released the power of his soul, spreading it out and blowing like the wind. He covered up all the footprints that the few people had stepped on along the way.
He did not start doing this now.
In fact, he had already done it when he just came down from the mountain. At the same time, he also used the power of his soul to activate the sealing power of the ancient book, sealing the breath of the few people, including Li Jin.
Huang Taisheng, how dare you?
Of course, because there is only one sealed page in the ancient book, when he sealed the breath of the few people, he had to release the loud shout of Li Jin that he had just sealed. However, he chose to release Li Jin's voice in his stomach. Because he was already an apprentice-level peak warrior, his body was condensed and his voice was difficult to spread, so Li Jin's voice was distorted when it came out. And the size was just like an ordinary person's voice, and it couldn't be spread far at all. But even so, after hearing Li Jin's voice, Huang Taisheng and others were also shocked. Don't worry, the reason why Li Jin couldn't make a sound just now was because his voice was eaten by me.
Chen Ronghua explained lightly. Eaten? Can the sound be eaten? Hearing this, several people looked at each other. Chen Ronghua's method felt even more incredible.
Half an hour later, the group finally returned to Xiahe village. Of course, this time, several people still went around the village from the back mountain and were not noticed by others. Standing in a small valley in the back mountain, Chen Ronghua said, "Ho-san, this time your information was very timely and you did a good job."
Ho-san said calmly, "This is just a small matter. It can be done by someone else."
Chen Ronghua nodded. "I said, follow me, and you will be rewarded if you have merit.
Let me teach you how to awaken the blood of a warlock now. Different warlocks have different awakening methods.
You have the blood of the earth war ape, and you can speed up the awakening of your blood by fighting continuously. In addition, if you can get the blood of ape demons and apply it on yourself, the awakening speed can be faster." Ho-san's awakening method was learned by Chen Ronghua through ancient books a long time ago. Speaking out at this time is to hope that Ho-san's strength can be strengthened. According to the knowledge he got from ancient books, warlocks with the blood of the earth war ape are very compatible with the way of martial arts. The combination of the two can make cultivation extremely fast.
Ho-san is now a peak warrior in the warrior realm.
Once he awakens the blood of the earth war ape, he will most likely become an earth warrior in a short period of time. If Ho-san can also become an earth warrior, together with Huang Taisheng and Huang Lin, who is about to receive the inheritance of the black snake, the power under his command can be considered to have taken shape.
Thank you for your guidance, young master.
Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Ho-san immediately knelt on one knee on the ground, showing an extremely excited look.
He was extremely eager to increase his strength.
With his qualifications, without the help of genius treasures, it would take him several years to become a warrior of the earth.
Now, Chen Ronghua pointed out another clear path for him.
Chen Ronghua shook his head and said, "You get up first. Next, you practice while continuing to pay attention to the movements of Green Water Bay." After arranging Ho-san, Chen Ronghua glanced at the others and said, "Old Huang, put down Li Jin's body first, and I will deal with it later. And Huang-san, you should go back to accompany your wife as soon as possible. It shouldn't take long before I let you accept the inheritance. After accepting the inheritance, you may not be able to accompany her for a while." After Huang Lin accepted the inheritance, his body would show the characteristics of a snake in a short period of time. Chen Ronghua guessed that this characteristic is likely to be the same as the body of the black snake, with snake scales growing all over the body. In this way, Huang Lin naturally couldn't accompany his wife in a short time.
Otherwise, people would be scared to death.
"Yes, sir."
Huang Lin immediately agreed, feeling a little excited. Chen Ronghua nodded, and then waved his hand, letting everyone go. After everyone dispersed, he took a deep breath.
He had instructed others on their cultivation paths. As for his own cultivation path, he would naturally make plans. It was just that he had just broken through to the peak of the first level, and it was not realistic to advance to the second level in a short period of time. So his idea was to revive the dormant natural disaster magic flame first, and then try whether he could have the strength of a second level cultivator when he was at the first level. Then he would find a way to officially break through to the second level. As for how to revive the natural disaster magic flame, he already had a plan. But this matter would have to wait a few more days, until Huang Lin accepted the inheritance. If he wanted to revive the natural disaster magic flame, he still needed Huang Lin's help. The bowl was always stolen, and the tickets were less. Hey, this time I'll just dig a hole in the ground. Thanks to the two book friends Amoyuesher and Jin Xiangane for their 500 coin reward, as well as the book friends Aifeifei1 and Sishanwawa for their rewards. See 81 Three great gods watching the battle between Greenwater Bay Town and Red Sand Town. Shenronghua was under great pressure. He spent most of the next day practicing hard and thinking about how to develop in the future so that he can grab a piece of his own territory between the two territories of Greenwater Bay Town and Red Sand Town. Because of the power of faith, there is a natural contradiction between all territories. As long as he wants to become a lord, he will definitely make enemies with other territories. Battle array weapons may be a good idea. Shenronghua looked at the blazing flame burning in his palm and suddenly thought, battle array weapons are made by warlocks. He is now a warlock, and he has ancient books, so he may try to make battle array weapons himself. At the same time, he also has the ability of his left hand. After refining the battle array weapons, he can even add new attributes to it to make it more powerful. However, compared with Greenwater Bay Town, he lacks the power of his subordinates. There are only a dozen warriors in Xiaha village. Except for Zhu Dupeng, Li Heishui, and others, among the remaining warriors, there are 6 warriors in the middle stage of the warrior realm, and the rest are all warriors in the early stage of the warrior realm. Therefore, even if he really refines the battle array weapons, with the strength of Xiaha village, it is difficult to exert the power of the Greenwater Bay Town Guard. As for competing with the Earth Warriors, it is even more impossible to think about it. Suddenly, Shenronghua shook his head in annoyance and threw the hot flame in his hand. As soon as the flame was thrown out, it exploded and became a group of fireworks like fireworks. He has an ancient book and consumes soul power. In fact, he can deduce some soul secrets and fire secrets suitable for him, but so far, he has not done so. Deducing these requires the consumption of soul power. After raising the level of soul control to the first level middle, he even stopped continuing to practice soul control. Now he only concentrates on improving the level of fire control. Practicing fire control also requires the consumption of soul power, but it is much smaller. As a fire sorcerer, especially under the effect of the natural calamity magic flame, his fire affinity +1, making fire like his own arm. And all the soul power he saved was used by him to activate the ancient book to find out where there was a fire spirit in the mountain dozens of miles away. He needed to use the fire spirit to revive the natural calamity magic flame. As for how to collect the fire spirit after finding out where there was one, he didn't need to worry about it. After Huang Lin accepted the inheritance of the black snake, his body would change into a snake in a short time. In this way, Huang Lin was naturally not suitable to stay in the village. In this way, it would be the most suitable for him to help him collect fire spirits while adapting to his own strength. Time passed. 2 days later. At Huang Tiexing's home. Su Qian, age 19. It has been 5 hours since conception. It can conceive a boy and a girl, and give birth after 10 months. Shenronghua glanced at Su Qian, who poured water for him, turned to Huang Lin and smiled. Congratulations, 1 boy and 1 girl. At this moment, he was once again amazed by the power of the ancient book. It was only 5 hours after conception that it was checked. Thank you, sir. Huang Lin stood up immediately after hearing this, his face full of excitement. Shenronghua shook his head and smiled. Okay, don't thank me, go and stay with your wife. Okay. Huang Lin did not refuse, and thought about it and said, Sir, I will find you later. Well. Shenronghua nodded and drank a sip of hot water. Huang Lin's so-called late visit naturally refers to receiving the inheritance. Sir. Just then, Hosan suddenly walked in. After coming in, he immediately said to Shenronghua, I just saw that Zhu Qiong, the fire magician from Lushuiwen town, came to our village. He will be there in about 10 minutes. Is he finally here? Shenronghua raised his eyebrows. Huang Taisheng, who was standing by, became restless after hearing this. He looked at Shenronghua and said, Sir, what should we do later? Shenronghua glanced at Huang Taisheng and shook his head, saying, Don't be nervous, Mr. Huang. Shu Qiong's coming here is a good thing for us. Good thing? Huang Taisheng was stunned.
He didn't know how the arrival of someone from Lushuiwen could be a good thing.
Chen Ronghua said, Lushuiwen Town sent Zhu Qiong here instead of Zhou Yuanhua coming here in person, or sending the Lushuiwen Town's guard team here, which proves that there is still room for maneuver in this matter.
Wait a minute, go meet Zhu Qiong and see what he says. But remember not to mention me. If Zhu Qiong asks, just say that I'm not here and don't know where I went. Then if you are hesitant about something, find an excuse and say that you want to discuss it with the villagers, and come to ask me. Chen Ronghua instructed Huang Taishan while drinking water. In fact, he had guessed in advance that there was a 70% to 80% chance that Lushuiwen Town would only send Zhu Qiong this time. This time, Lushuiwen Town and Hongsha Town fought and showed their strong strength, but they also suffered heavy losses. The death of Suan and Li Jin because of him alone was a fatal blow to Lushuiwen Town. So at this time, it was not appropriate for Lushuiwen Town to start a war again. Okay, then I'll go see Zhu Qiong now. Huang Taisheng gritted his teeth, nodded, stood up, said goodbye to Chen Ronghua, and walked out. After Huang Taisheng left, Chen Ronghua shook his head and thought to himself, it took more than 2 days to come. It seems that this time, Green Water Bay Town is really hurt. In the past 2 days, Ho-san asked for information. He already knew that the current Red Fish Village has fallen into the hands of Green Water Bay Town again. As for the Bronze Vein next to Red Fish Village, it is still jointly developed by the two towns. Bronze Vein, thinking of the Bronze Vein, Chen Ronghua's heart was a little hot. There are 3 kinds of currency in this world, namely copper, silver, and gold. In every territory, there will be at least one of the 3 major temples, the Bronze Temple, the Silver Temple, and the Gold Temple. The 3 major temples belong to the god of bronze, the god of silver, and the god of gold respectively. The 3 currencies are also issued by the 3 gods. Therefore, in addition to the normal circulation of these 3 currencies, they can also be exchanged for some important resources from the 3 major temples. The 3 mineral veins that originally existed in the world of gods can be directly exchanged for corresponding coins in the 3 major temples after being mined. However, for Chen Ronghua now, it is still too early to think about the bronze vein. Soon after Huang Taisheng arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw Zhu Qiong, who was rushing here in a dusty manner. Zhu Qiong was still dressed in the flame robe.
When he saw Huang Taisheng from a distance, he immediately bowed and smiled, "Brother Huang, I come to congratulate you."
This remark made Huang Taisheng confused. I don't know why I am happy. Huang Lin got married for several days.
With Zhu Qiong's identity, even if he congratulated, he should not show such a happy expression. Please vote for the first C, the next will be at 12 o'clock, thanks to Moyuesher and Taozi Baby is the most handsome for the 500 coins reward. C82 opportunities. Zhu Qiong is only a few years younger than Huang Taisheng. But Huang Taisheng looks much older than Zhu Qiong because of his previous injuries.
He looked at Zhu Qiong and frowned. Brother Zhu, I wonder why you are so happy? Where do you get so happy?
Zhu Qiong smiled and said, Brother Huang, you broke through to the Earth Warrior realm 10 years ago, and I don't know how many people envy you. But later, because of your serious injuries, you became quiet. Our Lord has always kept your injuries in mind and wanted to find a way to treat you. Not long ago, he finally found a magical medicine that can treat your hidden injuries. Now, as long as you go to Green Water Bay Town with me, you can recover from your injuries immediately. After saying that, Zhu Qiong looked at Huang Taisheng's expression. It seemed that he wanted to see how surprised Huang Taisheng was and how grateful he was. But what surprised him was that after he finished speaking, Huang Taisheng did not show such an expression as he expected. Really, Zhu Qiong shook his head secretly. He had dealt with Huang Taisheng several times, so he knew that Huang Taisheng had low emotional intelligence. But he didn't expect that Huang Taisheng's emotional intelligence was so low. Why, Brother Huang, you don't intend to accept the Lord's kindness, do you? Thinking of this, he slowly said, 10 years ago, the Lord invited you to join Green Water Bay Town, but you refused. Not long ago, you promised Xiahe Village that you would send people to Green Water Bay Town to help Green Water Bay Town fight with Hongsha Town, but you broke the promise. The Lord did not intend to pursue these. But the Lord values you so much, Brother Huang, do you really want to refuse the Lord's kindness again? To be honest, the Lord has really taken great pains for your injury. This, Huang Taisheng was speechless. And, Zhu Qiong continued, if I'm not mistaken, with your injuries, you should die in the next 2 years. You are already like this, what are you hesitating about? I admit that the Lord invited you to Green Water Bay Town this time, and he really wants you to join Green Water Bay Town again, but is there any loss for you? After hearing what Zhu Qiong said, Huang Taisheng really didn't know how to answer. In the end, he had to follow Chen Ronghua's instructions before and said, Brother Zhu, please wait for a moment. I still need to discuss this matter with the people in our village.
You, okay? Zhu Qiong said with a look of disappointment, then I'll wait for you here for a while. But no matter what, I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible, a good answer.
As early as 10 years ago, I have been looking forward to working with you, brother.
Huang Taisheng nodded, then turned around and left in a hurry.
After Huang Taisheng left, Zhu Qiong did not go anywhere else, but waited under the big tree at the entrance of the village. What surprised him was that although people in the village looked at him from time to time, he did not see the figure of Geng Zhong, who was secretly bribed by him, among these people.
I don't know where this waste has gone. He was secretly angry.
This time, Xiahe village broke its promise and did not send people to Lushuiwen town as agreed.
He wanted to find out the reason through Geng Zhong.
But he waited and waited, but Geng Zhong did not come to report. Now he came to Xiahe village, and Geng Zhong did not show up, which really made him lose patience with Geng Zhong. Sir, Zhu Qiong just said. At the same time, Huang Taisheng returned to his residence in Suchenronghua, and immediately relayed all of Zhu Qiong's words.
You said that Lushuiwen town got the elixir that can treat your injuries?
Hearing his words, Chen Ronghua was suddenly surprised.
Ho San and Huan Lin on the side also showed surprise. Yes. Huang Taisheng nodded. This is interesting. Chen Ronghua smiled slightly and continued to ask, also, you just said that 10 years ago, after you broke through and became a warrior of the earth, Lushuiwen town invited you, but you didn't agree?
That's right.
Huang Taisheng nodded again, and then thought about it and said, but the man in black who attacked me should not be from Lushuiwen town, right? There is no such person in Lushuiwen town. And if Lushuiwen town really wants to deal with me, they can just kill me directly. Kill you? Chen Ronghua shook his head. Why would they kill you? You are a warrior of the earth. If they kill you, it would be a waste.
How could they use a strange poison to torture you for 10 years, making you desperate and dying, and then take out the antidote to help you recover and make you grateful? As for the fact that there is no such person in Lushuiwen town, if this is really Zhou Yuanhua's method, then it is too easy for him to make a warrior of the earth hide in the dark. At this point, Chen Ronghua paused. Then he looked at Huang Taisheng and the others and said, of course, this is just my guess. But such a guess, combined with their claim that they found an antidote to treat your injuries, is almost certain.
Huang Lao, you are infected with a mixed poison of a different species. This mixed poison can only be cured with a specific antidote.
After Chen Ronghua finished speaking, everyone in the field was shocked. If Chen Ronghua hadn't analyzed it this way, they would never have thought that Zhou Yuanhua was so scheming and so vicious. In order to subdue Huang Taisheng, he actually set a trap for a full 10 years. During these 10 years, Huang Taisheng was exhausted both physically and mentally. Then, 10 years later, he took out the antidote, making Huang Taisheng grateful and subduing him as a lifesaver.
Snap!
Suddenly, Huang Taisheng's fist tightened, and a sound of air explosion came out of thin air. Chen Ronghua glanced at Huang Taisheng, pondered for a while, and said again, also, if I am not mistaken, they will ask you to go to Lushuiwen town this time, most likely to remove your poison. But it is very likely that when you are detoxified, some residues will be left, or other poisons will be given, so that you have to take the antidote from them every once in a while. For all this, they can also find excuses, such as telling you that you have been poisoned for too long and cannot be completely removed at once, etc., so that you have nothing to say and can't think of these at all. They did it on purpose. And in this way, they can firmly control you in their hands.
Hearing Chen Ronghua's analysis, several people were shocked. This possibility is not impossible.
It is even very likely, as Chen Ronghua said.
Young master, then I won't go this time? Huang Taisheng said.
At this time, he was entangled in his heart.
If he didn't go to Lushuiwen town, then Xiahe village would probably face Lushuiwen town Heeden soon. Not going? Why not? Chen Ronghua smiled. Mr. Huang, don't you know my methods? I was able to help you get rid of your poison before, and they gave you other poisons. Can't I help you get rid of them? There is no strong man in Lushuiwen town now.
If my guess is correct, once you go there, once they think they have completely controlled you, they will most likely let you serve as the leader of the Lushuiwen town guard.
And this is an important opportunity for us. Please recommend, the next will be at 6 p.m. C83 drilling a nail, sir, we understand. Huang Taisheng took a deep breath. I will go to Lushuiwen town with Zhu Qiong in a moment. It's good that you understand.
Chen Ronghua nodded, but you have to remember, when you get to Lushuiwen town, do whatever Zhou Yuanhua asks you to do, and don't do anything else, so as not to alert the enemy.
Then I just stay there and do nothing? Huang Taisheng was puzzled. Of course it's not to do nothing.
Chen Ronghua shook his head and said, Your biggest role there is to get rid of the Greenwater Bay Town escort team at the appropriate time.
However, I am asking you to deal with them, not to kill people. When the time comes, I will let you know.
At that time, you only need to remove one person from each team of the Greenwater Bay Town guards, or take away the battle array equipment from them. In this process, if you can't help but kill people, don't kill people. If, as he speculated, Huang Taisheng would be entrusted with important tasks when he arrived in Lushuiwen Town. At that time, as Huang Taisheng, he would be able to form a battle formation and break up the Greenwater Bay Town guards who could fight against the Earth Warriors.
However, there are more than 100 warriors in Lushuiwen Town.
It would be a pity if all of these warriors were destroyed by Huang Taisheng.
Chen Ronghua is currently extremely short of people.
Anyone who has the possibility of being subdued will have his eyes glow green when he looks over. So if possible, he naturally did not want all the hundreds of warriors in Lushuiwen Town to be wiped out by Huang Taisheng.
Yes, sir. Huang Taisheng nodded.
But he didn't know what Chen Ronghua could do to go deep into Lushuiwen Town to inform him. However, Chen Ronghua did not explain this. Sir. At this time, after Chen Ronghua finished speaking, Hosan suddenly said, "Let me go with the village chief this time. Only when I go there can Lushuiwen Town really feel at ease and not pay too much attention to Xiaha village.
If I don't go there, I'm afraid they won't completely trust Xiaha village. Are you going there too?"
Chen Ronghua glanced at Hosan, looking a bit thoughtful. At the age of 18, Hosan has reached the peak of the warrior realm. Such a talent will definitely attract the attention of Greenwater Bay Town. Even after Huang Taisheng went to Lushuiwen Town would probably continue to pay attention to Xiaha village and Hosan, just in case something unexpected happens when he breaks through and becomes an Earth Warrior.
Yes.
Hosan nodded, and there are many warriors of the same level as me in Greenwater Bay Town. If I want to awaken the Earth War 8 bloodline, I need to go through a lot of battles. In Xiaha village, I had no opponents suitable for a long-term battle with me, but when I arrived in Lushuiwen Town, I no longer had to worry about this.
That's okay too.
Chen Ronghua shook his head and smiled, knowing what Hosan was thinking. At the same time, in comparison, Hosan's scheming was much deeper than Huang Taisheng's. If it was just Huang Taisheng who went there by himself, he would still be a little worried that Huang Taisheng would be exposed, but with Hosan here, he could feel more at ease. After thinking about it, he said, "In that case, you should go find Zhu Qiong now and follow him to Lushuiwen Town immediately. Lest he stay in our village for a long time and find out anything." "Sir, it's my poison." At this moment, Huang Taisheng suddenly realized.
The prerequisite for him to go to Greenwater Bay Town is that he is still highly poisonous.
But the poison in his body had been pulled out by Chen Ronghua not long ago. After looking at Huang Taisheng who looked troubled, Chen Ronghua clapped his hand, landed it on Huang Taisheng, and said with a smile, "Isn't your poison still in your body?"
"No," Huang Taisheng wanted to refute.
But as soon as he said the words, he felt that the poison that Chen Ronghua had just pulled out of his body some time ago had all lurked into his body with Chen Ronghua's move. And these poisons seemed to have certain characteristics. In a short period of time, they returned to their previous lurking positions. It felt like he was back to his previous state of near death.
And in fact, it is the same.
The poison that Chen Ronghua pulled out from Huang Taisheng's body has a strange property, that is, it can absorb the energy from the host's body and gradually grow. It was because this poison had been latent in Huang Taisheng's body for 10 years and had reached its limit, so Huang Taisheng felt that he was not going to die soon. Now as this extreme poison entered his body again, he suddenly felt this feeling again. However, because this poison was grown by absorbing the energy from his body, it is very suitable for him. If Chen Ronghua wanted to integrate this poison into other people's bodies, he definitely couldn't integrate it all at once.
"Okay, you can go now."
After doing this, Chen Ronghua said calmly.
"Yes, sir," Huang Taisheng said solemnly.
He was much older than Chen Ronghua, but at this moment, when he took a peek at Chen Ronghua, he was deeply moved by the words "God's grace is like the sea, and God's power is like prison." Others, at this moment, naturally roughly guessed what Chen Ronghua had just done. After guessing it, they all had similar thoughts in their minds.
Warlock, it's not like they haven't seen it before.
But this was really the first time for them to meet such a mysterious warlock like Chen Ronghua. However, when they thought about the fact that they would establish a territory with Chen Ronghua in the future, they were in awe and secretly looking forward to it. It is naturally much better to follow a strong man than a weak man. At the same time, Hosan and Huang Taisheng stood up together, bowed to Chen Ronghua and said goodbye, then turned and left. After the two left, Chen Ronghua also stood up and walked out of the house. Then he looked at the backs of the two people leaving, thinking in his heart, I wonder if the 2 nails he had driven into Lushuiwen town can play the role he expected.
At the entrance of Xiahe village. Brother Huang, what's the matter, have you made a decision?
Seeing Huang Taisheng return, Zhu Qiong immediately greeted him with a smile on his face.
Huang Taisheng nodded, I will go to Lushuiwen town with you, and Ho-san will also go with me. Is that okay?
Of course, why not?
Zhu Qiong laughed and said, I think if the Lord knew that Ho-san and Brother Huang were going to our town, he would be very happy. In that case, let's set off now.
Ho-san interrupted at this time. We just finished a funeral in Xiahe village not long ago, so this time, I will not invite you, Lord Zhu, to our Xiahe village.
Funeral? What's going on?
Zhu Qiong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Ho-san shook his head and said, it was the knocking ghost in Xiahe village. A few days ago, that ghost thing came to our village for some reason. The Zhaotian family and Geng Zhong in our village were all robbed. It was also because of this incident that I realized that I was not strong enough and wanted to go to Lushuiwen town to seek further opportunities. In a few words, he pushed away the matter of Geng Zhong's death. At the same time, he also explained why he changed his mind. Zhu Qiong's face turned ugly when he heard this. He then knew why Geng Zhong had not informed him of the news for such a long time.
If Ho-san only mentioned that Geng Zhong was dead, he would definitely be suspicious.
But a whole family died together, so he had nothing to doubt. And he didn't expect Ho-san to lie. After all, this matter can be found out as long as you ask. Then several people walked towards the direction of Lushuiwen town together. When several people walked a few hundred meters away, Chen Ronghua half showed his figure from behind a house in the village.
He is a good lobbyist.
He looked at Zhu Qiong's back and felt a little sorry.
It's a pity that Zhu Qiong is not his subordinate. The next will be at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, thanks to Feng Jin Ru Huali Gu for the 500 coin reward. C84 inheritance. Chen Ronghua turned around and left only after the backs of Huang Taisheng and the others disappeared. In fact, if Zhu Qiong hadn't come, Chen Ronghua had originally planned to let Huang Taisheng go to Lushuiwen town. But in that case, it would be hard to explain how Huang Taisheng's injury healed. And he would definitely not let Lushuiwen town pay too much attention.
Now, Lushuiwen town took the initiative to invite Huang Taisheng, so it was naturally different.
Everyone.
Soon after Huang Taisheng left Xiahe village, Huang Lin gathered everyone in the village. He stood in front of the crowd and said, my father and Ho-san went to Lushuiwen town for some reason. I will also leave the village temporarily for a while. If you have any questions, you can find Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui. The villagers' faces changed slightly when they heard this.
Huang Lin, what's going on? Why did the village chief and Ho-san leave? Yes, will they come back in the future? And you, what are you going to do? Everyone was talking and asked Huang Lin.
Because of the existence of demons in this world, if there is no strong person in the village, there may be danger of destruction at any time. In addition, Huang Taisheng and Ho-san are good to them. They are all wondering whether Huang Taisheng and Ho-san have to go there under the threat of Lushuiwen town. Thinking of this, they are all a little sad and angry. Although many people know that going to Lushuiwen town is actually a good thing for Huang Taisheng and Ho-san.
Don't worry.
Huang Lin naturally knows what these people are thinking.
He smiled and said, I will be back soon.
In addition, Zhu Dapeng has also broken through to the peak of the warrior realm.
What else do you have to worry about? Moreover, although my father and Ho-san have left the village, I will also leave for a while, but Master Chen will not leave. With Master here, everyone can be completely safe.
When the villagers heard Huang Lin say that Chen Ronghua would not leave, they breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Ronghua now has a very high prestige in the hearts of the villagers, and is even not inferior to Huang Taisheng. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Huang Lin's eyes flashed and he said, but the young master has done a great favor to our village.
During the time I am away, if young Master Chen has any instructions, I hope everyone must obey them. When Huang Lin finished speaking, everyone immediately agreed, don't worry, Huang Lin, if young Master Chen has any instructions, we will naturally do our best to help. Huang Lin nodded, and then explained a few more words before letting everyone disperse. After everyone left, he went to Chen Ronghua's residence with Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui. At this time, Chen Ronghua was standing in the yard, teasing the fat cat with a salted fish that had many delicious attributes. The fat cat has been getting fatter and fatter these days because he has been eating more and more. But it is more comfortable to rub such a fat ball. In addition, Chen Ronghua knew through the appraisal that these guys were extremely healthy and were getting closer and closer to becoming a first-level peak demon, so he no longer paid attention to them. Seeing Huang Lin, Zhu Dapeng, and Li Heishui coming together, Chen Ronghua threw the salted fish in his hand far away like teasing a dog. Seeing the fat cat running out like flying, jumping up, and holding it in his mouth,
he smiled, turned around and asked, "Is everything settled?"
"Settled," Huang Lin said respectfully. Chen Ronghua nodded, "Then go to the house and carry out the body of the black snake. Remember to be respectful like last time, and don't move anything that shouldn't be moved."
"Yes." After receiving the order, Huang Lin immediately walked into Chen Ronghua's yard, opened the door, walked into his house, and carried out the body of the black snake inside.
It was noon at this time.
The body of the black snake, especially the snake scales on his body, immediately showed a cold light when exposed to the sun. Chen Ronghua glanced at the body of the black snake, and his expectations grew stronger.
He didn't know how strong Huang Lin would be after accepting the inheritance of the black snake.
Then, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he slightly quickened his pace, led the way to his house, and walked towards the back mountain. He walked 2 or 3 miles. He stopped only when he came to a small valley that he had found in advance.
"This is it."
Then Chen Ronghua turned to Huang Lin and said, "Put down the body of the black snake first, then dig a pit here and bury him." In this world, burial does not require burial in a coffin. But it does not mean that there are no coffins in this world.
It's just that coffins are generally only used by nobles.
Huang Lin agreed, put down the body of the black snake, and rolled up his sleeves. With his late warrior cultivation, it is not difficult for him to dig a pit with his hands. Seeing this, Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui on the side rolled up their sleeves and said, "Young master, let's help too."
"You don't have to."
Chen Ronghua shook his head, "This is Huang Lin's inheritance, it's not good for you to help. He has already taken Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui as guards, and both of them are very loyal, so he will naturally find a way to improve their strength in the future."
"But the inheritance of the black snake is not suitable for them."
Both of them are a little puzzled, but Chen Ronghua doesn't let them do it, so they can only obey. Without the help of the 2 people, it didn't take Huang Lin long to dig a big hole in the ground.
That's it.
After the pit was formed, Chen Ronghua asked Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui to take a few steps back with him, and then said to Huang Lin, "You can bury the black snake now."
Huang Lin walked to Black Snake's body and kowtowed respectfully.
Then he held Black Snake's body and buried him in the tomb. As the Lus quickly buried it, the body of the black snake disappeared after a while. At the same time, there was also a not very big grave bag on the ground. Buzz! Just when Huang Lin was finishing this, there was a shock in the tomb, and then suddenly a dark, illusory snake shadow rushed out of the tomb, facing Huang Lin's eyebrows, and got in.
"Master!"
Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui were both shocked. At this time, the grave that had just been filled by Huang Lin had been broken open. But there was no body of the black snake inside.
"It's like it never existed." "Don't worry, Huang Lin will be fine." Chen Ronghua waved his hand.
When the illusory snake shadow rushed out, he had already used the identification technique of the ancient book on it immediately. Mangadu Black Emperor Snake Heritage Snake Shadow. Mangadu Black Emperor Snake is the ultimate snake. At the same time, there can only be one Mangadu snake, Black Emperor Snake, or one of its successors in the world. When a new Mangadu Black Emperor Snake or its successor is born, the body of the previous Mangadu Black Emperor Snake or its successor will also completely disappear.
Thinking of Snake Shadow's message, Chen Ronghua took a deep breath.
At this moment, he was eager to know how strong Huang Lin would be after he woke up, and whether he could fight against Zhou Yuanhua, or even Han Bai. But after thinking about it, he still didn't waste his soul power and got the answer in advance through ancient books. First update, please vote, next Cat 12, noon. Thanks to the Shandong brothers on September 9th for the 500 coin reward, and also to the book friends 201809122320086003 for the reward C85 Earth Calamity Mother Insect, Poisonous Shadow, Huang Lin, accepting the inheritance of Mangadu Black Emperor Snake. When receiving the inheritance, you need to sit quietly for 7 days without interruption. After using ancient books to assess Huang Lin's condition at this time, Chen Ronghua turned to Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui and said, "For the next 7 days, you two will stay here together.
Don't let anyone disturb Huang Lin.
This will be very harmful to him." Important. "Yes, sir." Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui both felt shocked. Then Chen Ronghua glanced at Huang Lin a few more times, then turned and left.
Huang Lin accepted the inheritance and had to sit in meditation for 7 days.
He had already learned this through ancient books when he first discovered the Black Snake inheritance. After leaving here, Chen Ronghua returned home directly.
Huang Taisheng and Hosan went to Lushuiwen town. Huang Lin was receiving the inheritance. Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui were also there.
All their subordinates had arranged to go out. Now that he was alone, he would naturally not run around. In the following time, in addition to continuing to give lessons to the villagers and Huang Shashan every day, he spent every day teasing the fat cats and semi-petrified river crabs, and practicing the art of controlling fire. Of course, he did not forget to do so. He took 3 minutes every day to touch the noble reward scroll with his left hand and find out the high-level ghost energy of the seal scroll. At the same time, Green Water Bay Town. After Huang Taisheng and Hosan arrived, Zhou Yuanhua immediately arranged a grand welcome ceremony for them. After the welcome ceremony, Zhou Yuanhua showed his eagerness for talents and said sincerely, "Mr. Huang and Hosan, thank you very much for coming to Lushuiwen Town to help me this time. We just had a battle with Hongsha Town, and the town suffered heavy losses. I won't hide it from you either. 2 of my capable men, Suan and Li Jin, were both killed in a sneak attack by people from Hongsha Town. Now that you are here, I have some confidence in my heart. Otherwise, I won't know how to run Lushuiwen Town in the future." Huang Taisheng did not speak when he heard this, but looked at Hosan aside. He knew what he was capable of and was afraid that his secret would be revealed when he spoke. So after arriving in Green Water Bay Town, he could almost never speak without speaking. Fortunately, Zhou Yuanhua knew him somewhat and was not angry when he saw him like this. Hosan heard this and said respectfully to Zhou Yuanhua, "Lord, don't worry, the village chief and I will definitely do our best to do things for Lushuiwen Town when we come here this time. It's just that my strength is low, so I'm afraid I won't be able to help. So in the next period of time, I wonder if your lord will allow me to compete with other warriors in the town on a regular basis?" Zhou Yuanhua smiled when he heard this and said, "This is a good thing to promote together. If you, Hosan, want to find someone to compare with, you can choose from all the warriors at the peak of the warrior realm in our town." "Thank you very much, Lord. Hosan quickly bowed to thank him. Then he hesitated and said, "The other thing is, our village chief's body, ha." Zhou Yuanhua laughed again when he heard this. "Don't worry, I already knew that you would be anxious about this matter, so I have the elixir that can cure Mr. Huang." After he finished speaking, he turned his hand, and a bright white medicine bottle appeared in his hand. He then handed the medicine bottle to Huang Taisheng and said, "Mr. Huang, I will leave this medicine to you. In addition, I have asked someone to pack up your accommodation in advance. After returning to your residence, you can use this medicine to heal your injuries. There's just one thing I must inform Mr. Huang in advance. When I got this bottle of elixir, the pharmacist told me that after all, Mr. Huang, you have been seriously injured for 10 years, and you may not be able to completely cure your injury with this bottle of elixir in one go. But since Mr. Huang has agreed to join us in Lushuiwen Town, even if your injury cannot be completely cured this time, I will continue to find ways for you in the future until your hidden injury is completely cured." When Huang Taisheng heard this, he immediately glanced at Hosan. At the same time, Hosan also glanced at Huang Taisheng. Obviously, Chen Ronghua's previous analysis resurfaced in their minds again. Zhou Yuanhua actually planned to use this to completely control Huang Taisheng. However, because Chen Ronghua had warned him beforehand, Huang Taisheng did not show much abnormality after being prepared. He said, "Lord, don't worry, I will be satisfied if I can get this bottle of elixir and cure the injury to a certain extent." "That's good." Zhou Yuanhua smiled and followed, "It's just that I guess you probably have no intention of eating anymore. In that case, I'll let someone take you down to rest first." As he spoke, he called 2 guards and asked them to take Huang Taisheng and the others down. After the 2 of them left and he dispersed all the others, a figure shrouded in a cloak suddenly came out from behind him. "How about it? There is nothing wrong with the poison in Huang Taisheng's body, right?" Hearing the movement, Zhou Yuanhua asked. The cloaked man respectfully replied, "Don't worry, Lord, I have just observed it secretly, and there is absolutely no problem with the poison in his body." "That's good." Zhou Yuanhua nodded when he heard this, but then, the temperature on his body suddenly dropped a few points. "But when you went out before, did you find anything?" Hearing this, the cloaked man said, "I tracked Li Jin's aura before and found that when his aura reached the vicinity of Qingyan village, it completely disappeared. And where his breath disappeared, there was no other breath, nor any trace left. Obviously, these things have been wiped out. Who is secretly against me? First it was Suan, and then it was Li Jin? What about the next one? Are they going to attack me directly?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuanhua grabbed the armrest of the chair and exerted a little force. Then with a snap, the armrest was broken into 2 pieces by him. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't have the feeling of spring breeze when facing Huang Taisheng and Hosancher before. The cloaked man behind him asked, "Master, is it really not Hongsha Town?" Zhou Yuanhua shook his head, "Definitely not. Han Bai has good talent, but he doesn't have such ability. And, Wu Jie in Hongsha Town is my man. He can't and dare not betray me. Through him, I can also be sure that this matter is mostly unrelated to Hongsha Town." Wu Jie was one of the 2 Earth Warriors in Hongsha Town who besieged Suwon before. The siege of Suwon was simply a play by Zhou Yuanhua. But he never thought that Suwon would disappear in the play he made. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "You continue to investigate this matter secretly. And you should also pay attention to the sorcerer in Xiaha village that Zhu Qiong mentioned before.
See if this matter is related to him. I don't have much time to pay attention to these next.
The Earth Disaster Mother Worm should be born soon.
When the Earth Disaster Mother Worm is born, my strength will be greatly increased. By then, Hongsha Town will become my possession."
The black shadow slowly retreated, and only a faint voice came. "Master, don't worry, doing will never let you down, please, thanks to I'm hungry."
For the 2,000 coin reward, and the book Friend Love Faith A1 for another reward.
See 86 methods to become stronger. You are still too weak. In Xiaha village, Chen Ronghua stood in his own courtyard and rubbed his eyebrows. It was the second day since Huang Taisheng and Hosan went to Lushuiwen Town.
They went to Lushuiwen Town. Logically, Lushuiwen Town would not pay attention to Xiaha village.
But Chen Ronghua thought that the news of his existence might have been known by Lushuiwen Town, so he had to make the worst plan in his heart. Meow the fat cat appeared at his feet at some point, stretched out its little claws, and pulled his trouser legs.
Chen Ronghua glanced at the fat cat and said unhappily, "You guy, are you hungry again?" The fat cat nodded quickly.
This guy is so fat now that his neck can hardly be seen. Speechless, he walked into the house, and not long after, he used his left hand's ability to get this guy a delicious and cheap salted fish. During this process, the fat cat followed his footsteps from beginning to end. A pair of eyes stared at the salted fish in his hand, revealing a salivating expression. Whoosh! Chen Ronghua had no choice but to walk out of the house. He threw the salted fish and it flew out.
Meow the fat cat didn't care about being angry.
He opened his mouth and called out, and then rushed out quickly. It grabbed the salted fish in midair, and then after landing, it swallowed the salted fish into its stomach in a few bites. Burpit burped immediately and turned to look at Chen Ronghua again. "You foodie," Chen Ronghua waved his hand speechlessly, "go patrol quickly when you are full. I tell you, this matter is very important.
It is related to the lives of our master and servant, do you know?"
Meow the fat cat called out in confusion. But in the end, he followed Chen Ronghua's instructions and ran away reluctantly.
Its mission is to patrol all abnormalities and suspicious people who may sneak into Xiaha village secretly.
If Lushuiwen Town came to Xiaha village to investigate, they would not need to do much, just catch a random person and ask him about his experience in treating Huang Tiesheng's injuries. Then, whether it was Chen Ronghua or Huang Taisheng and Hosan in Lushuiwen Town, they would not have any doubts and would definitely be immediately cleaned up by Lushuiwen Town. Guide me to the method that takes the shortest time and is not dangerous, and can have a second-level combat power. After Fat Cat left, Chen Ronghua stood in the courtyard, thought about it, and issued an order to Gushu. When this order was issued, he did not use his soul power, but used half of the 100 energy points accumulated by Guamshu during this period. As he became a formal warlock and advanced to the peak of the first level, Gushu can now accumulate more than 10 energy points every day. Gushu can use the energy accumulated by Gushu to replenish his consumed soul power, or refine it and transform it into his own cultivation. However, these two functions are far less important than accumulating it and using it as a trump card. For example, at certain critical moments, deduce some important things. Or seal those things that are beyond his ability to seal with his real strength. At this time, he used half of the energy of the ancient book because even if he consumed all his soul power, it would be difficult to deduce the answer to this matter. The reason why he did not deduce until now was because he felt that he must always retain a large amount of energy from the ancient book to protect himself. After all, the sealing ability of the ancient book is definitely a huge killer at certain times. At this time, the 50 points of energy left in the ancient book can be used to seal an attack of an ordinary second-level cultivator silently. After a while, as a large amount of energy was consumed, a line of handwriting quickly appeared on the ancient book. You can try to integrate the vitality of yellow heart cabbage attribute and the gathering spirit attribute in your hand into the colorful flowers and trees. After integrating these attributes, the colorful flowers and trees will become mutated colorful spirit trees. After the mutated colorful spirit trees bloom, they have a strong temptation to the wood spirit butterfly. The wood spirit butterfly is a kind of demon butterfly that can brew spirit honey. Especially when it uses the mutated 7-color spiritual wood flower to brew spiritual honey, it will transform into a 7-color spiritual butterfly. After the transformation, it will be able to brew 7-color spiritual honey with the 7-color spiritual wood flower. For the life that eats 7-color spiritual honey for the first time, if it cooperates with the 7-color spiritual butterfly's innate secret technique, its cultivation will be greatly improved. If you can get the favor of the 7-color spiritual butterfly, maybe you can let it brew honey for Fat Cat to taste. When Shen Ronghua saw the handwriting on the ancient book, he opened his mouth immediately. He never thought that he would use nearly 100 points of energy and finally get such an answer. In terms of danger, if he follows the guidance of the ancient book, there will be almost no danger. But, is it really useful to do this? Even though the ancient book has always been very reliable, when he got this answer, he still doubted it. After all, Fat Cat is only in the late stage of the first stage, not even as good as him. It is a breakthrough. Can it directly break through to the second stage? But after hesitating for a while, Shen Ronghua walked to the fence in his yard and to the dead branch of the colorful flower tree. Regardless of whether the guidance in the ancient book was wrong, he was going to give it a try. Because if the guidance of the ancient book is wrong, it is better for him to know it now than to know it later. Thinking of this, he took another step forward and touched the dead branch of the colorful flower tree in front of him with his left hand. In fact, the dead branch of the colorful flower tree at this time is no longer worthy of the name. Because of the secret efforts of the wood spirit demon butterfly, this dead branch has now grown several new branches, and even the whole branch has grown 4 or 5 centimeters higher. In a moment, Shen Ronghua followed the guidance of the ancient book and integrated 12 points of the vitality of the yellow heart cabbage and the remaining 3 points of the gathering spirit attribute he took from the blood tea tree last time into the colorful flower tree. Mutated colorful spirit tree, the vitality of the yellow heart cabbage plus 12, gathering spirit plus 3. It has strong vitality and can gather spiritual energy around it, which is beneficial to cultivation. The colorful flowers blooming from this tree are loved by insects such as butterflies and bees. Some special demons similar to the wood spirit demon butterfly can extract colorful honey from the colorful flowers. Colorful honey can assist cultivation. In addition, the mutated colorful tree will enter a state of rapid growth when the dead tree revival technique is performed. When it was over, Shen Ronghua used the ancient book to identify the original colorful flowers and trees again, and immediately found that their properties had changed greatly. Rapid growth state? How fast can it grow in a rapid growth state? Shen Ronghua's eyes lit up. Although the wood spirit demon butterfly is very timid, it seems that this colorful flower and tree is so tempting to it that it will sneak here every morning and work hard for its great cause. Pudding bowls, the first will be at 7 a.m. tomorrow, thanks to Moisher for another 1,000 coins reward, and the book friend Moon on the tree for the reward C87 martial arts aptitude. Little snake a day pass like this. Except for coming back once in a while to ask Shen Ronghua for some salted fish, Fat Cat patrolled outside at other times, but he didn't find anything from beginning to end. At night, he stood on the branch of a big tree at the entrance of the village, looking at the few lights in the village, shaking his orange-yellow hair, as if he was a little cold. After a while, he suddenly jumped to a high place and looked towards Shen Ronghua's house. At this glance, he immediately saw that Shen Ronghua was sitting on the roof of the house, facing the direction where he was, meditating with his eyes closed. Humph, this bastard master, I thought he went to sleep in the quilt. Seeing that Shen Ronghua didn't care about him, Fat Cat's heart immediately warmed up. He even felt that it didn't matter if he stayed here for a few days and nights. The next day, the sun shone, and Shen Ronghua opened his eyes from the roof. With a glance, he immediately saw the bluish-white wood spirit demon butterfly, which had flown from nowhere and landed on the mutated 7-color spirit wood. At the same time, it was still vibrating its 2 pairs of wings tirelessly as in the past, and sprinkled bluish-white light from between the 2 pairs of wings, landing on the 7-color spirit wood. As the bluish-white light fell, the 7-color spirit wood actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though there was a distance between them, Shen Ronghua could feel that at this moment, the 3 points of spirit-gathering attributes that he had previously integrated into the 7-color spirit wood were playing a huge role. A steady stream of spiritual energy was swarming towards the mutated 7-color spirit wood. The mutated 7-color spirit wood in a state of rapid growth, because the wood spirit demon butterfly performed the deadwood revival technique on it, and because you integrated the spirit-gathering attribute into it, the interior of the 7-color spirit wood, in a short period of time, derived a first-level, top-grade spirit-gathering and nourishing wood array that could exist for a short time. Under the effect of the first-grade superb spirit-gathering and nourishing wood formation, the mutated 7-color spirit wood began to grow rapidly. After identifying the state of the 7-color spirit wood at this time, Shen Ronghua suddenly realized. He knew why the mutated 7-color spirit would change like this. After understanding the situation, he did not disturb the wood spirit butterfly, but just watched quietly. The wood spirit butterfly also found that Chen Ronghua had woken up at this time. However, it seemed that the mutated seven-color spirit wood was too tempting to it, so that this time, after hesitating for a while, it did not flap its wings and fly away. Time passed. About half an hour later, the seven-color spirit wood grew a little taller. It looked like it was already 1.5 meters tall. And a few new branches had sprouted from it. And each new branch was green and vigorous, with a few emerald green leaves swaying in the wind. But there were still no flower buds on these new branches, which made Chen Ronghua a little disappointed. At this time, the wood spirit demon butterfly, which had been flapping its wings for so long, was finally exhausted. It stood on the colorful spirit tree and looked at Chen Ronghua for a few times. After seeing that Chen Ronghua really didn't seem to hurt it, it lay on the branch to rest. I thought you would never get tired for your great cause. Seeing this, Chen Ronghua smiled, jumped down from the roof. The wood spirit demon butterfly was startled, and only lay down again after seeing that Chen Ronghua had no intention of approaching it. After getting down from the roof, Chen Ronghua casually got some food, and then practiced the tiger refining heart fist twice in the yard to stretch his muscles. At the same time, he also tried to see if he could break through and become a formal warrior. He took out 1 point of martial arts qualification from Suan and Li Jin's bodies twice. He tried to add it to himself, but after adding 1 point, it reached the limit. But even so, his current martial arts qualification has reached 3 points from 2 points. Reached the level comparable to Ho San and Huang Xiaoshan. In this way, with his martial arts apprentice level peak cultivation, it will definitely not take too long for him to break through and become a formal martial artist. In the meantime, Fat Cat came back again and asked for 2 salted fish from Chen Ronghua. 1 salted fish was eaten by it on the spot. The other salted fish was left behind by it, as if it was going to eat it when it was hungry. When it came back, it naturally saw the mutated seven-colored spiritual wood with huge changes and the wood spirit demon butterfly. But this time, it ignored the wood spirit demon butterfly. At the same time, a few miles away from Xiahe village, a figure covered in a cloak looked in the direction of Xiahe village from a distance for a few times, then suddenly squatted down and put his hands on the ground. Immediately, a small snake with a green body and extremely flexible body, which was only as thick as chopsticks, came out from his sleeves. After the small snake came out, the cloaked man immediately sat cross-legged. Then he squeezed a drop of blood from the pores of his fingers, tapped his forehead, stretched out his hand to seal for a moment, and then pressed his bloody hand on the little snake in front of him. Go, help me listen to whether the sorcerer who stayed in Xiahe village has any secrets and what he wants to do? The cloaked man murmured. As he finished speaking, the little snake immediately swam along the grass and quickly towards Xiahe village. The cloaked man was Du Ying, a subordinate of Zhou Yuanhua, the lord of Green Water Bay Town. His body is somewhat special, so it is not suitable to show his true face to others. So when he could not go to Xiahe village to inquire about the news openly, and did not know what Chen Ronghua's specific cultivation level was, he would naturally not sneak in rashly. So, he chose to use the secret technique, with the help of the little snake he raised that was not easy to be noticed, to learn the news through the daily communication of the villagers in Xiahe village. The secret technique he used could use the green little snake to transmit the sound it heard to himself. At the entrance of Xiahe village, the fat cat held the salted fish in its mouth and flew up the big tree at the entrance of the village. Then it put the salted fish on the branch in front of it, while patrolling from time to time, and occasionally sticking out its tongue to lick the salted fish. Whoosh! But at this moment, as a gust of wind blew, the salted fish it put on the branch was suddenly blown down by the wind. Meow! The fat cat cried angrily and jumped down from the tree again. Prepare to pick up the fallen salted fish again. Suck! But before it landed, or even before the salted fish landed, it saw a small green snake under the tree that came from nowhere. When it saw the salted fish about to fall on it, it suddenly raised its head, opened its blood-red snake mouth, and swallowed the salted fish in one gulp. The salted fish was definitely bigger than the small green snake. But after the small snake swallowed the salted fish in one gulp, its abdomen only bulged slightly, and then returned to normal. Meow! Seeing this scene, the fat cat's hair exploded after landing. Put the bowl, be civilized, don't kick. The next sis at 12 noon, thanks to Zaoxioazig Killer for another 500 coin reward. C88 eliminate suspicion this bastard dared to steal my food. The fat cat stared at the green snake, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. This is intolerable. Hiss at the same time, seeing that the fat cat dared to block in front of him, the green snake raised its head, and the snake tongue swallowed and spit out a hint of threat. As the little snake raised its head, a sense of crisis suddenly emerged in the fat cat's heart. No! It was only then that it slowly realized that the little snake in front of it was probably not simple. At least, it was a demon like itself.
Demon? The master asked me to pay attention to abnormal phenomena.
Now in broad daylight, there is actually a demon trying to sneak into the village.
Is it an abnormal phenomenon?
Suddenly, the fat cat's expression changed. Then it ignored the little snake and turned around and ran away like lightning.
It was going to complain.
However, it only ran a few steps, and suddenly realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly slowed down its pace.
It should be just an ordinary cat.
Under the tree, the little green snake had a little doubt in its heart when it saw the fat cat moving so fast. But as the fat cat slowed down and the fat cat's magic skill ordinary was activated, the doubt in its heart soon disappeared. As for the secret technique that Doing used on it, it could only make Doing hear some things through it, but could not see them. In addition, Doing could only give the little snake some guidance.
Is there a demon at the entrance of the village?
In a moment, when the fat cat rushed back to Chen Ronghua's residence and told Chen Ronghua about the matter, Chen Ronghua's face changed immediately.
He did not think of going to Green Water Bay Town at the first time.
But no matter what, a demon came to the entrance of the village, which was a threat to him. Thinking about it, he said, "Come on, come with me to take a look."
Meow. The fat cat nodded quickly, and then jumped into Chen Ronghua's arms.
If Chen Ronghua had not instructed it in advance not to act rashly when encountering unusual things, it would have torn the stinky snake to pieces if it dared to eat its food today. It is a fat cat, and it is not easy to mess with. Meow. Not long after, when Chen Ronghua was more than 100 meters away from the village entrance, the fat cat suddenly raised its little paw and pointed at the wall of a house in the distance. Chen Ronghua looked over and immediately saw a small green snake swimming close to the ground.
Is it this guy?
He thought about it and immediately used the identification technique from the ancient book on it.
Poisonous bamboo demon snake, level 1 late stage, good at camouflage and concealing breath. Has an owner.
Status, currently blessed with the secret technique Attached Listening Technique.
Attached Listening Technique is a special secret technique.
After being blessed on the target can hear the movement heard by the target even if they are far away. After identifying the information of this little green snake, Chen Ronghua's face suddenly changed. At this time, he didn't know that the poisonous bamboo snake in front of him was most likely sent by Lushui Town to investigate his things.
He secretly said that he was lucky.
Fortunately, he was vigilant enough, and fortunately, Fat Cat was lucky enough to find the little snake when it just entered the village. Otherwise, as long as the little snake stayed in the village for a little longer, it would accidentally hear someone talking about Huang Tiexing's healing by himself, then everything would be too late. Although Huang Lin had already told the villagers not to talk about these things before.
But it's better to be safe than sorry.
Thinking of this, he immediately put the fat cat on the ground and whispered a few words to it.
Meow.
Hearing Chen Ronghua's instructions, the fat cat called softly, and then his figure flashed and disappeared.
Young master, it's time for class soon. Where are you going?
Suddenly, a villager walked out of his house and greeted Chen Ronghua casually after seeing him. Chen Ronghua's face changed slightly. He glanced at the little snake in the corner of the wall in the distance with the corner of his eyes, and saw that it had turned its head when the villager asked him a question. He exhaled lightly and said with a smile, "I'll go find Huang Xiaoshan. Your village chief has gone to Lushui Town, and Huang Lin is not at home. This kid has been a bit wild these 2 days.
I don't know where he ran off to."
The villager immediately replied, "Huang Xiaoshan, I saw him playing with people at the east end of the village when I went out before.
If you want to find him, you can go there to see him." Really? Then I'll go there now.
After thanking the villagers, Chen Ronghua turned around and walked to the east end of the village. At the same time, the green little snake also slithered its body and followed his footsteps.
It's coming for me.
Glancing at the little snake with the corner of his eye, Chen Ronghua's heart was a little more dignified. But on the surface, he remained calm.
Bold demon, the strongest sorcerer Huang Xiaoshan in Xiaha village is here. Where are you going?
A few minutes later, he saw Huang Xiaoshan playing with a group of children at the east end of the village. "Xiaoshan, stop playing." Chen Ronghua shook his head and shouted at Huang Xiaoshan.
"Master."
Hearing Chen Ronghua's voice, Huang Xiaoshan immediately stuck out his tongue at several children of similar age, and then ran to Chen Ronghua obediently. Chen Ronghua nodded and said, "Come back home with me, I'll show you something."
"What is it?" Huang Xiaoshan immediately pricked up his ears. "Demon." Chen Ronghua spoke. "Demon?" Huang Xiaoshan's face changed quickly. When he heard the word demon, he subconsciously thought of the knocking ghost a few days ago. That knocking ghost has almost left a shadow in his heart. Seeing Huang Xiaoshan's pale face, Chen Ronghua smiled and said, "You don't have to be afraid. The demon I'm showing you this time is the wood spirit demon butterfly that is even more timid than you. It's it.
Huang Xiaoshan was relieved. After following Chen Ronghua for so long, he already knew that the wood spirit demon butterfly he had seen before would visit Chen Ronghua's courtyard every morning. If it was that wood spirit demon butterfly, he really wouldn't be so scared. However, he looked up at the time and asked in confusion, "It's already this late, hasn't the wood spirit demon butterfly left yet? Wouldn't it be better if it didn't leave?" Chen Ronghua smiled, I stayed in Shaha village. In addition to accepting you as my apprentice, another purpose is to subdue the wood spirit demon butterfly. And judging from the current situation, it shouldn't be long before the wood spirit demon butterfly will be in my pocket. Huang Xiaoshan was a little unhappy when he heard this. "I thought you stayed in Shaha village just for me, master."
Ha ha. Chen Ronghua laughed, "You are right.
At the beginning, I did stay in Shaha village because you have the qualifications of a warlock. But now it seems that the days I stayed in Shaha village are coming. I'm afraid there won't be many." Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Huang Xiaoshan's face suddenly changed. "Master, you won't abandon me, right?"
"Of course not."
Chen Ronghua shook his head. "It's just that your grandfather went to Lushuiwen town, and it's not appropriate for you to stay in Shaha village. After a while, I will subdue this wood spirit butterfly, and I will take you to Lushuiwen town to have a look. You should know that any cultivator who wants to make rapid progress cannot rely on hard work alone. Just like your grandfather and your uncle Hosan, with their qualifications, if they were born in Lushuiwen town, or even went to Lushuiwen town earlier, they would definitely not be the current cultivation." He said this not only to the people in the dark, but also to educate Huang Xiaoshan, and even to remind himself. In this world with demons and chaos, where powerful cultivators are respected, only if you are strong can you truly do it and protect everything you want to protect. In Chen Ronghua's view, it is ridiculous to want to protect others when you can't even protect yourself. Huang Taisheng and Hosan wanted to protect Shaha village, but they didn't know that such protection would only make Shaha village linger forever on this poor land. They were worried that after they left Shaha village would encounter demons and be unable to protect itself, so they refused to go to Lushuiwen town. It can really be said that they were a bit pedantic. Huang Xiaoshan didn't understand what he heard. There were a lot of words, but he only caught a few key words. "Master, you said you would take me to Lushuiwen town in the future?"
"Yes." Chen Ronghua smiled. "Lushuiwen town is not a demon. If there is a chance, I will always go and see it.
Also, you don't have to listen to the people in the village saying that Lushuiwen town is bad. When you grow up, you will know that in this world, all towns are almost the same. As my apprentice, you will not only go to those ordinary towns, but also to those important towns and even big cities. People always have to go out to know how small they are." Outside Shaha village, Duing heard Chen Ronghua's words through the green snake, and his heart suddenly moved. If what Chen Ronghua said was true, then the people who killed Suan and Lijun seemed to have nothing to do with him. But at this moment, Huang Xiaoshan, who was listening to Chen Ronghua's great principles in Shaha village, suddenly felt a small stone flying from a distance and fell on the back of his head. The stone was not big, but it still hurt him so much that he turned his head quickly. When he turned his head, he immediately saw another stone flying from a distance. At the same time, following the direction of the stone, he also saw a small green snake, which was looking at him with its head raised. "Snake!" The next moment, Huang Xiaoshan suddenly exclaimed. As for the fat cat that had just put down its claws not far behind the small snake, he automatically ignored it. "Ha!" At the same time, Chen Ronghua also turned his head. His eyes fell on the small green snake, and he suddenly shouted, "Poisonous bamboo snake? How dare you!" Outside Shaha village, Du Ying's face suddenly changed after hearing Chen Ronghua's shout, and he immediately guided the small green snake to return quickly. But before he could make any move, Chen Ronghua injected most of his soul power into the ancient book after a shout. In a moment, most of the power in the poisonous bamboo snake was temporarily sealed by the ancient book. Just when the little snake suddenly lost its power, the fat cat behind it pounced and came to its side. Then, with one claw, it tore the snake's head apart. "I am a fat cat, I am very fierce, I will see if you dare to steal food from me." Super fierce 3000 words, please vote, the next will be at 6 p.m. See 89 7 days have passed poof. When Fat Cat slapped the green snake to death with one claw, Duing, who was covered in a cloak, a few miles away from Shaha village, vomited blood. He was not a demon magician, and his connection with the poisonous bamboo snake was not as deep as Chen Ronghua and Fat Cat, so he should not have been injured like this. But Fat Cat's claw not only slapped the green snake he raced to death, but also smashed the special consciousness he had bestowed on the green snake into pieces. Damn it! Duing stood up from the ground, and then under the cover of his cloak, he looked in the direction of Xiaha village for a few times, and then left the place quickly without saying a word. His green snake was a latest-stage demon of the first level. Although this level of demon was not strong for him, it would still take a long time to cultivate another one. In particular, the poisonous bamboo snake was not a common type of demon. At the same time, facing a latest-stage first-level demon, even if a first-level peak cultivator attacked, it would be impossible to kill it so quickly. So, almost in an instant, he judged Chen Ronghua's cultivation. He knew that Chen Ronghua was probably a second-level cultivator like him. Facing a second-level cultivator whose strength was unknown, he would naturally not act rashly. In addition, he heard Chen Ronghua's words through the green snake, and thought that Chen Ronghua might be recruited to their green water bay town in the future, so he was even more unwilling to test it. After Duing left, the blood he had just spit on the ground quickly turned green. Then, in a moment, the pool of green actually had a lot of bubbles, turned into gas, evaporated and disappeared. In Xiaha village, after the fat cat slapped the green snake to death with a slap, the sharp claws turned over and fiercely ripped it open again. Even though it stared at the cat's eyes, it could not find any trace of the salted fish that was swallowed by the green snake after searching for it again and again. Meow. After a long while, it returned to Chen Ronghua in a daze and jumped into Chen Ronghua's arms. Okay, I'll make you something delicious when I get back. Chen Ronghua shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he looked at it. It was found that its claws were still clean after killing the green snake, without any blood or any unclean things. Meow. Hearing this, the fat cat immediately stretched out its tongue and licked Chen Ronghua's hand. At the same time, his mood suddenly improved. Highly toxic green bamboo demon snake, dead. After removing the snake venom, it can be eaten, delicious and tonic. After using the ancient book to identify the little snake, Chen Ronghua shook his head. He had never eaten snakes and was not interested in them. The blood snake he got back last time was handed over to Zhu Dapeng and others. Now that the snake has been detoxified, it is just the right time to reward Fat Cat. As for the person who secretly sent this snake to sneak in here in Lushuiwen town, he thought that most of them had already left. If that person has not left yet, then he has no way. He can only remain unchanged in the face of all changes and try to use the sealing ability of the ancient book to scare that person. Lushuiwen town. After Duing returned to the town, he immediately found Zhou Yuanhua. Are you injured? Zhou Yuanhua's perception was extremely sharp. As soon as he saw Duing, he found that Duing was abnormal. He stood up and said coldly, "Is the warlock in Xiaha village really a second-level warlock? Also, are the deaths of Suan and Lijian related to him?" Xu Qiong had sent back news before that Chen Ronghua had saved the dying Huanglin. A warlock who can save a dying person is generally not too low in level. But he was still surprised to see Duing injured after returning from Xiaha village. Duing, like him, was a practitioner of both martial arts and magic. The only difference was that Du Ying's martial arts and magic skills were only at the early second level. But in terms of life-saving and concealment, Duing was extremely outstanding and was definitely his most proud subordinate. I haven't seen him in person, but I guess he is probably a second-level magician. Duing felt a little ashamed when he heard this, and then he told Zhou Yuanhua everything about his trip to Xiaha village. You mean that person, is he interested in coming to our Lushuiwen town to see it? After listening to Du Ying's story, Zhou Yuanhua was surprised. At this moment, he summarized the little information that Zhu Qiong had sent back before, and his mind was full of thoughts. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to recruit Chen Ronghua for his own use. After Suan and Lijian died, he is now similar to Chen Ronghua, who feels that he does not have enough subordinates. When he sees someone who may be recruited as a subordinate, his eyes will glow green. Not to mention that in his eyes, Chen Ronghua is still a second-level warlock. At this time, Duing thought for a while and said, "Master, we still can't be too careless about this person. After all, those words were heard by me through the poisonous bamboo snake. If he has extraordinary means and discovered the poisonous bamboo snake in advance, and deliberately let me hear those words, then his plan will definitely not be too simple." I know. Zhou Yuanhua nodded, but the probability of him discovering your poisonous bamboo snake in advance is not high. Although your snake is not strong, it is very good at hiding its breath and sneaking. If you don't pay special attention, even I may not be able to find it. Of course, we have to be on guard against it. Also, before dealing with that person, our most important task is to deal with the Earth Disaster Motherworm. As long as the Earth Disaster Motherworm is born, this area will become my possession. No matter Han Bai, the sorcerer, or anyone else, they can't make any big waves. So for the next period of time, we don't have to pay attention to him. Time passed.
In Xiahe village, Chen Ronghua did not feel any abnormalities for a few days.
He just practiced quietly every day and watched the mutant 7-color spiritual wood gradually grow to 2 meters high under the hard work of the wood spirit butterfly. Hoo. Under the 7-color spiritual wood, Chen Ronghua felt the abundant spiritual energy lingering around him and punched out. At a certain moment, he had a sudden inspiration. After he punched out, he suddenly felt that a mysterious space had opened up in his lower abdomen.
Dantian appears, warriors become.
Chen Ronghua closed his eyes and felt the Dantian for a while before opening his eyes. However, compared to he was delighted that he had finally broken through to the formal warrior realm. What made him even happier was that 7 days had passed, and Huang Lin had probably completely accepted the inheritance of the Mongadu Black Emperor Snake. He slowly exhaled, and then walked out of the courtyard and headed for the back mountain.
He was now eager to know what realm Huang Lin would reach after accepting the inheritance.
Would he have the strength of the second level, or even the strength to compete with Zhou Yuanhua? If Huang Lin's strength could compete with Zhou Yuanhua, then his next journey would be much easier. Thanks to Suing for the 1000 coin reward, and the book friend Huolengma for the 500 coin reward. See 90 remarks on the launch. I got the news at 3 p.m. that the book will be available at noon this Friday.
It was quite unexpected.
I made a mistake when answering a book friend in the book review area before. I thought it would be available after strong promotion, but it turned out to be next Friday.
This really made me cover my face.
Then I would like to thank my editor Qinghu first. Qinghu gave me a lot of advice, otherwise I would have failed much more seriously than now. Also, I got the news from the editor not long ago that the book is not popular, so the subscription will not be very good. There is no good way for Depang to deal with this, so he can only use burst updates to ask for subscriptions. Now I have no manuscripts in hand, so I can only burst my liver in the next 2 days. 10 CS will be burst updated on the day of the release, which is the basic. And after the release, Depang will continue to burst his liver, updating 10,000 words every day. Then look at the first subscription.
Now this book has nearly 18,000 collections. Let's set the basic number to 0.
Starting from 0, for every 100 more first subscriptions, 1 more update will be added, with no upper limit.
Reward, 10,000 rewards plus 1 more update. Monthly ticket, 100 monthly tickets plus 1 update. Adding more updates on the basis of the guaranteed 10,000 words is crazy, right?
I just want to see how many of the current low number of followers can be converted into genuine subscriptions. Finally, thank all the readers who have followed the book until now, and the book friends who rewarded the book.
Thank you for your support. Depang will stick to this book.
Finally, the book friend group, 698466712 starting today, Depang will announce the time and number of words written in the group every day to urge himself.
In addition, I am asking for the first order by putting a bowl. Don't kick it this time. The first order is really important.
My first order was too bad last time, and I didn't recommend it even after writing 1 million words, so I really ask everyone. See 91 Huang Lin's strength, the back mountain of Xiahe village. In the small valley where the black snake was buried before, Huang Lin slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his face and even his whole body were covered with shiny black snake scales. When the sun shone down, his snake scales exuded a cold, dead, and noble luster.
Just like the black snake before. But compared with the dead black snake, Huang Lin's aura was even more domineering.
After he opened his eyes, Zhu Depeng and Li Heishui, who had been guarding beside him, saw his dead and cold eyes, and their hearts jumped fiercely. Subconsciously avoided his eyes. During these 7 days, the two of them guarded Huang Lin, almost inseparable. The snake scales growing on Huang Lin's body did not grow in an instant.
Instead, they gradually grew from the first day, until more and more.
At the beginning, the two were still joking.
They said that when Huang Lin woke up, would he still recognize himself in the mirror?
But now, after being swept by Huang Lin's eyes, all the thoughts that had arisen in their minds before were forgotten in a short time. After Huang Lin opened his eyes, he seemed to have forgotten who he was. The light in his eyes flickered for a long time, and he didn't speak for a long time.
How is it? Do you feel okay? At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded from dozens of meters away.
After this voice sounded, Zhu Depeng and Li Heishui suddenly woke up. They turned their heads and saw the person coming. It was Chen Ronghua. When Chen Ronghua walked over, his eyes fell on Huang Lin. At the same time, he used the ancient book identification technique on him.
Huang Lin, the inheritor of the Black Emperor Snake of the Limit Snake Mongadu, a second-level early warlock. Warlock qualification, 5 age, 28 loyalty, 99. After identifying Huang Lin's attributes, Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed. The most important thing for him to identify Huang Lin this time was not to identify Huang Lin's cultivation level, but to identify Huang Lin's loyalty.
When power grows, it is easy for a person to lose himself. He didn't want to spend a lot of effort to train Huang Lin, but in the end he trained an ungrateful person. When he saw that Huang Lin's loyalty increased by 1 point again after accepting the inheritance of the Black Snake, reaching 99, and he had become the most loyal subordinate, he was relieved. Then, he set his eyes on the words second level early warlock on the ancient book. Second level early stage, not very high. Just like Huang Taisheng, which made him a little disappointed. But after being disappointed, he shook his head again. Knowing the current situation is already good. After all, no matter what, Huang Lin's ability to change his job from a first-level late warrior to a second-level warlock is already a great improvement. In addition, Huang Lin is the inheritor of the extreme snake Mangadu Black Emperor Snake, and his true strength must exceed his cultivation level. When Chen Ronghua's mind was full of thoughts, Huang Lin was also awakened by Chen Ronghua's voice. He turned his head and looked at Chen Ronghua. The dead silence in his eyes quickly dissipated and turned into respect. Young master. The next moment, he suddenly knelt on one knee, put his right hand on his chest, and slightly bent and swayed like a snake, making a gesture that looked extremely ancient and full of charm. At the same time, he said, Huang Lin thanks you for your kindness. From now on, Huang Lin is willing to cut through all the thorns for you, and will never break this oath for the rest of his life. Chen Ronghua saw Huang Lin's actions, and his heart moved, and he used the ancient book identification technique again. The oath ceremony of the Mangadu Black Emperor Snake and its inheritors. After this ceremony is started, if you violate it, you will suffer great harm. After identifying Huang Lin's movements, Chen Ronghua's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward quickly, helped Huang Lin up, and said with a smile, the inheritance of the Mangadu Black Emperor Snake clan is indeed extraordinary. But such a vow will not be made again in the future, I believe you. Yes, young master. After Huang Lin stood up, he bowed again after hearing the words. At this time, he was no longer the same person as before. Or rather, he was still the same person. But after accepting the inheritance of the Mangadu Black Emperor Snake, he was no longer the same person with poor knowledge as before. What the Mangadu Black Emperor Snake passed on to him was not only strength, but also the cultivation methods of various powerful secrets imprinted in the depths of his soul, as well as a lot of knowledge. Although many of these things were sealed because his soul was too weak. But just what he knew had made him realize what kind of existence the inheritance of the Mangadu Black Emperor Snake was. He could hardly imagine that Chen Ronghua would actually give him such a powerful inheritance. If Chen Ronghua didn't know how powerful this inheritance was before, it would be understandable. But before handing over the inheritance to him, Chen Ronghua's various behaviors clearly showed that Chen Ronghua knew the truth of this inheritance. At the same time, Chen Ronghua actually recognized his oath ceremony just now, which once again proved this point. Seeing Huang Lin's respectful look, Chen Rong nodded secretly. With Huang Lin's help in the future, the big stone that has been weighing on his heart for this period of time can finally be lighter. Then he thought about it and asked, Huang Lin, with your current strength, how do you deal with Zhou Yuanhua? Huang Lin immediately replied, Sir, although I am now a second-level early-stage sorcerer, I have just obtained this power and cannot adapt to it. I am afraid that I am just like an ordinary second-level early-stage practitioner. But as long as I am given some time, after I adapt to this power and practice 1 or 2 secret techniques, I will definitely have the confidence to compete with Zhou Yuanhua. In addition, although I am now a second-level early-stage sorcerer, I am not far from the second-level middle stage. It will only take 3 or 4 months to break through. By then, even if Han Bai from Hongsha Town attacks, I will be able to resist. Oh? Chen Ronghua's eyes suddenly lit up. Huang Lin only needed 3 or 4 months to break through to the second-level middle stage, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. At the same time, this also surprised him. As long as Huang Lin can gain the strength to compete with Han Bai, he can occupy a place openly and become a lord. It doesn't even need to be so. According to the current situation, it will only take a short while for Huang Lin to adapt to his own strength and be able to deal with Zhou Yuanhua. Then he will not have too many problems to become a lord. On the side, Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui, who also heard all of Huang Lin's words, were already dumbfounded. They stared at Huang Lin, and when they saw him covered in snake scales, they no longer had the heart to joke. At this moment, they were only full of envy. This is a second-level warlock. Pudding bowls, so far there are 3 CS saved, just enough for today. The next will be at 12 noon, and then continue to save for tomorrow's burst. thanks to Mousher for his 1000 coin reward, Nian Xiaocheng Kuangha for his 500 coin reward, and Dongbi, not as good as the first encounter, Changjiang Pang, and Duxing Yuming for their rewards. C92 blooming as second-level sorcerer is equivalent to a warrior on Earth in terms of level. They never thought that Huang Lin, who was only a mid-level warrior not long ago, would become a second-level sorcerer in just 7 days after breaking through to the late stage of the warrior realm.
Even in the current Green Water Bay town, how many second-level practitioners can there be?
Compared with this, Huang Lin said that it would not take long for him to compete with Zhou Yuanhua. Even in 3 or 4 months, he would be able to compete with Han Bai, which completely stunned them. Zhou Yuanhua is the lord of Green Water Bay town, and Han Bai is the lord of Red Sand town. In their eyes, these two people were like heaven-like figures, out of reach. And now, Zhou Yuanhua and Han Bai, in Huang Lin's mouth, seem to have become two small hurdles that can be stepped over as long as they lift their feet slightly. Thinking of this, they all turned their heads and set their eyes on Chen Ronghua. Huang Lin was able to make such great progress in a short period of time, all because of Chen Ronghua. This made them look at Chen Ronghua with extremely fiery eyes. Chen Ronghua noticed the expressions of Zhu Dupang and Li Heishui, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "You don't have to be envious. You too have also made contributions to guarding Huang Lin these days. After returning, I will try to help you improve your martial arts qualifications." Zhu Dupang and Li Heishui's martial arts qualifications are both 2 points, and both have the hope of being promoted to Earth Warriors. If he improves their martial arts qualifications to 3 points, then they may even become Sky Warriors in the future. At the same time, their training speed can be much faster. In addition, he said this because his strength is improving faster and faster now. The two are his guards. If they can't keep up with his pace, will he have to protect them in the future? Zhu Dupang and Li Heishui were stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that they could get such a reward just by guarding here for 7 days. Improving martial arts qualifications, in the eyes of the two, is definitely the biggest reward for them. Even in astonishment, they forgot to thank Chen Ronghua. After a brief mention, Chen Ronghua ignored the two. He turned his head and set his eyes on Huang Lin again, and continued to ask, "Huang Lin, do you know how long it will take you to hide the snake scales on your body?" "Sir." Huang Lin immediately replied, "It will take at most 1 month to hide the snake scales on my body. At the same time, after 1 month, I will probably be able to adapt to the surging power, and cultivate 1 or 2 powerful secret techniques to gain the strength to compete with Zhou Yuanhua."
1 month, Chen Ronghua pondered for a moment. After a moment, he said, "That's good. I have a task for you now. See if you can complete it within 1 month. As he spoke, he raised his hand, took out a piece of white cloth, and unfolded it. This piece of white cloth was rolled up before and was held in Chen Ronghua's hand. Although Huang Lin and others noticed it, they didn't know what it was for. Now as Chen Ronghua unfolded the white cloth, they suddenly found that there was a map on the white cloth. Looking closely, this map seemed familiar. At this time, Chen Rong held the map with his left hand, pointed at it with his right hand, and then said to Huang Lin, "This map is the map of the mountain we went to last time. There are some things I need in that mountain. Next, you go there, adapt to your own strength, and help me collect the things marked on it." Huang Lin looked along Chen Ronghua's finger. He immediately saw that there was a red dot wherever Chen Ronghua pointed on the map. And next to the red dot, there was a tiny text mark. After obtaining the inheritance, he had already known the common characters of this world like Chen Ronghua. Therefore, he saw at a glance that those red dots were the locations of some flame spirits. With a thought, he immediately said, "Don't worry, sir, I will complete this task within a month and help you collect all these flame spirits. In that case, I will wait for you to return." Chen Ronghua smiled with relief. This map is the location of the flame spirits hidden in the mountains dozens of miles away, which he deduced from ancient books by consuming his soul power every day. There are as many as 30 or 40 such places. Although he is not particularly sure, he estimates that as long as Huang Lin picks these flame spirits using the picking method he marked, preserves them in a special way, and brings them back to him, he will most likely be able to revive the dormant natural disaster flames. Thinking of this, he handed the map in his hand to Huang Lin, and patted Huang Lin on the shoulder and said, "In addition, I also hope that when you return, it will be the time for me to become a noble lord." After so many days, the noble reward scroll sealed with high-level ghost energy has been touched by him many times, and he has touched it many times, and he has touched it. As the ghost energy on the scroll becomes thinner and thinner, the time he can touch the scroll every day has increased from 3 minutes to 4 minutes. He believes that as more ghost energy attributes are touched by him, the time he can touch the scroll every day will increase again. In this way, he should be not far away from completely unsealing the scroll. I am willing to serve you.
As soon as Chen Ronghua said this, Huang Lin immediately felt a strong sense of trust.
Without any hesitation, he knelt down on one knee in front of Chen Ronghua again.
After accepting the inheritance of the Mongadu Black Emperor snake, his personality was also affected a lot and became a little cold.
This is also the reason why the dead silence in his eyes was so strong when he looked at Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui before.
But at this moment, his heart was surging. At the same time, Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui, who were standing aside, also became hot-hearted when they heard what Chen Ronghua said. As long as Chen Ronghua did not become a lord, they would always feel that they could not raise their heads. So they had been looking forward to this day for a long time.
In that case, then you should go and come back quickly.
Chen Ronghua smiled slightly. Huang Shaoshan, and your wife, I will take care of you.
Yes. Huang Lin agreed in a low voice.
Immediately, he grabbed the map handed to him by Chen Ronghua, said goodbye to Chen Ronghua, and walked straight away. He was not suitable to go back to the village in his current state, so naturally he did not need too much preparation.
Let's go, it's time for us to go back.
After Huang Lin's back disappeared, Chen Ronghua shook his head and walked towards the village. Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui hurriedly followed him, one on the left and one on the right, slightly behind him. Just when the three of them were still hundreds of meters away from Chen Ronghua's courtyard, they suddenly smelled a refreshing fragrance of flowers coming from a distance.
What's going on? Why did this tree suddenly bloom? What kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful and fragrant?
At the same time, there were bursts of noisy sounds coming from the direction of Chen Ronghua's courtyard.
Thanks to 0 for the reward. C93 transformation. It smells so good, sir. Have you been planting flowers at home these days? Zhu Dapeng sniffed and sniffed.
This strange floral fragrance made even him, who had no feeling for flowers, feel like he wanted to be immersed in it forever after smelling it.
What a coincidence, that tree bloomed at this time. Chen Ronghua thought slightly and did not answer Zhu Dapeng.
If nothing unexpected happens, the one that can spread this kind of floral fragrance must be the mutated colorful spiritual tree. Thinking of this, he immediately quickened his pace and walked towards his small courtyard. This time, Huang Lin's strength has improved tremendously. Finally, Chen Ronghua has a trump card to gain a foothold in this world, or this region. But in comparison, he hopes that his strength will be improved. The changes in the colorful spirit wood are related to whether he can quickly obtain the second-level combat power, so naturally he cannot let him be careless. Quickening his pace, he, Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui returned to his small courtyard in a short while. After coming back, he looked up and immediately saw that when he just left, there was no colorful spiritual tree with any flowers. Now it was actually full of colorful flowers hanging on the tree. The colorful flower buds sway in the wind, exuding a refreshing floral fragrance. It was so beautiful that he couldn't help but be a little intoxicated. At the same time, in front of their small courtyard, the villagers were also attracted one by one. Does any of you know what kind of tree this is? How come it has so many flowers blooming all at once, and they are all colorful? The fragrance of this flower is so pleasant. Could it be some kind of spiritual tree? A group of villagers gathered around the colorful spiritual tree, which was already more than 2 meters high, and discussed it incessantly. In the past few days, they all noticed this strangely growing spiritual tree. It's just that this thing belongs to Chen Ronghua, so they naturally won't ask too much. But now, as the colorful spiritual trees blossomed and emitted the alluring fragrance, they could no longer hold back and were all attracted. Everyone, give in, the young master is back. At this moment, Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui saw this group of people blocking Chen Ronghua's courtyard, and immediately stepped forward to separate a path among the crowd.
Chen Ronghua walked into the small courtyard from the road separated by the two people. After the colorful spiritual tree bloomed, even if many villagers came, the wood spirit demon butterfly was still hovering above the colorful spiritual tree and refused to leave. He joked, as everyone says, this tree is indeed a spiritual tree. This tree can gather spiritual energy, and practicing under this tree can speed up your practice. In the future, everyone will have the opportunity to practice under this tree, but for now, please don't be so excited. This tree is here and will not run away. That's not necessarily the case. As soon as Chen Ronghua finished speaking, a member of the hunting team immediately shouted, with your methods, master, this tree has really grown legs and is running around in the village. We won't be surprised. That's right, such a dead branch has grown so tall in just a few days, and has bloomed with flowers all over the tree. Now Mr. Chen, I feel like it's not impossible for you to do something unbelievable no matter how unbelievable it is. These days, most of the villagers have become familiar with Chen Ronghua. Although they respect him, they are not too afraid of him. Everyone knows that Chen Ronghua usually has a good temper.
At this time, seeing these people gathered in front of the yard making noisy and refusing to leave, Zhu Dapeng shouted, "I said you guys, are you okay at home? It's just a tree in bloom, and you all came running here in such a fuss. Don't you know that this will disturb the young master?" Just when he said this, he raised his head and glanced at this small tree full of colorful flowers. His heart was far more incredible than the others. After all, others have watched the small tree grow at a speed visible to the naked eye in the past 2 days. And he had no idea how a dead branch could grow into a small tree and bloom into such beautiful flowers in such a short period of time. After being yelled at by Zhu Dapeng, the villagers thought that Chen Ronghua might be dissatisfied if they and others gathered together like this. So they were reluctant to leave, and turned around and dispersed. Meow. After everyone dispersed, Chen Ronghua discovered that Fat Mao had run under the colorful spirit tree at some point. This chubby guy rolled lazily under the tree when Chen Ronghua looked at it. The spiritual energy gathered by the colorful spiritual trees made it feel extremely comfortable. Then it looked up at the wood spirit demon butterfly that was lingering on the colorful flowers after the villagers left, gathering nectar, and meowed twice. It seems to be praising the wood spirit demon butterfly for having some discernment and being able to find treasures from a pile of rotten wood. When the fat cat's cry sounded, the wood spirit demon butterfly immediately flapped its wings and flew high. It wasn't until the fat cat saw that there was no follow-up action that it fell back onto the branch. Seeing this scene, Shamao rolled his eyes. He was wondering if the wood spirit demon butterfly was mentally retarded. If it really wanted to take action against the wood spirit demon butterfly, it wouldn't call twice first. Just like the wood spirit monster butterfly, it can kill dozens of them each. However, the wood spirit demon butterfly did not know what Fat Cat was thinking. It had a simple mind, vibrating its blue-white wings, flying on the branches, picking nectar, and seemed extremely happy. As it collected nectar and brewed it into colorful honey, its originally bluish-white body gradually became more colorful. Mutating wood spirit demon butterfly. A wood spirit demon butterfly that is less than 1 month old is a first-level initial demon. Because it brewed colorful honey with the flowers of the colorful tree, it is also mutating into a colorful butterfly. The colorful butterfly is a demon with extremely powerful auxiliary ability, and its mature body can reach the 4th level. After identifying its attributes, Chen Ronghua's eyes lit up immediately. Now we just have to wait for the transformation of the wood spirit demon butterfly to be completed, and then we can let Fat Cat take the colorful honey it brews. At that time, as long as it uses its innate secret technique to assist, Fat Cat's cultivation should be greatly improved. Just thinking about it, he shook his head again. Now he still has a big difficulty to face, that is, how to let the wood spirit demon butterfly help Fat Cat. He thought about this for a long time, but he didn't think of any good way. Using the demon contract to contract the wood spirit demon butterfly as his second demon is a solution. With his current strength, he should be able to force a contract with a wood spirit demon butterfly of the 1st stage. But the wood spirit demon butterfly is not a combat demon, which makes him a little entangled. Today's 3 CS are completed. There will be a free cat 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then it will be available at noon. See 94 attributes, launched at 12 noon. Please subscribe. After thinking for a while, Chen Ronghua put aside these thoughts for the time being, and turned to Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui and said, "Come with me into the house. I will help you improve your martial arts qualifications first." At this time, it should be some time before the wood spirit demon butterfly completely transforms. During this period, he just helped the two to improve their martial arts qualifications. "Thank you, sir." Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui were immediately excited. They are all warriors, and naturally know how important the improvement of martial arts qualifications is to themselves. Chen Ronghua shook his head and didn't say much. In fact, if he wanted to help the two improve their martial arts qualifications, he only needed to pat it. But if it was like this, it would be too simple. It would be easy for the two to think that it was actually very easy for him to improve their martial arts qualifications. After entering the house, Chen Ronghua asked the two to take off their shirts, sit cross-legged, and then stand behind them, putting one hand on their backs respectively. Both of them were more than 2 meters tall, but Zhu Dapeng was burly and had a yellow complexion. Li Heishui was thin, with dark muscles all over his body, forming a sharp contrast. At this time, after Chen Ronghua put his hands on the backs of the two people, he suddenly felt that this was a bit awkward. But it was already done, so it was not good to stop at this time. So he did not move, closed his eyes and practiced the dark star meditation technique. In front of him, Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui waited for a long time and found that Chen Ronghua did not make any follow-up moves, and they looked at each other. But Chen Ronghua did not move, and they did not dare to move, so they could only sit there awkwardly. Time passed by minute. "Young master, your tree has grown legs and run away, your tree has become a spirit." Suddenly, about an hour later, a shout suddenly came from outside.
Chen Ronghua woke up from his practice.
Immediately, he had an idea, and quietly took out the martial arts qualifications that had been integrated into his body before, and integrated them into Zhu Dapeng's body.
Then he took out 1 point of martial arts talent from Li Zhen's body and integrated it into Li Heishui's body.
Now he knows that the so-called martial arts talent is actually a special attribute. The higher the martial arts talent, the faster the training speed. The reason is that the higher the martial arts talent, the more nutrients obtained from food and spiritual medicine will be retained in the body. On the contrary, people without martial arts talent cannot store too much nutrition in their bodies after eating food. After helping the two improve their martial arts talent, Chen Ronghua said, "Okay, you two will sit here for another 5 hours.
Remember to stay still during this process. I'll go outside to see what's going on."
As he spoke, he walked out quickly.
The tree has become a spirit? What tree? A 7-color spiritual tree. Chen Ronghua's heart was solemn.
This tree is related to whether he can obtain the second-level combat power in a short period of time, so it can't tolerate any negligence.
Pa.
After walking out of the yard, Chen Ronghua glanced and immediately saw the colorful spirit tree.
It actually pulled out roots from the ground, like feet, and broke away from the original fence.
It had already walked more than 10 meters away.
Damn, this thing actually grew legs. Young master, come and see what happened to this thing?
The villagers who were attracted by the movement of the colorful spirit tree in the distance did not dare to approach when they saw this scene.
Chen Ronghua did not answer.
At the first sight of the colorful spirit tree, he used the identification technique of the ancient book on it.
Mutated colorful spirit tree, first level initial spirit wood. The symbiotic spirit tree of the juvenile colorful spirit butterfly is controlled by the colorful spirit butterfly and has a certain attack power.
After identifying the status of the colorful spirit tree, Chen Ronghua immediately raised his eyebrows. Then he swept his eyes again. After a while, he finally found the wood spirit demon butterfly, which had almost merged with the colorful flowers. However, the wood spirit demon butterfly at this time had transformed into colorful colors all over its body, and it could no longer be called the wood spirit demon butterfly. Moreover, this guy seemed to have become smarter after the transformation. It hid among the flower buds, secretly controlling the colorful spiritual wood, trying to leave here. So much so that the fat cat meowing under the tree thought that the tree had really become a spirit, and its fur exploded, jumping left and right to block the tree, like a clinging puppy, not letting it escape. Larvae 7-colored spirit butterfly, first order initial demon, transformed from the wood spirit demon butterfly. Ability 1, Symbiosis. It has used this ability and signed a contract with the 7-colored spirit tree. From now on, it will be able to control the movement of the 7-colored spirit tree, use the 7-colored spirit tree to perform some special secrets, and attack the enemy. But once the 7-colored spirit tree dies, it will also die, and its cultivation level will always be the same as the 7-colored spirit tree. Ability 2, Honey Brewing. It can brew 7-color spiritual honey. 7-color spiritual honey can enhance the warrior's cultivation speed when taken by warriors. It can also speed up the warlock's meditation speed when taken by warlocks. The level of 7-color spiritual honey is the same as its own level. Ability 3, 7-colored spirit rain. This secret technique can eliminate the fatigue of the practitioner and quickly restore the practitioner's injuries. It also has the effect of reviving dead trees. It can be used alone or in groups. Ability 4, 7-colored favor. The 7-colored spirit butterfly consumes a large amount of spiritual energy from itself and the 7-colored spirit tree. With the 7-colored spirit honey, it can greatly increase the cultivation of the practitioner in a short period of time, but this secret technique consumes a lot of it. It can only be performed once a month, and the current number of times available is 1. This ability, after identifying the new attributes of the 7-colored spirit butterfly, Chen Ronghua's eyes suddenly lit up. Now it seems that the various abilities of the 7-colored spirit butterfly are still very powerful. At least, if he subdues it, he will not have to worry about not having good things to reward his subordinates when he is short of money. At the same time, the last ability of the 7-colored spirit butterfly, the 7-colored grace, is obviously the ability mentioned in the ancient book that can greatly increase the strength of the fat cat. It's you! At this moment, Chen Ronghua finally stopped hesitating. He took a step and walked towards the 7-colored spirit butterfly who wanted to control the 7-colored spirit tree to leave here. Seeing Chen Ronghua approaching, the 7-colored spirit butterfly suddenly panicked. It hurriedly controlled the colorful spirit wood, changed direction, avoided the obstruction of the fat cat, and wanted to continue to escape.
but the fat cat was too fast. As soon as it moved, the fat cat followed and blocked it again. The colorful spirit butterfly changed direction again, and the fat cat also exploded its fur and blocked it again. After several times in a row, the colorful spirit butterfly's eyes were almost flowing with colorful mist. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua shook his head. Seal! He continued to move forward, and at the same time, the power of the soul surged out and injected into the ancient book. Facing this juvenile colorful spirit butterfly, he used the sealing power of the ancient book. What he sealed was the power of the colorful spirit butterfly. The colorful spirit butterfly suddenly lost its power and fell from the tree without warning. At this time, Chen Ronghua walked under the tree and reached out to catch it in his hand. After falling into Chen Ronghua's hands, the colorful butterfly didn't know what was going on. It looked up, blinked its colorful eyes, and looked at the surrounding environment. Suddenly, when it saw that it was in Chen Ronghua's hands, especially when its eyes met Chen Ronghua's eyes, its two pairs of beautiful wings immediately wrapped its body tightly, and its whole body trembled, and lowered its head, not daring to look at Chen Ronghua. Woo-woo! At the same time, its body was trembling, and it also made a faint cry of fear. Noon burst. Small broken bowls are collected for subscription. What 9 dragon magnets, falling treasure money, 7 color wonderful trees, diamond bracelets, 5 color divine light, don't come. Thanks to the book friends Sishanwawa for the reward, and the 3 book friends Mousher, Uran diving fish, and Nope for the 500 coins reward. C95 fooling, please subscribe. Seeing the fearful colorful spirit butterfly, Chen Ronghua shook his head helplessly. I know I have to do what I did with the fat cat, first develop a relationship with it and then sign a demon contract, but I'm afraid it won't work. After all, the colorful spirit butterfly is not as intelligent as the fat cat, and it cannot understand human language. It's too difficult and a waste of time to develop a relationship with it. Thinking about it, he had an idea, and under the guidance, he immediately drew out the demon contract that he had not used when he made the contract with Fat Cat from the depths of his soul. It turned into a tiny bloody mark, and with a hiss, it penetrated from the center of the colorful spirit butterfly's eyebrows. In an instant, the body of the colorful spirit butterfly lying in Chen Ronghua's hands was shocked. At the same time, Chen Ronghua felt that his consciousness was also pulled into a consciousness space by a strange force. This consciousness space is smaller and much more fragile than Fat Cat's consciousness space. At the same time, deep in the space, he could vaguely feel that a soul much weaker than his own was tremblingly searching for his arrival. Chen Ronghua tried his best to be calm and convey his goodwill to the soul in the corner. It's just that after feeling his kindness, the soul trembled and shrank tighter, like a frightened little rabbit. Chen Ronghua shook his head. After knowing that following the normal procedure would not work, he moved his mind and quickly approached the weak soul. At this time, he vaguely transformed into a human form in this space. In his hand, he held a strange mark that glowed red, like a lantern. This mark is the demon contract. Under the illumination of the demon contract, with a flash of his eyes, he saw the soul of the colorful spirit butterfly huddled in the corner of this consciousness space. Seeing Chen Ronghua's arrival, the guy continued to shrink back. But there is no hiding place behind it. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. It will pass if you bear it. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Chen Ronghua said something, and made the demon contract in his hand fly out, drawing a red line in the space, and with a hiss, it was imprinted on the soul of the colorful butterfly. After being imprinted on the soul by the demon contract, colorful spirit butterfly felt pain in her soul and immediately began to struggle violently. However, no matter how hard it struggled, the demon contract, driven by Chen Ronghua's increased soul power output, was firmly imprinted on its soul, with no sign of breaking free. Time passes minute by minute. Finally, after about 3 or 4 minutes passed, colorful spirit butterfly finally lost consciousness and could no longer hold on. When its consciousness relaxed, Chen Ronghua immediately seized the opportunity and used the demon mark to quickly penetrate into the depths of its soul like a sharp needle. Done. When everything was over, Chen Ronghua was in a trance, and his consciousness returned to his own body. Then he lowered his head and looked at the colorful spirit butterfly lying quietly in his hand, with hazy mist flowing in its eyes, showing a look of confusion, and suddenly smiled. At the same time, after the demon contract was integrated into the depths of his soul, the colorful spirit butterfly also obtained some information through the contract. Therefore, at this time, it has also understood its fate. After understanding myself, I am afraid I will be completely tied to Chen Ronghua. There's something sad about it. But he didn't dare to betray Chen Ronghua. Because Chen Ronghua can control the demon contract with just a thought, making it live but not die. But the good thing is that when it was thinking this way,
it felt the huge soul power fed back from Chun Ronghua after signing the contract, and its mood finally felt better. Because of the special nature of the demon contract, Chen Ronghua has a higher cultivation level than it, so it can continuously receive feedback from Chen Ronghua and quickly improve its cultivation level. Okay, let's get that tree back first. At this time, Chen Rong threw the colorful butterfly into the air with a hand, and said with a smile, "And if you follow me in the future, you won't have to collect honey secretly anymore. Don't worry, there will be people coveting your spiritual tree." Through the demon contract, Chen Ronghua could feel that the colorful spirit butterfly forcibly contracted it to him, and he was very emotional. But there was nothing he could do about it. I can only wait until later and slowly develop a relationship with it. The colorful spiritual butterfly received Chen Ronghua's order, flapped its wings, and landed on the colorful spiritual tree. Then it controlled the spirit tree, using the roots as its feet, and walked back to Chen Ronghua's courtyard step by step, and let the spirit tree take root again. Seeing this scene, Shamao suddenly realized. I asked how this tree suddenly became a spirit. Want to escape? It turns out it was all your fault. Meow. The next moment, Shamao lowered his head slightly and issued a fierce threat to the colorful butterfly. Being frightened by the fat cat, the colorful spirit butterfly immediately flew up in circles, its eyes dodge, not daring to look at it. Okay, from now on you two will follow me and love each other. Don't do this again, you know? Chen Ronghua stepped forward and picked up the fat cat, rubbed its head, and after rubbing it until it was so comfortable that it narrowed its eyes, he stretched out his hand to signal the colorful spiritual butterflies to come over. The colorful spiritual butterfly hesitated for a moment before circling down. But when it was still 1 or 2 meters away from the fat cat, it was no longer close, life or death. Chen Ronghua shook his head helplessly and could only convey a message to the 7-colored spirit butterfly through the demon contract: you don't have to be so timid. Fat cat is always very good to his own people. It is angry with you now, but as long as you compensate it, it will definitely protect you in the future. He felt that he was fooling a child. But the intelligence of the 7-colored spirit butterfly is actually inferior to that of an ordinary child. Although he signed a contract with the 7-colored spirit butterfly, he could not control the 7-colored spirit butterfly like a puppet. If he wanted to instruct the 7-colored spirit butterfly to fight or do other things, he had to discuss it with it. The demon contract only provided him with an opportunity to communicate with the 7-colored spirit butterfly. And at the critical moment, he was not afraid of the 7-colored spirit butterfly's rebellion. When the 7-colored spirit butterfly heard this, the vibration frequency of its 2 pairs of wings slightly increased, as if thinking about something. The next moment, it seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly flapped its wings, and then from between its wings, a series of colorful lights fell on the fat cat. The fat cat, who was enjoying Chen Ronghua's massage, was startled. He wanted to dodge, but when he thought of Chen Ronghua behind him, he didn't dodge after all. But his expression became extremely fierce. Meow. But soon, as the colorful light fell on the fat cat, the fierce expression on the fat cat's face disappeared in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Lost Dead Soul for the 2000 coin reward, the Man in the Chaos of Red Dust for the 500 coin reward, and the book Friend Where Have You Been for the reward. C96 Tiger Soul Dragon Ball. This colorful light is one of the secrets of the colorful spirit butterfly, the colorful spirit rain. It can eliminate fatigue, heal injuries, and revive dead trees. After being baptized by this light, Fat Cat suddenly felt so comfortable that he couldn't find his way. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua shook his head and continued to communicate with the colorful spirit butterfly with his consciousness, and said in a gentle and persuasive way, "See, this guy is like this, whoever gives him milk is his mother. Do you have a stronger ability? If you have a stronger ability, use it on this guy once. I guarantee that this guy will take care of you like a treasure in the future, and no one can hurt you in the slightest." Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, the colorful spirit butterfly hesitated for a long time this time. However, after a long time, it seemed to have finally made up its mind to prevent Fat Cat from always thinking about it in the future. Its figure flashed and landed on the colorful spirit tree not far away. The next moment, it condensed a large amount of colorful light between its wings. Even the colorful spiritual tree under it swayed along with it. The whole spiritual tree exuded dazzling colorful light. Finally, all the colorful lights, under the control of the colorful spiritual butterfly, condensed into an illusory strange talisman. As the talisman was generated, the colorful spiritual butterfly vomited again. All the colorful spiritual honey it had collected before was vomited out from its belly, turning into a colorful spiritual honey sticky line in front of the fat cat. The body of the colorful spiritual butterfly was only the size of a palm. But the colorful spiritual honey it vomited, according to Chen Ronghua's estimation, could probably fill a bowl with half a bowl of it, and no one knew how it had hidden it before. An extremely tempting smell came from the colorful spiritual honey sticky line. After the fat cat smelled this smell, his eyes immediately lit up. Without any hesitation, he immediately stretched out his tongue and quickly licked the straight colorful spiritual honey sticky line. It seemed that in its eyes, he didn't know what politeness was. Eating is its life. Seeing the fat cat, Chen Ronghua shook his head. He had raised cats on earth and knew that cats could not taste sweetness. But maybe the fat cat was different, or maybe the 7-color spiritual honey was special, so the fat cat could not stop licking the spiritual honey. After a while, it licked all the 7-color spiritual honey into its mouth. At this time, when it looked at the 7-color spiritual butterfly, its eyes really became much softer, as Chen Ronghua said just now. Whoosh! Suddenly, just after the fat cat ate all the 7-color spiritual honey, the talisman that was condensed by the 7-color spiritual butterfly with a lot of power flashed and came to the fat cat, hanging above its head, emitting bursts of 7-color light, and fell on the fat cat. Meow! Being enveloped by the colorful light, the fat cat suddenly felt warm all over, as if the colorful honey he had just eaten was being quickly digested under the effect of the colorful light. Chen Ronghua felt the fat cat's fur gradually getting hot, and he didn't know what kind of changes would happen to it. With a thought in his mind, he put it on the ground and stepped back a few steps. Meow! As soon as Chen Ronghua put it on the ground, the fat cat cried again. The power in its body was rolling, as if it had just eaten too much, and now under the effect of the colorful light, it all burst out at once, even it seemed that it couldn't bear it. And after this cry, its body suddenly doubled, then doubled again, and then doubled again. Roar! After a short time, it became 6 or 7 times larger, as if it had turned into a little tiger. At the same time, the sound coming out of his mouth seemed to be a little different, giving people a sense of dragon roar and tiger power. Tiger-skinned fat chinchilla, demon species, late stage 1. There is a chance to become a 4th level demon at the purchase price. An ordinary orange cat accidentally entered a strange place and mutated. Status: due to eating too much colorful spiritual honey, under the secret technique of the colorful butterfly, the body's gigantic innate ability is automatically stimulated to speed up the consumption of energy in the body. After seeing that the fat cat was fine, Chen Ronghua breathed a sigh of relief. After so much time, the fat cat has become more than a weapon in his hand, and has also become his friend. People's hearts are complicated, so in this world, Huang Lin, Zhu Dapeng and others have become his subordinates. Only the fat cat can comfort him when he feels lonely. He doesn't even need the fat cat to do anything, as long as the fat cat lies in his arms and lets him touch its soft fur. Time passes. 2 minutes later, the illusory talisman hanging above the fat cat shook, and then suddenly disintegrated into a little light. It is obviously at its limit. Roar! As the talisman disintegrated, the fat cat suddenly roared, and its body doubled in size again. After this enlargement, it was already larger than an ordinary tiger. At the same time, the aura emanating from it became even stronger. Tiger-skinned fat dragon cat, 1st level peak demon. Chen Ronghua identified the attributes of the fat cat again. When he identified the new attributes, his eyes suddenly lit up slightly. Breakthrough! After this breakthrough, the fat cat's cultivation level reached the same level as him. However, he was still a little confused. After all, what he asked the ancient book was how to obtain the 2nd level combat power in a short time without danger. Could it be that Fat Cat has just advanced to the peak of the 1st level, and has the combat power of an ordinary 2nd level demon? Meow! Just as Chen Ronghua had this thought, Fat Cat suddenly made another strange cry after breaking through. As the cry sounded, Fat Cat suddenly lowered his head, and at the same time his throat moved, as if something was bulging out of his throat. After a few breaths, Fat Cat's expression returned to normal. Then it raised its head and spit out a fist-sized strange bead from its mouth. After the bead came out, it spun around and landed on top of its head. Chen Ronghua's face changed slightly. He never thought that there would be such a bead in Fat Cat's body. When he identified Fat Cat before, he didn't identify this thing. Tiger Soul Dragon Ball. This is what a powerful evil tiger and a powerful evil dragon left after they died together. Fat Cat was originally just an ordinary orange cat. It got this bead because it accidentally entered a strange place and transformed into a tiger-skinned dragon cat. This bead contains part of the power of the evil tiger and the fierce dragon, as well as their remaining inheritance. At the same time, because this bead has a special connection with Fat Cat, it can also protect its soul. Before the 4th level, every time Fat Cat advances to the peak of the current realm, he can obtain part of the power and inheritance from this bead, and then advance quickly. But the first formal acceptance of this bead inheritance may cause Fat Cat's temperament to change drastically. After identifying the properties of this bead, Chen Ronghua's face changed slightly.
At this moment, he finally knew how to quickly obtain the second-level combat power guided by the ancient book. I'm really sorry, time is too tight. I finished 10 CS, but I haven't had time to revise the remaining 8 CS. I'll revise one canned post one later. It will take a few minutes between each C, but I will speed up. Also, don't worry, the words in brackets will not be charged. C97 transformation. There is no doubt that this method is not dangerous for him. But Sha Mao's drastic change in temperament made him unacceptable. The Fat Cat whose temperament has changed drastically is still the same Fat Cat? But before he could do anything, the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball that was slowly rotating above Fat Mao's head suddenly shot out a beam of blood and landed on Fat Mao. Roar! After this ray of blood fell on Fat Cat's body that had transformed into an extremely huge body suddenly let out a roar like a tiger or a dragon. At the same time, the fur all over his body also turned blood red in the blink of an eye. Especially its eyes, with a hint of strange purple light in the red, giving people a strong sense of madness. At this moment, everyone in the village, especially those who were nearby, held their breath and did not dare to disturb the hugely changed Fat Cat. The colorful spirit butterfly, who had just cast colorful grace and consumed a huge amount of money, immediately shuddered when he saw the appearance of the Fat Cat and hurriedly hid behind the colorful spirit tree, with only a small head exposed. Fat Cat! Chen Ronghua frowned and shouted. Just hearing his low drink, Fat Mao's eyes just flashed red and no longer had any reaction. Tiger Skin Fat Chinchilla, status, accepting the inheritance of the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball. A trace of Dragon Soul and a trace of Tiger Soul remain in the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball. Under the influence of the Dragon Soul and Tiger Soul, Sha Mao's temperament is likely to change drastically after accepting the inheritance. Damn it!
After identifying Sha Mao's condition, Chen Ronghua immediately cursed and looked ugly.
But suddenly, he thought of the last sentence of the ancient book.
That sentence says that a Fat Cat is very likely to change his temperament, but it does not necessarily change his temperament. Thinking of this, Chen Ronghua suddenly had a thought. The next moment, he moved his body and arrived at Sha Mao's side. At the same time, he stretched out a hand and landed on the Fat Cat. While stroking its hair, he said, "Fat Cat, wake up quickly. I just asked people to catch a lot of fresh fish for you. Fresh fish is better than salty fish. Fish is much more delicious, you know." He thought of the methods used to wake up vegetative people in his previous life, using dead horses as live horse doctors and calling Fat Cats one after another. As for the method of using ancient book deductions to prevent Sha Mao from changing his temperament, even if he exhausted all the power of his soul and the energy accumulated by the ancient book itself in the past few days, it would be difficult to deduce it. Obviously, this is because this matter involves the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball, and the level of the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball is too high. Just like when he first used the ancient book to deduce the fastest way to obtain second-level combat power, he spent more than 50 energy points in the ancient book, and the answer he got did not mention the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball. At this moment, a huge tiger shadow and a huge dragon shadow suddenly rushed into Sha Mao's consciousness space. Between the ups and downs, two huge shadows repeatedly fought together. The chubby soul of the Fat Cat was hiding in the corner, watching the two behemoths fighting in their own world, and he suddenly showed deep shock. The Tiger Soul Dragon Ball was accidentally swallowed by it in a strange encounter a year ago. After swallowing the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball into its belly, it just slept for a while without experiencing any pain. When it woke up, its intelligence was greatly expanded and it transformed into a demon. Unexpectedly, this time after it was promoted to a first-level peak demon, this thing actually rushed out of its belly again, and two phantoms, a dragon and a tiger, rushed out of it and rushed into its sea of consciousness. It felt the powerful pressure emanating from the dragon and tiger, and Mao Dan immediately shuddered. At the same time, it can also feel that as the two phantoms of a dragon and a tiger are fighting in its sea of consciousness, especially whenever the dragon or tiger is injured, various messages and powers will be integrated into it. Its soul and consciousness are in the sea. Among these messages, there is the inheritance of the dragon and the inheritance of the tiger. For these, it doesn't know whether it is good or bad, but it has no way to refuse and can only choose to bear it silently. At the same time, with the integration of various forces, its soul gradually solidified. When the soul solidified, it also knew through various messages integrated into its soul that the reason why it was able to transform into a demon before was because of the power of the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball. But he had only obtained a trace of the power of the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball before, and had not obtained the authentic inheritance. Only now has it gained the authentic inheritance of the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball.
But as time went by, when Sha Mao received the inheritance of the two, it was also affected by the remaining tiger soul and dragon soul, and its consciousness became more and more confused. No matter what I see, I want to crush it with one claw. Am I a dragon? Am I a tiger? Even in the end, it didn't even know what it was. It felt like it had a splitting headache, but it couldn't stop more information from pouring into its soul. This is different from Huang Lin's acceptance of the inheritance of the Mongadu Black Emperor snake. When Huang Lin accepted the inheritance, if he received too much information, it would be temporarily sealed. But the inheritance that Sha Mao received this time was ignored and forcefully stuffed into its soul. Fortunately, the tiger's soul Dragon Ball seems to have a special connection with it, which can protect its soul and prevent it from collapsing because it cannot bear too much information. But in this state, Fat Cat became increasingly unconscious. At last, when the two phantoms of a dragon and a tiger in its sea of consciousness were both injured after a battle, only a little body remained, and the rest of them all dissipated, turning into messages and strange energy, and merged into its soul and sea of consciousness. Its soul hiding in the corner suddenly shook, as if it heard something. Fat Cat? Who is Fat Cat? Why do I hear someone calling Fat Cat? And fresh fish, what is fresh fish? But it looks delicious. But what does delicious mean? Fat Cat, you must remember that you are Fat Cat. You are lazy, you are greedy, of course, sometimes you are also very fierce, and if you don't wake up, your master, I don't want you anymore. Outside, Shen Ronghua called Fat Cat with words like coaxing a child. At the same time, he also tried to wake up Fat Cat through the special connection between himself and Fat Cat, through consciousness, so that it would not lose itself in this inheritance. He didn't know if this would work, but this was all he could do. Super fierce? Fat Cat? I am a super fierce, Fat Cat. Master doesn't want me anymore? Master. Suddenly, after integrating a lot of information and strange energy into the sea of consciousness, the soul of the Fat Cat, which had become much larger and even larger than the dragon-shaped phantom and the tiger-shaped phantom, which were now only the remains of the dragon, seemed to have thought of something. The next moment, its figure flashed and it arrived in front of the dragon and the tiger. Then it raised its claws and slashed at the dragon and the tiger. Swish! After the stroke, the dragon and the tiger completely dissipated, turning into the last information and energy, and merged into the soul and sea of consciousness of the Fat Cat. But at this moment, a strange black power suddenly emerged from the depths of the Fat Cat's soul. After this force was born, it suddenly spun and turned into a vortex, swallowing all the information that Fat Cat had just absorbed from the two phantoms of the dragon and the tiger. At the same time, Fat Cat smacked his lips, as if he was still not satisfied. Outside, Shen Ronghua was still stroking Fat Cat's back, lying beside its ear, calling it in a low voice. Meow! Suddenly, Fat Cat cried out, and then its body shrank, and it instantly returned to its original size. C98 Powerful. Seeing the changes in Fat Cat, Shen Ronghua's eyes suddenly showed a trace of joy. At the same time, he immediately used the ancient book identification technique on Fat Cat. Fat Cat, second stage. Early stage has an owner. This is a lucky fat orange cat that has stimulated its own potential and walked out of its own path. Ability 1, Swallowing Dragons and Hunting Tigers. It is the natural enemy of dragon-type demons and tiger-type demons. It can swallow the power of the two tribes of demons and use them for its own use. There is even a certain probability that it can obtain the innate abilities of the two tribes of demons. Ability 2, Transformation. It can become larger or smaller. Ability 3, Normal. Ability 4, Disguise. It can transform and disguise itself as the tiger and dragon monsters it devoured, but before it transforms, it can also release the power of dragon and tiger. Ability 5, Mind Control. This ability is obtained by accepting the inheritance of the tiger soul Dragon Ball this time. The wind control technique has now been completely integrated with it and turned into its instinct. When it uses the wind control ability, its speed will be extremely fast, and it can even fly with the wind. Temperament, lazy, greedy. It will salivate when it sees delicious food, and the most feared thing is to be abandoned by the owner. You guy. After identifying the attributes of the Fat Cat, Shen Ronghua smiled, squatted down immediately, hugged the Fat Cat in his arms, stretched out his hand, and rubbed its head hard. The Fat Cat also enjoyed Shen Ronghua's caress very much, and his eyes narrowed quickly. It just stole the time, raised a paw, and gestured to the colorful spirit butterfly hiding behind the colorful spirit tree. But the colorful butterfly that saw its action was frightened and immediately flew into the air. Fat Cat was speechless. In a moment, he no longer paid attention to the silly colorful butterfly. However, he remembered this favor. Okay, don't worry about it. At this time, Shen Ronghua turned his head and said to the villagers who heard the noise, just now,
my two pets had an accident. This will definitely not happen again in the future. The villagers smiled bitterly when they heard it. All of them thought in their hearts that a sorcerer is a sorcerer. There was an accident, and the noise was so big. Especially when they looked at the fat cat, their eyes were extremely strange. Before this, only Huang Taisheng and a few others knew that the fat cat was a demon after Chen Ronghua reminded them. Others didn't know anything. These villagers never thought that the fat cat, who ate and slept on weekdays, was actually a demon, and could also become as big as a tiger. Seeing the villagers' expressions, Chen Ronghua explained a few more words before sending them away. After everyone left, Chen Ronghua could not hold back his excitement. He called the colorful butterfly and let it land on his shoulder. Then he carried the fat cat and went straight to the back mountain. The fat cat actually reached the second level and gained so many abilities at once. He naturally wanted to experiment quickly. In particular, in the description of the ancient book, the fat cat can fly in the air. When he was in Hongyu village before, he saw Hanbai perform the second level advanced secret technique Red Sand Phantom Wings to fly into the sky, and he was already envious. He has been thinking about whether he can condense the wings of fire with flames when he reaches the second level. And now, he seems to be able to fly into the sky in advance. Because the fat cat can not only fly, but also grow bigger. Although riding a cat is not elegant, he thought about it and felt relieved when the fat cat grew bigger and looked like a tiger. Meow, the fat cat lay in Chen Ronghua's arms, extremely docile. The previous experience made it feel more deeply for Chen Ronghua. But it didn't know that Chen Ronghua was thinking about how to ride it at this time. After arriving at the back mountain, Chen Ronghua looked around and saw that there was no one, so he put the fat cat on the ground and said, "Fat cat, try the ability you gained after this advancement." Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, the fat cat thought about it, raised its claws, and chopped at a large stone in the distance. As its claws chopped out, a ray of green wind blade quietly formed, like the Shaoli flying dagger flying out from between its claws, and with a swoosh, it penetrated the void and hit the middle of the large stone. Puff! In an instant, the large stone was actually motionless, and a small hole was pierced by the wind blade chopped out by the fat cat. Then, after the wind blade shot out of the big rock, it flew far away before dissipating. Seeing this scene, Chen Ronghua took a breath of cold air. The colorful butterfly standing on its shoulder was even more stunned after seeing this scene. It fluttered its wings, and really couldn't think of how it would hide from the fat cat with such ability in the future. After doing this, the fat cat slowly retracted its claws, and a bit of pride appeared on its face. The ability to control the wind was obtained by it from the inheritance of the Tiger Soul Dragon Ball. According to the information it received, this ability was originally the innate ability of the evil tiger. When it obtained this ability, it not only melted it into its own instinct, but also obtained several methods of using this ability through the many information it obtained. Like the move just now, condensing the power of wind into a wind blade and suddenly sending it out is definitely an excellent sneak attack technique. At the same time, I don't know whether it is its innate ability or the information it has received, but it can use these special abilities and even its newly increased power perfectly without adapting. Come on, do you have other abilities? Try again. Chen Ronghua asked with anticipation. The fat cat paced on the ground for a few steps, thought about it, and suddenly waved its claws. The next moment, a few dozen meters in front of it, a wind tornado rose up, and then these wind tornadoes, just like the sand tornadoes that Hanbai made in Hongyu village before, collided with a bang, destroying everything in their path. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath. Although the wind tornadoes made by the fat cat were not as powerful as those made by Hanbai, they were also a kind of large-scale attack secret technique. In other words, the current fat cat can actually be used as a second-level wind sorcerer. Anything else? Using the power of wind, you should be able to fly, right? After thinking about it, he continued to persuade. After Chen Ronghua finished speaking, the fat cat immediately stood up, put its two front paws behind its back, and then its body, surrounded by gusts of breeze, floated in front of Chen Ronghua. Amazing, my fat cat is really amazing. By the way, you can fly with the wind now. What about you after you become bigger? After finishing speaking, Chen Ronghua looked at the fat cat with a proud expression and explained again, after becoming as big as a tiger as before, can you still fly with the wind? See 99 Magic Wood Rootworm, 5th update, please subscribe. Meow. After hearing what Chen Ronghua said, the fat cat immediately transformed into a tiger in midair without any hesitation. After the transformation, the wind power lingering around its body also strengthened. It was able to float in front of Chen Ronghua. Come on, try to fly 2 circles. Chen Ronghua's eyes became more and more fiery. Whoosh! After Chen Ronghua finished speaking, the fat cat, which had grown bigger, used the wind control technique and flew quickly to the distance.
The fat cat was very fast, like an orange-yellow lightning.
In Chen Ronghua's opinion, even after it grew bigger, it was no slower than Han Bai, who used the red sand phantom wings in Hongsha town. After all, although the red sand phantom wings can also make people fly, it is not a special flying technique, and it is still not as good as the wind control. Of course, this is also related to the fat cat's extremely skilled control of the wind power. After a moment, the fat cat flew a circle in the air and landed in front of Chen Ronghua. At this time, not only Chen Ronghua was excited, but the fat cat was also excited about the ability he had gained.
It could actually fly. It actually became a flying fat cat.
At this time, only the colorful spirit butterfly was desperate. Now, when facing the fat cat, it has lost even its biggest advantage. At this time, Chen Ronghua saw the fat cat, which had grown many times larger, and stopped in front of him again with an excited expression on his face, and finally stated his purpose. By the way, if you add me, can you still fly? I'm worried that if we encounter an enemy in the future, if we can't beat it, you can also carry me to escape, right? Hearing Chen Ronghua's words, the fat cat shook his head immediately. It's not that it doesn't want to carry Chen Ronghua, but it consumes a terrifying amount of wind power when it flies after it grows larger. If it takes Chen Ronghua with it, it may not be unable to fly, but it will definitely not be able to fly for too long. After all, it has just been promoted to the second level now.
No? After getting the answer through consciousness, Chen Ronghua was disappointed. But he changed his mind and said, it doesn't matter if you can't fly. After you grow bigger, with the help of wind control, your running speed should not be slow, right? Looking at the fat cat that has become as big as a tiger, he really can't suppress the desire to ride it. Of course, he did this just as he said before. If you really encounter an enemy that you can't beat, you must at least be able to escape. So it is actually necessary to practice the ability to escape in advance. This time the fat cat finally nodded. If it's just running, it can naturally carry Chen Ronghua. That's good. Chen Ronghua took a deep breath, then hugged the fat cat's neck, and rode on it without waiting for it to agree. Because the fat cat is too fat and its hair grows after it grows bigger, its body is soft. After riding on it, Chen Ronghua felt very comfortable. Fat cat's eyes sparkled. He was not angry, but rather excited. He usually lay in Chen Ronghua's arms. Today, Chen Ronghua finally rode on him. This feeling was very good, so he ran away quickly. He ran very fast. With one step, he could cover a distance of 20 to 30 meters. And he was very stable when leaping. In fact, it was not much different from flying. At the same time, the wind around him was under his control, and there was not a single bit of it blowing on Chen Ronghua. Chen Ronghua stood up and watched the surrounding scenery retreat rapidly, feeling very proud. Now he has been in this world for less than a month. In less than a month, he already had Huang Lin and Huang Taisheng, 2 second-level practitioners, as his subordinates. Now, Fat Cat has also been trained by him into a second-level demon. He has really made rapid progress. At the same time, the most important thing is that he found through comparison that the speed displayed by Fat Cat carrying him was even faster than the speed displayed by Zhou Yuanhua when he fought with Han Bai in Hongsha town that day. This means that even if he encounters Zhou Yuanhua now, even if he is not his opponent, he does not have to worry too much. In addition, after Fat Cat was promoted to the second-level demon, he could get feedback from Fat Cat again because of the demon contract, and the speed of soul power improvement was accelerated again. It is estimated that in 1 month or 2 months, he can also upgrade his soul power to the second level. For a long time. Near dusk, Chen Ronghua, who was so relaxed for the first time since coming to this world, returned to Xiahe village with Fat Cat in his arms. In the evening, Xiahe village was as peaceful as ever with smoke curling up from cooking. From a distance, Chen Ronghua saw Zhu Dapeng and Li Heishui coming out of the house at some point. At this time, the two of them seemed to be repairing the land that was previously damaged by the 7-colored spirit tree. On Chen Ronghua's shoulder, the 7-colored spirit butterfly flapped its wings and flew back as soon as it saw the 7-colored spirit tree in the distance. Previously, it had used the secret technique 7 colors grace for Fatty Cat, mobilizing a large amount of energy from the 7 colors spirit tree. At this time, the 7 colors spirit tree was in a state of weakness, and even the flower buds on the tree were curled up one by one, which made it feel very distressed. Chen Ronghua shook his head and ignored it. He has already integrated 12 vitality attributes of yellow heart cabbage into the colorful spirit tree, and can no longer integrate more. In this case, perhaps he needs to integrate more gathering spirit attributes into the colorful spirit tree. But he has no such attribute in his hands now. Young master, you are back. Seeing Chen Ronghua, Zhu Depeng and Li Heishui hurried to greet him. This is the first time that Chen Ronghua has been out alone for such a long time since he came to Xiahe village. Although they know that Chen Ronghua's strength will not cause any problems, they are still a little worried.
Yeah. Chen Ronghua nodded. Then he looked at the ground that had just been repaired by the two, and his brows frowned slightly. At this time, there was not only a lot of yellow soil on the ground, but also a lot of white fleshworms with pure black lines on their bodies. These worms are the source of the insect plague in Xiahe village and even a large area nearby. The corpse of the ultimate form of the magic pattern wood rootworm. It was originally a wood rootworm, feeding on the roots of plants and trees, but it was not very harmful. After being irradiated by some powerful force, it mutated into a magic pattern wood rootworm and began to eat all the roots of plants and trees it encountered. Because the radiation power of the magic pattern wood rootworm has increased recently, all the magic pattern wood rootworms have transformed into the ultimate form. This is the true face of these insects. Chen Ronghua has already identified these insects and has learned a simple way to deal with them through ancient books. It's just that he doesn't want to attract too much attention at the moment, so he didn't do it.
The radiation power has increased? Chen Ronghua frowned slightly.
He cannot solve the insect plague now, but after he becomes a lord, this insect plague will be solved sooner or later. He also tried to use ancient books to deduce information about this radiation power. But even if the ancient books have accumulated 100 points of energy, they can't deduce any information about the radiation power. C100 Go, 6th update, please subscribe. There is no information about the power of radiation that can be deduced for the time being, which is one of the reasons why Chen Ronghua did not touch these insects. Now that his strength is not strong enough, it is natural that he can avoid causing trouble and avoid causing trouble. Thinking about this, he asked Zhu Depeng and Li Heishui, after your qualifications have been improved, have you tried the effects? We have already tried it before the young master came back. This time, before Zhu Depeng could answer, Li Heishui said excitedly, I am not far from the peak of the warrior realm.
This qualification improvement should take a few months.
Can cultivate to the peak of the warrior realm. He practices harder than Zhu Depeng, but at his original speed, it will take at least a few years to reach the peak of the warrior realm. Now change it to a few months, which is almost a tenfold improvement.
But this is normal.
After all, both of them are much older than Hosan. Hosan has 3 points of martial arts qualifications and has reached the peak of the warrior realm at the age of only 18, but they are only at the late stage of the warrior realm. This is the difference caused by a difference of 1 point in qualifications. Now that the qualifications of both of them have been raised to 3 points by Chen Ronghua, their cultivation speed has naturally begun to soar. A few months, but Chen Ronghua frowned slightly after hearing Li Heishui's words. For him, a few months was too long. After thinking for a while, he said, from today on, you two are going to get a green water bay big river crab every day.
I will help you with it, and then you can eat it. Kaka.
In the corner of the wall, the body of the semi-petrified river crab that was munching on soil froze slightly. During this period, it listened to Chen Ronghua's lectures in the yard every day, and its mind became more and more alert, and it could even understand some human speech.
Thank you, sir.
However, when Zhu Depeng and Li Heishui heard this, they both looked surprised. After being together for such a long time, they naturally already knew what Chen Ronghua meant when he said he would help them deal with it. They all know that the food processed by Chen Ronghua is rich in nutrients and can almost match the elixir. Eating these things every day will make their cultivation speed impossible even if they don't want to soar.
If you follow me, I will naturally not let you suffer. Chen Ronghua smiled. Time passes day by day.
In the next few days, Chen Ronghua experimented with Sha Mao's abilities several times. He compared Li Jin in the battle in Red Sand Town and found that after the advanced stage, Fat Cat was definitely stronger than ordinary second-level evolvers, especially in terms of speed. Even if he was carrying himself, he would probably be stronger than ordinary second-level evolvers. After Zhou Yuanhua was still alive, his mind suddenly started to move slightly. It has been quite some time since he came to this world. But for such a long time, besides being protected by Zhu Depeng and Li Heishui, he went to the Misty Valley, and not long ago, he also secretly watched a battle under the protection of a group of people.
The rest of the time, he stayed in Xiahe village. It's easy to lie down.
But he aspires to become a lord. Even though he would establish a territory soon, it was a bit unreasonable that he didn't even know what other people's territories looked like after he came to this world.
It's time to go for a walk.
Thinking this, he looked in the direction of Green Water Bay Town and murmured to himself. When Poison Shadow came to Xiahe village to investigate him, what he said to Poison Shadow through the green snake was not just to make Poison Shadow dispel his doubts about him.
It is also paving the way for this time.
While thinking this, early the next morning, he hugged Sha Mao and Huang Xiaoshan, followed by Li Heishui, and walked straight to Lushuiwen town. As for Zhu Dapeng, he stayed in the village.
If there isn't even one peak warrior in the village, something could easily happen.
Lushuiwen town is upstream of the river near Xiahe village, and you have to pass through Shanghe village in the middle to reach it. At the same time, there are not only 5 villages affiliated to Lushuiwen town: Shanghe village, Xiahe village, Giant Crocodile village, Hongyu village, and Qingyan village. These 5 villages were all found by Qinronghua from Huangsha mountain pass that day.
In fact, these 5 villages are all villages in the lower reaches of the river in Lushuiwen town. There are more villages near the upper reaches of the river, which are also affiliated villages of Lushuiwen town.
Among these villages, some are even more powerful than Xiahe village. Xiahe village can only be considered the most powerful among the several villages in the lower reaches of the river. In less than an hour, a group of 3 people, together with Sha Mao, traveled nearly 20 miles and arrived at Greenwater Bay town. Of course, because Huang Xiaoshan was too small, Li Heishui had to carry him all the way.
Sir, do we really want to go in?
Looking at Greenwater Bay from a distance, Li Heishui still couldn't help but started to persuade Qinronghua.
Before that, they killed 2 earth warriors from Greenwater Bay town.
Once Zhou Yuanhua discovers that they are in their territory, they will really have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Please calm down, we are here this time to bring Huang Xiaoshan to see his grandfather.
Do nothing else and you'll be fine,
Qinronghua said calmly. Li Heishui smiled bitterly and shook his head.
He didn't know what Qinronghua was thinking.
If he really wanted to come to Lushuiwen town to take a look, he could wait until Huang Lin came back. But since Qinronghua has made up his mind, as a subordinate, he can only obey. At this time, Qinronghua looked at Greenwater Bay town. There was a curved green water area in front of him. And Greenwater Bay town was built on a small island in the middle of that water area. It was actually an island within an island. At a glance, the 10-meter-high city wall, covered with green plants, stood in the center of the calm green water, magnificent. Greenwater Bay town is called a town, but it looks like a small town built in a green water. At the dock on the edge of this green water, there are wooden boats and many boatmen parked.
If you want to go to Greenwater Bay town, you can only take these wooden boats.
Soon, Qinronghua and his men came to the boatmen. Sir, we have to register first,
Li Heishui whispered beside Qinronghua. Qinronghua nodded.
Greenwater Bay town does not prohibit outsiders from entering, but everyone who wants to enter must register their identity. When Li Heishui was looking for someone to register, Qinronghua looked at the green water nearby. Thinking that after the fat cat transforms, this green water should not be able to stop it. In his previous experiments, he had already experimented in the big river near Xiahe village. Even if the fat cat carried him, it could walk on the waves. At this time, Li Heishui had already arrived at the registration office. Sir, please help us register. We are all from Xiahe village. My name is Li, he greeted the registrant and reported his identity.